And that teams can attend to try and get in that LAN league. Huge for everyone involved. I know obviously the pro points, they're sort of like, you know, it's not set in stone in Europe yet. There's a couple of places still being fought for, but at this moment in time, it looks like we've got our 6 teams.
Well,
but it's going to be an interesting event.
Exactly. It's close. It's still possible for certain moves to happen, but the big squad, everyone is watching out for to potentially break into that top 6 because, as we mentioned, stage 1 of that Global Pro League, 6 European teams will earn a spot. Is really Fnatic because they've been on the bubble alongside 3G, but right now they've got an opportunity to push themselves way forward in those pro points with some good solid placings today.
Well, we do actually have that Fnatic team coming onto stage now, and
on retrouve dans cette équipe Sunny B.
It's going to be interesting to see how they play in this game now, and they really have to look towards Tommy to play well, but the rest of the team have been playing well as well.
For now, let's go ahead and listen in with the main stage as I go with our player intros and interviews.
Alors vous les retrouvez, je les trouve plutôt en forme. La particularité, c'est que pour l'un d'entre eux qui est extrêmement jeune, c'est l'un de ses plus gros tournois internationaux. C'est son 3e tournoi seulement sur la scène, et les deux, son frangin, sont des twins, des jumeaux. Autant vous dire que c'est aussi un beau moment, j'imagine, pour eux sur cette scène. J'ai avec moi Sunny B. J'ai envie de savoir comment est-ce qu'on se sent dans un match où ils vont représenter finalement l'Europe encore plus loin dans le tournoi s'ils gagnent, et ce serait une très belle performance. You're one of the last European team. You must be very proud of that, and you want to reach the next level as well. And you must be proud to be here today.
Oh yeah, we're very proud. After our Gfinity performance and Atlanta performance, our Atlanta performance wasn't really that bad, but we came to this event being an underdog, so to be in the last 8 feels good.
Ils venaient un peu comme les outsiders, les underdogs, comme on appelle ça. Ils ont fait des bons résultats dans les 2 derniers tournois déjà, donc ils sont en forme au final. Est-ce que c'est pas trop dur de jouer aussi tôt le matin? Isn't it too hard to play that early in the morning on that stage for that first game today?
To be honest, not really. Like, we all got a pretty good sleep, so we're feeling ready. We're ready to go.
Ils ont plutôt bien dormi, ils sont prêts à tout donner. On va les encourager bien fort, s'il vous plaît, les Fnatic. Allez vous installer. Je les sens concentrés. Déjà dans les loges tout à l'heure, ça respirait la concentration. Là, face à eux, ils savent qu'ils sont peut-être un peu pas les favoris. En face, pareil, grosse équipe, on les a déjà vus sur scène et vous avez aimé leur style de jeu. Pareil, équipe anglaise, applaudissements pour les Splyce. Si je ne m'abuse, c'est la 3e fois qu'on les retrouve sur cette scène et on a Benz, Jerd, Madcat et Josh. Ce sont des habitués maintenant, ils sont un peu chez eux. C'est un peu ça qui est en train de se jouer, hein. C'est le haut du niveau européen. Est-ce qu'ils sont prêts pour ce match ce matin? This is the top level European team. It's the last teams in Europe competing. Are you ready today?
We're always ready, we're always confident, no matter what team we play against. It's going to be a tough one. They've obviously got quite far, so we're just going to go in confident, play our game and come out with a W.
Comme il dit, peu importe l'équipe qu'on a en face de nous, de toute façon, il faut absolument être prêt. Et c'est dans le genre de moment où il va falloir aller se dépasser. Je les sens pas forcément très réveillés. Je voudrais qu'on les donne, on leur donne un max d'énergie, s'il vous plaît. Du bruit pour les Splyce. Thank you, guys. C'est dur, hein. Le matin, c'est super dur. Le hoodie, ça aide pas. J'imagine qu'il est un peu dans son pyjama du matin. Messieurs les commentateurs, j'aimerais avoir votre avis et j'ai envie que vous vous mouilliez.
Great stuff there on the main stage. Both teams looking ready to go here on Championship Sunday. I'll be honest, son, I can't understand a word the guy's saying, but when his voice starts elevating more and more, I know a cheer is coming and I just get ready to clap.
Julian is fantastic.
Yes, he is.
It's a beautiful human being also.
We actually get to, we all have makeup that gets done in the morning, and it's great to see him come on over. He interacts with us. We get to hear his thoughts on a great day of Call of Duty we have ahead. He's very talented up on the main stage.
He's got so much energy,
working across multiple games this weekend. The energy, the ability to get the crowd riled up. Nice job. Approved from your Uncle Jack. I see the players now starting to get into the lobby. Splyce versus Fnatic will be our first series of 5 we'll show on the stream today. Again, if you're waiting, if you're in North America, it's getting late out there.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of people are staying up for that Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan match. For the Europeans, it's bright and early, but definitely worth it to be up this early as we have Splyce Fnatic, 2 top European teams going at it.
It's going to be an interesting game because I think everyone, as you said at the beginning of the broadcast, if we looked at this at the beginning of the weekend, Splyce against Fnatic, you'd say Splyce
100%.
Every time. But Fnatic have really started showing up now. They've started to show what everyone sort of looked towards, saying, right, okay, this team's got promise. They're not going to be there straight away, but the more practice they get in, they could potentially do okay. Now they are. Their S&D, they've got that locked down. If they can, as I said, if they can take that first map, they feel they've got two S&D, in their back pocket to win.
Yep.
They could win the series.
Oh, for sure. I think this is one where Fnatic need to go up 2-0 if they want to wind up winning this series, strictly because of how good Splyce look in Uplink. And then typically Splyce, a team that once they get going, that's where it gets a little bit scary. That second search and destroy could be the saving grace for the likes of Fnatic. Just waiting on Fnatic to join up in the lobby. We can bring you game number 1 of the day. Predictions from you, Todd, as we get ready for this match to start on up. We know there's 4 North American teams. We know there's 4 European teams. Where do you see this ending up today? Who comes out on top? How do the Europeans finish?
My heart wants to say Europe will get into that grand final, but for me, I think I looked at the game where Infused played against Optic yesterday. Optic look on a different planet this weekend. We haven't seen the other best team we've seen this weekend, FaZe, go up against them. Obviously, that's going to come up next, but I think, obviously, that is going to be the grand final as well. I think we're seeing the winners bracket final is going to be the grand final, and I think it is going to be 2 top NA teams in the final.
I'm with you on that. I think that if there's any chance for Europe, you think of the likes of maybe Infused in there, who's had a solid weekend so far. But the other thing as well, I mean, yes, they did get kind of destroyed by OG yesterday. Maybe they turn up today. You never know. It is Championship Sunday. The big one, though, is Splyce. To get to this point right now, to make it to this match, they had to defeat Envy. They did 3-0.
They beat United on the way as well.
They beat United. Splyce look like they might have themselves a chance here to make a run happen in this losers bracket, but they've got a long road ahead.
Yeah, it is a long run, but for me, I think looking at the rest of the teams left in this tournament, I think, okay, yeah, we do have the 2 top NA teams. We've got FaZe and FaZe and Optic, obviously, who I do think will go on to finish first and second. But other than that, though, I really feel as if the 3rd, 4th, 5th, even 6th spots could all be European teams.
Yeah.
I think, you look at the rest of the NA competition, we've got EG and Rise Nation in there. I think every single one of these EU teams that are left in the tournament have it in their locker to beat both of those teams.
We were just actually saying that. I was talking with the guys on the analyst desk prior to this one starting it up, and we were mentioning how Epsilon versus EG, I don't really know how to call this one. I really don't. EG at times, they looked completely flat, and then they reverse sweep 2 different teams yesterday. Then you wind up bringing up Epsilon, where yes, they placed 4th at Champs, but since then, it's kind of been a little bit more of a quieter experience. They had a slow start to Infinite Warfare, not a lot of pro points, but then they've had some very solid wins as well this weekend.
Yeah, I think they've built up slowly again. They're sort of a little bit like Fnatic, a little bit further behind than them, I would say.
Yep.
Although they are playing at the same level in the bracket currently, so I mean they're playing for the same placements as them, which is important for Epsilon. I think Epsilon need to do better than Fnatic in terms of the pro points. I know they're a little bit behind. And I know that they're going to be going into Dallas and they're going to have to play it through the open bracket. So that's really going to be hard for them as well. But Epsilon need to get some wins on the board today to have their hopes high for the LAN League. So for me, I think they could do okay this weekend.
Yep.
I think they've got potential to beat EG when they go up against them. It'll be a hard game, though. It's going to be a close one because I think, as I said, EG did start to catch fire, but Epsilon, they beat Red Reserve yesterday. And they've gotten a couple of good results on their way here. I couldn't recall who exactly they beat, but they beat some good teams. Yep. So if we can see them really start firing, Hawkey has had a good tournament from when we've seen him play. Dave's been playing well. Desire's been playing well. They've all been playing well. I mean, I'm trying to name off the top guys, and they've all been playing very, very well. But, I mean, these 2 teams on the stage, though, Fnatic could be in the big surprise from Europe this weekend, I would say.
Fnatic and Splyce about to get underway as we've been talking about the different teams still in it. We've been taking a look at all the players on the main stage ready to go already. The crowd beginning to file on in. We've got the Scuff Gaming booth next to us, which throughout the weekend has had a ton of people at it. Obviously now myself a little bit early. People haven't been bouncing over there quite yet, but trust me, it's been a lot of fun here this weekend. My first time ever in Paris. I know a lot of the other casters, you've been around here before. We went to the Eiffel Tower last night.
We did. It was beautiful and romantic, wasn't it, Jack?
I'll be honest. I knew us 3 were going to have fun. I knew me, you, Momo, we would have a blast, but I was not expecting Brycey. I wasn't ready for Brycey to just have the time of his life at the Eiffel Tower. This guy fell in love with it. Brycey did not want to leave the Eiffel Tower last night, and we literally were having to drag him away.
I mean, when you seen the look in his eyes when he seen the Eiffel Tower, I mean, it was a beautiful thing.
It was a beautiful thing. And look, we all got our great selfies, our pictures. We're good to go. I feel like I've experienced all of Paris by going to the Eiffel Tower, and I feel like I just offended a lot of people from France.
Yeah, you need to see some more things in Paris. I mean,
there's some things. Maven's shaking his head. Nah. Our hotel's pretty cool. Michael Phelps was here.
Our friend Mikey?
You're on nickname basis, I see. Okay. Yeah, Mikey P is what he goes by, if you know him real well.
I wish I'd seen him.
Dude, I saw him a couple times. So this morning I woke up at 4:30 a.m. And don't know why. Just couldn't fall back asleep. Was on my phone for a couple hours. Then I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go to the gym. And I heard yesterday around the same time that I was going to go to the gym.
Did you see him in the gym this morning?
I went to the gym, yeah.
I know, but did you see him in the gym?
No, that was the goal.
Damn.
So I went down there, and I heard that he worked out about the same time that I was going down to yesterday. Fortunately, no Michael Phelps.
I mean,
I was the only one there.
That
I
is
was hoping
the best
the
best
winningest
Olympian
Olympian of all time. He is
ever.
the
I mean,
most medals of anybody. And I had a perfect tweet lineup. If I got a photo with him, I would have said this. What do Michael Phelps and I have in common? We both won golds. Except mine have been online S&D tournaments. And he has won major Olympic titles.
I mean, the disparity there isn't that much, I suppose.
It isn't at all. It isn't at all. A one and done, a 100-meter race. Who cares? One thing I do care about is this Call of Duty match. Fnatic and Splyce loading on into the rig draft. All the energy's already kicking on in. Tons had an energy drink. I've had 4.5 hours of sleep. But you know what I have? I have the pride of America on my back and in my heart as we have 4 top NA teams and 4 top European teams fighting it out for a championship here in Paris. There's your rig draft. FTL jump for both these teams makes a lot of sense on Scorch Hardpoint.
Yeah, I think FTL is something we've seen a lot more this weekend, obviously with the bans that did come in before Atlanta. Again, it's one of those that we've talked about quite a lot. It's something that can get you a kill, but that's about it. But that one kill can make, obviously, a difference whatever situation you're in. So, for me, it's not hugely useful. I mean, they're giving it to Tommy and Jared. Obviously, the rest of the guys using their payloads to the best of their abilities. But, I mean, the main one has been the whole time active camo.
Yeah, I do want to bring up that. It kind of reminds me of the feeling that I had back with camo at the beginning of Black Ops 3, when players weren't really using it in the best of ways. A lot of them were trying to just use it and maybe get some map positioning without spotting anybody. It wasn't really objective focused.
It's there to break hills now.
But now, as time went on in Black Ops 3, it became really one of the most powerful specialist abilities. And then now in Infinite Warfare, camo even stronger. Yeah. And when you use it as your payload ability, you're basically guaranteed kills. So
yeah.
FTL jump, don't think it's going to ever be as impactful as camo, but I think people are still learning the best ways to use it. I think it's one that can have a little bit more impact in a game mode like Uplink. Maybe you have your guy with FTL jump as your lead blocker. He gets a kill, jumps forward, you pass him during that. You pass the drone to him. He's gaining now an extra 10 feet towards that portal. I don't know. I'm thinking of different ideas.
In Uplink, it would be much more powerful if the I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You drop the drone. If you FTL jump. I mean, could you imagine that would be ridiculous? I mean. It would be good, though, because it would be even more powerful, and it would sort of lead towards more plays with it. But for me, I think it's sort of at the right level there now, where it is impacting a little bit, but not too much.
Well, let's get into it, folks. Map number 1 of a fantastic day ahead is going to be Scorch Hardpoint, Fnatic up against Splyce. Fnatic, the team this weekend that has surprised many to make it this far. Splyce, the European squad, who I've heard it from many people. There have been some whispers of some potential roster scheming happening with this squad as time goes on. Let's get into it, though. Game number 1 now underway.
Well, the crowd isn't quite full yet, but they are making some noise here for this game, and it's bound to be a good one. I can't wait to see the rest of this day play out and see how hot that crowd get. But let's see how hot Splyce are going to be straight off the bat here. A couple of kills coming in, just trading between each other, trying to establish some control in this mid-map. Trades come away to each on each side. There we go. Fnatic break the duck. They're going to get the kills. Jed does answer back, though. And back and forth between these two, straight on the bat.
Yesterday, Bance, we're watching him right now, had a couple monster performances. 1 13-5 in a search and destroy to help secure a series to keep his team alive. Another one in that Uplink versus Envious. When the guy is on point, there are few in Europe that are better than him. Josh right now, his teammate from that COD Champs Grand Final, doing what he can to stay alive, but there Tommy actually gets the best of both of them. As Splyce right now do have a great start to this game, currently up 26-1.
Jed's on a 3 streak already, 4-1 from him. A great start from Splyce, as said, but Fnatic do have the setup for this next hard point. Jed, he just snaps over Tommy like that. Tommy was already weak, but he takes him down 5-2 from him. Malcat yet to pick up a kill, but he's going to pick up these final few scraps. And we can see Fnatic are set up on this next hard point, but a 43-1 score off the first one. Really good work by Splyce.
Look at the angle Mad Cat just got there for a second. I thought he potentially could have seen another. Not going to work out, but it's 3 Splyce members now charging on in. And Sunny B with some of his shots, and Bance makes him pay for it. A clean break from Splyce. And this is what I was worried about if you're on the side of Fnatic. We talked about, yes, their strength in a game mode like Search and Destroy. They've yet to drop one this weekend, as you brought up. But on the other side of things, you look at Splyce, how good they've looked at Uplink. Now in Hardpoint, up by 60 seconds after just the first hill.
Man, they can't
this
get
one
out
could
of
get
mid-map.
ugly quick.
They can't get out of mid-map at this moment in time. You know, Splyce are doing that classic Hardpoint thing. They're getting a hold of the point, but they're expanding out and they're pushing them further away. Wiskin's having one little last go here. So we do try to switch on board with him. Just going to try and pick up these final few scraps. He's going to get them, and his team, yeah, okay, that's
Great,
fine.
you got these 10
but look
seconds.
at this. Look, I mean, Splyce have got 4 men into Hangar, and Fnatic have got no power here. Splyce are going to pick up on the majority of points on this one if they can hold it down.
They've got.
Yeah.
I like how Splyce are playing this. They're trying to soften up and weaken Scraps back here. Splyce want these spawns, and Bance wins a big 1v1 right there. You got to point it out because now look at where Fnatic are spawning all the way across the map, and you've got to look back at when Wuskin pushed with only 10 seconds left of scrap time, did nothing for
Give
his
up the
team,
ghost, yeah.
gave him no number advantage at the new hardpoint, and now Splyce, they're punishing him because of it. A quick kill there for Jerd. Thankfully for Fnatic, they do outmuscle Splyce in those engagements to retake control of Hangar.
They have done, but Splyce have got the better spawn here, so they're not going to be far away. They shouldn't lose too many points if they can collapse in. Scraps does pick up 2, though, so he's going to push them out. He's on a 4 streak. Let's see what he can do. Can he continue this one on? I think he wants to. Does take down Vance. And they're going to get a hold of spawn. All the Splyce players are coming from bridge. Can they hold this down? Splyce inside the hard point now. Scraps. It's an important kill. Jerd takes him down. Trades away, coming in though. Wuskins is going to get the better of Jerd and Josh there, so Fnatic going to hold this one down. Pick up that final few seconds in. The deficit is not as bad, but we can see once again, first guys there is going to be Splyce. Jerd is 12-5.
Jerd, great start to this game. Second on the team in objective score as well. He knows there's someone pushing through this top Skybridge area. Gives away his position. The challenge comes in from Sunny B. Not going to win that one. Sunny B, if Jerd is shooting this well. Scraps the one trying to match his performance on the side of Fnatic. He's 12-7. We talked about the duo of brothers in Scraps and Wuskin. Wuskin has had some fantastic performances so far this weekend, but consistency is always the question when it comes down to Scraps, Sunny B, and Wuskin. And right now you have Sunny B at 3-9. He needs to turn things around as this game goes on. Absolutely.
I think, you know, when we've seen Fnatic win games, it's because the rest of the team, as well as Tommy, has been performing well. Here comes the streaks here from Jerd. I think he's just going to try and soften Fnatic up, if anything. Just keeps them away a little bit longer. Markat's left all alone on his own. And I like that, actually, because Jerd calls them in when Markat is on his own. So Fnatic have to take cover. They can't push in us. They're just going to get taken out very, very quickly. Jerd is currently 13-7.
Oh,
not far off his payload. Vance going to miss a couple of shots. Sunny B going to take him down. Those final few points going towards Fnatic, who have slightly closer gap.
I feel like Fnatic, they get away with that first side with only being down by about 40 seconds, and with how poorly they had of a start, that's not too bad. This is definitely something that they can come back from. Sunny B still trying to make this E-Rad work. He's had some good moments, but even right there, gets caught off guard by Jerd yet again. Jerd is not slowed down. 15-7, first player with a payload, and there's the FTL jump kill as well. An example of what you mentioned. It's really just kind of gives you one, but there's no real follow-up to it as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, and here come Fnatic. They're going to get inside that hard point. Sunny B goes down though to Josh, and Splyce just seem to be strong-arming Fnatic here. I think even when it gets to the point where Fnatic are in the point, Splyce seem to break it quite easily every single time, and they're holding it down fairly well as well. Extending that lead that they did have. Shots going to come in from Tommy. Looking towards the scoreboard though. Sunny B 7-11. Yeah, he is letting his team down just a little bit, but the rest of the team not doing too badly. They're slaying, but they're not. The thing is, they're not getting them at the right times. They're slaying and maybe picking up the final few scrap points in every single time.
Well, I think the big difference you can see is in the objective time between these two teams. You're mentioning where they're slaying and getting the kills. It's in examples like this, but then, great, you're trading back and forth. But guess what? At the end, Josh winds up winning the trades more efficiently for Splyce. Thankfully for Fnatic, they've at least spawned close near this deck side, so they can challenge this hardpoint quick. They'll do just that. And now Splyce are spawning out of this hill. 45 seconds left now on Turbine. If Fnatic get all this time, they'll be back down by about 40, but still Splyce have gotten the lead early on and haven't looked back since.
For me, I think Fnatic, they didn't do what Splyce did. They got a hold of the point, yes, fantastic, but they're not really pushing out. Sunny B is causing problems down that right-hand side, but they didn't push out. They didn't try and force Splyce to spawn further and further out. Saying that, Splyce did get a bad spawn either way. So the thing is, they're not in a position where they can defend from the front. Fnatic got some defensive work to do inside the Turbine, and Bance is picking up kills. Mark picks them up as well, and suddenly it's over.
And when Jerd starts slowing down a little bit in this game, Bance begins to heat on up. They're on a combined 8 streak now on the side of Splyce. They're just taking over again, where you think the boys of Fnatic should have the numbers at this Hangar Hill. Splyce just walk on in and take control of it.
Oh, dear.
Tommy doesn't actually finish off the kill on Bance. Thankfully, his teammate will show on up, and they should finally kill him off there.
Yeah.
Still an 80-second lead for Splyce.
As we can see now, Splyce trying to push on through mid-map. But with Markat, shots can be fired towards Hangar. Kills straight away between Jerd and Wuskin. Markat taking this slowly, just want to try and stack up. And that's what I like about Splyce. They just take their time and pick you off from the outside, and they force their way in. Suddenly, it is only Wuskin and Scrapsy G left alive. The twins go down. Splyce just sweep on through.
That kind of sums up what we've seen so far on this map. Jerd and Bance a combined positive 12.
FTL
FTL
jump.
jump now being used, and Splyce and Fnatic, Fnatic realize they're at a point now where they can't just keep giving up 25 seconds of scrap time on these hills. They try to contest it, and in the end, Josh still wins that final gunfight again for Splyce. A 100-second lead, the largest yet now in this map. I just don't see how Fnatic come back in this game, Tom.
They're going to have a huge... I mean, try and keep it even enough at drill. Try and keep it even enough in the middle, and then when it gets to turbine, just try and hold that down for 60. I mean, that's the only way they've got back into this game.
They can try, but even the times when Fnatic have had the perfect setup they want, it typically just takes one well-coordinated push from Splyce to break it, and Splyce so far this map have had that great discipline to wait for their teammates to come off spawn, to not charge in one by one. Even here is another example. They have the numbers at all times. Look at how Fnatic are pushing on up. They're trying to make a play happen, but Splyce continue to just team shot. They continue to cut them down with ease. And it's just looking easy now. 235 to 116. Splyce can win it off this hill. Fnatic, they're going to pop whatever they can. They drop Centurion in the next hardpoint. But Wuskin, my friend, you've got a challenge towards Drill. A tough first hardpoint as Splyce will take this one 250 to 116.
Really good performance out of Splyce, and it's that punching power. Even if Fnatic are setting themselves up well, Splyce just pinch and collapse on the hardpoint every single time, and they just got hold of it every single time. Fnatic not able to hold on. Let's have a look at the scoreboard quickly as well. 26 and 17 from Jerd. Other side of things, not a fantastic performance out of every member of Fnatic, but still.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
It was a hard game for them. Their Splyce look hot.
You saw Sonny be there in the first seat on your screen. He was the one that was really lagging behind the rest of his team at the start of that map, where Jerd started off hot. Sonny B did the exact opposite. We'll pull up the scoreboard now so you can see it in full. The only player going positive was Wuskin, but look at the defense on the side of Fnatic. It just tells a story of how little control they had on that map. 3 total defense throughout the entire team. One of the lowest mounts I've seen in a long time in Hardpoint.
I mean, as I said, it just does explain what went on in the game. Yes, okay, they got a couple of rotations in, a couple of nice setups, kills outside the hill, setting themselves up.
Yep.
Then it seems that Splyce just swept on through every single time, and they just wiped them out with ease. It wasn't even like it was a couple of close 1v1s to win it. Yeah. It was like they swept them all.
Well, that's where you bring that up. The defense, where does it come into play? When Fnatic are in the hard point and Splyce are trying to charge in and you're defending the hill. Well, guess what? Well, you don't get any of those kills when Splyce break on their first push. That is how you get so few defense in that map.
And on the other side of things, I know it'll be off screen, but look at the defense from Splyce. 8, 5, 4, and 6. I mean, they've held it well. I mean, they just did.
Every single player on Splyce had more defense than the entirety of Fnatic. Each individual player.
There you go.
That tells a story right there. Fnatic, they do drop map number 1, but again, their search and destroy has been their saving grace so far this weekend. Throwback will be the map. As a reminder, if you're a North American staying up late waiting for that FaZe Optic series, that will be after this current match here on MLG.tv/Call of Duty. Maven will be casting that one alongside myself, and Maven is wearing his yellow jacket.
Oh, is he?
And he just looks like a bumblebee.
The wasp
walking around in the venue. It's really what he does. And obviously, there's still other matches going on.
Yeah,
Epsilon,
I think we're about to
EG.
get an update on Epsilon EG.
Okay, one of them as well.
Our notable runner.
EG's up 1-0.
There you go.
EG is up 1-0. So we talked about. I could see that series going either way, potentially a Game 5. Good to see Evil Geniuses starting off that one hot. And again, that is an elimination match. Outside of FaZe Optic, every other series we see will be an elimination match here on the main stage. Fnatic and crew fighting for their lives here this weekend. Down 0-1 now in this best of 5.
I mean, they need this S&D full stop, because if we get the uplink and they're 2-0 down, it's game over.
Yep.
They've got another. I expect them to lose the uplink. Going into the next hardpoint, they need to bring out something else, but I think this is going the way I thought. It's going to be 3-1 to Splyce at this point.
And it was talked about a little bit between us as casters that Splyce have changed some things up. They've had some mindset changes from the struggling Splyce we saw earlier in the weekend to this point. Now, so far in the losers bracket, they've really looked like a completely different team. We'll see if it continues to pay off now in Search and Destroy. Throwback will be the map, one where snipers can absolutely have a presence. It looks good, Ton. It really does.
I like the graphic.
Pricey just made a note saying Fnatic haven't lost an S&D yet.
I mean, we said that about 3 times already, but
Ton has brought that up 7 times. Hey, but you know what? He's just trying to help us out. It's the
I
thought
appreciate
that
it.
counts.
Thanks, Brycey. At least you
Headphones back
tried.
on. And Brycey's still mad at us because we didn't get an Uber with him. It was 8:47. We were in the lobby, and we had a 9 a.m. call time. I'm sorry.
Campbell was still doing his hair at that point anyway.
I'm not having the French get mad at me and yell at me. So I wanted to make sure I was here on time. We're into game number 2, though, between Splyce and Fnatic.
Well, Splyce reading Fnatic's push here, and they've just completely wiped them out. It's not usual that we see a B push, and all 4 members of both teams push towards B.
It's almost like they've played each other before.
It's almost like...
And they have an expectation and an understanding of what the other team likes to do with the break of the map.
I mean, that was Fnatic trying to come out flying there, I think. You know, oh yeah, let's 4-push B. They wouldn't expect it straight off the bat, and Splyce read them like a book. 3-on-2 now. It looks as if that bomb is going to go down today.
This is a smart play, too. They have full knowledge of what they have covered, and the bomb planter will be able to get that objective down. 3 versus 2.
See Jed.
They did tag up 1, but they're not able to actually clean up that kill as of yet. Wuskin in an awkward position with the net before. It's not like he wants to slide on in towards Grandma's and chase that. Not the weapon he wants to have for those close range scenarios. Kills being traded on out. Scraps by himself. 1 versus 2. 25 seconds left. He's got a defuse as well. I think this one is done.
Jed played that so well. He knows when you're defending that bomb, you stay alive. Even if, yeah, okay, you die, but you've wasted their time, then you've wasted their time. That's it, isn't it? You know, the time is ticking down. You're staying alive. You're causing more problems. They can't just leave you and Black Grandma's there. No. They can't just leave you and try and go for the bomb. They need to take you out, so Jed played that fantastically well. Wasn't able to be taken down quick enough. 1-0 is now the score, but I mean, that was just a really good start by Splyce. That kicking off that side towards B. I mean, Fnatic aren't going to expect a 4-man push to B. I'm interested to see which way they go with this now. I think probably just going to resume normality. It does seem that way. Is Tommy sniping? No, he's not. Oh, he's going to rush mid-map.
One thing I'm wondering is, do we ever see Splyce wind up bringing out a sniper in this game? Tommy has somehow positioned himself near the side walk area, and I do believe he was spotted. Yeah, he's going to hightail it on out of there. That could be something that saves the side of Splyce in this map, as there will be no flank possible. It's Josh on the other side of the map actually being the one to open up the engagements. Tommy staying alive, and just like that, it's Jerd all by himself.
Yeah, that was a great position for Tommy to get into that. And it's going to be hard for Jerd to win this one, 1-1. And I think that was it. I mean, Tommy pushes up into mid-map. As soon as they get that bomb down, that should be the round. He's in a fantastic position to just play his life. That's all he does. He sits in corners, waits for somebody to pop along, makes 1 kill, moves. And they're not expecting him that far up the map. Splyce give the control over to Fnatic in that round, and they took it pretty well, 1-1.
And you say Splyce kind of give up the control there. I want to see them do the exact opposite of that. When you think of what they did in that first round,
I mean, they didn't have anyone at lemon or...
Yeah, they 4-hit, they moved together, and they dictated the pace of the game. That time they played more passively, they gave up map control, Fnatic punished them for it.
Fnatic are doing the same.
And yeah, Fnatic is staying active on the map. And Josh right now can't go for a plant as of yet because he's got to worry about the potential player who has grenades and is waiting for him to go towards this bomb site.
Tommy's going to get the first kill, and that was...
It's because he just walks around the B side of the map. I mean,
it's the confidence for them running around. They move around the map like it doesn't really matter which is the defensive side. And they're picking up kills left, right, and center here. And suddenly it's Jed and Madcat left alone. And you can see why Fnatic have had a lot of joy with S&D. They just roam around the map like it's theirs. 2-1 now.
It's just too passive of a play from Splyce.
Yeah.
Especially when you have nobody watching your flank. Tommy just went all the way around baseball and just shot 1 player in the back. And that was even after...
There was 2 of them. He had cover as well.
The crazy thing, too, is even after the boys of Splyce knew where only 1 player was. It was like they knew that there was 1 player back lemon. Outside of that, I mean, you've got to begin to think, oh, maybe there's someone flanking. Tommy just catches the timing and makes Splyce pay for it. That's 4 up, 4 dead. Fnatic now take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he's rushing that mid-map, I think. Oh, he's going to catch a couple on the map as well. So Splyce trying to take some sort of control now. Let's go, but Wuskin, he's right around that bomb. And he does have Sunny B in hand. But Splyce not giving up any control on this bomb now. If you're Fnatic, you now have to slay out against the team that completely just outslayed you in the hardpoint. Tommy does get a kill, though. Tommy is just running around the map. Like, it doesn't matter. He's just running in enemy territory every single time.
And look at how panicked they are now.
And now they have to move.
Yeah, the player who was watching over them in middle just had to back up towards Granny's to watch his back. Wuskin knows that. He then pushes on up, shoots 2 players in the back. Once again, Madcat was just in a 1v4, at least made it a 1v3 now.
Well, going to be hard for Madcat in this position. Yeah, and he's going to do the right thing. Does not want to feed any more kills to Wuskin. 3-1 is now the score.
I like how coordinated Fnatic are with the fist bumps after every round.
Oh yeah, I mean they've got that on lock. I think they
That's-
need to work
I
on
think
their
it's been more
hardpoint,
impressive
but
than their actual S&D gameplay.
I don't know. Their S&D gameplay's been pretty good.
Okay, yeah, you're right. No,
I mean,
definitely the S&D's been better.
This
but-
is the guy Wuskin that there's a lot of questions being asked. You know, he's really new to the scene in terms. Oh my God! Well, don't go mid map.
Yeah, and he just backs on up. But look, remember what I
mean,
talked about with
that's
Splyce playing too passive? They just take control of middle, and now they're going to be the ones to open up. They're not giving Tommy any time to flank. When you move this fast, there's no time to run all the way across the map.
How
Now
is Jared
Splyce
alive?
charging on forward. 2 players there. They do weaken 1, but Splyce do actually go for a plant, which might come back to bite him as this round goes on.
Oh, the good fights are going to come in. It's going to be Josh left alone. Wuskin with 2 again. 7-1 out of him.
Look at the hype on Wuskin's face as he turns towards the camera. I love it. Him and Scraps doing quite well now. As I mentioned, I thought Splyce were coordinating just to hit that out, right? Keep pushing.
Just slay it out.
Keep play more like team deathmatch. Don't even worry about the objective.
Yeah, well,
They send 1 player back to plant, and they get punished because of it.
I mean, Jed was in a great position. He was next to Lemon, but they would all concentrate on it. If the rest of Splyce come in there, they can maybe trade it out, and Jed's in a good position to do something. But I mean, they're doing it again. Look.
Splyce, they've realized they do not want to give Tommy the
Fnatic
chance to
already.
flank. And Fnatic are beginning to realize the adaptations that Splyce are taking to this map. Unfortunately, though, Splyce gun skill and reaction time just too
Oh,
quick.
this guy's bombardment. That's a huge kill.
Yeah. Streaked out as Wuskin. And look, he's still holding this angle from bowling. What are Splyce doing? They're walking into Wuskin! But thankfully for Splyce, they do get the final couple kills. That was almost a complete and utter destruction of the boys of Splyce. Here it is from Bance's perspective.
Oh, he picked
1
up
versus
2.
2.
I think Scrapsy was already a little bit weak there, but Wuskin nearly cleaned house. That should have been a lot more comfortable from Splyce there. They were in a fantastic position, but I think, you know, I want to see if Tommy maybe uses this to try and get in a better position. Now they're going to go towards, yeah, they're going to read it.
They just had a player inside bowling get killed from that area. So how do they not know that he's going to be in there? Tommy, though, always playing B by himself. And again, Splyce begin to change some things up. They're pushing more aggressive. They're playing as a team of 4. And the difference now is another first blood and another quick plant.
Oh, here comes the bombardment, though. That's going to cause problems. Wuskin and Scraps get the kills.
Oh, they're
and
all
it's going
dead.
to take them out.
Dude, Wuskin, 13-2 on a 3 streak. Folks, that's why score streaks are so dang good.
Pushes them all out. What's he got? Just Centurion, but 13-2.
You saw the final guys inside Silo just like praying that they would live, and then the last missile drop does kill them off. Tough scenario for Splyce as they get first blood, but then they just get caught out in the open.
Silo doesn't have a roof.
No, it does not. And Bombardment just always seems to find a way, even if you have some cover above your head, to get the kills.
I was expecting them to go for a quick A plant with the Centurion. Get that down around A, and then you can really hold it down. But Splyce have set up mid-map here, and they're just a dominant line trying to stop Fnatic pushing on through. Here come the score streaks. Wuskin! Give me more. Now he takes down Jade as well.
15-2, looking for more on the map. He gets another assist. The final player about to be in his sights. What a performance we see. 16-2 from Wuskin. And Fnatic remain undefeated in Search and Destroy so far this weekend. 16-2.
We can see why they've remained undefeated. It's really good play out of Wuskin. I mean, once he got those streaks, that really propelled them on in the rest of the game. But, I mean, I think Splyce probably would have went into that game knowing Fnatic have not lost an S&D this weekend. And you could tell they played that way, though. They played quite passively, maybe trying to do something different, but just did not work out. 16-2.
He averages 2 kills a round. Jerd, from his monster performance in the Hardpoint, then goes to 1-8 in S&D, but realistically, nobody on Splyce had too good of a game right there. It's not a one-man effort. It is the whole team that struggled. They just could never seem to really get a grip on how Fnatic like to play the different rounds between defense or offense.
I think that'll give Fnatic confidence as well. I mean, giving Wuskin confidence is a big thing because I think, as I said, he's been that guy that everyone sort of questioned in the lineup. I mean, Scraps, yeah, he had great last season. You know, he came in to the fold himself just very, very suddenly.
Yep.
Sonny B, you know, he's been in and around, sort of performed okay in different scenarios and different teams. he comes into the fort, but Wuskin had never really been in a top-level team. Scraps his twin brother, though, and Scraps has obviously said, look, my brother can play Call of Duty, don't get me wrong. And clearly, yes, he can. Yeah. Playing very well this weekend so far. And a great performance in that S&D against Splyce. But as we move into the next one, this is where I think Splyce are going to... This is going to be hard. If Fnatic win this map, I will be very surprised.
14-0 is what Splyce beat Envyon and Uplink yesterday to knock them out of the tournament. Here's your rig draft, though. Here we have a little bit of a map overview, so you can see exactly what we've seen so far, the scores that you may have missed if you're just tuning in, and also the maps to come ahead. So we'll pull up that map overview for you so you can take a look at it now. In this one, though, you talked about how this is so one-sided. You think for Splyce in Uplink, if they can keep these respawns in their favor, you think they do look quite good to close this one out in 4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with S&D being the last map, if we get there, then you've got to think Fnatic, but I don't know if they're going to survive that long. Yep. I think Splyce just look far too strong in those run-and-gun game modes, and Uplink and Hardpoint are their bread and butter. I think Uplink more so than Hardpoint. You know, when you try and trade, I think Splyce are the sort of team in Hardpoint where they're a little bit sort of like Optic, where they've got those slayers, but yeah. I think Bryce said he was talking to one of the guys, I can't remember, I think he said it was Josh, and they just said, it was Josh or Bance, and they said that they need to try and slow it down. For me, they were playing very, very fast against Fnatic, but then at times they were slowing it down and trying to get those pinches in the hills, and that's why we've seen them break so effectively, because they were slowing their play down just a little bit. Moving it up, though, I'd imagine, again, if they can keep it fast at times, then slow it down at the right times, they should walk away with this one fairly easily. I think especially, this is one of those maps where you have to have a coordinated push towards the portals, with it being quite a small choke point. If Fnatic got set up to defend it, it's going to be hard for Splyce to just throw bodies in there. They need to get in there, get the kills, and take their time. And we do have another score update. Oh, no, we don't.
First Uplink win all event for Fnatic was yesterday. Okay, that was a little bit of a tougher note for me to read, but I got it. I got it in the end. I do like the updates and the stats to bring up. I was piecing it all together. I was trying to...
Campbell's only been able to ride for 2 years.
No. Campbell, he's given us great score updates this weekend. They're another stat one, which I do like. So Fnatic, while they've been so good in S&D, their first Uplink win didn't even come until late yesterday.
And we've seen how proficient Splyce are at it.
Yep. Let's get into it, though. Game number 3, 1-1. We have ourselves a series. The respawns, though, is one where you've got to favor Splyce. We're going to watch Wuskin after the 16-2 and 8.0 KD S&D performance in that second map.
I'm interested to see how he starts this. I think he needs a hot start again. I think if he goes down, I think this team is one of them ones where, yes, okay, you've got Tommy, you've got that leader to try and keep you motivated. If you have a bad start, I think a couple of the players on this team can be susceptible to a few levels of tilt. But the kills are coming in for Splyce. How is Jared still alive?
Yeah, I like that. Jared now with the drone. You wonder how some of these players did wind up living through that scenario. Jared will actually rotate this one. He's just waiting for where his lead blockers will go. Now I guess Bance is making a play call to go towards this outer cliff, which is a little bit more unorthodox. And look at how it's collapsing now for Fnatic. They're just getting wiped off the map. The drone here. Do we get the beatdown? No, he's actually going to run right past. And Jared tries to force the dunk. I think it's going to come back to bite his team as, now the drone has been reset. You just got to settle for a 1 there.
Yeah, Sunny B cleans up around the back as well. Yeah, I agree. I think they needed to go just with the 1 point early on in the game. Sunny B. Jared with a bad start there. 1 and 2 from him, and you really would have thought that would have been a point on the board. Wuskin tries to move this one forward. And how the hell has he managed to get away? There's 2 Splyce players in the mid-map there. Pass it to his teammate who is running straight into the enemies. How about Wuskin? Where the hell's he gone?
I don't know what Wuskin
where is he?
Wuskin, are you okay? I don't even think he was shooting at anybody.
How he got out of there with his life, I actually really don't know. But the kills are going to come in. The control is back and forth, if anything. But there we go. Fnatic get that mid-map control.
And in the end, he gets the drone back. After all of that, he just goes ahead, picks up the objective again. Somehow still alive. Ooh. This has been one of the most hectic 1-minute long lives I've seen in Uplink. As he's just been dancing all around now, he'll go for the objective again, and finally he does perish to the hands of Mad Cat. First 2 minutes of the game remains scoreless. The only team that's had a real opportunity for a score has been Splyce. They got a little bit too overeager trying to go for a dunk early on in this map.
Yeah, again there, I think Fnatic were a little bit overeager. It seems as if they were just trying to grab the drone and just force their way through. They weren't, I mean, it's hard for them to go toe-to-toe with Splyce on the slaying front. They need to try and pinch in, and we've seen they're not being fantastic at that. Splyce are fantastic at holding things down. They held it, and they defended very well there, Splyce, and in the end it was going to be hard for Fnatic to push on through, but suddenly Jed is left alive, and Fnatic getting a hold of mid-map control a couple of times. but they haven't been able to actually do anything with it. Sunny B now has the drone. Again, he's on his own.
Intercepted too by himself. I do like the idea behind just trying to get a score on the board, but when you got everybody alive on that portal for Splyce, it will go for a quick interception now to quickly keep the score updates coming from that secondary stage. EG Epsilon now tied up 1-1. EG dropped the S&D to the strong European squad.
Sunny B picking up another kill down this left-hand side, and he's allowed his team to respawn up here as well. If he can stay alive a little bit longer, that would be fantastic. Doesn't manage to go down to Madcap, but his team are in a position to defend from not actually having to sit in their base yet, but Dread going to push on through. Scraps going to take him down. Madcap gets wiped out as well, and Scraps is really firing right now. Does eventually go down to Bance, who picks up a second of his own. Sunny B's in a good position to defend, and I think he's just slid underneath. I think, who's that, Josh?
Yep, Josh is up top, above him. Sunny B with that SMG still making his presence felt. Another interception comes in. This time it's Tommy returning the favor. So still now 3.5 minutes into this game, and both squads have yet to put up a point on the board. I will say, if it goes one way on this one, I'm more impressed by Fnatic that they're keeping this game this close.
Yeah, I think the thing is, Fnatic have probably had a bit more pressure. They've won those gunfights in the better areas. I think a couple of times, I mean, for me, Splyce should still be 1-0 up. I think Jerd was a little bit overzealous with that that dunk opportunity, but here we go. This is the first time that we've really seen them take charge in mid-map. Kills coming in. Tommy does answer back with one of his own on Madcap. Vance does take him down. As they push into sub-bay, they're going to try and go for the 2 here, I'd imagine, but Fnatic are not actually that well set up. The 1 doesn't go in. The interception once again, the kills come in, and that's that thing we were talking about Splyce. When they play slow, they can really do damage, but they would play it a little bit too fast there and not going to be able to pick up anything. But the kills do come in mid-map once again. The spawns are being kind. Jed's going to push out with that drone, and Bance just holding down sub-bay, and that's the way the drone's going to come. 3
throws so far, 3 interceptions. The story of this map, and a lot of times how Frost Uplink plays on out. It's a low-scoring game because of that reason. Splyce, they're putting more focus towards the Robo Bay, which I do agree with. They just haven't been able to convert a point as of yet. Maybe this is the 3rd time's a charm. As Madcap will go ahead and try to push forward, but
why?
Tun, you're not happy with that decision.
No, that's ridiculous. I don't understand. His team aren't that far away from him, and he just runs on through. I don't understand that play at all. You know, don't get me wrong, Madcap has a superior COD brain to me, but that, for me, did not make sense whatsoever.
10 seconds left. This will go into the half. 0-0 as these two teams are looking so evenly matched so far in this series. One takeaway for you from that side one.
Splyce, I think they don't play in the same game they did yesterday. I said they need to slow it down a couple of times. They're getting in positions in sub-bay where they can push on through, but they need the lead blockers to push out first, get the kills. Yeah, okay, if you die, you got to try for the 1, but in that situation, Madcap had a couple of guys up with it. Why not allow them to push on through? Yeah, there was about, what, 30 seconds left? That's time. That's enough time. If he pushes on through, gets the kills, then Madcap can push through and maybe go for a 1. But there's 4 guys of Fnatic sitting there. Moving to this next half, though, and expect more out of Splyce.
Potentially could, as slaying quite even in this game so far. The one player that's really kind of fallen behind is Tommy at 7-14.
The Hardpoint as well. Oh, this
Jerd with the drone moving forward. He's got a lead blocker. This could potentially be a dunk. There it is. Splyce score in the first 30 seconds of side 2. As all it took was waiting for a lead blocker and a teammate.
Sunny B was in mid-map, and they were already running it through blue Splyce. So, I mean, that's maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. He pushes around, and Splyce is just a little bit too fast. But here we go. Fnatic on the counter. If Tommy could have won that gunfight, that might have set something up. Jerd does get taken down by Wuskin, was already weak. If he can stay alive here, the rest of his team may be able to help. Not going to happen. Madcap does take down 3. And for all I criticised that player previously, still a fantastic player in the European scene. Just makes kills.
I will have to say, for the side of Fnatic, because of their interceptions earlier on, this is still a 1-possession game. It's not like it's a 4-0 lead or anything like that. Still just 1 possession, which is one coordinated camo play. We've seen it a lot in Uplink this weekend, how impactful that payload ability can be. So they've got to remain positive. They've got to keep that in mind. I can't believe how much focus I've seen, though, on this cliff side of the map from both these two teams so far in this game.
Yeah, I think they would just want to try and go for the 1 here, Fnatic. I mean, that seems to be it, isn't it? It's a bit more of a 1-point play side.
I just feel like they're going for the convenient play. Like, they're just, it's just, all right, we're already over here, let's just go for it. Instead of actually wrapping the drone, dropping it down, getting the first wave of kills, then moving up into Robo. They're just settling for a closer and easier push instead of actually coordinating it and trying to make something happen.
Sunny B in a sticky situation as Fnatic do respawn up. Going to go on with Bance. Going to run out through. Sunny B's going to get the first one. Madcap gets taken down. Josh picks up 2, though. That's going to keep the pressure on. Josh with the drone momentarily, but suddenly Bance is left all alone as Jed just respawns up. Bance is going to keep that pressure on, staying alive. Eventually does go down, but the rest of his team aren't too far away. Traded away, though. Scraps picks up 2. Not going to pick up the 3rd, though, and Jed keeps that pressure on. Wuskin's going to get taken down as well. He's lost in no man's land there. That's going to be a 1. Tommy coming in with the interception once again. Does die, but the drone has been reset. And again, there's a couple of sloppy plays coming out of both teams here.
Right now, the score should realistically be 5-0, maybe 5-1 if you count the 1 interception for Splyce. But Tommy and crew done a great job of defending their portal even down to the final moments. So again, this is still a 1-possession game. It is still very possible for Fnatic to take this one, but with Madcap now turning up like this, it might just seem a little bit more out of hand. Bance with this drone. Here comes the 1-point throw. Does he get it off? Yes, he does. 3-0 now, 2-possession game. Yeah,
they've cleared out the kills, but in the wrong area there now. Like, if Fnatic are making kills on the defense, and that's why the stats seem so close in terms of kill-to-death ratio. They're making the kills because they haven't to defend so much. Jed picks up 2 in mid-map. Here we go again. Splyce starting to heat up in this uplink now. Wuskin is left all alone momentarily. Jed going to push on through. He's got lead blockers in front of him as well. There should be another one, Jack.
It most certainly should if these kills go in their favor, but I don't think it's going to. Yeah, Sunny B with the E-Rat all game up close, lights out from that further range. Really nothing to show for it. 1.5 minutes left. I mean, this is basically the most drone control we've seen from Fnatic inside 2 in this entire one, and as I say that, Jerd and crew shut him down.
Sunny B left alive momentarily all on his own. He gets taken down as well. Madcat is not missing bullets right now. 24 and 18 out of him. He doesn't want that drone. He wants to be able to use his gun a little bit more. Does have overdrive available. So, I mean, it is still just a 2-possession game, though, with a minute to go. As you said, that camo play could come in, but Splyce are just defending fantastically from the front. Bance is in a great position to do something. Does get taken down by Tommy. Is there some time for Fnatic to do something? The FTL jump not going to catch anybody out. Scrapsy coming in with the active camo.
What? Okay, he missed the portal for a second. I mean, I know basketball's not as big of a sport here in Europe, but come on, the dunk, that should be quite easy for you there. That's that camo play I was talking about. Back to a 1-point game.
1-point game with 45 seconds to go. I don't know if Splyce are going to allow that to happen again. I do believe they do have camo as well. Yep, Josh has got
they
that.
Have camo and overdrive.
Yeah, this should be game now. Jed picks up 2. Bance picks up 1. Josh is pushing on through, and it's going to have to be hero plays out of Wuskin.
Right now.
Picks 2. Camo's pop. Is he going to be able to get away, though? Goes for the 1. Smart players. That makes it now a hard game for them to bring it back. 7-kill streak out of Jed as well. 28 and 19 from him. The streaks are coming in, and that's surely his game to Splyce.
Monster game in the respawn and Hardpoint for Jerd. Terrible game 2 at 1 and 8. Then a monster game 3 in Uplink. As we thought, it's Splyce who will now go up 2-1 in this series. And this is where the worry now comes in for Fnatic fans, because you've got to take a Hardpoint off Splyce. And to be quite honest with you, they decimated them in the game mode to start off the series.
I mean, that was a closer game because, as you said, we've seen Fnatic defend well. They sat back and they soaked up a lot of that pressure, but a couple of times I think Splyce made probably the wrong decisions. That could have definitely been a few more points if they'd made the right ones. I think it's easier for us to say when we obviously know where all the players are, but at the same time, still a good performance out of Splyce. And just, again, like strong-arming them, aren't they? They're pushing on through, and it's just the pressure all the time. And they can't get out. Even when Fnatic were getting a few kills when they're defending, there's that one guy, and if he picks up 1-2 kills, then that just the pressure comes back on again because they can't move out into mid-map and try and put the pressure on themselves. Splyce are just holding down from the front and played that fantastically.
Nice job by Splyce to take the 2-1 series lead. It's our first series of 5 we're going to show on stream today. We'll continue to get updates for you guys in the Epsilon versus EG matchup. Last we heard, that one is tied up 1-1. And as we say, the big storyline, EU versus NA. Who's going to finish atop these standings this weekend? 4 European teams remain. 4 North American teams remain. The 4 European teams are going to go down to 3 at least after this match, potentially down to 2 if EG get the better of Epsilon.
Again, I think that top 2 for me is set in stone. I'd be very surprised if any of the European teams or any of the other NA teams here can break through to that.
Yep.
But I think those other slots are well and truly open.
Here's your rig draft now for game number 4. We're going back to throwback again. We saw it in Search and Destroy. Now Hardpoint this time around. FTL jump continuing to be used by Tommy in this series.
I think this is a map where, thinking about it, not too dissimilar from Scorch in the way that it's played. Would you disagree?
I'm going to let you explain it. I'm going to listen.
It's one of those ones where, yeah, okay, you can. It's got those couple of points where you can hold it down quite well if you can get set up in it.
Definitely.
Barn, for example, baseball field.
Yeah.
But even if Fnatic do that, it seems that if Splyce's pushes to break hills are just too strong for them.
I'm going to help you here.
Go for it.
Ready, watch this. The middle one, obviously you've got players flying around, all sorts of wall runs, engaging from different heights, wherever you can really just fly in from as we take a look at your map breakdown. But kind of talking about what you were bringing up, you think of drill, you think of how that bottom bike path Hardpoint plays on out, very similar there, as spawns will come from both sides. There's pinches that can come up quite quickly for these two teams. And then you mentioned that second Hardpoint, Barn and Turbine both have very similar feels in regards to how long and far those spawn outs can be, but you also have the opportunity to get that close spawn near Lemon and contest quickly to the hill. Good teamwork there. I got you.
We made sense, if anything. I mean, the fact that I brought some sort of an analysis that made sense, it just, I mean, that's the guy is shaking his head.
I'll pretend it made sense for the sake of the broadcast, but probably people on Reddit already typing up, oh my goodness, I can't stand when Ton tries to bring up stuff like that because he just makes no sense. And that
I will downvote that comment.
That fat guy Courage, how does he still have a job? I can tell you, I have no idea. But one thing I do have an idea of, and I do this type of segue all the time, is we're going into map number 4. Throwback Hardpoint between Splyce and Fnatic. So far, we've seen 2 respawn game modes, and Splyce are 2-0 in them. Looking to keep this one going, and I just want to bring up, this is very important to me, I just saw Marky B.
Where is he?
He just walked that way.
Big performance out of them today.
Marky B and Infused looking quite good.
They are. I think Optic did probably make them look a little bit
Zero.
Oh, yeah, you're out the tournament, aren't you?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it, European fans. That was not me. That was done. Woo, that
he knows
was
what his opponent is like.
Zero, I would never say that.
I can't hear what you're saying, but I'd imagine it's offensive.
Yeah. Oh, that gesture was definitely offensive. We're into it, though. Hardpoint on throw. Back off the break. We're watching Jerd, who's been a monster so far in this series in games 1 and 3, and he's looking for more. Fortunately, though, does get blooded off the start.
Well, not too bad of a start out of Fnatic here. Getting a hold of it. They got the barn spawn as well. Sunny B sent himself up, going to catch a couple of people out. Does eventually take Josh down, maybe a little bit long, but he's occupying members of the Splyce, which is what his job is going to be in that situation. Who's this pushing around the back? Going to be Jed getting taken down by Wuskin. That's an important kill also. So a really good start by Fnatic, and this is what they need.
This is exactly what they need. It's a different story from how they started off that first Hardpoint on Scorch. If you remember, it was about 30-2.
Yeah,
at the end of that first hill. And nothing to point out, Fnatic have the spawns that they want for this barn side, so even if the rest of this time goes to Splyce, they've just got to hold off this first wave of kills, and this is a perfect example of where Fnatic failed in map 1. It's when they got setups like this and couldn't get the wave of kills to secure the time on the Hardpoint.
The thing is, when you lose it so significantly in the first hill, you're always chasing the game.
Yep.
They were chasing that game from the first Hardpoint, and it was unfortunate, but now they've started off a little bit better. Can they hold this down? They've got to hold off on this pinch on Splyce, and this is why they're pushing out just a little bit. Scrapsy taking down Bance and Jerd. And now, I said, we're seeing Fnatic, they expanded out a little bit. They didn't just all sit in barn, just try and hold those points. They're pushing out, making the kills around the Hardpoint, and it's working for them. Splyce cannot push on through. They cannot get that pinch in if they're nowhere near the Hardpoint, because Tommy and Co are just making the kills around it.
In game 1, Fnatic as a team throughout the entire map had 3 defends. Right now, 1 minute into game 4, they have 5. It just shows the difference in their ability to get kills in the objective from what they just couldn't do at all on Scorch, and now they've got themselves a 50-second lead.
If you're looking at Splyce, though, again, talking about that's slowing it down. They try to push in and make the kills, and they just can't do it. Now Fnatic are heating up yet, and they're not making the kills when they need to. Splyce really need to start showing up, but 75-11, and I'm still not convinced Fnatic are going to win this map.
2 hills into this game. I just added up the scores real quick after just prior to these last few waves of kills. It was about a 13-kill difference between Fnatic and Splyce, and it's just a different team. They've literally flipped how they played that first map. Now, though, Bance beginning to heat up. He's on a 3 streak, 9-7, and he's about to have the most time for his team in the objective at 11.
Well, MyCat picks up 3. Not going to get the 4th. That drop system's going to save his life. He's left all alone just only momentarily. Jerd slides on through. And that aggressive player that we know he can do so well coming out from him there. Picking up 2. Bance picks up 1. Wuskin, though, he's starting to heat up as well. 12-6 from him. And what a performance this is. out of Scrapsy G's twin brother. Jerd again, still making those kills, causing those problems eventually. Fnatic are going to get a hold of this, but that's an important kill from Bant's going to hold down Bowling Alley as we do see Fnatic push on through, but Splyce has spawned mid-map. They're going to catch Fnatic off the break. Bant's is set up here. Uses this, pushing around behind. It's actually going to be Jerd. He's going to cause problems.
Oh gosh, you think he would? And with some shots there. Spawn's held down by Mancat as he's all the way in the back of the map, but as I say that, everyone from Fnatic begins to push on, and Wuskin not stopping, 16-8 on a 3 streak. Finally, Jerd just cut him down, but he's got teammates there to keep this push going. Fnatic hold on to this 1 minute lead so far.
Sunny B's causing problems with the C-Rat. Of course, in personal, taking down one member, not going to get the second. Wuskin's going to hold this down. The MV4 is accurate. Players jumping in around him. He's going to get caught out there. Eventually spliced. Looking like they're going to get some control of baseball. We can see straight away they expand out. Mancat in and around. Bowling Alley does take down Sunny B. Sunny with the A right there, probably not helping him out. The kills coming in, traded away. Wuskin's going to push in from this side. Has somebody on his right-hand side as well. He's going to get taken down, but Wuskin is going to get the second as well. Wuskin is just breaking hills left, right, center. Not going to quite get the last bill on the Mancat. Sunny B comes in there and cleans things up. They get the few final scrap points, and they push through mid-map. They got control of train platform.
For all the doubters out there who are wondering why Fnatic picked up Wuskin, you're seeing right now why they did 20-10. No one is even close to him right now in the slight numbers, and he nearly finds another onto Josh there. Finally, he does get cut down, but already the damage has been done. An 80-second lead and growing for Fnatic. This has all signs of a Game 5, and again, back to a game mode in Search and Destroy that Fnatic have looked great in so far this weekend.
Sunny B takes down Jerd as well. A little bit more proficient this match. He's 16-9 on 5 streak.
My God.
Couple of kills going to come in here, and he needs to make them. Not going to make the second. Wuskin still 21-11, having a fantastic game. Holding down this train platform. They've got the majority of this as well. Splyce is going to have to push on through. They need the points.
I mean, they got 45 seconds on that hard point. It's almost unheard of. When do Splyce begin to fight back? So far, they really haven't.
Well, as we move to Barn now, this is going to be Josh who's going to have to drop back into that net. As Jerd keeps slaying mid-map. One kill does come in Fnatic's favor. That's a big one from Scraps. He's going to be able to push out Jerd. Push down this left-hand side. Shot's going to be put in the Bants. He's going to get taken down, though. Sunny B taking down Bants, though. Was already weak. Takes him with that Scarab. And they can see they're just slowing it down, waiting for the pinch to come in. They've already made 2 kills. Here it comes. Josh is going to be left alive. And it is going to actually be Jerd. Uses the FTL. He's going to actually just about get taken down. Scraps pushing on in. Fnatic break through.
And they're going to continue to hold 166-83. Scraps staying alive. He's got help from his teammates, and he's stringing together 2 more. Make it 3 for Wuskin. 24-13. The Centurion now earned. Oh my goodness. Where was this Fnatic in game 1?
Josh has just picked up Scraps. He picked up another at the Tommy as well. They're going to have a little go. But there's only 7 seconds left. He's not even going to pick up the kill. Not going to pick up any points. As we move to bike path, this is a significant lead for Fnatic. 25-13 from Wuskin, and what a performance out of him.
Nearly a 2-minute difference. Fnatic now have 3 of their 4 payloads. There's none on the side of Splyce. Every sign points towards another Search and Destroy in this best of 5.
Oh, it's just not missing
Scraps
bullets.
staying alive in the objective. The difference in these 2 teams, the first map, as I talked about before, 3 defends in total for Fnatic in the entire map. And so far in this game, you've got 17 for this team. Night and day.
Kills are now coming in for Splyce a little bit more. They're 100 points behind it. You've still got to be careful. If Splyce start turning up like they did in Scorch again, it could be a problem for Fnatic. But Fnatic are really looking in control here. They're making all the kills where they need you. 4 men. Splyce go down. And they're going to push on through towards baseball field as well.
Another crazy update from the EG versus Epsilon series. Epsilon now have a 2-1 lead after winning in overtime in Uplink to take that map advantage. The Europeans fighting quite well here on Championship Sunday. We are a few minutes away from a Game 5 to start off our Championship Sunday coverage, unless Splyce can begin to heat up in this game.
They're pushing around the back here. They're going to be able to do something. I think Scraps might have just used his active camo.
Vance used reactive right back.
Oh, okay, well, I suppose the trade comes in terms of payloads. I probably disagree with that play. Maybe try and use it to break in at some point, but they don't need it. Fnatic push on through. Kills do come in. Josh makes 1. Bance does trade that away. Bance is suddenly left alive all on his own, but Splyce are getting an okay spawn here. They're pushing in. Wuskin does get 1, gets taken down though. And Halo's not really in control of anybody at the moment. Fnatic now pushing in. Now this is the time where Active would have been fantastic. The kills come in either way. Sunny B does pick up 2. Scraps gonna stay alive, but as is Jed, Wuskin coming in there, making more and more kills. Scraps is suddenly left all on his own,
and
they break on 3.
This is a perfect time to note how this is time that Splyce cannot give up. They're down by so much that every second of scrap time they give away is just less of an opening they have to make this miraculous comeback. They're down by 110 seconds. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? Not at all. Bance by himself. Fnatic again will get back into the hill. They're now within 15 seconds of taking this game. Forrester. Ninja's over Tommy right there. I like that little play, but unfortunately that doesn't get you the 120 seconds you need to come back.
Well, they have Slade out here. Scraps is the only one left alive from him. He's going to get taken down by Madcat. Gets control in restaurants as well. So they're pushing on through. They want Barn, and they need Barn as well. They should be able to pick up these final few points. I think Fnatic would be foolish to maybe have another go. I think set up a Barn.
And typically, if you're Splyce, obviously you want to push on through. You want to play for Barn, but because of how close Fnatic are to winning, Splyce have to keep setting members back towards this middle hill. It's forcing them to play in a less than positive way, and just look at how Fnatic know this. They will take even those 2 seconds. 3 seconds is more than worth it for Fnatic in the grand scheme of things. Sunny B flanks on in. It's all collapsing on the Splyce now.
Oh, okay. Bance does pick up 2 with the Scarab. Josh gets 1 with the kill on the Tommy, but they haven't used payloads just to stay alive. Fnatic need 10 seconds. They can literally have maybe 1, maybe 2 more goes at this. And then all they need to do is pick up 10 seconds on the next 2 Hardpoints.
Josh now dead after getting team killed by Bance. Madcat trying to pinch on in. Bance is doing what he can to stay alive in this Hardpoint. Thankfully for the side of Splyce, they're not giving up any more time. 2 more players now charging in from Fnatic. They're keeping this one close. 2:42 is out the scoreline they're at.
Oh, Splyce have pinched that very well. Splyce are slowly clawing their way back into this one.
This is such a tall order, though, and look at how much pressure Fnatic are still putting on. They don't even care about the rotation. They want to win on this hill. I think it's the right decision. That should be it, folks. We're going to a Game 5 to start off Championship Sunday.
36 and 25 out of Wuskin.
He's my dad.
The questions have been there, and he's answering them. 36 and 25 is a phenomenal score. And Splyce have got to be worried. Last map going into you've seen the last S&D. Fnatic rolled them over.
Oh, it wasn't close. It was not close.
This is bad for Splyce.
0. Who wins Game 5? Fnatic.
I agree. I said if it goes last map, I think Fnatic win the series.
Okay. Folks, if you're just tuning in, this is Championship Sunday here at the CWL Paris Open. $100,000 going to be given away to these top teams today. Up next after this one, it is the battle of all battles in Call of Duty. FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming. But before then, we've got to see who stays alive in this tournament and who goes home between Fnatic and Splyce. I don't want to be the one to delay this game. Set up your Codcaster right now.
I'm sorry.
Switch the sides. Flip everything, go do that, get back into Codcaster, we're good. We can't be yelled at. Yeah. We're ready to go on our end for game number 5, which will be Retaliation S&D. The one map that I think Splyce, if they can take one on, is here. We know how good they are on it. We know the play style they like. This one is all on Josh to make the plays happen.
It's that plat control, isn't it?
Yep.
Pushing through Hotel, getting a hold of that with the E-Ride. He's going to be battling against Sunny B for that. Sunny's had an okay game with the E-Ride. I think he's made a couple of nice kills, but I still think Joshy is the E-Ride player in Europe for me. I think some of the plays that he can make with that, it makes him one of the best players in Europe. But Sunny B's got a tall order, but we've seen Fnatic look good on this map as well. Search and Destroy, they have not lost a map all weekend. This is a tall order for Splyce in my opinion, but it's going to be a great game.
Let me set up where we currently stand in this one as we bring back up the maps. In game number 1, Splyce made Fnatic look like children trying to play in the big leagues with a 250 to 116 hardpoint destruction. Splyce took the lead in the first hill and didn't look back from then, but then we go to S&D, and Wuskin goes 16 and 2, drops down, streaks, averages 2 kills a round, and just mops the floor with Splyce. We then headed to Uplink, and it was scoreless to the half, but then inside 2, Splyce began to play with a little bit more teamwork. They have some solid pushes, and then they go into a game 4 up 2-1, but then Fnatic just decided to wake up in Hardpoint, apparently.
Wuskin's again, though.
Wuskin leading the team to get his squad back to another S&D. And I know we brought it up a lot. I'm right there with you, but it's an insane stat. They've made it to Championship Sunday, Fnatic, and haven't lost an S&D yet. And they've got that now in Game 5 to keep their tournament hopes alive.
And this is the position they want to be in. They'll always say to themselves, they're going up against a team like Splyce, who they know, all right, yeah, they won the last Hardpoint, but they will know Splyce are, you know, you would say they're a better Hardpoint team than Fnatic overall.
Yep.
Uplink. Fnatic will concede. They're not very good at Uplink. S&D is their bread and butter. Although you guys don't like bread with butter on it. This is a conversation we were having.
No. We like bread with butter when it's just bread with butter.
No, but...
We don't like bread and butter when we order a ham and cheese sandwich
Yeah,
and it's got a half a stick of butter on it.
No. Why is this a
And
bad
that's
thing?
coming
Butter
from
is
me.
fantastic.
I mean, look at the size of me. I love me some butter. Trust me, I didn't get to this weight without eating a hell of a lot of butter. I don't even know how I segue this into the Game 5, though. How do I segue this from me eating butter to S&D on retaliation? Don't even try. I don't think we should try.
I believe
But
you.
I know who should try. These two teams to stay alive this weekend. After this series, we will hear from our analysts as well, so stay tuned for that. I know they've been watching quite intently. Not sure if Zero's going to take that spot on the couch. I don't know what's going to happen there. But we're into it, game number 5. What can Mad Cat do towards Lower Street?
Well, they need to do something. I'll tell you that.
Yes, they do.
This moment in time, though, this is looking like Fnatic's game. They could definitely win this, but they've given up hotel control. They're quite happy to do that. Muskin's in his spot. He's going to spot the bomb carrier just a little bit too late. And the Fnatic pinch is actually going to come in. Going to be Sunny B. And Scrapsy, I think, pushing on through. Traded 2 for 2. Muskin does take down Jed. Suddenly, it's Josh left all alone. And yeah, okay, he's got that hotel corridor control, but not in a bad position. They know probably isn't around here, and they're going to have to try and clear him out. That guy to do that is going to be Scrapsy. Spotted him.
He has been seen. Josh has to worry about getting pinched, and there is no follow-up, but there it is. Scraps wins the one-on-one. I actually hear him yell from the main stage. Nice job by him to close out this round. Fnatic do strike first. Off the 2-0 start from Scraps.
I like that because, you know, Fnatic give up that hotel control. They said, okay, let Splyce have it. They get the bomb down, and then they just sweep on through on the bomb site. They make the kills where they need to. They make the attention focus towards the bomb site, and suddenly a couple of guys come through hotel, causing problems. Well-coordinated push by Fnatic. They go 1-0 up. Splyce going to be worried here, I think.
Yeah, now the round count between maps 1 and 5. Overall, Fnatic have won 7 of 9 S&D rounds in this series. Looking for more now. Again, we know Josh is going to play this every single time. What do Fnatic do to challenge it? Well, apparently it's Tommy with an E-Rad of his own.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he does with this. We know Tommy can use a lot of different weapons. And he's such an aggressive player. You know, I think the E-Rad makes sense. Splyce are wrapping around together, though. They're playing the old sticking together in S&D rule. They're pushing on through. Who's this? Who's just got to look at him? I think it's Wusket. And you don't want to run into this guy's gun sights at this moment in time, making a lot of kills and making it look easy. Tommy
wants this. He wants
around the Rosie with
fight.
Bance. Does take him down, Bance, but 3-on-3 now. Tommy gets out with his life, which is important. Bomb is down.
Oh, but this is a great spot for Fnatic to have. They plant it for market. They send 2 players back. You've got Scraps with this NV4. As he should just set up. He should set up back here. Yeah, this is perfect. Just set up. They've already got watch of the bomb. Vance will get. Oh God, Tommy! That can't happen.
No,
that can't happen.
He needs to make that kill. In that situation, they just need to sit back. And for me, maybe being a little bit aggressive. They've pushed off yet. Bance is going to get pushed away once again. Who's this yet? Sunny B. They've set up well, but they're not in the position to do anything. Oh, that's a massive kill. He's going to be able to make Scraps. He does go down, though, and Splyce are going to get the round.
Oh, Mad Cat hops it just in time. Yes, he does with
about a second.
0.3 seconds remaining. Splyce tie it up 1-1. What a round we just saw. I mean, there was flanks, there was plants, there was every side of the map was pushed. Somehow in the end, Splyce narrowly come out on top.
And that was Fnatic's round for me. I think that should have been 2-0. They get the bomb planted on Market's side, and they run away from it. And well, I think the kill when Tommy died in mid, that was it, wasn't it? It was
Tommy gets the first 19 shots, I think, at Bance, and Bance says, okay, no, I'm going to kill you right now, and just instantly spins around and drops him.
Is Tommy still using the E-Rad? Nope.
No. I think that's the right call.
Well, Fnatic happy to do the same again. They've sort of given up control of corridor, and they're just sitting back towards bedroom. I agree with it.
And look at your minimap, number 4. That's Josh. He will go to that same spot every single round. Nice angle to hold there by Vance to punish Sunny B for trying to get a nade towards this bomb, and now he's going to go ahead, try to plan this objective. He sees the foot, and that's enough to back him off the bomb for down.
That'll do. Tommy will be happy with that. Pushes them off, and they know that those players are there. Oh, Jed's gonna. Sorry, Josh is gonna push on through.
That's what Josh does. That's
so aggressive.
why he's so good on this map.
Splyce looking like they could maybe take a lead here. It's down to the brothers, and that's the sort of Wuskin that people are asking questions of. Does take down Josh nicely, but he should have really gotten the kill onto Jed, who's now just taking down his twin brother, and now Wuskin in a terrible position to do anything here. This is Splyce's round.
And he just jumps out the back of the map.
Yeah.
There he goes. This one will be advantage Splyce now up 2-1. As they've now tied the amount of rounds they've won in the first S&D in this series.
Looking better from them. I think they need to stop Josh from getting in those sort of positions and causing problems like that. It's like, yeah, okay, they give up the bomb site first time round, and second time round it just didn't really work out for them. They weren't able to make the pinch in. I think that attacking round that they just lost previously as well was probably their round that they should have won. I think they should be on the other side of things. I think they should be 2-1 to Fnatic now. I think they'll be a bit disappointed. And
this is all on Wuskin right here. Look at Wuskin. He's got players speeding to flood towards him. Does he get the clouds to his teammate? Fnatic should plant this bomb immediately for market. I think Sunny B is doing just that. Yep. I love this play by Fnatic. They get the objective down right away. They know everyone from Splyce is flanking. And realistically from here, this is Fnatic round to lose. I mean, unless kills start happening like this.
Well, here we go. 3-on-2. Scraps and Sunny B. Scraps is in a good position, but he needs to stay alive. He's surely going to get peeked on this side. He needs to stay alive. Doing so. Let's have a look at the other guy. It's going to be Sunny B, and suddenly Fnatic are just getting closed out. He's in bike shop. No wheels on the bike, though. 2-1 the score. Now going to go 3. That just came out of nowhere. I don't even know what that means.
I actually like that.
You liked it?
No wheels on the bike, though. As that round flattens in front of them. Get it? Flat tire. Okay.
Mike, don't
let's
laugh.
just move on. Let's just move on. Again, I like the play from Fnatic. I just want to see them push market. I want to see them plant it for market and just go ahead and give up that backside of the map.
I think Wuskin might have seen one, and they sort of knew there was one. So Fnatic pushed towards that thing. Okay, we'll get rid of him first and then deal with the rest of them. But it turns out there's 4 members of Splyce around the back there. And Tommy got the first kill as well. It's 4 versus 3. Bomb was down. You lose that situation. You've got to question a couple of these Fnatic players. Josh makes the first kill on Sunny B. He's been so influential in this map.
They know at least one player's on the other side of this hotel hallway. Look at how passive the rest of Splyce are playing. They're sitting in their spawn, watching over scaffolding.
Yeah, they're expecting the flank.
But now they're going to push, and you've got Scraps here. He's got a tough spot ahead of him. There's the quick trade.
Oh,
Wuskin with one of his own, though.
He's coming in there, though, so he's going to make another one. Now left alone, and Splyce really showing up here. Wuskin's not even going to make the kill.
Epsilon 3-1 EG.
Doesn't surprise me.
EG have been eliminated in top 8.
What a shot.
So we know at least one European team is top 6 there. We know another European team will be top 6 from this series.
Infused already through there, already top 6.
Are they? Who'd they beat?
Or no, because Infused are in the next round anyway, because obviously they lost.
Sorry, yeah, that makes sense.
The winners bracket semis.
So 3 European teams in the top 6?
Told you, man.
Wow.
I still think we don't have enough to be that top 2. I don't think we do.
Yeah, still looming is that FaZe Optic series coming up next. But as we know,
Just a
Fnatic
must-win
and
round.
crew.
Must win.
Yeah, definitely. And the Scarab's actually going to be pushing this back market side. Finally, Josh does die, and it's in the hands of Tommy again with that E-Rat.
Yeah, and I like this positioning from Splyce, though. They're not in a bad place. Jed, then, okay, right, they've got control, and Fnatic are just swarming around this bomb site. Tommy is going to come into an important gunfight very, very soon. Staying alive in bedroom is paramount to this round to be won. For Fnatic, he does eventually go down to Bans. Scraps in a fantastic position to do something here. Who's this inside a bike shop again?
Sunny B with the machine gun. You can't lose that to an NV4. Bance cuts him down. 2 versus 3. Fnatic still have to watch over this objective. Do they have a player on it? I do believe Jerd is now there. They're trying to get this bomb defused, but Wuskin, he's going to hold the angle, and Jerd will do just what he needs to, and that's defuse that bomb. 5-1. Splyce 1 round away from eliminating Fnatic here on Championship Sunday.
Fnatic are throwing rounds away. They are throwing rounds away.
The pressure just might be getting to him.
I think it might be. There's a couple of rounds in this. I mean, I would say maybe, all right, I'll give the benefit of doubt for one of them. 2 rounds I think Fnatic should have had. This should be 3-3. I think they've thrown them away, and they're going to get punished now. Splyce need 1. Bance not far off his reactive. Josh not far off his active.
That's the scary thing for me, is that they're now so far ahead, and even if it comes down to it, they just have 1 round where they bring out all their payloads
Aggression
to secure this victory. Fnatic, they're going with what worked for them in Game 2, and that's Wuskin killing everything and then demanding map control.
And they've done that, but now they don't have hotel control though. But they got the bomb site control, but still Splyce have got stuff to work with, yeah.
And they did that on purpose because they haven't had a really good answer for Josh in a majority of these rounds.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, pushing away from that, don't give Josh a chance to do anything. But now bomb is down and Josh has got a lot to do. Not far off the active, but I don't think he'll use it this round.
I don't think he will as well.
That 4-round cushion.
Still, they're just letting Jer try to develop a play right now, which I do actually agree with.
He's going to get a call out though.
They have some time still to work with, but Tommy just sitting in the most random corner, waiting for this pressure to come on in.
Oh my God, has it been moved? I don't believe it.
He really just ran right past him.
I don't actually believe that they're getting away with this. Oh, they are going to spot the bomb carrier. Planting though. Suddenly is Jed left all alive on his own. Does he choose to use FTL?
Don't use it.
Yeah.
He's not to plant that bomb.
Yeah.
That's just not a winnable round. 5-2. Fnatic keep themselves alive. Still, though, 4 rounds in a row they have to win from here.
It's a tall order, to say the least, Jack. I think Josh has caused so many problems, and for me, he's the one that's potentially won this game for Splyce.
I'm looking on over. Boys of FaZe and Optic waiting to get set up now on their stage for the next series. As still here, Splyce and Fnatic seeing who will move on. We talked about the payloads. Jerd now has his. Wuskin 1 kill off that Centurion.
This is bad. If Sonny loses the bomb here, there's a few members of Splyce right saying that Wuskin's going to make another one. He now does have a Centurion, which will help them if they can get the bomb down. Bance gets one on the Wuskin, and see Scraps on the other side of the map. The kills do come in though, and suddenly Josh is left all alone. He's not in a bad position to do something. Timing does not help. Scraps 5-3. Crawling back into it. Slowly.
I like the way you put that, crawling back into it. They are fighting for every round that they get here. Splyce not really making it easy. Again there, Splyce try to take control of bottom middle, but when you get someone patio, that like they just did for the side of Fnatic, you're just getting free reign to shoot on down. That was Wuskin, another first blood. He's 8-6. Between the 2 S&D maps we've seen from him so far, he's got 24 kills, and he's not even done yet.
Look at the side of Splyce, though.
Oh, this is the whole game. You've got Wuskin already popping his payload. You've got 2 now ready for Splyce. This, I think, is the entire map for me.
Oh, Bance is using reactive. He's going to get one out of Tommy. And they've got map control. The bomb is going down.
Camo now earned. Scraps using one of his own. Camo fight. He sees it. He spots him and pops it right after. Nice job by Josh to react. It's all falling apart now for Fnatic. 1 versus 4. Wuskin, my friend, you've impressed a lot this weekend, but that is just not going to happen. All the payloads come into play. Splyce move on, and Fnatic have been eliminated from the CWL Paris Open.
And well deserved from Splyce there. I think going in that map, everyone sort of thought, well, Fnatic have not less than S&D all weekend. Why would we bet against them?
0-0. Said Fnatic was going to win, and guess what? They didn't.
But I thought they were.
We're here. We have interviews now coming on up. I want to listen in. They're saying shake hands between the teams. Yes.
Pour cette belle victoire.
Oh, there they go. We'll listen
C'est un
in
moment
French.
qui est forcément un peu dur pour les Fnatic qui sortent du tournoi. Et tout ça, encore une fois, ce sont des compatriotes qui se retrouvent. Guys, je peux vous demander un petit mot, Tom? J'imagine que c'est un moment qui est difficile dans cette épopée, si on peut dire, des Fnatic. Il y avait beaucoup d'attentes sur vos épaules, l'envie d'aller très loin. Vous aviez tout ce qu'il fallait pourtant pour aller au bout, et tout se joue sur ce dernier recherche et destruction qui ne se concrétise pas. You had everything to win that match. What happened in the last S&D?
Throughout the whole series, I had a pretty rough series. The team carried me through, but yeah, we just lost a few crucial rounds. They got their specialists before us, so Kinetic ran through and they've got the last round.
La difficulté, c'est que forcément, ils ont raté, ils ont fait quelques petites erreurs et ça coûte en fait les fameux talents de spécialistes qui font que derrière, on court après le temps et le score. J'imagine que c'est un coup dur, mais c'est quand même un top 8 pour vous et ça reste une très belle performance pour une équipe qui reste jeune aujourd'hui. You're in the top 8. I know it's hard because you lost the game, but you must be proud for the team for that result.
Yeah, we're definitely improving, although I feel like we could have won that match, as I say, if I played well. So it's pretty disappointing, but now we've just got to go back and then get ready for the next one.
Forcément, ils sont heureux. Alors, c'est dur parce qu'ils viennent de perdre, mais c'est quand même une belle performance. Ils montent en puissance, ces Fnatic. On peut les applaudir bien fort. Ils quittent le tournoi. Les Fnatic, qu'on trouvera sur d'autres tournois internationaux, bien sûr. Thank you, guys. Alors forcément, cette jeune équipe des Splyce qui était quand même favori dans ce duel et qui finalement s'en sort pas mal, mais avec un peu de douleur. What a tough match. You were the favorite in that game, and what happened? Because it took like 5 maps for you, and they were ahead once. So what happened in the last S&D?
I mean, they've been really good at S&D the whole event. They've won so many maps, like 6-0 and 6-1, so they've been really good as well. Probably their best game mode, so for us to steal the last one was a big thing.
Alors, j'ai pas tout ce qu'il allait extrêmement vite pour moi, mais j'ai cru comprendre que de toute façon tout va extrêmement vite dans le jeu. Alors, ça a dû basculer de part et d'autre. J'ai envie de savoir si maintenant vous êtes assez fiers, vous êtes finalement l'une des dernières équipes européennes sur le tournoi, vous allez encore plus loin, vous allez battre maintenant les Rise Nation qui vont être une très très grosse équipe. J'imagine qu'il va falloir se reconcentrer aussi pour la suite du tournoi. You must be proud because now you're one of the last team, European team, and you will compete against Rise Nation.
Oh yeah, it's obviously good to do well again. Obviously finished second last year with the old team, and obviously hope to replicate that and even do better against Royce.
Ils avaient fait deuxième l'année dernière, si je dis pas de bêtises, ils vont tenter de le refaire une seconde fois. Ils ont réussi à les battre déjà. Je voudrais qu'on les applaudisse bien fort. Les Splyce qui font un très très gros match et qui s'en sortent. Et je peux vous dire qu'il y avait de la tension parce que j'ai senti qu'ils étaient un peu fébriles.
Great to hear from those veterans from both squads in Josh and Tommy. You got to commend Tommy there. Kind of says, if I played better, I think we wind up winning that series. A true winner and great person there in Tommy.
Yeah, I think Tommy's one of these guys, and I think we've seen a lot of controversy last night on social media where a lot of teams sort of complaining about the game, complaining about the venue. But I think, Tommy comes out there, he says to himself, right, okay, yeah, I didn't play well enough. Maybe I wouldn't necessarily agree that's why his team lost the game. I think Splyce just came out the gates in that S&D. But now, really good performance by Splyce. They're going to go on through.
Well, I could just tell Brycey is very excited to break this down. And again, he's got another familiar face joining him on the analyst couch. This time it is Zero from Red Reserve alongside Campbell. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we are here to break down that game and the wider tournament at large. Of course, my name is Bryce. I'll be bringing you the action all through Championship Sunday. But joining me to break this game down, of course, Campbell on my far left. And we've got a pro player joining us. Of course, it's Zero. We tried to get a better one, but top 16 was the best we could do.
That's not very nice.
No, it's not very nice, but I felt like it was necessary.
I wouldn't say pro player on the couch anymore.
Oh, come on. We still love you. It's okay.
Amateur. That'll do me for now.
I think you're okay. You're still in the top 6, European squads. It's fine. It's still good. It's okay.
I guess that'll do me for now.
We are here for you.
This is not helping, Bryce.
It'll be okay. If you come top 32, I'll just pretend I never knew you. But other than that, you're still okay.
I've had a worse placement than that. Vegas.
Yeah, in fairness, you guys are doing, average at best. All right, anyway, let's get into this game here. Splyce versus Fnatic. Now, Zero, you kind of joined us and watched the majority of this game. I want to kind of get your initial thoughts on both these squads.
Splyce, on paper, looked like one of the best teams in Europe. Everyone said that as soon as they formed. Fnatic's more of a put-together team, which, as they just proved at this event, that can actually perform. Other than recent events that have happened, this event they've showed what they can actually do.
Yeah, I think it's kind of curious for me because there are a few things people at home may not know, right? Right now, a lot of us know that Splyce are having internal issues. There seems to be maybe a lack of direction from the squad that's been talked about a lot this event. Whereas with Fnatic, a lot of people are saying, is this the tune-up that we thought Tommy was going to do? This isn't the first time Tommy has done this with a kind of a squad that's, on paper at least, maybe not the greatest of teams. I mean, we spoke about, going back. Tommy made that main stage at ESWC with a French squad, what, 2 years or 3 years ago? He's done this before. And I think when Tommy performs best when he's allowed to pull the team in his direction, which is probably what we're seeing. Also, Fnatic have got this great boon at the moment. They seem to be one of the best S&D squads in the world, apart from that last one, which was quite surprising.
Like I said, Fnatic just showed up this event. Apart from that last S&D, I had them taking it. They literally destroyed Splyce in that second S&D. Tommy, nicknamed the Game Changer, he can literally just, I feel like he's one of the best players in Europe still at this current moment of time.
I think being in this team has kind of shown that he's still every bit as good as he is. Obviously, we knew last year he was with a team of Titans, plus the pacing was off. There was issues with the way that team played occasionally that may have downplayed Tommy's skill. Campbell, I know we haven't really spoken to you yet, but I want to kind of get your initial impressions on that game. I know you were watching it quite intently.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the Search and Destroyers and the Hardpoints, the Uplink was extremely close as well. And I think in terms of taking a look at Fnatic as a team in this, you know, they're going to be kicking themselves, they're going to be annoyed with this weekend, but I think you've got to look at the positives from this one. They're going to go on from this. This is the highest placement they've had as a team. The organization was looking for this from this team. And I think they've got to look at the positives and be happy, keep their head held high. Going up against Splyce and taking them to Game 5, not many teams do in Europe. But I think it came down to experience for me, that final game. Their Search and Destroy game has been great all weekend, but I think it was just the experience. You know, Tommy's got the experience, but the other three players still got to get there, and I think eventually they'll be able to pull through in their future events.
I think it's a really good point. You got to remember that they aren't veterans. Fnatic are just not veterans.
It's like I said yesterday, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday anyway, their team is literally Tommy the veteran. Sonny's been around the scene for a while.
He's been around. I called him the great underachiever because he's been playing with Mad Cat and 8s lobbies for years. No one ever really gave him a proper shot until last year.
I used to team with him in AW. He's actually one of the funniest teammates I think I've ever had. He's a good player as well. He is, like you said, the underachiever. He's been around for ages, but Scraps and Wuskins coming in, the new talent. Scraps had a all right year last year, I guess.
He came up last year going towards Season 2, and we said, can he put this into land? We know he doesn't have the veteran chops yet. We know he's going to panic when it comes to late game, and he did, but right now, again, he's starting to develop that mentality that the pressure will not come as much. And I think that's maybe the biggest thing when we talk about veterancy here. It's not, they're immune to mental games. It's not that they're immune to mental issues or trying to pick themselves up. It's just that they're so much better at coping with it. They've been in that position so many times that it becomes less of a factor than it is with new players.
I also think as well in terms of people we didn't expect to have a great performance. I mean, we have to say it while it's here. Wuskins had one of the best performances I think I've ever seen that player have. For an individual confidence boost, he must be feeling on top of the world. Obviously, he's going to be kicking himself. They lost the game there, but Wuskins, I mean, 16-2 in the Search and Destroy, dropped over 30 kills in the respawns as well. That's a big confidence boost, I think, for him, and you know, he'll go away from this one and he'll learn from what's happened this weekend. I mean, playing on the main stage in front of thousands of fans like that and against a team like Splyce to perform that well, a lot of people are going to be paying attention to him in the future events.
Being perfectly honest, it wouldn't even surprise me that last S&D was just down to experience. Just the mental game here, especially once they started to go down a bit, you're like, if they'd gone up and been 6-0 again, because they 6-0 team yesterday on S&D, just absolutely thrashed them. Here's the interesting thing for me, though, with Fnatic. This team has got a severe amount of raw slaying power. Sunny B is looking phenomenal. The Scraps twins, and Scraps and Wuskins, they're looking very, very good. Tommy's obviously pulling him in direction. The interesting thing for me is I didn't actually see that many mistakes. Normally what I would expect to see is maybe a few issues like they miss a rotation or they pinch wrong. I didn't really see it. And with that slaying power that I've been seeing as well, I think they can only get better. Fnatic, it's either going to be a honeymoon period where they've just clicked this event, or this is a progression thing that we may actually see this team continue to do well.
As you saw in that throwback hardpoint, they played it insane. There was no mistakes at all. Yeah. Everyone was winning their gunfights. Everyone was winning the rotational gunfights. Everyone was rotating. Everyone was trading. Like you said, the S&D could have come down to experience. I feel like Retaliation S&D is one of Splyce's best maps. They've played them. We played them at Gfinity on it twice. I think we beat them first time, and I think that helped them on that. I feel like it really did. Us beating them on Retaliation really did help them
I mean,
work on things.
I have a question for you, Zero, as a player. In terms of this, obviously, we're talking about how it's come down to experience. How do you go away from this and talk to the team? I mean, how is it that you come back from this event losing in terms of experience?
I don't think Zero's talking to his team right now. I imagine you're referencing Fnatic and Splyce.
But in terms of if you were Tommy, let's say, for example, how do you get these boys back on track? I mean, do you think they're off track at all, or how do they move on from this?
I mean, the way you would say is, like, look at the last events they've attended. Like, this is quite a big international event.
Yeah.
Like, $100,000 on the line, major pro points as well. Like, what's the Dallas? Dallas is fifth in the pro point standards, isn't it, for pool play?
Yeah. I think the interesting thing for me is the pro points are now becoming a major factor. Fnatic, although they're never going to be happy with their placement, know that this was a big event for them as well.
They were like, I think Fnatic was 6th in pro points, which was like they had to outplace 3G, which 3G didn't have a very good.
No, 3G had a terrible tournament. They sucked.
I think at this point, Fnatic overtake 3G in pro points, and
Elevate have dropped closer towards that gap.
And for this event, Fnatic can take away like everything what they've learned from this event and put it into Dallas, and just be grateful that they can actually attend Dallas with the pool play spot.
Yeah. And not only that, but it actually means that they're not going to be as worried about Dallas. So, like, we don't have to have an incredible placement to push forward. The other issue is, as the game I want to move on to, is Epsilon just won against EG 3-1. So Epsilon have moved forward. Now, Epsilon are quite a way back. They were 10th, I think, coming into this one. They are having a good event so far. They need to keep going to try and get. They have to have a massive event to get into this to have a chance.
I think they have gone from 10th to 7th seed from this event.
So far?
Alone, just so far. Beating us yesterday, that helped them a major amount.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
They should thank you.
I'll send them a PayPal.
It's also very interesting. Now, Elevate have had a kind of a bad event as well. I think you guys are okay. You are a little bit ahead, so you're not in danger.
I think we were like 20,000 ahead of like 6th or something like that. We're nice on pro points. It's just
in terms of competitive Call of Duty, though, this is amazing to see. Like, you know, you look back in the years of Call of Duty, it was the same team towards the top winning every single event, and the fact that we're seeing so many different teams come through the ranks and the ladders changing every single time, I think it's going to be a great year for esports.
It's strength and depth, something Europe hasn't had for 7 years, which is kind of crazy.
It's every time we've like had pool play spots or gone to an American event, it's literally been like, we have to show up at these events to even prove that we can.
It's like a European solidarity. Yeah. I sit there against the European players. We're all in agreement. We need to do well, otherwise the Americans are going to trash us.
We literally have a Skype chat.
Yeah.
And then like pool play spots get announced, and we're like, right, we have to turn up for this event to prove that we actually deserve these pool play spots. And at the moment, this event we are showing that we deserve them.
Yeah. I think it's very interesting. The last, like, Atlanta and this event have kind of shown that the LAN League spots actually pretty fair on. I know there's a lot of argument about it, but people were wondering whether or not Europe still had it or whether it was just a good champs. Turns out, actually fairly accurate. It looks like, you know, the top 6 to 10 Americans, they're pretty good. There's a massive drop-off after that. Europe kind of goes into that area. I'm not saying that, you know, they're going to be your top 3 every time, but they're definitely going to be in that top 8, top 6.
Black Ops 3 was like the first year where like the top 6 teams could actually compete whilst doing it as a living, which shows a lot coming into this game as well. Americans have been playing COD for a living for way longer than we have. It now comes down to the fact that we can practice all day with not having a care in the world.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, that's a great point to end on. Europe certainly is cooking at this event. Coming up, so many games in the loser bracket. We are going to see Infused playing Epsilon and Splyce playing Rise. But that's not the game we are looking forward to right now. FaZe versus Optic is coming right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your
All right, here I gotta switch teams. I think.
We're in. We're coming
Okay,
in.
let's do it.
I saw us for what? Here's the spinning globe thing.
Hey, we're coming. We're coming.
You hear us? We're almost there.
It's winners bracket final time, baby.
Oh, I like this actually. This is a different way of doing this. We're getting the hype built up with our mics prior to the run through going, and then we'll appear on camera right about now. There we are. Winners bracket final about to begin here on Championship Sunday, and now I'm joined by the Bumblebee himself, Maven. You were questioning. Let me help you here. You got some stuff.
Thank you.
You were questioning if you were going to wear this, and that really offended me about a week and a half ago.
I need to get it fitted because I had to order this thing from. I
God knows where.
It was China or something. It's not easy. Like, go ahead and Google yellow blazers. It's not easy to purchase one. It doesn't really fit properly.
No.
I just colored on it with a highlighter to see if you could tell.
Couldn't.
Can't, no. But we have got a huge match. North American fans, thank you for bearing with us. I know it's 5 a.m. Eastern. It's very early. Some of you have stayed awake. Some of you probably crashed early and have woken up.
Some people on the Pacific probably went out, come back from the bars now. If you're of age, time to watch some FaZe Optic. It's 2 a.m. there.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be a Call of Duty fan. We just watched a great EU series that goes all the way to Game 5. Even you came right over after. Splyce.
It was awesome.
Versus Fnatic. We also saw Evil Geniuses fall to Epsilon to start the day. And now we know of our top 6 teams. From the winners bracket side, we have FaZe and Optic. Next up to fight it out in the losers bracket, though, will be Infused going up against Epsilon.
Yep.
And Splyce facing off against Rise Nation.
So let's talk. I'm curious your thoughts on this. So
Okay.
what impresses you more? The 3 EU teams in top 6 here, or what was it, 6 of the top 16 and 4 of the top 12 in Atlanta? Because it's a different scenario in the sense of how pool play worked, right?
It is.
Because you had 10 what was it, only 4 North American teams here in pools, so obviously more opportunity for your European teams to start in winners brackets. So a little bit different scenarios. I think both are impressive. I'm just curious which one I think is more. It looks prettier when you say 3 of the top 6.
I think that's what I'm going towards too.
Yeah.
With how stacked this event was, obviously some of these European teams, Epsilon being one of them, having to fight for a spot in pools. So they got through that crazy open bracket,
Yes,
made it into pools, and have now gotten this far. And the stories we've now seen with Splyce making that losers bracket run, Infused having some great games. They obviously fall to Optic yesterday, and then now Epsilon staying alive on Championship Sunday. I see all the players in my game. I see us ready to go. We should be starting here relatively soon. Maven, let's talk about this series, though. FaZe versus Optic. We saw Optic destroy so far this weekend. FaZe, they've had their ups and downs.
Let's do a little history. Let's do a little history for maybe people at home that aren't aware of kind of the rivalry and how it's kind of developed over the past several years, really, right? Yeah. Kind of begins in Advanced Warfare, I guess at Columbus, the first event in AW, sort of, when it was Aches and Censor's FaZe team. That's when it started with FaZe and Optic.
FaZe Optic side of things, yes.
But then the main thing that happened then twice that year in AW was FaZe coming through the losers bracket and beating Optic in 2 best-of-5s twice that year, which had really never been done before, especially though they did it in a best-of-7. They had to win 2 best-of-7s the one time.
Ridiculous.
Black Ops 3, we don't really see it. Now we're looking at 3 out of 4 events that we get it. It's grown and grown, and now Optic finally got the monkey off the back last weekend. Can they keep it going here?
The monkey off the back. I like that. Finally beating FaZe in a LAN series. Can they do it back-to-back, as you said, is the question. I'm sure a lot of Optic Gaming fans think that. I'm sure a lot of FaZe fans think the exact opposite. If you're off with us from North America, you're the real MVP. Thank you so much for being here. Still a lot of Call of Duty to be played. After this, we will continue our losers bracket coverage.
Yes, we will.
All the way up until that losers bracket final, in which then we will know exactly who the winner of that obviously will face off in the grand final against the winner of this series of Optic Gaming and FaZe. Your prediction now, though, who do you think takes this one? Who moves on to that grand final?
I feel like it's going to be Optic, but the one thing I will mention, and that's going back to last week, we talk about the fact that there was no real practice time between the 2 weekends, so I just feel like if they beat them pretty well last week, I think it's going to continue here. I feel good about that. But one thing to note, I did see the FaZe guys here. I got here at a little before 9.
Yep.
FaZe already had 3 of their 4 players here warming up, kind of getting ready to go. I saw Karma trickle in a bit later, but we're talking about the full 4-man team here, kind of warming up, getting hyped up. FaZe a solid 45 minutes or so before the Optic crew.
Good. Well, I'm ready to get this one started. There's a look at FaZe Clan Clayster right now on your screen. You know the team. I mean, these guys have been together for so long now. Zuma, Attach, and Enable all ready to go as well. And then Optic Gaming. So far this weekend, they have looked beautiful in the fields of Infinite Warfare.
Yeah.
Can they keep that going now on Championship Sunday? Crim6 going for his 5th straight ESWC title. It is time, Maven. Game number 1, Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. And off the break, we're watching Zuma of FaZe.
All right, here we go. And for those of you at home, remember, a lot of times in double elimination, your winner's bracket final is very similar to your final in the sense that the winner, a lot of times, they are taking it home. So who's going to get the edge here? First, the push up the map is going to be Zuma, ready to engage the green wall.
Just trying to stay alive right now because he's waiting for his team. It is Crim6 who strikes first, but look at the flank now happening on the map. Who is it but Karma to go right behind everyone from FaZe. He hits that outer wall run, and just like that, OG get control of the hill early on. And now FaZe have to fight for control.
Karma getting set up. It was Formal that pushed through to try and do a similar flank on the opposite side. He gets cut down, but all the time going the way of Optic Gaming. A split push coming through. Karma ready for it from Hotel Hallway. The shot's on point. The drop shot not working for Attach as he's able to connect. Keeps going now as he swaps to the NV4. Another one for Karma. A hot start 5 and Karma. Big result here early.
And this is the day that he really excelled in Atlanta. When he goes big on Championship Sunday, had those clutch moments, obviously, in Game 5, Round 11 versus Panda. Many other opportunities there that he wound up succeeding in. And now doing it again to start off their match with FaZe. It's 37-11 right now for OG. They've got top patio control as they now look to retake control of this Hardpoint. Retaliation, a map where typically Optic Gaming will rock 2 NV4s, 1 from Karma and Crim6. It doesn't matter what Karma uses right now. This guy is lights out. 8-0, and he's pre-firing it. What is he doing? Get back on the map. Get in there.
This is an insane start for Karma. Fully streaked out, almost halfway to camo. 8-0. and you've got a 50-25 lead for Optic Gaming. This is everything you could possibly ask for. Karma can do no wrong.
Karma, a 9-0 start. A big reason why Optic Gaming have now doubled the score of FaZe Clan. Karma sees one challenging his left. Clayster weakened on up. I think finally, there you go. Zuma, the first to get that kill, but already the damage has been done. Optic Gaming have the spawns for the new hardpoint as well. They're going to go ahead and send 2 back towards that market area, and it will indeed be Karma to challenge. This is what I'm talking about. The 2 NV4 setup from Optic between Crim6 and Karma is so lethal on this map. It's why they excel at it so much.
Well, so far, so good. They've got the setup here. Watching the market push through steps is going to be Karma. He has the streaks to work with, holding on to them for now, but he knows the pressure is coming as he rotates back with a little bit of help.
Jeez,
gets one
man.
back hotel. That's on Clayster. It's like every decision he's making is perfect. Up over the top. There's a third in front. Get it!
How have they not killed him? How is he alive?
This is nuts, man. 12-1, 3 more in a row. I know we're spending a lot of time with
No,
Optic
you're doing
here
the
early.
right thing. You watch Karma. He's got more kills than basically everyone on FaZe, down by just about 2. Challenges attached there. He started on a 9 streak, now another 4 streak. There's one more, but he is not missing. He is not missing.
And what I mentioned, he was the first guy from Optic here that was warming up this morning, and he is putting on a clinic right now. Let's show a little bit of love to FaZe. They've only got 32 points on the break. A 2 streak for Enable. They've started very, very slow. That's something you cannot do against the likes of Optic Gaming. I mean, 4 kills for every member right now of FaZe Clan.
Outside of Enable, who is just shy of double negative, you just had every player on FaZe double negative or more. That is just not acceptable against the likes of Optic Gaming. Yes, FaZe are more than capable of coming back in this map and making a play happen, but to go down by almost 100 seconds now in the first 4 hills, that is not where you want to see this team to start off their championship Sunday.
Everybody even or positive for Optic Gaming. Formal was on a 3 streak. Let's go back to Karma as he's 15-3. Remember, he still has all these streaks. Can't find the second as Enable was half health behind the boss. He wants to go ahead and peek it. Not able to finish the kill yet. 15 seconds as we're going to be looking to the rotation now to our final hard point inside a hotel. And look at Krem flanking behind. He's going to actually end up likely cleaning up too, making sure you don't get the scrap time. His shot, where we saw Karma not missing a bullet, looked a little bit shaky there for Krem.
It's fine, though. Karma doing the rest of the work alongside Scump and Formal. 145-37. Optic again on rotation. Get the kill in the hard point. That's Formal this time around onto Zuma. Every single hill, this has been the exact scenario. And Optic have just been always on the offensive. They have not let up, and I love to see that. They haven't let FaZe get an opportunity. You got Zuma right now at 4-14. One of his worst maps so far this weekend, and it shows right now for FaZe.
And this is why I went to attach. I'm going to get to Zuma. This is kind of not a money hill, but this is where Zuma and attach go off, right? There's some of your best players when it comes to drop shotting, playing aggressive, close range combat. This is where I usually see them go off, but they haven't even really had a chance. Look at the wrap you have to do for Zuma. By the time you get there, there's going to be sub 15 seconds left in the hard point, but the flank does come through. Enable gets a couple of kills.
There
Zuma and Clayster coming in as well. But now look where the break comes in. There's 10 seconds left, Jack.
Yep.
You're barely going to break the 50-point mark. What can they do here? You're getting smacked.
And I will point out the slaying difference between these two teams. I believe right now it's about 20. At the end of the first rotation, 176-50 now. Optic Gaming still in full control, but FaZe, it looks like their shot's beginning to warm up just a little bit. But as I say that, Zuma does die, and the rest of Optic Gaming are now surging forward.
And there's a reason that I mentioned kind of the warm-up and when people got here. Obviously not going that way, but when you talk about the first series of the day, your first match, the hard point, who can kind of get hot first is sometimes the story. As the streaks now coming up for Karma. He's 19-8. He still has Scorchers to work with. Very close to that camo.
And they know exactly where FaZe are coming from. A ton of time still on bridge. This hill has been so dominated by Optic Gaming so far this map. And it's a 2 NV4 setup. I can't talk about it enough. When you've got Crim6, Formal, Karma using it as well when he needs to, it's just lights out.
They can do no wrong currently, and now it's going to be a wraparound to lower street. I'm going to go over to Karma's point of view because he's in one of the all-important positions here for this particular hard point when you're holding the backside. He's going to get cut down. That's Zuma finding the kill. There's 2 in bedroom. You can see on X-ray. Peeks to his right, wins one with Krim. There was another pushing through hotel hallway as Attach actually just picked that up. And this is, if you can pull off the full 50 seconds that are remaining here, you're not exactly back in it, but maybe a little bit of a momentum swing. To be 120 to 200, maybe you can pull off some magic because we've seen some sick holds here on lower street.
I think the bigger thing is them earning some streaks to use to be able to break or hold a hard point. Nice shockwave there by Zuma. as he brings down the Fists of Fury. Still 204 to 87. I do believe FaZe should at least break the 100-point mark here in the next few moments, but here are those streaks I'm talking about. Zuma now on a 5 streak, Attach on a 2 streak. This is where FaZe need to begin to give themselves momentum, but as I say that, Crimsix slow peeks the corner with the NV4 and breaks his hill.
Well, now he's finally able to break, but Attach is still here doing what he can, lining up a couple there, backing down to play his life. You've got most of the time. Can you break the 100 mark? Nope. Scumpy says, not on my watch. Finds the kill. We're swapping over to Formal here because he's flanking in from behind. 4 streaks for him, and this is why they're so deadly. Everyone capable of ripping off these multi-kills as we continue to swap through. But just like I said, the comeback may be possible. It looks like Optic now closing the doors. As you take a look at the minimap, they can shut it down here.
Jeez, man. Positive 23 is Optic Gaming right now as a team. 233 to 96. FaZe have one final push to go for. The charge now coming in. Crimsix engages the first one. Scorchers now coming in from Karma. He saved it for this moment. He does kill off one. 241 to 96. I think FaZe are about to get 100-point clubbed.
They are.
It's going to happen. Optic Gaming blow open the floodgates to start off their championship Sunday.
Holy hell, and there's Formal on his feet. I don't even know where to...
Look at the smile on
Scump's just
face.
like giggling. Oh, that was a fun warm-up.
Well, yeah, when you have Karma start up the game about 1,000,002, you think Optic Gaming are going to continue to ride that momentum. That was tough, but hey, you know what? It's only one map in a best-of-5 series, and there's a look at FaZe. Yes, they know they lost that one pretty bad, but they've got to keep level-headed as they move forward in the series.
And what's insane to think about is how, I know we spent a lot of time with Karma early because he was crushing. Formal actually ends up going more positive, but you have Scump, all 3 of them with 21 kills throughout a Scump, Karma, and Crimsix. So as much as he was destroying, we weren't really checking out a lot of the other players early on. Everyone was going off. I mean, that was just a landslide victory. How do you rebound, though, if you're phased from a loss like that? I mean, you just got smashed.
No, how do you rebound? Obviously, it's taking a slower game mode like Search and Destroy. The series we saw before this, it was Fnatic versus Splyce, and in that first map, Fnatic wound up scoring 3 defends on the entire game. They lost by about a similar margin to FaZe did right there. FaZe only 3 defends for themselves in that entire map across the whole team.
Oh, and you're never at the hard point.
Yeah, it just shows how easy Optic Gaming really had it when it comes down to actually controlling the hill.
Yeah.
Tough first game there.
Just making sure we've got all the sides right before we get ready for our search and destroy. As they're kind of swapping back and forth on me, but I believe we'll be good to go. But when you go to search, you mentioned it slows down a little bit. You can regroup. What do you think the team huddle's like right now? What's Clayster saying to the guys? Though, hey, just game 1, we're all right.
Yeah, I think that this is one where Crusher S&D, you know what Formal's going to try to do. You know how Optic Gaming play this. It is no secret that Optic send Crimsix in towards A on offense. They let him make some noise, and then the rest of the team tries to develop towards B. Obviously, the sniper presence that can come into play. If you're FaZe, you know what Optic want to do. It's how do you counter it, and how do you wind up kind of taking that to the next step to give you an advantage in some of these rounds, especially on defense.
And when Optic's playing with confidence like this, it is not easy to get anything done. And I like what you mentioned earlier. If you didn't watch Atlanta, yeah, it was kind of Formal was the man throughout Friday and Saturday, but when it came to Sunday, Karma was just destroying. It's interesting, sometimes players like playing at different stations. They feel more comfortable on one for whatever reason. Karma said yesterday he didn't feel very good on the side station. He was playing a lot better on main stage. He talked to me about it for a few minutes, like just in his head, I think, a little bit. But they're playing on the side station right now, and Karma apparently having 0 issues.
Switch your colors so we don't
they did
mess
just
this up. They're playing mind games with us. So
that's what I was saying earlier. They kept going back and forth.
I looked down, and it showed 8 players on the same team. So apparently they're getting that all figured out, and then we can hop right into game number 2. Remember, be sure to share the stream, mlg.tv/Call of Duty. The CWL Paris Open, a $100,000 event coming off of a strong ending to the CWL Atlanta Open for Optic Gaming. FaZe, again, getting a top 6 performance that definitely didn't want to have at that event.
Well, let's talk a little bit while we've got some time here before the next game starts. Maybe a little bit of recap of how the year is shaping up. We just had Atlanta. We have ESWC, and this event very important in the sense that, one, it's probably the one that's going to lead into Roster Mania.
Yep.
So how you end up doing in this event is very, very important. But talk to me, Jack, about why the team changes are going to be important, specifically with regards to Dallas coming up.
Dallas is the last opportunity to earn yourself pro points prior to the cutoff for the Stage 1 Global Pro League. So you wind up having your roster that goes into that, and that's your roster that you wind up playing with. So all the roster mania stuff has to happen prior to that.
Yep.
So everyone's thinking after ESWC, some of those European teams, some of those NA teams that have really been on the bubble, might try to make some big changes happen because it all comes down to those pro points. I can say pretty confidently FaZe, though, and Optic Gaming, two of those teams that are sitting in a very good spot for the Global Pro League.
Yeah, it's important, too, for the EU side because I believe when you're looking at that, 6 teams get into the Stage 1? I think it's like Epsilon and Fnatic that are sitting there. So
Epsilon and Fnatic, 3G was close, but I think with the difference now in placings this weekend, it might have been a
yeah, so Fnatic's dropping out, obviously, versus Splyce, and Epsilon still fighting could be a difference for them there. But once we get through Dallas, we're hopping into Stage 1. And then it's right into basically Anaheim, splitting Stage 1 and 2. Anaheim is going to be where we decide the 4 teams that kind of get back in, that fall out from Stage 1, get back into Stage 2. There's going to be $1.4 million on the line between the Pro League stages, which is insane. And then once we're done with that, yeah, we still got COD champs.
Yeah, $1.5 million there. And a few events sprinkled in between. As you saw that global calendar, be sure to look that one up. For more information, callofduty.com/CWL. To know exactly where you can watch some of your favorite players. We know of some A&Z events coming up, but we're ready to get into game number 2, Crusher, Search and Destroy. You see it on your screen. Optic Gaming, the 100-point Cub FaZe to start out this best-of-5 series. And a very special guest has just joined the crowd. It is JCap. He's got a bright smile on his face. And now, Maven, you got some pressure on you casting. You're being judged by the GOAT himself.
He always judges me. You know, I'm close with some of the players. JCap's one of my pals.
Yeah?
We text, we talk about the game, we talk about sports, we argue about Kobe versus LeBron. We get a lot of arguments, which usually end up going till 3 in the morning. My girlfriend's asked me why I'm not going to sleep and on my phone. It's because I'm texting JCap.
The one you truly do love. Update from the other matches going on. Epsilon now up 1-0 over Infused in that European battle. And as I said, Formal, does he bring out the sniper? He does. Optic Gaming already with 3 kills to kick off this round.
They're just bullying FaZe right now. It's like they just hit them with a knockout punch early in that game 1, and FaZe yet to get up. Can they do it, though, now? It's going to be Enable. 1v3 here, a minute or so on the clock. Bomb currently being planted by Scump.
Scump, the only one without a kill yet for Optic Gaming. Enable does spot at least one, which should give him some information of how Optic Gaming want to play this round. Immediately, the flechette comes out after they spot him, and now he's going to get pushed by everybody.
It's like piranhas.
Is it? You've seen piranhas before?
Dropped it. No, I'm actually scared of those, too.
I don't know
if it actually works.
When have you ever encountered quicksand or piranhas?
In films.
Okay, so you're only scared of them in movies.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't even know where piranhas exist, or if they're real.
I couldn't even tell you. Could not even tell you. Optic Gaming take that first round, though. FaZe Clan, it started with Formal sniping one player at middle map. How do you dodge a Formal sniper? That's been a question for a lot of teams this weekend.
I'm going to check it real quick because he did get the first blood to open things up, and it's going to be Clayster. He will be peeking mid-map. Clayster is back down for now. Let's go inside. The pressure coming in from FaZe, and they just get shut down almost immediately. It's Clayster down to 1v2 right off the break. The battle goes down at A, and again, it's Optic. Do you think, like, they couldn't beat FaZe for a couple years? I know it's spread over multiple titles, but now that they got that win last event, like, is it like the fear is gone or something?
I think it more comes down to the preparation, the expectations of the teams going into the event, and then obviously you mentioned the lack of practice time between last weekend and this weekend.
Yeah,
so if you go in and destroy FaZe last weekend, if you're Optic, I think a lot of people expect you to do the same this weekend due to the fact that FaZe haven't been able to go back, practice as much as they want at home, re-prepare for that matchup. Either way, OG looking solid right now as, again, it's Clayster all by himself.
And you see that 2 and 4 on the minimap. That's Scump and Formal, the duo, sticking together here as they're hunting down Clayster right now, opposite sides of the map as we'll take a look. Clay going to go ahead and get the plant. So this is good for him in the sense that he's already going to be able to get it set up. He hasn't found a kill yet in this one. He's got a chance to clutch up big time for his squad. Can Clayster clutch the 1v2. He's going to be in an engagement now, pushing out for 1 up top, finds the first kill, second tags him from behind. That's Formal getting it done, and that's why you hunt as a pair.
That's why you stay active on the map. Make sure you can't easily be doubled up right there. And Clayster had the right idea. Get the kill and immediately get out, but Formal is literally on top of Scump for the most part in that scenario. Everyone on Optic Gaming now with 2 kills to start off this game. It's a well-rounded effort from the green wall.
And if he's not, if he's a couple steps behind, maybe not able to get that trade.
Oh, yeah, no,
but directly on
Scump. Entirely true. But because he's right there, he was about to turn the corner. Scump died. It literally could not have worked out better. How does Optic change things up now? With the sniper going away, that makes me think that there's a potential for a straight-up B push. And with Crimsix going inside A, that makes me think exactly that. As now they will focus towards this B side, but FaZe do the exact same.
I might actually swap to FaZe in a moment because they're getting really, really aggressive. They're going to be pushing forward you've got Zuma and Enable in very, very forward positions, right? Really, the entire team has pushed up. They didn't want to defend behind the B site like you see the more common of tactics. They get pushed in front, but who was laying prone to the right? That's going to be Crimson. Look at his POV, because if they push through and he's got an ERAD, he can absolutely thwart this aggressive defense.
Oh gosh, and now it's all falling apart for FaZe. You had the flank come in from Formal. Now Crimsix pushing up. Does he check his right crate? It doesn't appear so. As of yet, but then he spins around with the SMG. 2 versus 1. Enable all by himself. If he's going to win this round, he's got to go for the ace. 2 kills to his name so far.
So Enable working the ace. We saw Clayster attempt a 1v2. Close, but no cigar. Can Enable get it done? He's in a good position to find one. He's going to get pushed from both sides. Spots one. The second's there. Can he win it? No! The melee from Karma. A slither of health left, but just enough to get it done.
A slither of health indeed there, Maven. As you can see right here, just how close it was. The beatdown. A little bit of help from Crimsix. Slither, I like that. Sliver was what.
So there was a B-rated horror film that I watched one time, which had these little snake things. They also scare me.
Okay, so now we know Maven's top 3 fears. As Zuma.
Why have I been talking about my fears so much?
I don't know.
I'm a big scaredy cat.
Whoa! I know another fear for FaZe. It's that light of Formal sniper at middle map. Crimsix with first blood. Zuma does do a good job of trading it out, so we'll win to 3v3. And Clayster now with the sniper making his presence known.
Now it's Scump's turn to try and be the clutch man. He burns one, but another there to trade it, and finally FaZe on the board. Maybe that's what they really needed to get going here to climb back in this one. FaZe needs anything. You're like grasping at straws for momentum or positives from this series. Can one round maybe get something going?
That could have been it right there. I do like Clayster still feeling confident in himself with the sniper to bring it out. Challenge Formal again in middle map. That time he got the better of him, and I think we're going to see this battle yet again, Maven.
Who am I going to watch here?
Oh.
Wow. They both swap. All right, okay. All right, let's get back over to the offensive side. Let's go with Crimsix here. He's 4-4, and the big thing to take a look at is going to be the mini-map, obviously. As you can see, pushing through quickly on defense is FaZe through that flank. Are they going to be ready for the push is the question.
Are they going to be ready? Indeed. Doesn't appear so as smoke's now coming in. Crimsix grenade lands right at the foot of Enable. Could not have worked out better there for Optic Gaming, and now look at FaZe. They're split up from each other. They're just trying to see whatever they can do to get some ground back. And with time ticking down this quick, I just don't see how this is possible.
Well, you got to make plays. 2v4, you've spotted one Informal outside. Shots a little bit shaky, not able to connect out on Clayster. Hip fire up close and personal, but shut down. 4-1 Optic Gaming.
Again, the big thing that was talked about after Atlanta from Formal was he tweeted about how he's now the real shot caller in Search and Destroy. He's the guy that makes a lot of decisions for Optic Gaming. And it has looked better in the most part since he's now taken over that role. I'm sure he's doing the same thing here this weekend. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. As now we move into round number 6 with a 4-1 OG round lead.
Just going to check Clayster and Formal early. No sniper play here. Let's see what's going on with Attach. He's 1-4. Great S&D player, obviously not getting the production levels he expects or wants in this game, but it's a similar hit that we saw last time. Now on defense, it's going to be a fast push through the back. Crimsix on the flank finds one early. The pinch now wide open. Enable thankfully able to get one for the grenade if you're a FaZe fan. That's both. Oh, it's Scump actually tagging Crim. And now he's in a 1v2. What just happened there, Jack?
Scump just decided he's good. He's back on the map. Scump apparently holding a vengeance against Crimsix there. 1 versus 2. Clayster knows where Scump is. Yeah, Scump's going to have to back on down. Still possible to make this one a win for Optic Gaming. But Scump's got to make a pretty nice play to make it happen.
He's wrapping around the back. He's got plenty of time to work with here. He spots Clay, can't win it.
Nice job.
6 stuff from Clayster to close it out. And I thought when Crim got that opening first blood from the rear, what fell apart? Because you think you kind of have a 2-2 split on both sides. The pinch is going to come in. You have a 4-3 advantage. It was the team kill that kind of just threw everything off?
That's more than safe to say. It also put Formal in a spot where he no longer had Crimsix watching over him from that crate side. Formal went to go push rocks. Crim was near that crate's area to watch over that push. But then when he winds up dying, Formal's basically in a 1v2. He's only able to trade 1 kill. As FaZe are trying to stay in things, still down by 2 rounds though, and again, it's that typical Optic Gaming push. 3 towards B, 1 lingering near middle, and A, as FaZe are just 3 hitting this wall run.
They 3 hit the wall run, they feed 1 to Karma, but it works out for Clayster and crew as they have a 3v2 advantage. Scump and Crim now having to go big. The slow peek around the corner comes. They're lining up in front, but
what
can you do? How's he staying alive? How's he staying alive? Finally going to get picked up. Can Crim do it? If he gets that around the edge, we're looking at a 1v1. Nah, both tagged, but not dropped.
And he's going to have to back on up now, forfeits the map positioning, and still has to worry about this objective. And I think Enable and Attach know that. I think that's why they haven't moved quite yet. Now, I think they're going to begin to get active. You can see both arrows beginning to inch on up, and yeah, they've spotted Crim6. Nice job, FaZe, 2 rounds in a row to bring it back to 4-3.
They've made this a game you thought maybe Optic running away with this with the hot start they had in game 1. They closed it out. Would they do similar in game 2? The answer is no. FaZe coming back a bit here. Now, I saw you had Clayster with his specialist, Enable as well. So it should be FTL jump available, and then we're going to see Camo. So
and
Karma, but Karma's a sliver away. But we got to go with Enable here and see if he can do it. You see both 6 and 5, the difference. Oh, sorry, 7 and 4 for Karma, 6 and 5 for Enable. Enable's got the plan to go with as well.
Just throws a grenade right at the back of Zuma.
I'm sorry,
doesn't
Tommy.
Die there. Zuma's going to have to hold and wait for his health to come back, as this is going to be a fast plant from FaZe. As they've called Optic Gaming's bluff going towards B.
I'm keeping Karma highlighted here just in case he finds a kill. He'll have Camo as well, which could be a playmaker in this. Enable doesn't need it yet. They have the 4v2 advantage now on Crim and Formal to get it done. And Formal's actually in the Scarab right now, so he's not going to be able to do anything. I mean, Tags, when he's coming out, he's like, where'd everybody go?
I mean, I think here you just turn back around and jump off the map. Maybe you try to earn your overdrive. Oh, this is a tough spot. This is a round win for FaZe. It's going to be 4-4. The difference now for FaZe Clan, obviously one working together as a team, but I think the big thing for me is they've stopped challenging middle map. They've stopped trying to make something happen there. Instead, just getting to a site, planting the objective. They don't burn their camo. They don't blind use it. All smart decisions from FaZe in that round to tie this one up.
Yeah, it looks like he was just trying to, oh no, that's awkward. You find him in the corner, throw a nade, and feed one to Enable. Thankfully, I guess he already had his specialist, so not a big difference maker. So why isn't he going off the map? Just trying to get one kill to get that overdrive to maybe kick things off here in the next round?
I think that's the main thing right there. Trying to earn a payload of your own. Instead, it's not going to happen. Enable just lived through that with the blast shield. 4-4, FaZe 3 rounds in a row. Do Optic Gaming stop the bleeding here?
All right, offense coming in for Optic. I'm going to keep Enable. That's number 7 on the minimap, just to see what he's able to do.
This pinch from you, if FaZe hit you quickly here, which I think they're going to send one player to do, is going to be attached. The first player challenging on in, no first blood as of yet. Enable's going to camo on out. This should be a round win.
Line him up. Trying to line him up. He only got one, so you still survived a bit there. This is a sniper with Clay. Ripping one, but it's still going to be a 1v2. He's got FTL jump to go with in the EMC in his hand. It works very well up close. 1v1. Tries to grab a gun. Can't turn on Crim. That was scary.
Oh. If he FTL jumped and turned with that pistol, such a sick 1v2. Fortunately for Crim, does have that ERAD, and Scump had already weakened up that player. So Optic Gaming, they do stop the bleeding. Big things to point out as well. FaZe use camo, FaZe use FTL jump. And now Optic Gaming, they earn their payloads. This now should be a round win in a game secured for OG.
Well, that's why I'm going to follow Karma off the beginning here on defense, just to see where the camo comes into play. And that was, Enable was sort of in a tough spot in the sense he saw the 3 players there, and it didn't seem like it lined up ever for him to get 2, right? He only had the option to find 1 kill. Couldn't, I mean, it was still a productive camo, but not as productive as maybe it could have been.
No, and there's first blood from Formal. Karma still has camo. Streaks will be called in, and now Optic will hightail it out right away. I think they just got to get together right now. Look, I mean, look at how far spread they're. They're groups of 2.
I figured Karma might play aggressive, but now it's going to be, I was going to say Formal working on the ace, but he catches a nade to the face after finding the opening 2 kills, but is that enough to close it out? Via the minimap, it looked like Scump might have spotted Enable on the cross. The question is, do they just make the call here for Karma to make a play with camo and in this one?
FaZe are just hoping that Optic run into their pre-aimed sight lines. And right now, from all the decisions OG are making, I don't think that's going to happen. They will decide to rotate this towards the B site, and thankfully for FaZe, I don't think their intention is to go there at this current moment.
Well, it seemed like their intention wasn't to go anywhere.
Well,
but
now,
is, yeah.
God, they're going to run straight to him.
Well, let's go over to Enable. As he's going to be calling in streaks and now hitting the wall run. They're going to push it right in front of him.
That drops
that
the bomb
might be it. It's just attached. Karma's got invis.
There's no time to plant, and with Scump this far away, this game is done, folks. Optic Gaming. Ooh, it wasn't pretty, but they will take map number 2 and go up 2-0 in this best of 5. Zuma with some nice shots at the end. But once you see the bomb drop off the map, all you need to do is send your final player all the way back to the spawn, and they do just that.
You get it a lot closer here. Now, was there a bit of, I know it was a 100-point club, but there was a period there where FaZe started to fight back a little bit, then Optic shut it down. Similar story here in a way for the Game 2 S&D, and now it's all going to fall on the uplink. Can FaZe keep this series alive and push it the distance? We'll take a look at the scoreboard. Enable, big game, 10-7, but needed some support from the squad. On the other end, if it was Karma, I think they kind of carried the load early. If Formal and Crim closed it late.
Reminder for everybody at home, this is not an elimination match. This is the winner's bracket final. So if FaZe wind up losing this, or if they mount the Miraculous, come back and Optic lose, they will just drop to the loser's bracket final and await the rest of the matches going on there. We'll definitely update you guys when we hear more on where those other games currently stand. But one thing we know for sure, 3 European teams and 1 North American squad in that loser's bracket right now, fighting for their lives in this tournament.
Maybe an update coming through.
1-1 Epsilon Infused.
Okay, been tied up, so 6-0 Infused in the search and destroy.
Okay, set up your codcaster so we don't get yelled at.
That would be good. Let's make sure we got the right teams here.
They're doing that same thing again.
Come on, pick a team, guys. Make this easy on me, for God's sake.
We should be good.
I think so.
Yeah.
Looks like Formal and Crim just have switched. If you see my eyes directed down, it's because I'm staring at these guys go back and forth on teams, and I to make sure it's correct.
Yes.
Like, why is it maybe look at the camera?
Trust me.
I'd love to be.
Would you?
Yes.
I didn't know you were so passionate about that. We have our little red light above it telling us that we're on camera. That's how we know.
No, I think we are good.
I think we're set.
All right, so does this end here? Is Game 3, the uplink, going to be the end of FaZe and back-to-back victories now for Optic?
Nope, they're all
Gaming?
switching. I'm not kidding.
Are you guys joking?
I'm not kidding.
Come on, man.
They all just switched. That is actually, the second you say they're all good.
Can we talk to a ref over there?
Everyone just switched. That was almost terrible.
He's actually going Well, it's tough. It's like I come at a game, I look at it once, make sure if I have to swap because they have their sides all listed out. Oh, actually.
Did you have the side list?
Yes, I did.
Wait, this whole time you've had the list of sides
I don't know
for
where
each map?
Mudhug gave it to me.
Are you kidding me?
I forgot.
So you're blaming him. We've had the list of sides.
I mean, that's still his fault.
Dude, you're the worst person.
I work off of colors.
He's the worst person.
I work off of colors. I think I threw it in the trash.
Dude, what? That's the one thing we've needed. We've been stressing about it so much.
Well, that's the first time I've been handed one throughout the weekend, so I was like,
for Game 3, no FTL jump this time around. As expected, overdrive, reactive, and camo must-haves. And now you see the tough road FaZe have to climb if they want to get themselves a spot in the finals from that winner's bracket. They need the reverse sweep. And it all starts now on Precinct Uplink. Maps 1 and 2 have not been close. Even that 6-4 score line is pretty much handled by Optic Gaming for the most part.
Precinct, this can be a very, I guess, swing-oriented game.
Yep.
You can see big leads evaporate depending on the side you start on. I mean, the most recent one that jumps to mind still, and it was not a swing game, was just, I can't get over that Splyce Envy game last night.
Yeah, and I know there's other people who are watching that can't get over that Splyce Envy game as well. I look at Jacob as you say that. He looks up as you bring it up.
Oh, Slasher's there too. I'm sorry. It was like a football scoreline, 14-0.
You're going to randomly just get hit in the head by a water bottle as they just throw it from the front row. Both teams ready to go for game in number 3, Precinct Uplink. Right now from FaZe, what's just missing from these guys that you've seen from them against Optic Gaming in the last 2 series they've played?
Honestly, all it comes down to is okay, so you know when you talk about teams being hot on a Saturday, teams being hot on a Sunday, or even different times during the course of the day, Optic came out hot as hell in Game 1. I mean, you saw it with Karma starting out 10-0. The problem, FaZe has bounced back on teams. We've seen them do reverse sweeps. We've seen them come alive and heat up over the course of the series. It's just, I feel like Optic delivered a knockout punch.
That early.
You can't. Yes, it doesn't seem like in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the hard point, they were just like, FaZe, go back to bed. Come back later this afternoon. There'll be more matches to play.
They might have said that. I don't know if I can count FaZe out yet in this series. One thing I know for sure,
you can never count them out, but it has not been pretty.
It has not been pretty at all. We're ready to go in game number 3, Precinct Uplink. FaZe fans, you need to get loud now for your boys going up against OG. Saw some of the FaZe YouTube guys saying they're staying up late for this matchup that's now going on. I couldn't even tell you what time it is. I mean, we're from the East Coast, so right now it would be 5:54 a.m. Pacific, getting close to 3 in the morning.
Stayed up, watched the hard point, went back to sleep.
That's basically what happened.
But
3 dead already.
Opening up in a big way. They've got 3 down. They've got the drone. You see on X-ray there's 1 player. That's Enable playing a bit of defense. Enable now evaporated. This is going to be an opening score 23 seconds in. That is literally the fastest dunk I think I've ever seen. And it's like the same start to Hardpoint. I know they're very different game modes, but it's just you get whacked early.
Yeah.
You can't start a game like that. You have to win some of these gunfights.
No, and thankfully for FaZe, they do stop the bleeding there, so it's a quick score for Optic Gaming. But now it's FaZe on the offensive. They've got 2 dead for OG, and they have a lead blocker. There should be at least a 1-point throw from Attach. There it goes, connects. FaZe answer right back to bring this back to a 1-point.
That's huge. You needed that. Just a nice little counter. Guys, take a deep breath. I know they came out hot here in the series and in this 3rd game, but let's rebound. And you get a nice score. We're watching Clayster. This is a very important position on Statue. You can look into the top ticket. You get a nice angle here towards the mid lobby. And now they find the kill. It's going to be Attached with the drone, trying to play behind his lead blockers as he wraps the corner. Wants to get gun up, maybe make some plays. You see the... Oh, God, where did he even get dropped from? Scump flanked in behind, actually.
Yeah, he hit through lobby.
I was so focused on the front there. Scump comes in behind, drops him before he can get it through. But now the dunk is in. It's going to be a 3-2 advantage for FaZe. And pushing the back street. It looks like it's Clayster kind of dealing with gas, trying to disallow them from pushing out from the back alley. Enable, you filthy man!
You like calling FaZe members filthy.
Yeah, it was
there was a test yesterday. Today it's now enabled. Zumas has been laying down under the portal of Optic. Here's the thing, though. FaZe have only gotten the 1 dunk off of this. How long have they been in this position? They haven't been focusing on the objective.
Well, you still have Attach here, but there's 3 players in front. Make it 2 players now. And finally, will be lined up. But you still have a lot of players to get something. Like, I thought he tried to grab the drone, just get a 1-point score. There he goes. Now he's going to hightail it back. It hasn't nope, there, it reset.
It reset. Yep. There it goes. And still, yes, it's great that FaZe are getting all these kills. I mean, they're outslaying Optic heavily right now in this game, especially in the last minute, but they only have the 1 dunk to show for it.
Yeah, you think you got to get more there, right? Especially on this side of the map where you can really get the rally going. Oh, well, hello, Karma.
Dude, Shockwave
of Zuma.
Shockwave is such a flashy trait.
I quite enjoy it. I wish I could ground pound.
Okay, as he's now decided to maybe go for a push into the gas side of the map.
Nice nade.
Beautiful flechette grenade. Shows the power of that. Many people think it's possibly the best grenade in the history of competitive Call of Duty. And I could see why there. The car does blow up on the Crim6. Sounds as 2 members of Optic trying to hold off this play, and I think they're going to do just that.
They held it off, but all right, talk to me about what you think FaZe did wrong. I mean, I know they have the advantage, but there was a solid 2 minutes there where it was all FaZe control, right? You're playing basically on Optic Street, pushing their gas, pushing back alley. Well, for a couple minutes, and they don't get really many points on the board at all. What went wrong is we're actually about to see them score again.
Yeah, they put such a focus on getting the kills and pushing up that they forgot to have a player ready in lobby to get the relay going. So the whole time they did have someone in lobby, and then they were just trying to keep supplementing their push. They never got the next wave of kills to get that next dunk on in. FaZe with the 1-point play, though, to bring it up to their largest in the game now at 2. With a minute and a half remaining inside number 1. Karma, though, with the drone in hand. Clayster ready for this push, though, as he starts mowing down Optic Gaming players again.
Weekends 1 gets baited into a push there. Zuma with the ground pound again. It is Karma. Oh, poor Damon.
From the sky that time around. Zuma obviously was a great player in Ghost, but really broke out with this FaZe team in AW. And that's where that pound really began in regards to competitive Call of Duty, now making it happen in IW. Great start to this game from him, 13-8 alongside of Dable.
Yeah, I feel like all these fights I'm going to for the FaZe side, they're winning their one-on-one engagements. It's been a huge stretch of time now for them where they've been in control. Doing Crim6 has to play some defense, but he can't get it done, so there should be more points on the board. Enable's going to grab it, attach in front, decides to dip into ticket, and you saw the Clayster do the same 1-point throw, but can't get it through. The pick may have been there, but then we don't even get to see the opportunity as they get cut down.
Optic Gaming score in the first 22 seconds, Maven, of this side. Since then, have we seen them get the drone past the 50-yard line?
That's why, like, I feel... That's kind of why I asked you the question. I feel like it should be a bigger lead for FaZe, just because it seemed to be so lopsided when you talk about map control and possession for them. I mean, you're confident with a lead, especially after the game started, right? To go 4 unanswered, you got to feel good about that, but I can't help but feel like you could have had a bigger lead.
I mean, prior to this push, you had Crim6 and Karma a combined -14, now sitting at about -13, but either way, it will be a FaZe lead going into side 2, and that's exactly what they needed to do.
Yes, they did.
They've at least brought back some momentum in their favor, and now they put themselves in a great spot to potentially take this map and force the game.
Well, you hear the FaZe fans starting to get into it a bit. They haven't had a whole lot to cheer for this series. Now, you feel good about that first half. You have to bring this one home. Because then you said you never count out FaZe. I think when you're talking about your top European teams, top North American teams, I know even EG, hell, they had two reverse sweeps yesterday. They've been one of the best stories coming into today, even though they fall. It was really a great stretch from them. But the top caliber teams you can never count out, ever. I don't care what the series is, 2-0, they can bring it back.
Another thing to remember, both of these teams coming into today undefeated so far this weekend in those series. Both teams sitting at a perfect 5-0. As now Optic again try to develop some play towards this back gas area, but Enable's shot right now is just looking good. He's leading the game, or leading his team, sorry, in kills at 17-12.
Yeah, and Enable, I talked a bit about him yesterday. We'll go to him, check him out for a bit as he is having a great game, but it was Friday. He said his shot field off, didn't feel well, just couldn't seem to connect, didn't feel like himself. And, part of that could be travel, the jet lag, tire, whatever it might be. But yesterday he rebounded. It was huge. I thought he was FaZe's best player yesterday. And he's continued to showing that right now in the Game 3. They need him in a big way.
What do Optic Gaming now do? Obviously, they're fighting for drone control. They had the electric first game of the series from Karma. This time around, not the same. Double negative right now at 7-15. Ooh. Karma does at least get one, but Clayster's there to clean it on up. So now FaZe will grab this drone and try to make a play happen.
And even on this half, so it just seems like whatever is like the forward position for FaZe, all the fighting's gone down there, right? It's been all aggression. It's been constantly Optic trying to battle out of their base. They're getting completely outplayed right now. But what's scary for FaZe is it's still one possession game, right? One big play, one just three-piece from Scump, something like that, and all of a sudden it's a tie game.
Well, the thing to note is Karma, typically the camo player for the likes of Optic Gaming, he's been struggling so much this map that, he's not even close to his payload at the moment.
And he's been great in the first two, right? Has a pretty solid search game.
Yep.
Crushed, obviously, in the game one. Not able to get anything going here. And on the other side, that's a big conversation, too, because your camo player is sluggish for Optic. Look at your camo player for FaZe. 23-14 has the camo to go with. You're going to have to use that to turn into the point, so it actually works to an advantage.
Oh, Attach tries to go for the drone right away, but Crimsix does hit the timing on him to at least stop that push. So now you've got this flank coming in from Clayster. Karma spots it, and now Optic Gaming will begin to push on up.
Thankfully, they're out of their base. They're 30-yard line for the first time, it seems like. And now you've got 3 dead. This is where you got to get it going. 3 kills for Karma. We just talked about a slow start for him. And here's your opportunity. It's going to be Crim.
This should be a dunk.
They're spawning them out, spawning them right into Formal, but they find all the kills. Maybe not a dunk. It might just be a one-point throw. If you win that gunfight back alley, you get it done. But who is it? It's Enable that finds both.
And that was Enable killing Scump, who was the lead blocker there for Crimsix. Optic brought it back within one, but the big thing to keep an eye on is this camo of Enable. They should pass him the drone right here. Instead, though, the teammate does die. So Optic with the flank coming in from lobby. Enable's the last one here. He should be cleaned up here momentarily. As now Green Wall again will go on the push.
Formal with 2 big ones. 3 now to open it up, and he's in a position here where he can push out the spawns and find some kills in the base. Second one in front. K-Bar getting it done. Do they get it through? There's the tie. They're able to score as Karma continues to be a disaster inside Ticket as he wins another one-on-one gunfight. 5 streak and huge kills on the offensive end for Formal.
They stopped the drone being moved as well. Formal still in a great spot. Crim was pinning them in the back alley for as long as he could. Is it enough time, though, for this drone to move up the map? I don't believe so. Formal now finally dead. Karma can't get the throw off. So it will remain 4-4, 90 seconds left. Enable still has the camo, though.
I know, guys, we've been talking about it a lot, but we know how powerful camo is in this game. And when you see how far Karma is from it, Enable should be the difference maker here, the one that can win the game for FaZe. It's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he's been doing so much of the slang. He's not even the guy you want to have with the drone, as he's been your best player gun up right now. But he's playing inside lobby, trying to find kills, and that position from Scump is so tough to deal with.
And this is where Optic and Side 2 have really begun to turn around as a team, is in these stalemate situations where they're fighting for a little bit of positioning near statue, some just straight up gunfights. Side 2, they've been much better. Even right now, they're just stalling things out. No one really wanted to make this big first mistake. It will be Optic to make the first play towards a drone. And they're just going to run it towards ATM. They know FaZe have a little bit less of a pressure near the side of the map. Remember, they just need 1 point to take this lead.
They shoot Attach his toes off through the bottom. It's Crim, the overdrive. Everybody basically drops. It's now only going to be Clayster. So a full reset pretty much here from both teams. Look at this little cheeky play as he shoots the drone out from underneath the truck.
And that's actually key because FaZe had no one near the drone reset, and it was about to go down. So now, because of this play by Clayster, he might have a chance to move this drone up the map. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 near this Cherry Blossom side. Zuma, his lead blocker, 18 seconds left. Optic Gaming now grab the drone. They still have overdrive. in the hands of Crim6. He's now dead, though, and I don't think there's going to be enough time to get this throw off. Karma has yet to earn camo in this game, so we will go into overtime in Uplink.
Whew, you got to think, the longer the game goes, the more opportunity you kept thinking. So think about that. Like, what's your big edge that you had here was the camo, but he never gets a chance to use it. So during all this time, Karma keeps catching up in the camo meter.
As we get prepared to start up this overtime, quick update, though, in our other series. Splyce versus Rise tied 1-1. Epsilon and Infused tied 1-1. So
interesting. Okay,
losers
cool.
bracket staying close. Potentially FaZe can make this series close now if they take this map. And again, just to keep bringing it up, Enable has camo, which can be.
And Karma's not going to get it in OT. I mean, he shouldn't get it
so.
unless he goes like he started the Hardpoint. He's not going to get it. So this should all be around Enable to get a quick score. They have to win the opening gunfights, but it's Crim then finding two. Enable's already tagged up, trying to locate the player here. Strong will do it. Crim drop. 2 players up from either side as everyone's coming now off a spawn. Can they get the drone to Enable? Almost guns formal, but not able to do so. As our drone is sitting here inside a gas. This might be maybe a chance that they can clear out Crim. They are able to do so.
It resets. That's the thing. That drone was so far back that they had nobody near it. Now Zuma's dead, so Optic will be able to get out of the spawn trap at the end of it all.
I thought
not able to convert it.
If that didn't reset, you probably have a chance at a deep 1.
Look at the scoreboard. 7 of the 8 payloads in the game currently available. Optic are now going to go for the push with the drone towards bottom apartments. And you've still got Enable holding this angle here. Karma's on the opposite side of the map. He can go for the 1. Intercepted. He gets by killing.
There's another one there, and it doesn't go through, but can they hunt him down? Crim was trying to find it, not able to do it. It's attached, actually. He used overdrive. He just got out of dodge. He's going to come around the corner quick, just toss it up.
He's got a teammate there, though.
Enable's there. It's Enable with
camo. He's not going to use it yet.
Do it.
He's waited so long.
There's one behind. He's going to get shot. Yeah, still hasn't used it.
Does he pop the camo right now? He's got the opportunity. Will he go for it? He doesn't need to use it. His lead blockers get the job done. FaZe score first in 1 minute and 21 seconds.
And now you can use the camo on the second side to maybe just get a quick 1-point throw when the game's over.
Ooh,
how do you feel about him not using it there? I mean, in hindsight, it works out great. You get the dunk. I was like, I wanted to spam the triggers with my hands just to pop, pop the damn camo.
I think it means a lot of the communication from the side of FaZe to have them say, we don't need to use it. Don't burn it. Don't burn it. Nice job by Attach to recognize that he can pop his overdrive and throw that drone forward for yards because Enable was there. And immediately again, Clayster uses his payload. He's dropping the Centurion down in a defensive position. Camo used right off the bat, and it's for nothing.
What the hell?
Reactive now being caught by Zuma. He's now dead. 3 go down quick. Attach the last line of defense. He's trying to stall out time. And I think he's done just that. Beautiful job by Attach.
Attach just went God mode.
But the reason why Optic looks so disoriented there is Clayster's Centurion was still sitting right on that outskirt part of that ATM area. So they were all getting stunned continuously as they ran out of that choke point.
40 seconds left here for Optic to try and make the play. They found some kills out front, inside, still going to be Clayster and Zuma, but as both drop, I mean, you have overdrive, but that's really it to work with now. Karma still not towards the camo, not going to get it in these next 30 seconds. Crim may be the guy that has to make the play, but he needs some help. He needs to be on the map as well to get it done. But nice shots there. And Tarps, when do you just decide to go here? One more kill and make a play? You got to.
Got it right now. Crim6 making the play. FaZe aren't ready for this.
They're spotted.
They're not ready. Oh my God! Crim6 with the overdrive, and Scum says, oh, it's over. It's done. There's a reason this guy's the winningest player in Call of Duty history, and it's because of plays like that.
That's flashbacks to Clayster's overdrive against them. What, back to Vegas? Right on throwback when he hits the overdrive to get the last second win in Uplink? Crim goes huge. You're just waiting for it, right? Waiting as the tension builds. He pops
FaZe were ready for it, but Crim realizes it. And the big thing is, Optic Gaming sent one player through that ATM hallway. They watch the crossover, they see the hole in the setup, and their payloads wind up making the difference. Karma goes 16 and 33 without a point on the board, but the rest of OG carry the weight needed to win that map.
With Karma having a game like that, as great as he's been playing, and the fact he's your camo player, you have to win that if you're FaZe.
Yep.
And I know there were a lot of clutch plays down the stretch that decided it, but honestly, the biggest part of the game still for me is side one, when FaZe had 3 minutes of control and didn't really get points on the board.
Yeah.
They could have put the game away early.
Well, Optic Gaming will be in another grand final. Crim6 fifth straight here at ESWC with
That's
a quick
insane.
3-0 victory over FaZe. Remember, FaZe are not eliminated. They'll now sit in the losers bracket final and wait for the rest of those matches to go down. A lot of fun there, Maven.
That was a blast.
Waiting for the pound. Okay, good. We got it. Our analysts, they look like they're ready to go, though. We have to hear from Bryce, Zero, and now Ton at the analyst couch.
All right, thank you very much, Jack. What a game, what a finish. But a lot to talk about, of course. I'm joined again by Zero, and this time by Ton. All right, let's get your initial impression. No, actually, Ton, you've been actually in the open bracket. Let's get your updates first.
Well, I was catching Splyce against Rise more than anything. Splyce lost the first map. It was a pretty close one until we went a train platform, a baseball field before a train platform. Rise just held it really, really well. Moves to train platform. They win the first map. Second map goes to round 11. Splyce closed it out. Just though, they were 4 versus 2 up, bombed down, and they nearly choked it. It ended up being a 2 versus 1, and Looney ended up going down. But Splyce had 1-1 in that series, but I know that Infused and Epsilon are currently playing as well. Infused are 2-1 good in that series. So.
Wow, Epsilon really putting in the work this event then. And that actually makes it even more dangerous for the European side of Pro Points. If Epsilon continue to do well, it actually brings them in to contention. They weren't really in contention before this event, but the fact that so many European teams who are higher up have had a bad event, are we going to see Epsilon sneak in the LAN League? It could happen.
Well, 3G had a pretty bad event, so Epsilon doing really well this event. We could see them coming in top 6.
We certainly could. All right, we'll have to find out when they go to Dallas, but let's get back into Optic versus FaZe. All right, map 1, little bit of a beating, like a little bit. Zero, what do you see?
I felt that beating. It's not a very good one. I felt it from both teams, actually.
We're here for you now. Don't worry.
From FaZe and Optic, I felt it. Optic, Karma just went off. Karma went off on that retaliation. Started off on a 9 streak, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And turned on someone in bedroom. He just went off.
Yeah, I think realistically that was kind of the Optic FaZe didn't want to see. It was just insane, you know, when you beat a team like that. And you already said you thought FaZe were playing fantastically so far this weekend. Not so much there.
I think it's more of a case of maybe they just not come in hot this morning. I think we see, for me, I still think FaZe will make it back to the grand final against Optic. I think we'll see a different beast there, and I think we'll hopefully see a bit more of a competitive game. But I know the other 2 maps were pretty close, but yeah, it was a pretty bad beat on the Hardpoint.
Karma on a Sunday.
Hey, he's certainly improving. I said this actually yesterday. I said he took a lot of flack last year. That flack's not existent anymore.
He's probably one of the best players in the game right now. Like you said, that's the Optic they didn't want to see. They just look like they want to win the event more than anyone else.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's move into the S&D then. A little bit closer. I've noticed that Optic have kind of gone back to their super tight setup. They used to have that in AW, where they were basically stack. It almost looks like just a one person coming around the corner every time. They're playing this 3-man stack, 1 man either covering the flank or holding the long angle, and it's actually working really well for them every time I see them. You don't fight one Optic player. If you're fighting an Optic player, there are 2 more about to fly around the corner at you.
I think they maybe stylistically change it up, because I know when they played against you and we were watching it, they were just formatting around the map every single round. I mean, they were just flooding B when they were defending, so they knew that even if you were going to go to B, you're just going to get traded out, because, I mean, it's Optic. So, then if you're at A, then they can format and just try and break through. So they were playing aggressively then. They did a little bit more passively against FaZe. I respected we nearly seen an insane FTL play out of Clayster in that 1 versus 2, I think it was, but it was Formal caught him off. That could have changed it, because, I mean, you get Clayster and those guys hyped up, it's a different story, and that could have changed the game. Formal's clutched it up in that situation, but I think Optic still deserve to win the S&D.
Yeah, I think, again, like I said, it reminds me of AW S&D for Optic more than Black Ops 3. Black Ops 3, you kind of had to play a little bit more loose and fast to cover the angles. In this game, you really can just hit aside with 3 players and see where it goes, or 4 players, depending on how you're stacking it. But no, yeah, I think Optic, that was definitely a big win for them.
That S&D, they literally destroyed us on that S&D when we played them.
Oh yeah, they destroyed you.
That was just destroyed.
Like, honestly, it was painful. It was uncomfortable to watch, Trey.
It was painful to play.
Really, I can imagine. It was
really
bad.
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm very upset now.
All right, well, let's move into the uplane then, because there was a lot we were talking about during that game going on. One of the main things, Karma not getting his camo, we said it was a big influencer going through. Obviously didn't matter in the end, but when 7 players have got payloads and the most powerful payload in the game you don't have in your arsenal, you've got to be a little bit worried if you're Optic, but they got it out of the bag.
On the other side of things, Enable had the biggest balls not to use it on the first side of overtime and still managed to get that done. That situation, I was with Maven. I would have been slamming those back triggers, getting it on, and just pushing on through. He saved it, but then he did absolutely nothing with it in the second half.
Well, we saw like the first minute and a half, didn't we?
Yeah.
And we just saw Optic destroy them for the first minute. We was like, all right, this is a 3-0. And then FaZe kept bringing it back and back and back, and then Karma just fell short with the kills, and then, like you said, Enable had his camo
for the second half of
overtime. Second half
yeah.
of overtime because he didn't use it in the first, and then he just did nothing with it. And then Crim6 made an insane play with the overdrive.
Well, I think, let's talk about that insane play, because obviously like the casters were getting mad hype with it. Wasn't a lot of chance to kind of break it down. For me, we saw Crim, I think also Scum, there was a Centurion ready. Obviously useless in that scenario unless you're going to pick it up and throw it at them or something. But we saw Crim. So here's the interesting thing you got to keep an eye on if you do watch the replay of that. Crim played his life. Like, he knew he had to stay alive. We saw, and we were discussing here in the analyst panel, Optic were trying to position him. They knew they had to make the kills around mid. They knew they had to look for a gap. I think it was Scum and Crim both picked up the kills. And obviously at that point, Crim, he took a massive risk, by the way, when he went for it. He just went straight for the drone. He didn't look right. He didn't look ticket. He just knew he had to get through and wrap it. And he went for it. Like, it could have gone wrong. He could have died at that point, which people didn't really notice. But he just went. At any slightly different angle from FaZe, they would have lost.
That he stayed alive. Like, he played his life so well. There was like 6 nades thrown at him. He won that massive gunfight Zig, and then he must have got a call from his team saying, just bomb it, risk it.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think in that sort of situation, there was still a little bit of time. He could have waited maybe a little bit longer, but it was the right time to do it.
I don't think so. Like, he was actually very lucky timing as well. If you
it was
notice,
lucky
2 were
there was
back
2 in
alley
tickets.
and 2 were ticket.
Yeah.
Like, there was a hole. Crim6 found it, and he went through it, and he nailed it.
I know, but I know what you're saying about he took a risk because there were still those 2 guys in tickets.
Yeah.
They could have waited, all right, try and get those kills before I did it, but they took the risk, it paid off.
I mean, I think he only had Scum with him. Like, the other 2 are just coming off respawn. Like, if you wait, Scum has to pick off a 2-piece in ticket.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I know. It was still a risky situation.
No, you're wrong.
You know what I'm trying to say, though.
I know what you're both trying to say. I'm just in the middle of it. I'm not gonna.
Well, you're the player here. Make a decision.
So Crim6 has his overdrive. I don't think FaZe know that he has his overdrive.
No, that's the other thing we thought. We think FaZe knew.
Second half of overtime, I don't think FaZe knows he has his overdrive. So obviously they just think that they have to take it back alley, have to wait for his teammates. Was it Scump in front of him?
I think because the other kill came in from Scump, so it could only have been him on the map with him.
Well, whoever was in front of him called out last 2 here. Crim6 just thought in his mind. He probably didn't even call it out. He just thought, all right, I've got overdrive, I'm just going to bomb it. Yeah. And then his teammates behind
2 map
him
cushion.
Up, yep.
Yeah.
2 spawn back alley, 2 had no idea where he was, because when you run with overdrive with the ball, with the kill sign above your head, it still shows you back there when you're a mile ahead.
Yeah. They probably thought he was coming ticket. Like, they expected maybe to come ticket window or to try push back alley with Scum. At that point, the players back alley have no idea. The first idea they actually have is when that kill sign comes up basically next to their portal.
By the time he's at the portal, the kill signs come up, and it's game over.
Yeah. All right, well, I think that kind of nicely ties that together. We are deep into Championship Sunday here at ESWC. Don't go anywhere. Coming right out of the break, another game, Championship Sunday.
I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. Sailing on my soul, you're
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continued coverage of the Call of Duty World League Paris Open, presented by the PS4 Championship. Sunday is more than underway, and we just saw ourselves a 3-0 victory for Optic Gaming over FaZe OG, now in the grand finals. Waiting to see who they'll face from this losers bracket. And speaking of losers, we've got Brycey now joining us on the caster desk.
Okay.
Bryce, good to have you here, my friend.
Okay, that's I see how it is. I see how it is.
Oh, mate,
it's okay. We were having a conversation before we went live because Jack doesn't think Europe deserve any pool play spots. So that's just how it is.
That was not the discussion at all. That actually happened.
You said you don't think Epsilon deserve a pool play spot.
Well, I said they don't deserve a spot in the league yet because they don't have enough pro points to make it in the league. They're in the 8th spot.
You said they were trash and they don't deserve to be there.
I didn't say that at all. One thing I do want to say, though, is we will actually be seeing Epsilon play. This is a little bonus match for you on Championship
It is.
Sunday.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
You're not. You're
I'm
not.
supposed to be hosting. I just jumped in.
I'm happy you're here. You look good today with the pink and black.
I know,
You're
right?
Nice and fit.
It's not bad.
The match we'll be seeing, though, is Epsilon up against Infused. Remember, this is a losers bracket match. The winner of this, though, in the top 4.
And also, as a quick update, I believe the Splyce Rise game, which was a choice that we would have gotten into if we could actually get in the game, which we can't. That's actually 2-1 Splyce at the moment. The S&D, I think, was 6-5.
Oh, I'm just saying, this now puts us at a potential
2 EU top 4.
2 EU. Is that the happiest thing you've ever said this weekend?
I think it is, because there was a point, right? I think it was like either Friday or Saturday morning when we were like, oh goodness, all the European teams are losing. They're all like, I think there was like a string of losses. They were just doing terrible in the groups.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there going, okay, so now they've come over to our, like, it's home advantage, and we're actually just doing really badly. And I'm like, I can't wait for the tweet saying, oh, EU doesn't deserve anything. Why are we doing this? And now I'm okay again. I'm like, well, okay, we kind of justified it. We're all right.
Good.
But we're not doing too bad.
Funnily enough, though, prior to us coming in here, you were saying how, and you were talking to Mug Dog, you were saying, can we somehow just have FaZe and Optic not show up?
I was like, look, because there's this big thing, right, about Europe not winning events, right? But it's not fair. Like, you've got Optic, you've got FaZe, you've got Envious. Like, how are we supposed to do anything? Like,
be good. Sorry.
There is a level. There is a level above, right?
Yes.
And it is North America has its great strength and depth, but it also has these titans that just cannot be overcome. It's so difficult to just kind of take them out of the thing when they are that good.
Yep.
And like, if you just going to misplace their visas or cancel their plane tickets for the next event and just be like, yes, we can win one.
Next time, if I know anything happens with FaZe and Optic in regards to traveling on out here, maybe they're not able to get on their flights, I'm going to say it's something with you, and we're gonna find out
that's a bad thing, right?
We're going to find out what you've done. Because now you've basically put a target on your back.
Yeah, I basically have. If somehow Optic missed their flight, Greenwall is going to attack me savagely. I'm just going to quit Twitter.
Yeah,
it's going to be bad.
Just delete it, retire, join Rel, wherever Rel is.
Rel's not retired. Rel is Rel-tired, which just means he's retired until the next event. He will Rel-turn at some point.
I like this. That actually works out perfectly.
Yeah.
I like where you went with that one. You put a lot of thought into it. If you're wondering what the delay is right now, we're just waiting for the admins to start up the game for game number 4. I couldn't even tell you who's winning in this series.
No. No, I can. I believe Infused are 2-1 up.
Okay, so you think Infused are winning 2-1?
Yes.
Epsilon and Infused were now into the rig draft, as we can take a look at where these two teams currently stand in their selections. I'm excited to see where this series goes, mainly because Infused and Epsilon, for me, of the European teams in the last 2 weeks, are looking like two of the more improved teams.
Epsilon have finally got that champs form that we saw. I was so disappointed with the Epsilon team. Bad start to the year, bad placements, basically no chance of making the LAN League, and they have redeemed themselves so far at ESWC. They can get past Infused, which is no small order, then they have a chance. Like, they need massive amounts of pro points. They need to be able to go into Dallas with at least a chance of getting into it.
A chance. That's the big thing. I think we've begun to see how they will probably be our big storyline from EU in regards to that Dallas event. In mentioning, do they get in? Do they get the points they need? It will be the final weekend to earn pro points for the qualification of the Stage 1 Global Pro League. And teams like Epsilon, teams like Fnatic, will be fighting for every bit that they can get. Up to that point, though, we've got more 2Ks to come, more online stuff going on.
Again, how important the 2K going to be to them as well? They need the points. I think they were 15,000 points clear of getting in, because there's a massive gap between Epsilon and I think it was Fnatic who were next. Like 15,000 points. Like, it's crazy the amount of points they actually need going forward. But moving on, Infused as well. Infused are maybe a bit of a Cinderella story. coming into this, we've kind of had, Splyce, Red Reserve, Elevate, actually this, and we were like, that's the top 3.
Yep.
Elevate had 2 shocking events now. Infused are actually performing way better. Red Reserve are basically a myth. I don't even know if they're a team anymore with the way that they were looking last night. Honestly, it's kind of crazy how well Infused are actually doing. Part of that's down to the fact like New Moose is kind of kicking. What? I'm not roasting Zero. It's fine.
I'm just laughing because Zero's literally right off camera, sitting on the analyst couch, and you've just been trolling him all day. I just read a
it's
comment.
okay. He's a friend of mine. It's fine. It's okay. I forgive him for his bad placements. It's all right. I know a lot of fans don't.
I just love how you started the show with him being on. We couldn't find a pro player. The best we could do is top 16, joined by Zero.
Okay.
That
it's
is
okay. It's like Phil. Phil started being that bad, and so we got him on the analyst desk, and now Zero's joining them.
He's casting. Maybe Zero's transitioning to the next part in his career. It's Epsilon and Infused now in game number 4. Brycey, I'm going to trust your word in saying that Infused are up 2-1, and there the graphic says it as well. Good job.
I hope they didn't take that off me, and they're just this is just massively misleading.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to take that as gospel. But as we go into this first one, we are going to see both these teams go to war. Of course, Epsilon looking massively improved, and Infused being one of the big storylines from Europe, kind of going over what a lot of people thought they would do. It is starting off with Epsilon to open things up, though.
And a lot of that talk about Infused has been one man, and that is Moose, the guy who
New Moose.
the last 2 events has gotten the nickname New Moose. He's back again. Who thought that he could do it? Well, he has. As since he really went over to America and played with TP and Aches a couple years
broken.
back, yeah, he really hadn't looked the same, but now it seems to be back and forth. Watching his teammate Marky B to see if Infused can get their first point on the board.
Well, I think it's a kind of a key point while this first scrappy hill is going on. We'll talk about Moose is a player that has to be comfortable with his teammates. When you played with Aches and TP, he went to bits. He was terrible. I think he knows that himself. He was not comfortable in that squad. But that same squad, you have Marky B, Moose, PD, and Gunchi. They looked great when they were playing in the league over at with TCM. Before that, I think they actually teamed with Momo as well, way back in the day. Chemistry for Moose is a massive thing for him. He's not a hype player. He just has to be super comfortable in the team he's in.
And when he's joined alongside Marky B, he definitely has that feeling, and it reflects in his gameplay. He's now out to about a 5-second lead, as they've done a good job rotating towards this new hard point. They know what player's still in. That should be the cleanup onto Hawkeye. He's had a quite good event so far. He critiqued his own self. Said, I haven't been as good and consistent in IW as I was in Black Ops 3. This weekend, though, he's been doing quite better. He's got all the time, actually, for his squad right now. 4-3, now 5-3, with 21 seconds in the hard point.
Well, right now you can see, Nelson again, that's kind of a new player last year coming through in Europe, is performing the best for them so far. But Vortex is going to pick up 2 as well. Just going to get the scrap time onto this one, but it will be Epsilon with the rotation currently locked in. You are going to see a stack from Infused. They're cleaning out Spiral, and as soon as they have done, they are now going to flood this.
And they don't have anybody hitting middle as of yet. I'm wondering, do we see the number 7 PD go for that area? No, it's not going to happen. So I'm actually not liking how passively Infused are playing this. They're waiting to get everybody off spawn, but look, they keep dying just like that. Yes, they're waiting to push, but if you're going to peek out and die immediately, you're just wasting your time. Here's another example. Bye, Nolson. Oh, wait, your 4th player's not there yet. Yes, they're now setting the flank in for Moose, but they've now just burned 30 seconds, Bryce.
Yeah, I think you were right with that. They're looking for the stack, but because they keep losing a player or two, they keep waiting. They keep delaying it as well. There has been no actual aggressive push coming from Infused.
That was abysmal.
Perfect
that
hold.
Was literally just terrible.
Perfect hold.
Look at how. Did Epsilon feel threatened at all there at any point? No.
I mean, Hawkey's basically just going to break out a small picnic basket in a minute, have a few sandwiches, and wonder what on earth is going on for the rotation.
Yeah, and because it's starting with a scatter for the first line of defense for the side of Epsilon. Now it's Vortex getting low on that wall run, going all the way around the back of this helipad area.
So big.
Great play from him, putting himself in a spot to be successful with the submachine gun. And now he's going to go ahead and challenge back for more, as Epsilon still have this 30-second lead, and a potential break now coming in as they've got the pinch developed.
I'm not going to lie to you here. If this break comes in, Vortex has basically done this on himself. He not only did the low wall run to get the back, but he just out-juked the player inside. He allowed his teammates to get the pinch coming in as well.
Yep.
That's all Vortex. All of that was Vortex.
And now he's the last one alive inside this hard point. Can he keep the strong plays going? Got 2 players challenging. Does get 1. He's going to earn himself a scare, but that's about it. 96-61. At the end of the first rotation, it will be a lead for Epsilon, but the big question is how large of a lead? Will it be about that 15-second margin? It looks like it will, because I don't think Epsilon will go ahead and challenge the scrap time. No, they will not. Biggest takeaways from side 1 for Infused. What do they need to improve upon most?
I think first of all their aggressiveness on that on P2.
Yep.
Oh no, sorry, P3. It was pathetic. I'll be perfectly honest with you here. I know what they were trying to do, but it was a bad way to do it. I don't know why. I'll be honest with you, they should have just gone for it at some point. There's only so long you can peak for and keep losing gunfights and just give them a full 60 seconds. It was a full 60-second hold from Epsilon.
Oh, yeah.
You take that away, Infused would probably be leading right now.
I mean, typically I don't just roast teams for how they play a certain scenario.
No, it was bad. That was really awful.
Abysmal. It was literally the worst attempt I've seen at retaking from that position so far this weekend. Infused slowly clawing back into things. My biggest takeaway from side one is that Infused just didn't, one, seem to work together as a team, and two, they just weren't slaying. All 4 players were negative at the end of that final hill. Now, though, they look to take back this lead, and for how bad they played some of these scenarios, I think they've got to be pretty happy to at least be up by about 4 seconds right now. Moose still dodging for the moment. We'll refocus our attention, though, towards this rotation at this back garage side as Marky B getting 2 under Vortex and Desire.
This is exactly where Marky wants to be. Holding position, let his aggressive subs kind of push forward as well. And he's doing it right now. Look at this, he's already ready. We've seen this so much from Marky B, and we actually saw an E-rank come out from Marky B this weekend, which shocked all of us. This is where he's more comfortable. But they have got the hold, they have got the rotation. He's seen Vortex as well. That's Nolson and Vortex about to go head-to-head. The slide coming in from Vortex, but no, Moose is equal to it. That's been called out as well. They are starting to lose back spawn, but it doesn't matter. They get all the kills going forward as well. The key kills are what really mattered there, but now Infused has spawned out. They've got to hit wall run.
These were the key kills. It was PD in the back of the map. 2 players challenging, somehow defends himself and wins both engagements. It's been a 60-second swing as Infused are up to their largest lead of the game at 33 seconds right now. Can they hold the rest of this time, though? I don't believe so, as everybody floods in from Epsilon. Vortex hasn't been able to spot Moose yet. Where is Moose at? But he's still alive. There you go.
High wall run, I think.
Now dead. And this is where the game really opened up for Epsilon earlier on. This time around, though, it is Infused here first. But I already like more from what I'm seeing from Epsilon. Look at how much of a focus they're putting towards this back helipad side. They are not ready for Vortex to be here.
No, where's Marky B spawned? Marky B spawned out. He's back P2.
Yep.
This got to hold this, but the kills will come in. Infused, hold it. Nolson and PD picking up 2 each, shutting down the Epsilon advantage. Epsilon should have had that. A 2-way split for the pinch against 3 players of Infused, and it was not able to come true.
And PD's a great spot now to chain together kills. As I say that, though, he does drop. Moose now here to help this push get held off, but I do think Epsilon have done enough to now muscle out this Infused lineup. Yeah, there it is. Marky B coming all the way off spawn. Should not have been that easy for Epsilon, but thankfully for Infused, even if they do give them this time, they still have the lead as we move back towards commissary. It seems like we've seen a different Infused team in the second half of this game so far, Brycey.
Oh, 100%. I think that they're starting to be a bit more coordinated. I'm not entirely sure what was going on last time around, but they've held it this time. But they do not have the rotation. Now, Vortex was a key player here last time, ended up being the catalyst for the break coming through for Epsilon. But big rotation coming around the back for Infused. These first few kills will matter. It's a difference between maybe a 10-second time hill and a 30-second time hill.
A big thing I do want to bring back up too, Bryce, is for people just tuning in, this is not map 1. We joined this series late. Infused were up 2-1 now over Epsilon. If they win this map, they knock Epsilon out, and they will move on to face the winner of the Splyce Rise series, which last we heard was Splyce up 2-1 by Dave. He's now off the map. Infused in full control, up by about 50+ seconds. It's looking like their game to take right now.
Yeah, I said before, the first rotation kills coming in from Infused, important. And it turns out it really was. They're going through it, but now if PD is going to be alone, he's got camo actually, end up using it coming through there. But there's so many Infused players flooding in, they're not going to be able to hold it. Like, he camoed on him by himself.
Yeah, that's just
I'm sure he used camo there.
He did.
Yeah.
He definitely did use camo. Questionable play from Epsilon. Seems like they're getting a little bit frantic now. And Infused are just running away with this game at the moment. It was a 140-second set of kills, while the other side only got 30 from Epsilon in the last set. And now Moose is developing this long flank. I've been watching him now as he's the one that's going to be the player trying to get this entry towards the new hardpoint. He does get shot in the back at the end of it all.
Interesting thing, people talk about this is actually the worst event Moose has played out of like Atlanta and London.
Yeah.
But he's still doing okay. It's just we've expected so much of him that he's actually not been performing as well. But Nolson really has stepped it up in this case. He really is going forward. PD's still the same factor, still doing really well, and Marky's just a consistent team leader. You don't expect Marky to put up 8,000 kills.
I mean, I think it's a good sign for Infused that even if Moose isn't playing like a complete freak of nature, they can still perform well as a squad. Infused now getting themselves some time, getting closer and closer to that 250-second mark. Again, if I'm Marky B and crew, now I'm hitting this outer wall run, trying to challenge this one player in the hill. I think he sees Desire.
Oh!
Desire still wins the gunfight, though.
Desire was like, you are not wall banging that very effectively. I'm going to win this one. Now, Desire's going to be watching the wall run. See those nades already coming in. He's playing striker, so he does have that trophy drone to actually keep some of these nades off of him as well. You can see more now coming in. He's trying to hold. His teammates are stacking the hill with him as well. This is full Epsilon right now. They have the advantage of position. They should be able to hold it. Already seen that one on the wall run. Moose is not going to go down. He knows players are going to drop him any second. But FTL goes through. Marky B shuts him down, and that may be game.
Marky B, a perfect use of FTL jump to jump right past the player in the hard point. 244 to 192. There's one final push for Epsilon. Their tournament hopes lie in it. No, it's a 7 streak for Moose. Marky B with 2 kills of his own. And there we see Infused take the series 3-1. And Epsilon have been eliminated in a top 6 placing.
They certainly have. You even saw Epsilon right there. They used their own FTL just to get closer to the hill. Not even use it there. But Marky B just opened Desire up, and it's so frustrating for him. He's like, I've had the position. I've tried the whole wall run. Infused played it right. They flooded it. You know, Moose started picking up kills everywhere as well. We said, you know, we didn't think he was playing great. 7 streak to end it out. Still new Moose.
Still new Moose does remain, and Infused remain in this tournament as well. One thing I do want to mention is Epsilon with that top 6. Are they upset with that placing, or is that something that they're kind of happy to have, or
I think
can live with it?
It's difficult, right? Because obviously no pro player is ever going to be exactly happy with anything but first. Yeah. But if you're looking at it objectively, Epsilon have had a terrible year. Yep. They've now come top 6, and they've come through open bracket as well. So it is a good positioning for them. But at the same time, they need more pro points.
Yep.
I think if they had this and pro points weren't an issue, they'd be like, you know what, we've improved. We finally found some form. There's a lot of positives to take away, but it's like the sword of Damocles, right? It's always hanging over them. No matter how good they do, unless they perform the very best they can, they're still behind. They are still in danger of not making that LAN League. They still have a massive mountain to climb. I don't know if they can do it.
I don't know if they can either, unfortunately. For Epsilon fans, your team is now eliminated. We're still waiting to hear more. Maybe our analyst desk will have an update on the Rise Splyce series. Not entirely sure, but I think they are ready. And, oh, God, it's Maven now. On the couch alongside Zero and Campbell. Gentlemen, take it away.
Take it.
Take it away.
It'll go to analysts.
It's going to go now.
It may not be going to analysts.
It may not be going to analysts. I'm not sure. Maven's laughing.
It's
I guess
okay.
it's not going to the analysts.
You be Maven.
I'll be Maven?
Yes.
Oh, my God. What a series. I'm Infused. They just make Epsilon look like they're lost. I'm going to be missing. Oh!
Hey! All right, so Jack does a pretty good Maven, even if it sounds a bit like John Madden. But all right, so I was trying to hop between the Splyce Rise. When I walked away, it was 3-1. We're hoping we get an update live so we can tell you what that's going to be, because obviously the winner playing Infused. But you watched this match a bit. Talk to me a bit about what went right for Infused.
It was just, the slaying was really good from Infused. We play them on breakout a lot in scrims and stuff. They're a very good team. This year they've shown what they have. Picking up Moose and Nolson helped them a lot. I mean, they're just better than me, I guess.
It's looking that way, yes. I mean, there were a lot of questions about Moose. When Fnatic went away, would he still be that force to be reckoned with? Because he's had a pretty up-and-down career when it comes to slaying specifically. But he's been a monster. I want you to talk to me a little bit about Splyce Rise, because you were over watching the Game 5, I think, with Momo, Ton. You guys were all checking it out as we've been going back and forth between the two stations. What was going on in the Game 5 when you walked away?
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many games going on, it's been hard to stay on top of all of them, but the Splyce Rise game at the minute is back and forth in the Search and Destroy between them. It's 3-2 currently, last time I checked. We're trying to get an update for you as fast as we possibly can. But yeah, it's completely back and forth between those two. I managed to catch the Search and Destroy game as well in this series. Infused 6-0'd in that one, and then going back to what you said about Moose, Infused, they were the top placing team at MLG Atlanta for a reason from Europe. You know, they're a strong team to reckon with. Going into this one, though, there's some tough competition left in this. Obviously, FaZe are waiting to find out which game they've got. It's going to be difficult. I don't know how this one between Splyce and Rise is going to go.
So, uncomfortable line of questions here for Zero of Red Reserve, who unfortunately, you know, didn't have the best placing here, but I still have faith in your guys. Who are you dropping for Moose?
Wow.
If I had to drop anyone...
No kidding. You don't have to answer that.
Bance.
Oh!
Wow.
All right. Okay. Bance, wait. Who you're dropping? No. I'm saying you have to drop someone from your team.
Oh,
for
my
Moose.
team. Oh.
I was like, at first I was like, yeah, but no, it doesn't make any sense.
I thought you said you swap anyone.
Oh, no, that's why you answered. I was like, how's he going to answer
Wow,
this
now we've
question?
got 2 answers for the price of 1.
Let's just say myself.
Yes. That's the only thing you can say. I like that.
Yeah.
But okay, can you sort of, for me, you have a little bit more insight to it. I know how us casters feel, how Infused has skyrocketed up kind of the rankings for Europe. Where would you kind of put them right now? If you're looking at your top 4 EU teams, are they in the number 2 spot right now? Or do you guys still feel you can beat them on any given day?
Well, just showing what they did at Atlanta, obviously on paper, they're the best EU team right now. I feel like we can still beat them. The top 4 EU teams, I feel like if everyone plays well on their best day, everyone can beat everyone. I don't think there's a clear cut who's the best or worst right now. If we were going off placings, I think we'd be the worst.
Yes, that's correct.
But Infused would be the best on paper.
Yeah, they've been insane. It's been incredible to watch their rise. Do we have an update? Is there where are we at? 5-4 rise, so it's coming down to the wire. I wish I could just take this handheld with me and walk over there with a camera behind me.
I mean, it's been going down. It's been back and forth, like I said when I was watching it. This one could go round 11, and if it does that, then we saw Splyce in the Search and Destroy previously.
And I know some of you at home may be frustrated. We wanted to hop into that series. It was basically it just started a game, whereas the Epsilon Infused series had just come out of a game, so that's the one we were able to get in quickly and cast. I know it was on Bravo, but no casters there, not able to interact with you guys, so we ended up hopping into it. I would have loved to hop into the match, just weren't able to.
Something to pay attention to as well. I was speaking to a few players before, and they were saying that Epsilon had to win this event to go past, I think it was it Team 3G?
3G or Fnatic. I know it's those three kind of
so, I mean, it's looking really difficult for them in terms of the placings. I mean, what do you think? Can they bounce back?
We have a 2K next weekend. I don't know how far Epsilon are behind 3G right now, but
I think it was something like 20,000, I think, was saying to me.
I feel like I have a feeling Epsilon are going to make the league.
Okay, we just got the update.
Oh.
Rise Nation took it. It was, I believe, 6-4, 3-2 series. Splyce unfortunately falls out, so Infused going to be taking it the furthest yet again. So that might be another argument. If it was Splyce Infused, now with this victory, Infused maybe taking the top spot in EU.
The only thing about these events is EU teams play EU teams, so you can never determine who's the best out of them all because of placings. Splyce have to play Rise, which are a very, very strong team.
It's very true. It's very true.
Infused have to play Epsilon, which are 7th in rankings and pro points, so you can never really determine who's the best of the best.
No, I can understand that. Certainly a much different beast. Now, Rise Nation hasn't been the force to be reckoned with maybe since Vegas. They had a rough Atlanta, but it looks like they're back as they continue to move on. Now, guys, I believe then coming up next is going to be Rise Nation going against Infuse. Before we start to hop in, we have the losers bracket final to come, the final, as Optic Gaming is waiting in the final match. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more Infinite Warfare action. I hope.
Boom. Hey.
so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way, sailing on my soul, your light. like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. Crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Paris here at ESWC. We are now only 3 games away from crowning a championship here in France. But who will it be? Before we get into the winners' grand final, we of course have to go through the losers bracket. Up next, we are going to play Infused versus Rise. And joining me to break that one down, of course, we have Tun and the man in the jacket that should be burned.
That's probably true. You see how I very clearly didn't attempt to interrupt you like Jack, though?
I know, right? It was really, I got to do an intro. Normally Jack just starts talking halfway through.
You're welcome. It's respect.
Yeah, he needs more camera time, apparently. Like, he doesn't get enough or something. I'm sure you'll make a vine of something pulling a stupid face after the event for
Probably.
it. Yeah.
But to be serious, we are very, very excited for this particular matchup. Infused proving to be the top team in EU, back-to-back weekends, which has been incredible. Now, Rise Nation, on the other hand, win Vegas. Some outside forces make it, they weren't able to scrim as much as they would have liked before Atlanta. They had some stuff going on in their personal lives. And now you see they're kind of back. They've been sick this weekend, though. Felony, Friday night, spent the entire night puking. Vicento wasn't feeling well either. But somehow, through it all, they've grinded, and here they are.
Felony's good now, from what I understand. He's good.
He's feeling better? Okay.
He's
I think he had a stomach bug or maybe food poisoning. I don't know, but it was one real bad day.
He's good. Call me Nurse Bryce. Not Dr. Bryce. I could have gone that way. I don't know why.
You went with the nurse side of things.
Well, we'll go with it. Let's move on. Let's talk about Infused.
Infused, as said, the team that has really played fantastic for Europe over the last 2 weekends. Now going into this game against Rise, though, I really just did not think about Rise for this weekend whatsoever. I thought, all right, when Splyce beat Fnatic, I was Splyce will go on to beat Rise, but Facendo has been sensational from what I was saying. He was going crazy in that game.
And that's what they needed, because I think Facento was the best player at Vegas. He was nowhere near the best player at Atlanta. Now if he brings that back, you're back into kind of what you expect from Rise Nation.
So here's an interesting thing. I spoke to Marky B last night, and I said, why do you keep doing so well at internationals? Like, European events, you're okay, like you're top 4. Why internationals? He goes, all the other teams here, they try to counter the Americans, they try to outplay them and out-strategize them. He goes, we just play to win. He goes, we just play our game. We go to do the same thing we always know how to do. We don't try to change anything. We're not intimidated. We just play to win. That's all we do.
I wonder if there's not maybe phased as much by the top North American squads. Is it a mental toughness? You have Marky B, who's been competing forever. Obviously, Moose continues to prove he is a top player in EU and in the world, really, at this point.
Oh, yeah. I think that's it's such a kind of a resurgence for it. That's why I calling him New Moose. Like, last year he was okay.
Before that, he was TCM Moose.
Yeah, and the TCM was okay. Basically, Aches and TP broke him, and now he just remolded himself.
They actually, I thought they destroyed his career.
Yeah,
they did for a while.
Yeah, I mean, he was always back in Europe in okay teams, but it wasn't necessarily anything serious. But now he really has come to the forefront, and we thought after the bans and everything that came in that maybe he wouldn't be as good, but he really, really is. He's still proven that he is a very good player.
Well, this will be interesting because Infused, I think, has been one of the top hardpoint teams for sure. For EU, where we've seen Splyce really struggle, specifically 0-5 in Breakout.
Yeah, don't ever play that map again, Splyce.
I think they're going to be able to do a little bit better, but I think match is about ready to go.
I think it is as well. No, he's saying 1 minute. We might be a little bit longer. So before we get into it, let's go for predictions and see how we think this one's actually going to go. Maven, you look like Demon Thought. I can see the cogs whirring. I can see that mind starting to chug up the speed.
Being the analytical mastermind that I am,
yes,
the wealth of game knowledge and this big bald head.
Yep.
3-1 Rise Nation.
3-1 Rise. Tun, do you disagree with the man in the sun?
I do. 3-1 Infused.
Okay. That totally doesn't look like a split based on where they actually come from. So the American is going for the Americans. The European is picking the Europeans. Let's find out how it actually goes down. Let's hand it over to our casters for this one. The Ego Duo. It's Courage and Momo.
Wow. He uses the same
Thanks,
jokes
Brycey.
always.
Cheers.
Always.
Cheers, mate. However, yes, we are getting into Infused versus Rise. Europeans versus the North Americans, a giant of North America that is, of course, Rise Nation. Let's kick it off. First of all, we're going into retaliation on Hardpoint straight away. Jumping on board with Facento. He's in the drink, put there by Marky B.
Facento, someone who lived off the hype. I watched the end of that last series they had versus Splyce, and he got up right away yesterday in one of the series he wins. He winds up going over it. I think he punched Clayster twice in the chest and knocked the wind out of him, not out of anger, out of excitement. And Clay was just completely caught off guard and not ready for it. It's always fun to see the antics these guys have. Right now, though, so much on the line in this matchup. A spot in the top 3 and the losers bracket final for a chance to play in that grand final if they can beat FaZe. But first, they've got to get through the series. Currently Infused up 27-0.
So far, so good for the Red Army. If you like, PD 4-0 starting strong, 30 seconds of hill time to his name. They're going to have to rotate soon, though, as that will be given up to Rise. They're going to have that lower market. And just jumping back on board, I want to go with Felony because he's in a position where he can cut off a couple of players here around the bar. We've seen one, seen the second. This could be a big double. Only picks up the one.
I don't know what Moose was looking at right there. His teammate was already in C1. Thankfully, for Infused, this great start is still standing strong at 44-2 right now, the score. Rise Nation, people question, was this the team that we saw from Vegas after their poor performance at Atlanta? But they look like they are back and forth, which is great to see. They now have control of the hardpoint and finally now chaining together some kills after all 4 players were negative at the break of this game.
Well, talking about chaining kills together, PT's 5-0, hence why I'm staying on board with him, but he's not really sitting back, maybe waiting for the trade, see if he can unlock.
I think it's simple. He gets this kill, he gets both of his streaks.
Yeah, and it's a big one to say the least. That's going to be stopped by Aqua, 45-25, as we see Rise take full control of that lower market. And you can see on the minimap straight away, we've got the boys Facento trying to flank round. Nolson's going to get the cut, but he's going to be traded. We will see control of Cathedral go in favor of Rise for now.
And yeah, this is a great setup to be in if you are Rise Nation. Scarab only weakens PD though and doesn't actually kill him off. There's 3 players from Infused here. PD going to be the first one to challenge his hardpoint. He's got help from Marky B and Moose, and I do think Infused have broken this hill for the moment. And look at your minimap, everyone spawning out from Rise Nation. Looney does predict this lower street area to be heavily contested, but in the end it is Nolson and the boys who get the break.
Well, Nolson picked up 1. There's his second. Marky's got a double as well. Aqua will find the second. Not finding the third there for Nolson. Facento, the one last alive. And I like his play here. He turns around, trying to pick up another kill. Plays that slaying side of things. But we have to Infuse on the hill. 23 seconds. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, what do you do at this point? For Rise, you rotate early?
No, yeah, you completely give this up. No point in sending everyone back across the map. At the end of this, you'll be down by about 55 seconds. And if you have 1 solid hold of Broken, which for a lot of teams is a money hill, it'll put you in a good position to be right back in this game. Looney, thankfully, does have that blast shield to keep him alive after he does get hit by that score streak. 101-42, now the difference in score. As Rise Nation, they rotated early, but now they've only got 2 players near this hardpoint.
Yeah, Aqua trying to, I'd say, anchor a little bit here. Just hold these spawns, try and get those cutoffs. There's only 1 player in the hill, and that's Facento just for now. He's actually opted to get out of it for a second there. Aqua, again, using those angles to his advantage. He finds 1, stopped by the second. Now Facento, he's in a bit of trouble. It's a 2v2 going down, and he picks up the 2, but traded out by Nolson. A big gunfight going down there. That's going to be won by Felony, I believe. He's putting a couple of points on the board for his squad.
Ooh, questionable challenge right there. He had a teammate watching his cross, could have just stayed alive inside Broken. Now it's going to be Moose, the furthest pushed up for Infused. He doesn't spot anybody on Rise Nation and pays the ultimate price. 103-67 PD. Continuing to stay hot, now 12-5. Remember, this guy broke off this game at 6-0. Rise Nation down by about 50 seconds again. Infused continuing to keep their foot on the gas pedal.
Okay, well, it's important for the boys of Rise to get a few points back on the board. However, the hallway may not be the hill to do this. They're going to try and take control. We've got Fellow in the action, not only picking up kills, but he's picking those all-important points up. Rotating round, finds the second. That's going to be a call out for another teammate, but the reload nearly coming in, stopped by the presence of Marky B. But you know what? Felony's done a really good job of holding here.
He's done a good job of at least stopping Infused from just pushing right at him. It actually came down to everybody else from Rise Nation dying and losing their one-on-one gunfights to where the setup finally does collapse. Again, every time Rise try to claw back into things, they just can't seem to chain together a majority of time. This lead that Infused have is basically single-handedly off that Cathedral hardpoint, where Rise got broken early on and then Infused held the rest of the time. Still though, Rise now down by about 30. This is the closest they've made this game since the last few hills. Biggest takeaway from side 1 for you, Momo, in this first game?
For me, it's all about that Cathedral. That break from the boys of Infused was crucial, and that's what gives them the 40-point lead right now. But we're going back to the bridge, and this is where Infused dominated at the start. I don't think it's going to be as easy this time, and there you go. Fellow and Looney combining for the double. We've got Aqua getting in the mix as well. 30 points down, they've got full control, Jack.
Yeah, Facento 5-10 right now. He needs to turn up a little bit, averaging 1 kill per hill, which is not acceptable in a game mode like Hardpoint. Looney just doing what he can to stay alive right now. He's had a pretty solid game so far. As he'll inch on up and catch PD off guard again from this outer angle, nearly chains a second. He's got the help from Facento that he needs, and now Rise Nation have begun this comeback. They're now down by just 15, and they can get the rest of the scrap time to take the lead.
Yeah, and they're looking good to do so. It's when the rotation comes in, and I'm looking at number 5 down here. It's Felony, a huge kill on rotation. They've just lost, what, 10 seconds of scrap time? If they can really lock down this lower market side of things, they can take the lead. Not only take the lead, this could be a big chunk of points as well.
Yeah, nice pre-fire by Felony. Expecting second player here wins another gunfight versus PD. Sets 3 kills on rotation. 1 by Felony, and maybe the biggest one of all is Aqua in top patio. No opportunity for a crossfire pressure now from Infused. Aqua's continuing to make his presence felt inside the hotel. Rise down by just 10, the European squad Infused. They've already gotten the top EU spot this weekend, but they are searching for more. They want this championship, and they've got to go through what? Arguably the top 3 in North America?
Right now, it's going to be a difficult run for them, but they've got the European side right behind them here. However, the North American Giants, they changed the lead, 154 to 151. Rise Nation taking the lead here. Facento struggling a little bit at the start, but not really showing us a team performance. They're going to trade things out. Aqua's going to fall. A big play does come down for Facento.
One thing I do want to point out, if you are an Infused fan, this is where they really dominated Rise Nation in the first set of hills, was at this Cathedral Hardpoint. Yes, they're down, but they can absolutely build this lead back up now, and it starts with kills just like this. Nolson with the first engagement win. Looney does trade it on out. Rise going for that split pressure from Hotel as well as Outer Market. They want to take their time here, but it is a time window they have, as right now you see in your minimap, Nolson comes off spawn. He's basically behind one player and gets a free kill right there.
Yeah, he makes it 1. Can he make it a 3rd? He's got to find it, and there you go. Down goes Aqua, Facento, Looney, and Nolson's going to come back straight into this game, take the lead away.
Spawn, Rise Nation should have recognized that. They should have known that that was where the pressure was going to come from. In the end, they get punished for playing too passively. They get punished for taking their time, which I think was the right decision, but it's just, as I said, it was a window. We basically had to go at the exact perfect moment. It didn't happen, and we're in the same scenario as last time, where Infused get 40 seconds on that hill, and now they'll have to go for a quick break in this back broken area.
Okay, we're jumping back on board here with Rise, and in fact, Looney himself, he's going to be the one furthest back, anchoring these. And you know what? I think Rise should have held this a little bit better. It's an unfortunate position there for Sentu and Looney. Big triple there.
They do just that. They've spotted the 4th player now as well. PD cut down, and look at how far out Infused are spawning on the minimap. You could bring this up for now, Mobo. Look at how tough this is for Infused. You've got every lane watched by Rise Nation. You're now all the way across the map. Again, the first kill for Felony. Does spot 2 inside. We'll call that out to his team as Rise look to gain back another lead, continuing to keep these two teams so evenly matched.
Yeah, with 25 seconds left as well, Jack, they can push this to 230. And going back into that hallway, we know how dominant Rise were last time. We'll have to see whether they can do it again. But for now, 19 seconds left on the clock. Pushing forward, Infused. Moose winning the big gunfight. He's going to fall to Felony. And Rise Nation looking to hold on to the rest of Broken.
This is the cleanest full 60 we've seen so far in this game, and possibly even on Championship Sunday. Rise, they do a great job of holding this one, but now they want to close it out here. It's still possible for Infused to come back in this, especially if they can earn these payloads. You're 1 kill off for 3 of your 4 players, and there's the first one. Now Nolson about to earn this active camo. 230 to 210. They can win off this hill with a solid hold.
Well, active camo so close. PD's going to pick up one. PT has got his. What's PD rocking? His reactive armor. He's found a double. He did. He wants to push out. He wants to take the lead.
No.
But he's not found anyone. There it is. He's going to clean up Felony. We've still got Nolson on the hill as well, but staying on board with PD. He's close to more score streaks as well.
Another tied game now. Infused still holding on. This next wave of kills could be it. The first engagement goes in favor of Infused. Rise Nation answer back with 2 of their own. Moose is trying to keep Rise out of the hard point. Can they get in? It does appear so, but the big thing is not enough time to actually win off this hill.
And now there's reactive armor on the side of Felony. He's on the hill. Wouldn't surprise me if he pops this very, very soon. Nolson has just utilized his camo. He's in the mix. There's only 3 seconds left. They need to go to bridge.
Why did he just use the camo right there? Nolson, a slight misplay if you ask me, but thankfully for the side of Infused, they get all the kills. Rise Nation spawn out, and the European squad do it again. They take map number 1, 250 to 240.
I'm just going to go back 10 seconds. That active camo play, that's a pro player right there, just maybe not looking at the clock, not looking at the rotation. I say Infused, they picked up the kills at the very end when they needed to. They closed the series out, but wow, what a close game.
Yeah, that one was questionable to say the least, but thankfully for Nolson, his teammates were in a great position to get the kills on rotation. And this is why Marky B formed this squad. He's got so much slaying around him in PD, in Moose, in Nolson. Marky there goes 13 and 20. A quiet game from him, but in the end, it's a well-rounded effort to take that map look at the split between these two squads, so evenly matched, and that really sets a tone for this series.
Yeah, I think for me, the kind of star player on that we saw, it was Aqua and PT for me. You know, PT was a player which not only started off so strong, we saw him back-to-back, he was getting double kills.
Yep.
Either side, Broken Cathedral, really big plays. Aqua, though, for me as well, he was the one making the moves at lower street. He was the one making, pulling a lot of points in for middle hallway as well. It was a close game, 10 points in it.
Yeah.
Judging by this performance, I think the series could go all the way.
I think the series definitely could go all the way as well. Make sure we join right on into Codcaster. I think we have to switch sides too, which we will do. There's a look at Infused as they take that crucial map number 1 to go up 1-0 in the series. 10-second difference there. As we look ahead, though, to Search and Destroy, where do you think this Infused team stacks up in regards to the rest of the talent we have here in FaZe, in Optic, in Rise? I mean, they've got to be on the lower end of those teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking Optic FaZe right there as well.
Yeah.
So I do definitely think that Infused and Rise are below those two teams. I think that's justified of their position right now. But looking at these two teams in particular, I think they stack up very well against each other. We saw them at MLG Atlanta in pool play. I think Rise... No, I mean, in pool play, Infused took that series against Rise. I think it was in quite comfortable fashion as well. I mean, Rise had a very bad MLG Atlanta, but it's good to see them bounce back. Vegas champions. And this, for me, this does not end in 3 maps. It does not end in 4. I think we go the whole way. Search and Destroy, though, I did just watch Rise play Splyce on S&D. They look pretty solid.
Yeah, Rise take that one 6-4 in that game 5. So they're coming off a nice momentum victory there. Infused on the other side of things, they knock out Epsilon to get to this point with that 3-1 victory. What do they win that series in? Hardpoint as well. A lot of it coming down to the great plays of Moose and crew. We should be getting to this game here momentarily. I see everyone on their correct teams. Everyone's in the lobby. Yep, there's the rig draft right away, keeping the action flowing here on Championship Sunday. All that there is after this is the losers bracket final, which will be the winner of this series versus FaZe. And then obviously the grand final where Optic Gaming are waiting. The team that comes from the losers bracket will have to win 2 best-of-5s to secure that championship. Optic Gaming only having to win 1. And the big storyline there, Crimsix now going for his 5th straight ESWC title. The rig draft, though, again, as you'd expect, reactive, active camo, Centurion, very useful on a map like Crusher, S&D. And there's your map breakdown. Precinct Uplink will be Game 3, Game 4, Scorch Hardpoint, and then if we do go the distance, throw back S&D in Game 5.
Speaking to PT, actually, before this game, he was so happy that he gets to play Rise rather than Splyce. And I was kind of asking him why, and he was saying, you ask, social media out there, they will say, Rise is the harder team to play.
Yeah.
They're an MLG winner, if you like. Yep. However, he said, we stack up against the North American squads a lot better than the likes of Splyce. We play Splyce week in, week out. We play those players day in, day out. And PT in particular was saying, please just give me Rise, because they know what to expect, and they know that their play style can counter some American teams.
Yep, and the other big thing, too, is there's a reason why Marky B is one of the European players who's done historically best against the likes of the North American squads, whether it's on NA soil, on EU soil. Infused, this is back-to-back weekends that they've been the top-placing EU team, but they are not done yet. They're up 1-0 now against Rise Nation, looking to secure that top 3 placing. Predictions from you, Momo, on this map. Where do you see this one going?
This map, I see this, I'm going to be very precise. I see Rise taking this one 6-4.
Okay. I'll go with you on that one. I can see Rise Nation taking this as well. I'm going to take a drink of water, Momo, so I'm going to need you to
You're going to take some Aqua?
Please, yes, I need this.
See what I did
get
there?
myself hyped for this map, too.
Yeah. Then you're going to rise to the occasion?
Please stop.
Sorry. I will stop. The boys on the side station there, the Rise in their championship white. It's good to see, obviously, these kind of bounce back so quickly. I was worried that after a disappointing Atlanta, they'd come in 4 or 5 days later and just have another disappointing event. Much like, to compare the likes of Cloud9.
Yep.
It happened twice to them. These have bounced back. These have just said, you know what, Atlanta, it was we had a few mistakes.
Yeah.
Now they find themselves at minimum top 4.
And you think of how much of an emotional roller coaster that must be. Obviously, a tough performance in Atlanta. You get here, 2 of your players are immediately sick for day number 1. People can't sleep. And then now you're in the top 4. But unfortunately for them, they are down 0-1 in this best-of-5. 3 North American teams remain, 1 EU team remains. We started today with a 4-4 split. Obviously, majority, though, of those European teams were in the losers brackets, so some of them eliminated each other. Always seems to be the story for Europe.
I mean, notoriously as well, over here in Europe, Europeans, they just play better. You know, whether it's just their home comforts or something, or whether North Americans struggle a little bit more. But less of that, more of the action. Straight away, we do see Rise on the attack here, and a bit of a strange push. My goodness, I'm going to have to go on board with Infused right now because they are pushing straight up into the throat of Rise. They've gone straight through B. They're going to go straight into the aim of the likes of Vicento.
And Rise are actually putting more resources back towards us. They sent Bello from middle, and he just gets gunned immediately by PD. That's down, bomb down as well. And now Infused will begin to rotate back off of that. Now it's Aqua all spread out by himself.
Yeah, Aqua could catch one, but no. The Infused squad, as we can see on our minimap, are still pushing up. This is what I love, and Brycey touched on it on the analyst desk. He said, Infused, they play their own game. You know, they're not trying to counter anyone. They're just playing their own game. And you could see Rise were not expecting that. It's not necessarily worked out for them. They've traded 1-for-1. But we'll see how the rest of the round pans out. 30 seconds left on the clock, Jack.
Now they know where Aqua is located near this middle L wall side. Vicento will go ahead and plant this objective with about 23 seconds remaining. If you are Rise Nation, where are you even expecting this push to come from? I mean, you've seen players on every aspect of the map.
Well, honestly, you can't expect anything, especially with this Infused squad. Look at the attack that they did. PD makes the first out of 3. Nolson and Moose, though, combining. That's going to be Aqua, and now it's all up to the Vicento here.
It's all up to the Vicento.
The Vicento. The MVP for Vegas. 1 versus 3 is coming up behind him. 20 seconds left. If he can take down the bomb plan and get out of there, this is a real chance for him.
He's going to hold this angle as well. Vicento playing this one quite well, but the slide out from PD is enough to go ahead and get the Suffuse.
I love that from PD as well. It was like just, I wouldn't even say half a second. He just kind of edged out, back in, then he slid. It was that little bit of bait that he gave to Vicento, and Vicento bit. 1-0 to Infused. Very strange round, Jack. That is, you know, I've not seen many teams kind of push through that bomb site.
That's what happens with Crusher, man. It's a lot of dancing and mind games. There, PD not only starts out 3-0, but he gets a defuse too, so he's about halfway already. Halfway in just 1 round to his reactive armor. You can see just how different of a spot he's in compared to majority of players in the lobby. Vicento joining him there as well with about halfway of his payload earned. It will be Infused on the offensive side this time around as they will put their focus towards the B site. And now you think you've seen crazy pushes. Rise just at 4 up middle map.
Yeah, I was jumping on board with Marky, but Marky actually backs off so much that he's going to miss out here. I will say if Rise continues to push, I'll jump on board with them, but Looney, he's going to draw first blood. And now let's go on board with that Rise Nation squad to see how they retake this.
Vicento's got all the information he could ever need. I want to see Looney and Felony now charge right on through. That's exactly what Rise will do. This should be a quick cleanup. Whoa! How do you fail at winning that round?
I am looking forward to see the end of this, but because PD must be so close to his reactive armor.
What just happened?
It was Nolson who picked up the final kill. So the 2 plays that we didn't see. PC, I'm sure he got a double kill. Let me just pop that scoreboard up for a second. 6-0.
Yeah, no, PD
another 3.
PD killed 3 right there.
3 back-to-back.
And look, he in round 2, he's now 1 kill off his reactive armor. I have no idea how Rise Nation don't convert that round. They played it perfectly, too. They just pushed right away, but apparently no one shot back at PD.
And look at this, Infused. Somehow they stack up 8. And that's exactly where Rise had the same ideas. It's like they're reading the minds of Rise right now. 2 plays in the middle, but that'll be called out by Felony. Yep. He's not going to make a kill, but a lot of intel gathered.
Ace is going to back up for a second, regen his health, and now Infused again. They're just going to hit something. This time it's 4 players going towards middle. I think they've spotted Felony, and they're going to try to single him out, and that's a great play by PD to recognize Fellows by himself.
Well, we've got Aqua down the middle again. More intel, but Infused are like a pack of sharks right now. They're hunting them down. They're sticking together. Look at Rise. Aqua, Vicento, Looney, they're miles away from each other.
And now they're just expecting Infused to keep running around. You just have Looney sitting in the back of the spawn, hoping they cross in front of his sight.
This is one of the most bizarre search and destroys I've seen. And do you know what I'm going to say? This is not like Infused, but it's working for them right now. Aqua, I believe, has spotted Moose. That's going to be a 3v3. 25 seconds left on the clock now. Action going down at A.
And that's big because it actually opens up the site. Aqua with the second now of the round. The big player is going to be Nolson, who's the one that really they have no idea where he's at the moment. Aqua with his 3rd in front of him. There it is on the marquee B. 1 versus 1, Nolson versus Aqua.
Well, 8 seconds left. The bomb is not going down. I think he spotted it. Nolson is going to be tagged. Let's jump on board with Aqua. They've ran the wrong way. He's not got the time. He can't plant the bomb. Nolson, he's read it perfectly. That's going to be 3-0 to Infused. Jack, You're face palming right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
No, I'm just looking at it, and you just see how close Aqua is to getting that ace. If he turns left a little bit quicker, if he gets there just one step faster, he winds up spotting the player and can go and chase down that kill, but there just wasn't enough time left to go for that plant. 3-0 now, the round count lead for Infused as they've looked lights out so far. PD already with his reactive armor.
Okay, well, I can't go on board with anyone else. He's got full streaks. He's got that reactive armor, and they are playing slow. They're playing passive.
This is so perfect. Oh, but the issue is he's the one with the objective.
Infused right now, I used to obviously play with a couple of these players. Marky B, he kind of comes, like, if they're 3-0 up like that, he'll call something very, very bold. And he'll be like, we're 3-0 up, let's just change it up. We're winning, but let's just try and catch them by surprise. It's always something that Marky has done. And he's made that shot call. Let's sit back. They're probably going to push us.
If he jumps close to this bomb, calls in the bombardment, and then goes for the plant to force the players off the site, or does he just try to get the objective planted right away? He will play this close corner.
PT is a bit of a wild card.
Yep, streaks will come in. He's trying to force the players out of position, and it's going to start with the Trinity Rocket. I don't actually like the use of Trinity here. I'd rather see bombardment in a plant.
I want him not to have the bomb. That's what I want.
Yeah, well, that's
why has he got the bomb
thing.
and using the? I mean, it may be a mistake. We'll have to see about that. But look at this, a smart place. I say smart, it could come back to bite them. Marky and Moose have left PT all alone. Moose has picked one up the middle. PT's pushing forward, very aggressive here. Moose does find one.
Marky just killed Moose.
What? And now Marky left in a 1 versus 3. This is surely over.
I don't even know how Marky just killed Moose right there.
I mean, I didn't jump on board with him because he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
That is a big mistake, and Marky knows he's just getting out of there. And there we go. First round on the board for Rise. It's a good start. It's an influential round.
I mean, that was just really sloppy from Infused. That's another example of where we critiqued them earlier in their match versus Epsilon, where they just had a bad communication when trying to break towards that Grave Hill.
Yeah.
I mean, right there, one, you shouldn't have him pick up the bomb. And yes, I know he might be your objective player, but still, with reactive as well as 3 streaks, maybe you make a quick switch up.
That's a big
also,
mistake.
You drop bombardment down. You don't try to call on Trinity. Now the engagement comes in with Fellow. He will get first blood on a PD.
Wow, this should have been traded a long time ago, and now another splash comes down. Marky B does answer back. A 2v2 for Aqua and Facento. Again, Infused sticking together. Aqua, he's in a lot of trouble. He might find one, but it should be traded out. It will be traded out, and now Facento. He's decided to split up, get that bomb down. Facento versus Moose.
What does Moose do here? He has basically the only knowledge is that he planted A. But where did he go after that? You could just tell Moose is completely lost. When it comes down to that, the best opportunity for Moose is that he goes ahead and pushes out into the site, or Facento maybe goes towards the side of the map, but where he plants the bomb, I don't think he'd ever do that. Yeah. So there, boom, 15 seconds, Moose has sat there, didn't see Facento at all. Now he'll challenge in towards you. They're going to cross each other right here, Moose!
No,
surely not! Almost turns
Moose.
on him right there, much closer than it needed to be, 3-2.
He walked straight by him. Like, he didn't even see him then.
It's one of those awkward times you see right there. Turns just as Facento is about to reveal himself. Fortunately, it's not enough.
Well, Facento picks up round number 2 for his squad, and that's back-to-back rounds for Rise Nation here. Something they needed, especially when the likes of PT 7-3 still got that bombardment, that reactive armor he has available in his back pocket. But Aqua as well. Let me just jump on board with Aqua. He has FTL jump.
Where do you use the FTL jump in this scenario? I guess maybe when trying to retake this B-bomb. Let's see if PD does it right this time around. I still don't agree with them giving him the bomb when he's got streaks to use, but they'll plant it quick and then just try to hold off this retake from Rise Nation. If you're just tuning in, Infused up 1-0, the winner of this plays FaZe in the losers bracket final.
Well, Felony using the Scarab there. He's going to tag him, but not pick up the kill. We've got grenades going out as well, getting that intel that they need. Aqua's picking up one, bombardment's going down. This is big. PD finds another. That's going to be a 3v2 now.
And now they know where the final 2 players are as well. And this is just an easy round win from here for the boys of Infused. They should just challenge them on the back rock. Here comes the red arrows. They soar on in 4-2. Infused retake control.
And I like that. I didn't like the last aggressive play from Infused. It was a bit sloppy. But the way they worked that, I still don't agree with PD getting the bomb and having the streaks. But they make it work for them.
They do. And I also want to point out that PD has yet to use his reactive, if I'm not mistaken. So that can definitely come into play here as the game goes on. Aqua still with his FTL jump, the only player on the side of Rise Nation with that payload ready to go.
Well, jumping into round number 7 here. Again, a very, very important round for Rise to pick up. They're going back to basics here. They're going fast. And hard straight into B.
Does he FTL jump out? Does he FTL jump out right here? Yes, he does. An example of a gap close where you cross a typical area where you could be highly cut down by the players watching from L wall. Now he'll be already up in their face, and I mean, Rise get a free plant as well. Love this start to this round.
Well, looking good so far for the boys of Rise Nation. Aqua's going to find himself in a bit of a sticky situation, though. 2v2. Now a 1 versus 2. Marky B needs to do what many couldn't. He's found the first straight. Oh, why didn't you just shoot him?
I think he was already weak. I think he would have died either way. He tries to FTL jump, but Facento's ready for it here. As he jumps forward, Facento, yeah, super weak.
Yeah.
He had him dead.
Yeah, been tagged already. Good spot from yourself, Jack, there. 4-3 now.
I got you, bud.
2 Infused. And PD still with the reactive. We've still got, in fact, Aqua used his FTL jump. Yep. Facento now, let me just see. He's got camo.
Ooh, and camo on Crusher. So great on offense. What do Rise Nation do now? It looks like it's a push through A is the play call. You've got a great angle held here. Helony doesn't care, though, with the E-Rad melts him in 2.
Yeah, this could be a very, very quick round here. Big 2-piece there for the boys. Rise now, and Nolson and Moose, they need to come from behind. 5 and 4 for Nolson right now. A little bit off that. Moose is going to get taken down, and Looney, Aqua, and Facento. For me, I'd like to see them a bit closer together and not challenged individually.
Yeah, right.
Nolson gets pretty lucky there. And now you see that. Number 2 and 4 grouping up on that mini-map, staying together. They're backing off. Nolson's going to retrieve the bomb, which is a positive. He's got 45 seconds to work with.
If he plants it, will he have enough for camo? It's going to be so close.
Ooh.
Maybe he uses that. Maybe not. Obviously, Vicento's still with camo of his own, but I think they're going to meet up here before any bomb can be planted. He does see one. That is Vicento on this outer rock. There's a challenge. Vicento cuts him in 2. 4-4. This series staying close. It was a 10-point difference in the hard point. Now a tied game as we go into round 9.
Yeah, I was thinking as well, if he picked up the first kill there for Zento, would that have been camo? Would that have been a 1v1? Camo comes in, a 1v2 clutch. Could have been big, but Zento says no. He gets his team right back in this 4-4. Can they close this out?
What do you do now? With the payloads ready, do you just bring them out if you're Rise Nation? Is it camo time for Vicento?
I think they use the camo to go 5-4 up, regain the lead. That's my play.
Okay.
But at the moment, it'd be a waste to do so because nobody from Infused.
Jesus, man. Rise are going to have a perfect start to this round with this quick plant. And Infused aren't even close to this A site. It's going to take them 15 seconds to even get set up to go for a retake.
Yeah, well, they're sticking together. This is classic Infused right now. They push and pull as a pack, as 4. The first D's got to be Looney, and my goodness, he escapes with his life. I'm not sure I agree with the re-challenge there. You're weak already, Looney. Facento, he has used the camo. He finds it. He nails it. And there you go, Rise Nation securing their 5th round on the board. I want to see this replay because I saw him use the camo here. So he picks up 1. Oh, no, he picked up the camo straight away. He didn't even really need it.
Yeah, not at all. They had no idea he was right next to him. 5-4 Rise Nation, 3 straight rounds. But some big payloads used there.
Yeah, that's maybe a blessing in disguise here for Infused that the camo was used, and they will see that. Let's go back on board with PT. Reactive armor, double digits. He turned up in the hard point. Can he get his team back into this?
He's had reactive armor since round 3.
Yeah.
Now round 10. Does he use it right away? Oh, gosh, he's got to stay alive.
Yeah, this is something that PD can be a bit known for sometimes. He can be a bit overzealous. But does he push out? Does he use reactive armor? Bomb is planted. He's going out. He's edging out. There is his Scarab in play as well.
And they're just holding that corner with the third-person ability.
I just want to see what Nolson has. Nolson has camo as well. They've got a lot of payloads. There's only Felony close to them. And there you go. Felony's going to come down with the smash, taking out 1. Trades come in. PD's used the reactive armor. He doesn't even find the kill. He doesn't need to. And Aqua now left with Facento, 1v2.
He spots both players. He knows he's on the outer wall run. 18 seconds left. Facento still needs this defuse. On this close box, he's just got to keep buying time. Keep buying time. No need to peek. You know he's not on the bomb yet. There you go. We will go to a round 11. The key thing here, does Facento get the bombardment? Yes, he will. A 7 streak. And it's going to be a battle of streaks versus no streaks in this round 11. I don't see how Rise loses this game.
But they shouldn't. I mean, we need to stress the importance of those score streaks. They should not lose this last round.
But the other thing, not only can you stress that, but you got to realize that Rise, yes, they have that, but Infused fully know they have that. How do they play around this with knowing the streaks are all readily available?
I'll
for
tell you
Rise?
how. For me, Infused, they be aggressive. They use this camo, they get first pick, they don't give Rise a chance to use this bombardment. That is how I play it. Nolson's used the camo, he's going forward through the middle. Let's see if he can utilize it.
Well, there's the first blood that you wanted to see from Felony. He'll go ahead and get on out, but at that same time, the kill is actually traded. Fellow got one. All 3 players inside. The Trinity not going to do anything. They're going to hover this and use it as a time to go retrieve this bomb. I like this play a lot.
The one thing I would say, and I think it's clever from Nolson, if he used that camera and, like, let's say, take down Facento instantly, it would have been game-changing.
But here's the thing. In that scenario, you shouldn't even be dying if you're the boys. Right there, there should be no way that Fellow even gets a kill. They ping the bombardment. They'll get the information and then rotate based off of that.
The problem is here is they planet A, that bombardment is pretty useless.
Yep.
However, they have full control. Nolson is weak. Double team there to take down one. Marky and Moose there. It's Marky for the 1 versus 3.
Not going to happen. Rise Nation clutch up in round 11. And you can see the hype now on your screen. It's Facento again going off there. Your final kill from Looney puts this series now at 1-1. As Rise are not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, I think that's where, you know, it's great having gun skill. It's great being a fantastic Call of Duty player, but that's where, you know, theory comes into it. Minecraft, you've got to kind of theory craft what happens here. Use your score streaks, use your payloads. It's important to utilize them, and a fair play to Rise. Thinking back now, Facento, when he didn't defuse the bomb, he played for that kill. He played for that bombardment, and you've got to say fair play to them. 6-5 to Rise Nation. Tied up 1 piece.
That round for me completely changes when Felony, their entire goal was to get first blood with camo on the side of Infused in middle map. Miscommunication though, they have someone peek out. Felony just completely wipes him off the map before the camo player could even get that first kill.
Yeah, if I was Infused there, I would have done exactly the same with the camo, but I wouldn't have gone down mid-map. I would have, for example, Infused just committed to say A or B, use that camo to push through to open up a whole lane. It's 1 out of 3. Either A or B, I would say 1 out of 2, and hope that you kind of take down and trade out.
Yeah, what we saw from Infused, too, is we'll go ahead and set up that codcast to make sure we're all good to go. We saw Infused basically have someone shoulder peeking towards L wall, telling him, okay, there's someone there. Yes, use camo. Go challenge us. I'll try to bait myself. Felony, though, with that NV4, instantly kills the player. I mean, you just can't have that happen. At that point, you know he's there. Just back on up. Let your camo guy try to do what he can. Unfortunately, though, does cost the boys of Infused in that round 11. The key 1v1 before that, too, was Facento earning that bombardment, too.
Yeah, but, I mean, the bombardment changed the game. Even though it didn't pick up a kill, it didn't even come into play.
Yeah.
But the fact that they had it, Infused, they were backed off, they were playing passive, they were sat back in their own base. They gave up both bomb sites. That bomb goes down, Rise Nation take full advantage, and they, I think they win the battle of the smarts right there.
Yeah, right. Oh, in that scenario, they definitely do. They waited around the streaks. They got the information with them. Before they made any decision, they called in that Trinity. They saw 3 players inside the A site. Well, what do you wind up seeing Infused do off that? They rotate towards B. At that point, they call in that bombardment to ping at least on the map. That gives information that all 3 are there. Facento then darts up through A and catches 2 players off guard to secure that win. So, in our losers bracket round 6 matchup, we do have a 1-1 series going into Precinct Uplink. As we keep saying, reminder, this is the CWL Paris Open. We're on Championship Sunday, $100,000 on the line. The winner of this series faces FaZe for a spot in the grand finals if they can take that series, and then they'd have to face Optic Gaming and win 2 best-of-5s.
An interesting kind of fact is these 3 teams, obviously in the loser bracket that is left now, obviously taking Optic Gaming out of the equation. FaZe, Rise, and Infused, they were all in the same pool at MLG Atlanta. They all played each other. They all know, what goes on, and I'm just thinking back. Who came out on top there? FaZe. They topped their pool. Yep. They kind of smashed it, and that's probably why the reason that they're sitting waiting for the winner. But Infused versus Rise, I think they match up so well against each other that this could be very well go, Game 5, round 11.
Oh, for sure. It would only be right with how close the series has been so far. 10 seconds between the 2 and Hardpoint, 250 to 240. Game 2 goes to round 11. This is one where if it goes all the way to Game 5, round 11, we could very well be saying that this is one of the closest Infinite Warfare series we've seen so far at a major LAN event. Just an update on the lobby. A couple players had to quickly use the restroom. They'll be heading on back, and every player's in here and should be good to go quite soon. Momo, for you, there's been a lot of talk about this roster mania coming up.
Yeah.
What teams you potentially see making changes?
It's a big
Where
question.
do you see things
I look at the performance of both MLG, Atlanta, and obviously here at ESWC.
Yeah.
For me, Orbit/Red, obviously now known as Red Reserve, they've had two poor placements. And for me, do they need a change? After winning CWO London, they look so strong. And then having two poor placements, it wouldn't surprise me. I think Splyce have played very well at this event. I think they were unfortunate they lost 6-4 against Rise, so they would be here if they took that last map. I think Splyce, for me, are definitely a team that can work. Infused, I don't see changing at all. I think they should be happy that back-to-back events now the top European team, best placing. But then I look at the likes of Elevate. Do they think, we go home, we train? Because I think the Elevate squad as a 4, they work really, really well together. I think they have so much potential, and we haven't seen that yet. I think some changes will happen, but I don't think as many as you think maybe.
That right there.
But I do not want to put any names
That
in
right there was the epitome of a VP Brothers answer.
Yep, that's how you do it.
Every safe spot. Bryce, he's got a smile on his face. He's shaking his head.
I see that as a talent.
You basically just said every team could make a change, but no teams, I think, will make a change. But some changes could happen, but maybe not as many as you think will happen. But there will be a change, maybe.
You heard it here first.
I love it.
Jack, same question to you, though.
I just want to quickly bring up.
Okay.
For people that don't know what a VP Brothers answer is, it's Rel and Moma. When you ask them a question, they just basically don't give you an answer, so they couldn't be wrong. At Gfinity, I asked Rel, what do you think the best AR is right now?
And he names like every single
one?
one?
No. He literally said, Jack, what isn't the best AR in Infinite Warfare? And I just basically just sat there and shook my head. It's actually impressive of a skill.
It's just, you got to have a way with words, I guess. You got to put the positives and negatives and basically don't answer the question.
Well, great stuff. There's some high-ranking officials in the United States government that do some similar things right now. As we get into game number 3, Rise and Infused in your rig draft. Getting prepared for what will be another great precinct. Uplink so far this weekend. We've seen some one-sided maps here, one of which that comes to mind is that Splyce Envy game from earlier on. There's a look at your maps again. Scorch Hardpoint we are guaranteed to see now. Not a map where you can sleep on either of these two teams.
No.
Moving forward.
Not at all. Scorch Hardpoint, I think, will be interesting to see because Infused have that kind of fast-paced players in the likes of PT. And, I mean, just the way that Infused changed. Let's go right to back when they had the likes of Urban and Zero. They lost those two players. A lot of people looked at Infused and said, wow, they are going to severely drop off right now.
Yep.
So they pick up, Nolson from Hyper Games, Moose of the old Epsilon. And it's, I was the first to kind of say, yeah, they're still a good squad, but they are not the old Infused. No. They've made it work, and you look at the likes of Marky B, he makes something out of nothing, right?
Well, that's what Marky's always been on these teams. We talked about it yesterday with Brycey a little bit, but it seems like it's working for Marky, at least. When he forms these teams, he forms them with the idea that we are going to stick together for a while. He was one of the longest-standing teams through Black Ops 3, and yes, some changes have been made over time, but now he's at a point where it looks like this is a squad that has a lot of potential this year here in the European region and potentially the world. The map will be Precinct in Uplink. Predictions, who takes this map?
I think this is taken by Rise.
Okay.
I think we could see we'll see double digits from Rise. I think it's a very big search and destroy win. We saw like Facento get hyped when he was just he unleashed his Rocky Balboa onto Clay. And
dude, that clip was so funny.
Yeah, I think they're a team that I think play well off hype.
And they've got it now again with another clutch search and destroy win. Their series against Splyce, Rise were down 2-1 going into Game 4. They won the Game 4 Hardpoint. They won the Game 5 S&D. You got to think that bodes well for them as this series does go on. But the focus for now will be on Uplink. Saw this exact map 2 come into play for FaZe versus Optic, and Crimsix had that cheeky overdrive play to get that dunk in OT with about 5 seconds left.
You're getting better at using the word cheeky, by the way.
Cheeky. You're a good mate, right?
I am a good mate.
Oh, that Brycey, he's a top bloke. Good?
I wouldn't agree on, I mean, there's a good use of it. I'll give you that, though.
Okay, it's 50-50? 50%?
You are spending way too many times with European people.
Dude, 2 of the last 3 weeks, I'm on a European overload. Now I need to go home, be in America, eat a cheeseburger, and just wear an American flag.
Okay, so getting into Uplink's game number 3. The series tied 1 apiece here. PD kicking things off with a nice double. PD, for me, definitely the player of Infused right now. He's performed in both Respawn and Search and Destroy. Who are you looking at on the likes of Rise?
Oh, for Rise Nation, Aqua. The guy's a superstar in Respawn game modes. He has been for a long time there, as I say it. He gets a 2-piece, and the drone moved forward. Nice job by PD, though, to play that off angle inside Elwall to get 3. Potentially challenges the 4th. Felony gets the better of him there.
PD's the only player.
Control begins.
PD, sorry, there is the only player to have a kill, and it's not just 1, not 2, 3, 4, but 5 right now. Marky B, Nolson, and Moose, they need to back him up, get in the action here. As Felony, they're pushing forward. That's a team trying to get in the face of that enemy, but no. Facento, last alive. What's he do with this drone here?
He's just trying to stall. He's going to throw it into the back of his spawn near gas, which I don't mind at all because he's just trying to keep it out of the hands of the boys of Infused who want to move up this map with it. A team kill just coming from Looney. Now it's 3 dead for Rise Nation. And again, they'll just grab the drone and keep playing, keep away. It's so well done.
What has Looney just done to Marky? I don't know if that was a double team onto him there, but the drone does go back in the hands of Nolson. Nolson just letting it loose. Getting that K-bar back out. With 3 minutes 35, so much time left. 3 for Infused do go down. Rise will start a push.
And here it goes, Marky B, just like we saw earlier from PD. The last line of defense at that statue side. Facento going for a crazy flank, which, oh, he just needs Bella to stay alive right there. Instead does get 1. Facento will be traded there. And again, the drone just sitting near the statue side. That's what a lot of Uplink is on this map between 2 even slaying teams.
Yeah, trades go out once again, and Precinct, actually one of my favorite Uplinks.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Frost, it doesn't work with me. I can't play it, but Uplink on Precinct, it seems to pan out well, and I think that, usually a better team is rewarded. If you're a higher slaying squad, you can really, get a spawn trap going into that back alley. We'll see if the boys of Infused can do that, but Rise now trading things out 2-2 right there. Nolson putting Facento to bed, 3 and 4, 2 kill streak for him. He's actually rocking the MV4 as well.
Yeah, he switched a couple times now this map. You saw him talk about bringing out the K-bar, now the MV4. We've seen actually Marky B experiment with the ERAD earlier in this weekend. Some weapon variety coming into these teams. As there, the push for Rise just takes a little bit too long. They lose that second wave of kills, and again, you'll see the drone get picked up. They'll throw it towards Statue. They'll try to get these kills and develop a play towards Station.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I always try and do is try and follow that drone as much as possible. Whoever's carrying that, whoever's making that objective play. But right now, the amount of times that they pick it up, throw it forward, they have to play for the kills. And that's what I love about Precinct and how it's rewarded. 2 come in for Infused, though. PD, already saw him in the middle, but he's going to be called out. That drone will be reset.
PD again grabs it. PD again moves towards Station. This is the time he tries to go for it. And look, that's a perfect example of what happens when you don't drop the drone, right? Because he doesn't throw the drone down and try to slay on out, he gets cut down pretty easily. No throw in there from Nolson. Marky B is still alive, though. Loses track of Looney. As we're now 3.5 minutes into this first side, and it has been scoreless so far.
Yeah, this could be a very good push, though, for Rise. Infused have spawned really, really far out there. They've had to come back, and that big double kill Moose. And Nolson make it a triple, and Aqua the last alive here. He needs to stay back. He needs to make some kills. There's the first. There's the second. Doing what he needs to do.
The drone's going to reset, though.
Aqua bought himself a lot of time. May have just saved Rise the opportunity to go down, should I say.
And Looney can either settle for a 1, or if his teammates stay alive, he can go for this dunk. Tough angle to hit. Nice job by Looney. Throws the drone off at the last second. I did not think he was going to get that.
That was a great 1-point play. And Rise will take the lead. It's only by 1, but that 1 is the one that's separating them right now. Series is tied up 1-1 if you just joined us. Hardpoint went to Infuse. The Search and Destroy was around 11 for Rise Nation. PT, though, he's going to try and level things up before the half.
Moving this drone back towards Station again, but even now, his lead blocker now dead. Yes, he can go for this throw, but everyone's ready here for Rise Nation. They had 2 players in the portal to go for the interception. I was commending this team earlier on today on their ability to go for interceptions in Uplink, and there they were completely ready for it if that drone was thrown forward. At the end of the side, it should still be 1-0 Rise Nation. The North Americans putting up a fight now, as still so close this series has been this whole time, Momo.
Yeah, they're doing exactly the same. They're countering each other. The team that is on the defending side, should I say, are all the ones that are winning those gunfights every single time. Looney, for me, I want to just say it was a very good shot, don't get me wrong, but I think a little luck played into that, just the way that he kind of windled his way through. However, the halftime comes in. Rise Nation are 1-0 up. And Infused and Rise, they'll swap sides, they'll go back into battle. 5 minutes on that clock. See if Infused can battle back into this.
What do you do now? What do you do now if you're Infused? You've had 5 minutes where you're completely scoreless, and you've had some solid pushes that just haven't been able to develop into a score. And you've got New Moose being shown off again at 18-8. And somehow PD just killed Marky V off the break. What just happened right there?
Oh, I don't even want to know, but that is not the start you want. That's the one that can set the tone of Facento. He's wanting to change it now. PT, yes, you got it, the double, but Facento is going to pick a quick dunk up there, and we just saw 5 minutes of tooth and nail battling, and now we see a 2-point play come in that easy.
And Aqua is keeping this streak alive, even close range with the NV4, earns that FTL jump, potentially used a little bit later on in this game. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one. As Rise are up by 2 scores, and again, they're keeping control of lobby, which is what I love so far. Look, Infused just give it up. They realize they've got to move towards their spawn.
Yep, they've got to back off. Marky B acting wisely there. Looney's going to be the one with the drone. He's the only one with the drone, but he's making it all happen. He kills one. The drone goes over. It's way too short. Yeah. He went for a bit of a hero play, but he needed to. There was only him alive.
I think the big thing is, because that drone resets right towards middle, lobby control we talk so heavily about is now there for Infused. They're going to go ahead and grab that objective and try to decide where they want to go with it. I think Rise called this counter, though, as they send 2 towards the apartment side. 3 now dead. Moose all by himself.
Moose, I think a clever option here. Just lie down behind that. Was spotted by Aqua. Too smart. 19 kills for him. Now he can make a bit of a play of himself. He's already got FTL jump. He's top lane on his squad. There's another. There's number 20. 3-kill streak. Aqua, can he make this number 4?
He's at least got a 1. If they get this kill, there we go. A dunk now for Rise. 5-0 this lead. As it goes on, you're now 7 minutes scoreless for Infused, and now you're down by 3 full possessions as well.
Yeah, this is difficult for the boys of Infused. They've looked pretty good at Uplink throughout the tournament. However, it just seems like they're being outclassed here. They're definitely being outslayed.
Oh, that's for sure. FTL jump still for Aqua. It's just one of those payloads that you just wait for a time where you can potentially close the gap or get a free kill. PD with this drone. This has basically been the closest Infused have had to scoring all game, and now they will go for the dunk off of it. This should be a 2-point play. There it is. Infused finally on the board.
And one thing they have to do is get back to that drone. They don't want to counterattack. You're going to see Felony. He's going to fall to Moose. A massive gunfight there going down. But Rise Nation will put 3 to bed, and it's just PT left alive. Aqua picking that one up. He's already got. I mean, oh my goodness, just the way that he kind of moves around this map, utilizing the in-game mechanics. Scarab available, doesn't find his 4th there. We'll tag him up and Marky B will trade.
Beautiful 2-piece there. But as I say that, a grenade comes in from PD and wipes the rest of Rise Nation off the map. The only one here is Looney, and he's no longer a threat. Do Infuse just decide to grab this drone and go towards the bottom restaurant side? It's definitely possible. I mean, hell, top side of the map hasn't been working. Might as well try this bottom area, and that's exactly what Marky B will do. As he knows he's got Moose near him. Drone now in his hand.
Oh,
almost
just
had
around
a chance
that
to
corner.
go for the 1 and make it a 1-possession game, but instead, it will be another hold from Rise.
Rise will hold on. We've got 2 minutes on the clock, and that is narrowly going down very, very quickly. 1 minute 40. They're 3 points behind. Nolson has that drone in his hands. They need to act quick, and
I think he just gets 1. Oh, gosh. One player that's spawned out of gas gets the punish there. Moves again, grabs his drone. Now I think he settles for the 1. No, he's still trying to push up this drone. He's by himself. I mean, there's 4 players here from Rise. Just throw the drone.
oh, he's got himself behind him. A shaky shooting of Facento. He not only puts Moose with the turn on there. Nolson goes for the 1-point play. He gets it.
Are these teams trying to help each other? Rise just throw the drone right at where Infused are coming from. Basically in the hands of Nolson. He just says, okay, thank you. Throws in the 1.
Well, 2-possession game going down. Felony. For me now, Rise, they just need a 1-point play. They need to make it a 2-possession game. Facento just used his ability. I'm not sure what it was there, but he was shut down instantly. And Aqua with the double kill. Oh, FTL jumped straight into number 1.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a play that I wanted to see. I talked about it earlier. An uplink, I feel like it's severely underrated. For examples just like that, FTL jump closes the gap to the drone. Opponents can't shoot him, and now it's a 2-possession game with 30 seconds left. That, folks, should be the dagger. I just do not see how Infused convert 3 points with so little time left.
You know what? You said Aqua should be kind of the one to watch in this, and for me, that summed it up. Not only the double kill after double kill that he keeps getting, he's about to drop 30. The FTL jump comes in. There's number 30.
I think his shot has got me pregnant. I really don't know what else to say. I mean, 30-19. He's far and away the best player in this lobby right now, especially with the NB4. Rise up 2-1. Infused again. Their tournament life is on the line in these next maps.
There you have it. 6-3 is the scoreline. Rise Nation and Aqua
I always love
getting hyped.
Watch it, Aqua get hyped. As Rise Nation again, and Facento loves it too. It's nice for him to not have to be the one to always get up and do that. Rise up 2-1. This is looking like the Rise Nation of old. That one Vegas to kick off Infinite Warfare. And Moose and crew, they look a little frustrated after that game. For good reason.
Oh, absolutely. You know, PD started strong, but Aqua just took that game by the scruff of its neck and said, this is ours.
Yeah.
And now they find themselves in a bit of a different position. Of course, we go back to the previous game against Splyce, and, you know, Rise found themselves 2-1 down here.
Yep.
But up against Infused, they have the lead. They're one map away from finding themselves in the loser bracket final. That'll be up against FaZe as they patiently await them. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. Do I see it going game 5, though? Have I changed my opinion?
You very well
I don't know. What map is it? What map are we talking? Scorch.
Keep an eye on the colors, too.
I
Make
will.
sure we get those correct for everybody viewing at home. We hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL Paris Open. This is already my 3rd match I've casted today. It's been a busy Sunday for a lot of people. I think you're up next with Maven.
Yeah.
For the loser bracket final.
Yes.
Very fun.
FaZe versus one of these
always
teams.
Fun to cast with Maven.
It'll be my first one, actually, this tournament. I've
With
casted
Maven?
it only with you, actually,
Oh.
this tournament.
Sorry to hear that.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
Sorry to hear that. I wouldn't even want to have to deal with that.
What
Bryce, you know, I actually got to cast with Brycey earlier.
How was that?
I think it's the first time we've casted together in almost a year. Right?
You missed it, right?
Yeah, at least I did. I really did. Some good chemistry with Brycey. He loves me more than he wants to admit. I think we should be
Just
good.
waiting on
yeah,
one.
It looks like one player just needs to switch colors. And then we should be ready to go. The last game for Infused played, it was in their last series, and they won that against Epsilon to get to this point.
Yep.
Now, again, they've got to fight to get to a game 5 this time around versus Rise Nation. If you think back to that first Hardpoint, it was all Infused, with the boys taking it 250 to 240.
It was a close game in the end. Infused did look good. Rise showed resilience. You know, they came back into the game as well. But Scorch is a completely different map than Retaliation. That's the one thing that's key to me. It's a lot more close quarters, this map.
Yep.
A lot about rotate. I mean, they're all about rotations, let's be honest. But I just think, you know, Turbine on this map is so key. You know, much like your Cathedral, for example.
The thing is, both teams in the first Hardpoint had times that they held for a full 60.
Yeah.
Rise had a very clean one at Back Broken. You had a great one from Infused at Top Cathedral. In Hotel, when it got scrappy, both teams did a pretty good job where you see that at times on this map in all scenarios. There's your map breakdown. Game 1 was close, a 10-second game. Game 2 was down to a couple kills in a round 11 that made the difference. Game 3 was so low scoring, was a one-possession game through most of it, and it was a crazy FTL jump play by Aqua with a 1 to put that one out of reach for Rise Nation over Infused. And now we'll go into Game 4 again with the European team down 1-2.
Yeah, Infused need to do what they've done many times before, should I say. But they're up against Rise, and that's what's kind of niggling at me right now. We've got a Rise, which have won 2 maps back-to-back. Aqua's getting hyped. For Tento, he's Mr. Hype, if you like.
Yep.
Looney's been a bit quiet for me this series.
And
I'd like to see him...
hey, there's no problem with that. If that's a role Looney needs to fill, and Rise Nation can win, I think he's more than happy with not being the superstar. If Aqua keeps shooting the way he was with that NV4, I mean, you just expect Rise to be lights out on this next map. I mean, the crazy thing is, he was hitting all his long-range shots, but the most impressive of all was his ability to get the kills close range with the NV4, which is typically where that gun really falls off.
Well, there is Rise Nation on your screens for Sento, fellow Aqua, and Looney. On the flip side of things, you're going to have PT, Moose, Marky B, and Nolson. They need 2 wins back-to-back. Dinge getting involved as well.
Dingy.
Dinge.
Dinge.
That's the one. He used to like getting in the booth as well, getting on the comms, getting them hyped, but he's leaving them to it this time.
How much of his man bun do you think gives him power?
Oh, 25% damage increase.
I'll believe it. I'll believe it. Coming into this weekend, did you think Infused would be the top team again?
I had to look
For
at
Europe?
Atlanta, and I thought they would be... I thought they'd be up there, but I didn't think they'd be the top.
Right? I thought, yeah, they had a great Atlanta, right? but it seemed like there was some other top teams just had off events that I thought would bounce back, but Infused arguably right now look like one of the more consistent European teams, which is well,
nice
not
to
really
see
saying
myself.
much. Not really saying much so when the rest of the EU teams, some weekends they're great, some they're not. I couldn't really tell you where they stand.
Good to see some consistency. I think Red really, obviously for themselves and from myself, I thought was very disappointing back-to-back, but you know what, they change up between now and maybe Dallas, we'll have to see. However, we're going into the game. We need to switch things up. There we go. We've got it on your screens. Rise Nation, Infused. Map number 4, Scorch Hardpoint.
We're watching Facento again. Your MVP from Vegas pushing right on up the map, and somehow he's already going to flip those spawns, and that's a perfect, that is literally a perfect start for Rise.
Perfect start for Rise. Perfect for Facento as he finds himself still alive. Let's jump on board with Akary's in the mix here. He's going to be challenged from either side. Jammer grenades going down. He's backing off as he does soak up some more points for the squad. 2 players for Infused do go down. Vice versa for Infused. PT now the last alive. Moose tagging up Nolson as well. That's not what you want as well.
Zentra's just going to wait for this first player to challenge, and Rise are continuing to throw bodies at this hard point. They know they can when the spawns are in their favor for the next Turbine Hill. Infused do get 1 second on the board, but that seems like it's about it as Rise all ready to go for the second hill. This is where you need to see Infused do better than they did in that hard point at times on Breakout versus Epsilon. They need a coordinated push. No one can peek and die right now.
Yeah, this is the problem here, is you've got Scarabs coming into play. Score streaks already for the likes of Facento. He's 25 away from that Bob Bomb and already got his Trinity Rocket. And you know what? He's taking every point. I'm not watching Facento anymore. I'm going on board with Aqua. He's pushing up. He's getting doubles. He's on a 4-kill streak. Facento on a 5. This is fantastic. You're a Rise Nation fan.
This is the least far pushed out Rise have been so far on this hard point. Wondering if Infused can now punish them because of it. It's 66-7. Looney's now ready for the challenge to come on in. Trinity Rocket called in from Facento. He's going to get 1. Still, though, he does earn the bombardment off that 1 point. Nice job by him. 6-0 start. Make it 7. Not going to happen.
Very close. Going to tag him up. Aqua finds 2. And, you know, Infused, they break through for a little bit. Maybe they'll get this scrap point. Yes, but what? It's 7 seconds. They need to rotate. And for me, I think Infused have been a little bit sloppy here, Jack. They've given full rotations. Look at the spawns coming in for the boys of Rise now. They're going to take control. They've just got about 50 seconds off Turbine on Hangar. They're looking to do the same.
And already the calls come in towards Aqua saying, Aqua, watch your back doors. We spawned out in middle. That's where they're going to be, at this rocks area. Rise do call it correctly, but here's the timing opportunity now for the side of Infused. You have a pinch coming in from Skybridge. 2 players pushing in from that lower side of the map near rocks. Do they have the pressure they want, though, for this hard point? I don't believe so, as already 1 player has died.
This is smart from Felony. What he's doing, he's going outside and tagging some in the back. He's going to beat down, just speed up things. Nolson,
ooh, nice, Nolson
will react quickly. And only 2 left, as we do see a few Rise Nation spawn out. Facento doing the business. Looney getting in the action as well, and that will stop Infused in their tracks. This is so one-sided right now. 110-19. Rise Nation are turning up.
Rise Nation are showing off why they should be in the top 3 of this event. You've already got Facento on another 5 streak at 11-1. If 1 Trinity Rocket wasn't enough, I mean, the guy's probably got another to go as well.
Well, we'll jump on board with Facento as he does get a little bit close here. He's sat back. Is he using the streak right now? I think he may have just used Bombardment.
Yes, he did. He did.
There it is. He's coming in. Not going to pick up anyone, as Infused are going to back off, but it will give full control. The boys of Rise, I say that Infused are still in the mix here. Felony's going to jump on that hard point. 8-9 right now. He's going to fall to Moose.
And that's actually the best break we've seen so far from Infused on this hill. In this game, right? They hold, but I consider it a break because they got forced out of positions by the bombardment, and then they're able to retake the site control immediately after. 6-12 from PD, 4-10, 4-11 now from RKB. Facento and crew, though, they just fly back into things, and they'll get the rest of the scrap time, earn themselves, again, this 90-plus second lead. Remember, if Infused lose this map, they're out of the tournament.
And look at this, right? They're on drill, they're getting all the points here. But look at Felony and Aqua on that mini-map. They're already rotating back to the middle.
And
they're going
nobody
back to
there from Infused.
It's just, this is not the Infused, I know, but I've got to give credit where credit is due. Looney and the boys are turning up here. Facento is 14-4, make it 15.
Jesus.
Got a Scarab to play with as well. This is the Facento we saw from Vegas.
And he's been beginning to put up those performances again that Rise Nation need him to do. They've got the momentum, they've got the hype in their favor. Again, Felony going for another flank to get a free kill on a Marky B. It's got to be so frustrating if you're Infused, because you think back to the game 1 of this series, it's 250 to 240, 10 seconds between these teams. Now it's a completely different story.
Can Infused get back into this? PD's found himself a 3-kill streak. He was on 6 and 13 before this went down. 15 seconds left. They need the rotation. You're looking at those spawns, and this is good for Infused. You can see over at the Turbine, Marky B is going to be pushing out a little bit. Let's hop on board with him as he finds one. It's going to be Aqua. Loses that gunfight. Aqua on fire as always.
Moose again, just getting the rest of the scrap time. But he's going to spawn all the way out near his teammate towards Skybridge, and Rise Nation know that this is their opportunity to push on in. First gun engagement traded out by Felony. Nolson, the final player in the hardpoint for Infused at the moment. Thankfully, Marky B is here to help his teammate, but I don't think it will be enough as Aqua uses that FTL jump again, but Nolson shuts him down.
Yeah, that is a rare kill to see. Obviously, when Aqua using that FTL jump, he's been so good with it throughout the series so far. PD's actually pushed himself out. He's found one. Marky's found another. This is good for Infused. Aqua is the last alive. For me, he needs to just slow down here. Wait for his team if he's going to go for another push.
Aqua, what does he do in this scenario? Whoa, he does see one going towards this outer catwalk area. Does get the quick 2-piece and sees the third actually in the back of the map. How's Aqua going to wind up making this happen? Shuts down Nolson too. That was way too easy. Thankfully, the scrap time will go in for Infused. So a 100-second lead, now down to just 50. As Infused start to claw back into things.
Just want to go on board with Aqua. He only got the Scarab there. And don't get me wrong, he's playing out of his mind right now. 18 and 10. Marky B, you need to turn up. You're 6 and 17. Yeah. Give me something special.
He's just had an abysmal map. I mean, look at his time in the objective, too. 8 seconds, that is it so far, this entire map.
We do see Rise, again, in the same position as the last rotation. They took this hangar hardpoint to town. They took maybe 40, 50 seconds off this, and they're looking to do it again. For Center with a double. Aqua finds another. And there's one player around. It was Marky B. I didn't even have time to jump on board with him, but it's not looking good right now for Infused.
Yeah, this is just like when we watched that broken hard point in map 1 where Rise Nation's got a full 60. They've got 40 seconds of it so far. Scarab now is the potential entry. Looney's there. He's got Fellow watching over. They've got a double ERAD set up as well, which is so lethal inside the turbine area. Looney gets the 2-piece too. They should win the trades. There it is.
Yeah, big play from Looney. There's 5 seconds, and we will go back to the drill for Cento. He's 18 and 9. He's just level with Aqua right now. He does go down there, but Fellow trading things out. Infused have control. You can see for Cento and Aqua, they're looking to pinch this one in.
How do they play this? They've obviously got one pushing up. They've got a pinch developing, but they're wondering where these final couple players are. There's the help Aqua needed to give his teammate, and now Rise will charge out into the objective. They're within 35 seconds of eliminating Infused in this map.
20 to 11. Aqua is showing us why he is fighting for his place in the loser bracket final. Fellow finds one, he finds the second. I jump off board Aqua as Justy finally gets the kill. But 230 to 126 is looking fantastic for Rise. They're so close here to booking themselves a spot in that loser bracket final against FaZe.
And with everything I'm seeing right now, there's no reason why I should think Infused come back in this game. 242, one final push. Is it going to be enough? I do believe so. Rise Nation. No, I lied. Camo gets used by Nolson, and we'll see at least one more hill.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the middle, and I will say Rise have literally dominated this bridge hard point. It wouldn't surprise me if they end it. On here, only 3 points away. For Cento's just used his camo. Should be able to break one. That's going to be a nice double. Can he turn and burn? No, not going to happen. PT slides in, not for long though. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Rise Nation closed game 4 out. They're going to find themselves in the loser bracket. They'll place off FaZe for a spot in that grand final.
And with that, Europe has been eliminated. Ouch. From the CWL Paris Open, your guaranteed top 3 are all top North American squads in no order. FaZe Clan, obviously Rise Nation, and Optic will be your top 3 at the CWL Paris Open. Those 3 will share the majority of the $100,000 prize pool. One final look at your scoreboard as players do shake hands. Everyone on Rise sitting near that positive side. The only one who was just below it was Felony, but his teammates wind up pulling the majority of the weight.
Yeah, Looney, 135 points he put on the board for his squad there. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Fantastic stuff. I said I've not seen a little bit of Looney. That's because he's sat just getting all the points. Great stuff from him. And Rise versus FaZe is going to be one hell of a series. They played each other already on LAN on this game. FaZe are looking strong though, Jack.
FaZe are looking strong, but on the other side of things, Rise Nation of old look like they're back. They've got themselves back in the top 3 again. Who will face Optic Gaming? We'll find out in a bit. For now, though, our analysts are ready to go as they can break down that series. Brycey, Europe is done.
All right, thank you very much, Jack. Yes, we are going to break down that series. So, Rise taking out Infused. There were glimmers there for Infused where they could have done something. Certainly not in the last Hardpoint, but maybe other parts.
Yeah, I mean, the S&D, the start of it was sensational. Obviously, the Hardpoint before that looked pretty good from Rise, and then the S&D to come into it. PD has a fantastic start, and for me, pretty much wasted his streaks.
I took Rise 3-1, so I was accurate, but games,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, games 1 and 2 did not go how I thought it would. I thought it'd be Rise at the hard point, and then we knew Infused wasn't that scared in the search and destroy. I thought that's how it would go. Flips around a little bit, but the outcome the same. Europe, unfortunately, their hopes of top 3 now gone. It's going to be an all top 3 North America run, but the standout for me, I know you were talking a lot about Vicento, it's Aqua. I mean, he was a respawn just beast last year in Black Ops 3.
Yep.
We didn't really see it, actually. Thinking back to Vegas when they won, it was mostly Vicento that was going off. Like, statistically, he was insane. It was one of the poorer events for Aqua from just a KD standpoint, but it seems like he's back. I mean, he was so confident. You saw that play with the FTL jump that was sick in the uplink. Aqua is on form. When talking to Formal, he was sitting here, and he's just like, Aqua's back, man. He's crushing. He's an incredible player.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I am slightly distracted by where you've sat on the chairs. It's not a good look for you.
What, you don't like this?
It's not the jacket. It's where the lighting is in the specific analyst segment.
Oh, is it my shiny head?
Oh, when you lean forward like that, it's slightly weird.
I like it. I feel like an angel.
Well, you look like a Bond villain.
I'll take that. I would be a great Bond villain.
All right. But I had to bring it up. I was watching. It looks like there's a halo around your head. I was like, that guy's not a saint. Anyway,
You're a man of God. You can tell.
moving forward, Infused, obviously, there are a few issues, but still top ranked coming into this in terms of the European squads. They do seem to have something when it comes to big internationals. I think they've pretty much secured themselves a league spot now because I really can't see them doing badly at Dallas. So I think Infused are now in a really good position. They're definitely going to be in the LAN League, in my opinion, unless they go to Bits. We're seeing a great kind of performance from Moose this year as well. They've got Nelson. Nelson, obviously, not a big name. There's a lot of people at home. I have no idea who he is.
He's starting to heat up for that team now as
Yeah.
well. I mean, he was one of the players that we looked at maybe at Gfinity, where we thought, okay, is Nelson, is he enough for that team? But he's really started to heat up. I had a couple of good games throughout the weekend, and I think he's really cemented his place in that squad. But I think PD and Moose are still those top 2 players, and Marky's that glue that holds them together. I think they're a good squad, but I think they just need something a little bit extra to try and push through that top 3. I honestly thought they were going to win that game. I really did, but I think the biggest surprise for me, more than Infused playing badly, was how well Rise have played.
That's what's interesting, because now that we're looking forward more to the losers bracket final, typically, if you'd asked me before this event, I would have taken FaZe comfortably over Rise.
Yep.
But with the way Rise has played and the way that FaZe got destroyed by Optic, like that's got to be a bit of a downer for your confidence. You think when you get beat that poorly, when it's nothing went right. There were very few positives you could take whatsoever from that.
100%. It was horrible.
So that's what I think I'm feeling pretty good about Rise going forward.
I'll be honest with you, I think it's closer, at least now. It's very much a mental thing for FaZe. How much is that beating over Optic? It's your first game of the day. Are you okay? Have you regained? Or is that your form today? Like, I don't really know which ways it's going to go. Rise playing really good there. Definitely put it more in contention. It wouldn't surprise me to see if Rise take map 1 that they win the entire series.
Yeah, they certainly could, but I think going forward, I don't know that I really give either team a very good chance against Optic right now.
No, I don't.
I mentioned a couple weeks ago that, kind of poking the bear. Optic, people were doubting them, wondering if, they needed a team change, what was going wrong with this squad.
Yeah.
And now, I know, speaking to the players, they want to hammer whoever gets to the final. Like, they don't want it to be close. They want to embarrass them.
I saw Crimsix measuring the trophy earlier. He was like, does this fit? Do I have to build a new shelf?
Number 5.
Number 5. I've been to every single one of these. Never seen him lose one.
I don't think you're going to see him lose this time.
I don't think I'm going to see him lose this time. But we are going to find out coming up after this break, which will be a little bit longer. We're going to have a lunch break for the production team. The game is scheduled to go live at 3 p.m. local. Keep an eye on the Call of Duty World League Twitter. They will tweet out when we're going live. I know all of us casters will tweet you as well. But this is going to be a longer break. But we'll see you right after for the loser bracket final. See you soon.
A man who on every occasion has given the best that he has.
I'll be right beside you.
see as it twists its eyes beneath our feet. What do you see?
Cracky.
Sailing We fell out of love like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Paris here live at the ESWC. We are coming towards the end. It's time for the loser bracket final. And joining me to break this one down, Courage and Campbell. 2 C's, but do they have a clue about what is about to go on?
Oh, I for sure do, because guess what? There's only North American teams left. And as a North American expert, I can tell you all about these 2 squads.
Experts, kind
in
of
Rise Nation
bit loose and
FaZe
fast there.
Clan. Unfortunately, again, for the Europeans, they fall short. As
I'm not sure if it's falling
No,
short
they
or
did a
just
good job.
or doing what we expected them to.
Yeah, hey, you know what? 4 in the top 8, half the top 8 performances, absolutely great stuff from them.
Yeah, I think so. I think before we dive too much into this match, I think it's a good point to say that over the last few tournaments, the Europeans have kind of justified being in that, at least top 16 in the world, maybe even top 12. Like, there's a healthier number of teams that can regularly place there now. So that question was a big question coming out of the back of XP, coming into this year. Is it justified? Should they be there? Are we giving them too much credit over one event? The answer is no.
And a lot of people were wondering, was it because of Ban and Protect last year? We heard earlier on when Rise Nation beat Splyce. What was the trash talk Ludi used? It was something like no Ban and Protect, no bans or something like that. He got up and yelled. And it's because even North American players still believe that as well, that Ban and Protect was something that really helped propel Europe last year. Now with it gone, they think that they're not going to do as well. And so far,
Well, they're wrong.
That has not been the case.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see how the EU-NA rivalry develops. Obviously, if we can just, lose Optic and FaZe, or maybe we can buy them. Maybe Europe can buy them. Look, European fans, if we get enough money together, maybe we can get them to come over here, and then we can win some stuff. It'd be great. Think about it. I'll start a Kickstarter. We'll go for that from there. All right, let's get into this game then. It is going to be Rise versus FaZe. Let's go over FaZe, first of all, suffering a crushing defeat against Optic Gaming on the main stage just an hour or 2 ago. Can they bounce back?
I'll defer to you on this one.
I mean, yeah, I think they're more than capable of bouncing back. They're a fantastic lineup. You've got players like Clayster in that lineup as well, and they've been in situations like this before. Going into this one, though, the only thing that's thrown it for me, Rise are warm. They've just played. FaZe have been off since the, like you said, a tough loss to Optic. I don't know which way this one's going to go. I think, though, after speaking to Crim6 and also speaking to Formal, they prefer to have Rise in the final. They want to play against Rise. Crim6's words were, just because I want to beat all the American teams I can. And Formal's words were, we want to play another team. But in this one, it's going to be difficult to say. Personally, I think it will be the FaZe that make it, though.
The big thing to point out, remember, is that coming into this in the last couple events, everyone thought of Optic, FaZe, Rise, Envy as kind of being your top squads. Obviously, United on the verge there. Optic have already beaten Envy this weekend in winners round 1. They already beaten FaZe in the winners bracket final. They want to have that chance against Rise in the grand final, take that series as well.
Yeah, 100%. To be perfectly honest with you, even not beating Rise, I don't think it's a big problem. Like, you don't beat every team, but I think it's okay. I think it's, you're definitely still the champions if you beat FaZe again. But all right, let's kind of move on then and talk more about how we think this game is actually going to go, because I think it's going to be closer. I was kind of calling FaZe straight away, but after such a crushing by Optic, is there mental game there? Are they feeling okay? Is there just a cold Sunday for them? Like, so many actual questions that come through.
Well, I think in terms of Rise, one player that I saw last series have a really, really good game was Aqua. And I think he's going to be a player that we have to look for out on Rise this time. Can he come through once again against FaZe? He's definitely my highlight player. I think from FaZe, in terms of highlight players, I think for me it's Attach this weekend. He's been insane. He's been one to definitely look out for. It's so close to say. I'm kind of on the fence. I'd really like to give a solid answer in this one, but I just don't know where it's going to go. I'm looking forward to see, though, Aqua, if he can do what we just saw him do against.
I think the map draw is going to play a major part in this as well. I hear the main stage beginning to start on up, so we'll get there soon. But I think the map draw is a big thing here. Do Rise Nation have the opportunity to use those double ERAD setups that we've seen from them at times this weekend where they have excelled?
Yeah.
It was brought out a little bit on Scorch Hardpoint. When you get Fellow running around with that submachine gun, when you get the second one on that team, it's quite the deadly combo. Does that happen against FaZe here? Are FaZe prepared for that coming into play? We'll have to see.
I think it's very much first map for FaZe. I've just got this feeling like if they take a bad loss against Rise first map, their heads are going to drop a little bit. Like, is this really going to happen? They didn't win a map the entire last series. And they lost the overtime in a horrible fashion. I think it was 15 seconds left of overtime. They lost.
Overdrive.
It's just not great for them. They've got nothing but negativity today. They've come in and they've lost 3 maps. Winning the first map should be huge for them. So I'm really looking to see how that first Hardpoint goes. it could just set the tone for the entire series as we go through.
Well, that's what we were talking about, too, when we were casting their match earlier on. Maven made up that point. It was almost like Optic sucker punched him in that first game with Karma starting out with such an insane performance, and then they didn't look back from there. They, I believe, 100-point clump of 250 to 96, and FaZe just never seemed to be able to recover. I'm excited, though, the losers bracket final. It's pretty simple. You lose this, you're out. You win this, you're the grand final.
All right, only one thing left. Predictions. Campbell, you're ready to talk. Go for it.
I'm going to have to give it to FaZe. I think I'm going to say 3-1 FaZe.
Jack, do you agree?
FaZe win this series 3-2.
Okay, map 5. Well, I'm going to hand it over to our casters now. The main stage is gearing up. You can hear it in the background. It's time for Momo and Maven.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, we were just waiting for the interviews to kick off on the main stage, but Momo, we've casted together a few times, and we've got a dandy today.
We have. We've got ourselves a North American battle. Yeah, we're into the top 3. Europe is out.
Where'd they all go?
I mean, they did okay.
No, they performed very, very well.
Top 4 in the top 8. But I think this is what we expected. I definitely expected Optic and FaZe to be in that top 3. Rise, actually, I didn't have them in my top 3. I was looking at the likes of Envy, United. Rise, though, they're bouncing back well.
Yeah, I think anyone in their right mind had Rise in their top 3 post-Vegas, but post-Atlanta, not the same story with kind of the disappointing results we saw from them, combined with someone like Cloud9. They were one of the more disappointing North American teams there in Atlanta, but unlike Cloud9, who continue to collapse, you saw Rise Nation get back into gear here this weekend, and a big part of that, I mean, Facento is going off, but it's been Aqua. He's back to sort of Black Ops 3 Aqua, who destroys in the respawns. It's been a pleasure to watch some of the plays he's come up with, and I expect him to continue.
Yeah, I think, we heard the guy speak, obviously, on the analyst desk, and his respawn's been great, but his S&D has been up there as well. Yeah. And you say kind of like the old Aqua, the Black Ops 3 Aqua. I used to, watch him, he drop like, just a casual 43 kills, something like that, and it's just brilliant. The rest of his team's on like 24, 25, and I'd like to see him bring the heat here. He's warm off a fresh win. FaZe obviously off a tough loss, so I think it's going to be a close one.
All right, well, I believe we're getting very close to our pre-game interviews here with FaZe and Rise Nation. I think we'll probably be good to... No, actually, never mind. Not quite yet. When we're good, I'll hand it over if they're going to be doing the live interviews, but it doesn't seem like they're quite in yet. But okay, they did a bit of predictions here with this matchup. You heard both going the direction of FaZe. Instead of asking you first, I'm going to go first.
Okay, I like this. We're changing it up.
I like to mix and match. Rise Nation. Because simply, FaZe got crushed earlier.
Yeah.
I feel like that has to be in the back of your mind.
Do you know what? The whole of the analyst desk said FaZe. I'm sticking with on Rise. I'm going with Rise with you.
All right.
We'll see who is right at the end of it. But in all honesty, I see it going game 5. That's what I do see.
That's what I want. I want to go the distance. It's funny, sometimes when we're casting, getting into it, it cracks me up when I get a tweet like, oh, why are you rooting for this team? Listen, all we want is crazy comebacks, Cinderella stories, underdog stories, game 5s. That's all I'm rooting for. I don't really care who wins. Just give me a game 5, round 11, and I'm a very, very happy, tall, bald, bird-looking yellow man.
It doesn't affect us who wins,
Yeah, no, it doesn't at all.
We know Optic Gaming is in that grand final. Who brings it out? Rise, FaZe. It's going to be a tough one. I'm sticking with Rise, though. I think it's Aqua and Facento. Those are the two I'm watching.
That duo has been so incredibly deadly, and I expect them to continue it here. But let's talk a bit about FaZe side of this, maybe what they need to do to get back into it, because there's so little for me to dissect. I guess the one thing that stood out for me in the Optic match the most was probably the uplink. It's funny thinking back to last year. There were times where FaZe got called out for being almost too much of a slay-heavy team. They would not focus on the objective, and at times it was true. At times I don't think so. It sort of looked that way. But it happened for me in the uplink. The first side of the uplink, when they were just crushing Optic, had them pinned for 3 minutes and put, I think, only 4 points on the board, when they could have on that side of Precinct Uplink done a ton. It seemed like something was off, man. Like someone was whether they were saying slay first, worry about the objective, and they kind of screwed up, or if the communication's off and everyone was looking to pick up kills and not really worrying about getting the drone through. It was strange to see for me.
It was unusual. It was unexpected, and I think FaZe, the likes of Zuma. I spoke to him after Atlanta, and he's always even after a loss, he's just wanting to improve, and every time he's at this event, he just wants to bring the heat. His dad said here as well.
All right, well, let's
On
toss
retrouve
it
des
over.
ténors, Kleister, Attach, Zuma, Enable. Si vous étiez avec nous à l'ESWC au Zénith de Paris, certains d'entre eux étaient déjà sur la scène. Il avait déjà fait le spectacle avec moi, Kleister, qui est l'un des meilleurs joueurs au monde. Et j'imagine qu'il a envie d'aller chercher cette victoire. Et ils les ont déjà battus, donc peut-être qu'ils sont confiants avant de démarrer. You must be happy to be here today, and you already won against them yesterday. Does it feel that you're confident and ready for the game?
We're always confident. Rise is a really good team. Even though we beat them yesterday, we know that they've had a pretty long losers bracket run, so we're prepared for them.
Ils sont forcément prêts. Effectivement, en face, ils ont eu tout le loser bracket à remonter, donc ils ont plus de victoires à leur compteur au final, donc ils savent qu'ils n'ont pas le droit de se rater. Applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, pour les FaZe. Thank you, guys. Et ces joueurs, on les reconnaît, certains sont quand même des dieux de la manette. Hein. Face à eux, ceux qui justement doivent continuer leur ascension s'ils veulent aller rejoindre les Optic Gaming. Applaudissements pour les Rise Nation. Dans cette équipe, on retrouve Looney, Facento, Felony et Aqua qui sont tous eux aussi des habitués des grandes scènes. J'imagine que quand on se retrouve à avoir gagné régulièrement dans le loser bracket, on se sent un petit peu mieux dans ses baskets quand on doit tenter de reprendre la revanche. You've done a very good job in the loser bracket, and although you've lost yesterday against them, probably you're more confident as yesterday.
Definitely, with those two loser bracket matches, kind of get us that tempo going. So we're definitely confident against FaZe. We know we can beat them, and they know they can beat us. So it's going to be a good match.
Comme il dit, effectivement, ils ont eu un tempo qui a été donné grâce aux victoires qu'ils ont eues dans le loser bracket. Comme il dit, même eux, ils savent qu'on peut les battre et nous, on sait qu'on peut peut-être aussi se faire battre. Donc c'est un moment qui va être à fort enjeu pour cette équipe. On les applaudit, s'il vous plaît. Les Rise Nation. Thank you, guys. Allez, on est parti. On va vous présenter dans le détail ce match. Jonas, parle-nous un peu de ces joueurs.
All right, we are back. Okay, so guys ready to go. I like what Looney said. Basically, we can beat them, they can beat us. We know what each other are good at. I expect this to be a close one. I really do think it has the potential to go to the game 5, but at the same time, a lot of times Call of Duty, it is who is hot on a particular day, who is hot for a particular match. And if you're just looking at today, I have to feel good about Rise.
Rise, they've, you know what Looney said, 2 games, they've got their heat, they're feeling warm. And that's, I think, the reason why myself and you, we've chosen Rise, if you think, to take this. But
where FaZe's series lasted about 15 minutes.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of time for warm-up in that one.
But then you look at history. I mean, even at this event, FaZe took down Rise. So we saw these go head-to-head at Atlanta. We've seen them go head-to-head here. And what those guys were, kind of said, they play each other week in, week out. They know how each other play. You've got to turn up on the day. It's Championship Sunday. It's Call of Duty. Anything can happen. It can just be one player. One player can change the game.
I just want to see really strong performances out of either. I don't want a sloppy, get 5-game series here because the way Optic has been playing, I know for me, the Optic matches that I've casted have almost been uneventful in a way because they've been beating people so badly. I mean, I can think back to the Envy match, the FaZe match, and a couple of other, there was 3-0s, and I was like, I'm trying to get into this, but you're putting me to sleep with these 250 to 100, sub-100 wins that you're doing because they've been playing so well. So it almost seems like, who's winning this to go to the slaughterhouse with the way that Optic has been playing. And by no means do I think either of these teams can't play Optic tough, but I guess I feel like I'm going to be able to tell. Depending on how this goes and how these two teams match up, might be evident of how they're going to face off in the grand final.
I mean, Optic, for me, they're definitely getting their fear factor back. They're getting that, era about them where you go against Optic and you're thinking, they've just 3-0'd this team, 3-0'd that team. Don't get me wrong. Rise, FaZe, they can go toe-to-toe with them at the time. However, Rise Nation, on your screen, it's going to be Looney, 23 years of age. He's been in this... He's been in the main stage many times before. He knows what it takes.
And it's been interesting, you see them get the victory once Looney comes in, replacing Nagafin, and that's when Facento really came into his own in the slaying department. And you got to think a big part of it is Looney and what he's able to do. He is a leader. He'll do the dirty work. He'll do the objective work. And then Aqua.
Aqua.
Aqua
I don't know the right way of saying it, but
I think it's just different in each country. But Aqua has been bananas. Today, in the matches I've been watching him, he's been destroying the duo of him and Facento. The slaying prowess has been absolutely phenomenal. If he can keep that going, I mean, from from heads-up plays, like if you watched earlier with the FTL jump to get around the edge and precinct, get a one-point toss through was sick, to the clutches in S&D, to what he's been able to do in Respawn, it's been amazing. And then your search specialist, Felony, they need him to step it up as well.
Yeah, best facial expressions in Call of Duty esports, hands down. Like, I was watching Rise play against Splyce, and he was going in every time. He was either shocked, excited. He's a very emotional player, but I like that. You know, he gets hyped when he needs to be.
I don't know if you saw the formal tweet earlier, but it was interesting. I guess he was watching the Rise match over on the side station. I'm going to have to turn this extremely R-rated comment into a PG one. But basically, I think Felony was giving Aqua some advice in the Search and Destroy. They're teammates, and they like each other, I think. And Aqua basically says politely, "Shut your bleep mouth before I slap you," and then goes on to like destroy in the round. So there's some interesting chemistry on this team, but they get in each other's face. They may headbutt at times, but the results speak for themselves. At least with the victory in Vegas, I know a slow start and finish in Atlanta, but here they've got to rebound. And I think you can say they already have by getting top 3. But this man on the screen, Facento, Mr. Good Looking, needs to have a good final.
Yeah, he is maybe the man to watch. We talk about Aqua, but Facento is the player which we saw drop like a 1.3 over an event, take the MVP.
Yeah.
He has been fantastic on this game of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare from the start.
He has.
Had a bit of a sloppy, Atlanta didn't go too well, but it's a week ago. It's gone. He's back already.
All right, well, now on to the other side here. We've got FaZe, your leader, your veteran, your FaZe up from Clayster. He's ready to go. The crowd's letting him hear it. And, God, I mean, he's probably stood out for me the most in Search and Destroy on this team. He's had some incredible performances. They're going to need him in Game 2 and 5 if it gets there. But he's the catalyst for this team. He always has been. He's the one that gets him going.
I absolutely love Clayster. I just like the presence that he brings.
A deep love for Clay?
I just think...
The city of love, we are.
We are indeed. I mean, oh, there's Aqua. I think he was out of his seat. Aqua, that's attached, sorry, out of his seat there. But yeah, Clayster, what I was talking about, it's just when he roars, when he gets hyped, it's brilliant. Attached, though, young player, he's coming to his own. He's been teaming with the likes of Clayster for so long now. He is a player, for me, very much like Aqua. It's almost like that young gun who likes to just go off, drop a 40 every now and again, and he can turn up in these finals.
It's funny because I think Aqua, not Aqua, God, you got me there. Attach, I'm always going to want to refer to as like the young player. I mean, I know he is in age, but he's been around for so long. Obviously won champs two games ago, but like, he looks like he's 14, and I think that's why it's probably going to consistently stick with me. But then you got Zuma, the Italian stallion, coming to rock here in the losers bracket final. He's got his dad in attendance, lots of fans worldwide. He's ready to put on a big performance.
I think the last time his dad was here was in London, and he took that event. He took it. He got the victory. Whether he can do it again, he's got a long road ahead of him. But yeah.
But again, and we've mentioned it, there has been a team to come back twice from the losers bracket and take a grand final in 2 series. You're looking at the squad. FaZe, if anyone can do it, it is them. And the last one, Enable, he may have taken some flack for his camouflage use in the last series as it bordered on unacceptable. But his gameplay from a KD perspective, gun up, he was incredible. He was leading the slang. He needs to do that, but he does need to make some smarter plays with that specialist ability because it's so important.
Enable, for me, is a player which I don't highlight enough. I don't see or talk enough of Enable. I'd love to finish a Hardpoint or a Search and Destroy and him be double digits, him be going crazy, do something insane. Usually it's your Attacher, your Zoom, or your Clay getting hyped. Enable seems to, he's rightfully there. He deserves that spot, don't get me wrong. But he's not your superstar player. He gets the job done. I'd love for him to go off, though.
Well, he can. No, he certainly, maybe, he can be the superstar when he needs to be. He can put up the big kills. And I know there was a small stint where I was a Call of Duty coach. It didn't last very long because I was horrendous at what I did. But when I was with Curse, he was on that team. It was Tipsy, Burns, and Mochilla. And what I could tell with Ian, with Enable, when he was doing well, and when the team was doing well, and he individually was doing well, I think his communication is very good. He's very positive. He sort of turns into a leader in game. When he's struggling, that sort of falls apart. So we'll see how it goes. And this is years ago. We're talking back and go. So he's developed more as a player, but I know he has a hot head about him. So we'll see if he can start out strong. I think the team will be certainly able to play behind that.
Well, we've seen the players. We've seen all 8 of them prepared and ready here for the loser bracket final. ESWC here. $100,000 is on the line. Of course, these two teams battling it out to be in that grand final. Optic Gaming patiently awaiting them. I think you can even see we can see Optic Gaming just keeping themselves warm. They're on those free-for-alls, shooting some bots, doing their thing. And, you know, it's ironic that they're not even really watching this game. They don't need to. They're focused on their game, and that's what I like about that. You know, they're not concerned about, you know, who comes through or, you know, how they play or whatever. They're ready to play their own game, and we will see that a little bit later. But right now, it's the loser bracket final.
Yeah, I don't think they're too concerned with who they're going to play. I know Campbell mentioned, I was outside when that conversation happened with Krim and Formal, and they don't really care.
No.
I mean, they were going back and forth, like, oh, I'd like to beat FaZe for this reason. It'd be okay to beat Rise here. They just want to win. Honestly, like, Formal said something to me. He basically said, you know, we started out slow, and I've become more of this leader with the team, in game and out of game. Just I know how to work with the guys. We're friends. We've been playing together for a long time. And I basically just told them, I don't like the other players and teams. You shouldn't either. They're coming to take our money. Like, view it like that. Like, they are literally here to talk trash to us and take our money. Let's erase them.
Yeah.
And that has been what you've seen this weekend. But we will determine quickly, well, maybe not quickly, who they're going to face as soon as we kick off this best of 5. It looks like it is going to be Breakout Hardpoint coming up. For me, my favorite Hardpoint map by a landslide. I think it is the one that punishes you the most for mistakes, for stupid deaths. If you're not going to rotate early, you're going to get slaughtered. We've seen some of the biggest defeats here, and I think that speaks to why it is one of the stronger maps, because you really have to play strong. But we are into the rig draft and getting very close to kicking it off.
We are ready indeed. The rig draft is going down. And now, we're not going to see anything crazy here. We're getting Overdrive coming in from Clayster. I actually really love seeing Overdrive in Hardpoint. I don't know why. We never obviously got to see it in previous games which had Hardpoint in. But when you see just a player rotating around, but it's like, it's almost like a race, and he overlaps him. He's like, I'm getting there first. So hopefully Clay will utilize that one.
Well, it's interesting. Overdrive and FTL Jump maybe have some similar qualities in the fact that they can pick up the pace for you a bit, but Overdrive will be helpful on a rotation. But I like the way we've seen FTL Jump used more recently, you know, not necessarily to get behind someone and make a flashy play, but more to close the gap, to get around a corner and play your life. And again, this is a map where playing your life can be very, very crucial. You know, one dumb death, the next thing you know, your team is spawning out. So we'll see if maybe for Aqua, if that might come into play.
Yeah, I like the development that players are getting more used to using FTL Jump. It was that kind of, you know, how do we use this? We saw Aqua actually use it just to skip a gap. You know, that little moment between a house and a car or whatever it may be on the map.
That play was sick. It was disgusting. I mean, the confidence that he had, he just lunged forward, grabbed the drone, threw it up, didn't worry about the gunfight, just went right past it. That's the stuff we want to see more. And again, you just didn't see it used really as much when Fnatic was in the game, and now with that band becoming more and more a part here. 20 seconds left of the clock, and they'll be loading into the map. I know we both end up going Rise in this one. I think we're kind of thinking Game 5 going the distance.
Yeah.
Who do you feel, though, strongly within the Hardpoint?
In this Hardpoint is Breakout. That's the thing for me, and I've seen FaZe destroy teams on this.
They really have.
Mainly because it's the European teams. I've seen it. I've felt that hurt for them. I actually think, as much as I stick with Rise, and I say Rise, I think FaZe are going to take this first Hardpoint. I really do.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I still think Rise are going to take the series, but I think the first Hardpoint could work out well. But I'm also the guy that I like to think if you've been playing a couple matches before, usually the game ones where you have an early edge at least, you're warmed up, you're ready to go. And that technically would be Rise coming into this one. It looks like Attach forgot what team he was on and incidentally loaded in with Rise Nation. So we might have a quick reset here before we can hop into the action.
It's still young, as we keep saying.
Go ahead and tweet Attach. That's at Attach. And say you are on FaZe.
You have delayed us watching this game. Everyone's getting really hyped in the crowd. All the French guys here. We saw it. They didn't.
Yeah, they're getting hyped up for nothing because we got another minute or two before we're going to be able to load in.
They were like all clapping, getting hyped. Even the commentator there, it's like, it's not going to happen. Let's take another break.
That's a key as a caster. You gotta perfect those moments to get hyped and ready to go. Or if you are me, you just do it a lot. Every now and then it works. Here, let me make sure they don't switch teams or anything, just in case.
We're going to just cycle through, and we should be good to go. It looks like the players are now picking the right teams. Attach is on FaZe. He is. I know you guys know it
I
at
still
home.
have my wound on my head, if you didn't see. It's healing.
It's getting better.
I don't believe it got infected.
No, it's all good. I think you're rocking the bald so well.
I do enjoy it. I do. You don't know. If you're balding at home, or if you think you're starting to bald, it's a very troubling time for a young man. Not that I'm young, but you get a bit insecure. Your hair is going, especially me who's on camera just about every day, and you're looking at these frizzles. It looks like ramen noodles, basically. Someone crushed them up and spread them across your head. It's not a great feeling. But now there's nothing there, and I don't care.
And I'll tell you what, it saves you 10 minutes in the morning, I bet, doing your hair.
Oh, me? I haven't put gel or mousse in my hair since I was 18.
That is a very good point. I was thinking of myself, actually.
This is funny, you know, when my hair first started to go in college, I had it buzzed down for a while, not this short, but I had it buzzed down for a while, and I let it grow out again because a girlfriend at the time wanted me to. And I remember the first time I put gel in my hair, and I was like, what the? It looks so thin. There was basically like 2 lines of hair, and then I realized it was all falling out, and it went downhill from there. But, guys, we're back into the ring draft. They're going back through it, and we should be good to start this one off in just a moment. But thank you for bearing with us and my hair stories as we wait for this one to load up. Due to a minor delay, as Attach doesn't know the difference between FaZe and Rise Nation.
He's learned his lesson. He's back on FaZe. Clay let him back in. He said, you know what, come on.
For all I know, it was a game issue.
I'm
blaming Attach up and down.
It could very well be. But boys are ready on main stage as well. This is, that's what I love as well. You know, here in Paris, the CWL Paris, we've got, you know, an incredible crowd watching across these 2 North American teams. And I sometimes think, you know, 2 North American teams, are the Europeans going to get behind them? Are they going to watch? But I love it when we come to ESWC is, last time I remember, I think the crowd was like split down the middle. One side was Optic, and I think at one time it was Denial or whoever it was.
They cheer for good Call of Duty, is what I've always been told.
Yeah.
Not so much a team. They just want to see big plays. And, you know, I've got some questions about scheduling and why is there a delay here and maybe why are you waiting on this. And we've been sharing the main stage with a couple other games because how this is set up here. But the final 2 matches, we are on main stage. We got a full up stands here with fans, and it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. But there's a shot of the Rise Nation boys as they are ready to go, and I can confirm that we do have the correct teams.
It looks like, I don't know how this has happened, whether they've swapped for center. Rise is going to be in red, and FaZe looks like it's in yellow. But
that was intentional. FaZe, well, Rise Nation really just red and black in their logo. FaZe has got some yellow and blue, so maybe confusing at first for people at home, but let's get into it. And I do need to make sure, though, we need to pull from the other camera feeds. So if that can be directed over, I think they're on yours currently.
I'll start to drive, however. We'll get things changed over as soon as possible. But jumping on board with Facento, let's see how he can do. Straight away, Aqua's picking up that first kill, that first blood. And there you go, Rise Nation will strike first. But interestingly enough, no one's gone for the hard point here, Maven. First player on it is Facento. One player. Right. It's only 1 point, actually, just as Looney is rotating around. Let me just bring up that minimap because I'm going back on board with FaZe, actually, because they have taken control. Attaches the one. He's 2-0 alongside his duo that is Zuma. Looking good.
All right, well, thank you for driving for the moment as we get, as we'll shortly hopefully get switched over to my screen, but we will watch Attach for the time being, see what he's able to do here. Top visitor, and now maybe we have switched over. No, we still with you.
Still on mine, but I'm in control for now. We will get it switched over, but there is nothing to worry about. There we go, Maven. You're in control.
Right. Yes, I like control. Felony, 2 streak. No points, though, in the hard point, as they're going to have to try and break in. Everything going the way of FaZe. And we'll see if he can find the kill down low. Not going to be able to do it, and that'll be Clayster here, starting out 4-1 on a 4 streak. Big plays from him thus far as he's going to try and break in. One there outside on the balcony, able to do it. One more player they need to find, and that's Zuma with a big 2-piece and swinging around. Are Clay and unable to find one more.
Yeah, and cell block a really important, crucial part of Breakout. This is a hill you can really kind of saturate about 30, 40 points off. If you can set up properly, you can even get the full 60. But Aqua, Enable, trading things out here. We still have FaZe in control. Rise breaking through here. 25 seconds left on the hard point.
Oh, all FaZe so far. 7-2 right now is Zuma on a 2 streak. He's going to be the one soaking up the remainder of our time. So let's get closer to mid-map. Is Enable trying to cut off a bit of the push and find the kills if he can. And I believe, yeah, I think we may have audio coming through yours right now. We have to get that swap, guys, which we should be able to do shortly. But for right now, we'll be watching Zuma, who's trying to make the plays. Does end up dropping, but they broke the 75-point mark, and they are set up in great.
Well, FaZe, the first to break 80. And again, one thing about Breakout is this is a map where you can really gain a lead. You can gain it as quick as you can lose it, don't get me wrong. But we are going to see, some teams go 100 points up. Right now, it's FaZe Clan. Clayster's rocking with 7. Enable's on a 3-kill streak. He seems to have heated up here at the start. And Attach now, he's going to fall both to Looney.
Well, let's swap. Well, Looney just dropped, so let's see the cave set up here. It's going to be Aqua looking to get set up behind the rock. One there behind construction, just trying to put shots in anyone he can, but as he falls, so does his teammate Looney. And they're going to have not another stab at this, but they are at least getting the back spawns. That's the one good thing, is you don't let FaZe chain together a couple of pushes here through the back.
Yeah, this is where Rise really need to keep control, though. They really need to keep control. They need to lock down this hard point. They need 40, 50 points to get back into this. If for some reason FaZe can break through, no one's got their payloads yet, no one's got score streaks, but if they break through here, this could be very, very dangerous. Looney, though, on your screen, trying to control that mid-map.
He's looking for kills as they've got the setup here. He's been tagged, trying to stay alive. The push does come in. Aqua's going to be in the hardpoint. He hasn't really had to deal with much, which means that, well, did he not see the wall run get hit? Well, he's going to have a pleasant surprise as now Gas is coming out. They're pushing across. He gets an assist on one before ultimately falling. It's Facento that needs to back this up. Reloaded, 3 streak, 9 and 7. He's getting pinched from both sides. Do they find him in the close corner? The answer is yes, as FaZe gets the break about halfway through the hardpoint.
Absolutely love the play there with the tactical grenades coming in. Zuma's 13 and 5. 3 kill streak for him as well. 17 seconds left on this. They can hit 150 by the end of the first rotation, which is ridiculous to think right now.
And looking at the minimap, Attach just got a big kill as well, as he was able to go up into the window. Oh, as he drops, it won't be that significant, but he was able to set up there in the window to control top mid. But now it's going to need to be another FaZe break. And you haven't I talked about, he's been going off throughout the course of this week, and he's on a 5 streak right now, 225 off the Trinity rocket and looking for more. Looney tries to tag him up there from front loading. Not able to finish him off. Is he going to be ready for him prone around the corner? He might have saw, but a Flechette grenade at his toes.
Not going to get the score streak shut yet, but still 11 and 7. Fantastic score. You got Attach 10 and 9, Zuma 13 and 6. But all the important thing is that top scoreboard. FaZe 150, Rise Nation trailing by over 100 points. Enable with a double as well.
And this is just not really at all how I saw this starting, right? With talking about the fact that, Rise coming off a couple of matches, they've been playing really hot. FaZe has been sitting and waiting. This is the exact opposite of what, I mean, it's enough of a stomping in game 1 that I'm feeling horrible about my 3-2 Rise victory, but it is a long series.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same, don't get me wrong. FaZe, they definitely don't seem to come in cold, even though they have just suffered a massive defeat to Optic Gaming. They only have one thing on their mind, and it's getting back at them, getting their revenge. Cell block, though, is coming up, and we're going to see FaZe in control once again. This is looking very, very dangerous for Rise.
Yeah, and you're working towards streaks yet again for Enable. 3 streak, 14 and 7. Double positive. Zuma almost double positive as well, but he's getting tagged up from behind. Needs a little help from his teammates. Goes vertical there. Nice way to dodge it. Facento, I think, took a dip off the edge as he was trying to hit the wall run. That's where they were pushing from. Enable will check the back, but the gunfight's happening at the front. Attach finds one. The second comes through for Clayster. Great team shots from the. That's everybody dropping. Attach got so excited he decided to drop Clayster as well.
Well, look at Clayster. He's back on his feet. Enable there, you saw that. That was an instant kill. He's not even saluting once. He's twice there. And you know what?
I love it.
He's 15 and 7. I said I don't really talk about it too much. I want to highlight that 4 kill streak. He's ending cell blocks, nearly, pushing 220 now. FaZe are dominated. Map number 1.
And Clayster goes beast mode inside the hard point. The next person to follow it up will be attached to Zuma. I'll switch over to Enable once he gets back in the action, as he is still on the 4 streak, but he was the one soaking up the remainder of the time. I need somebody to let Rise Nation know this series is starting.
Yeah, this is not the Rise Nation that I thought would be coming into this hot. This is not what I expected from the likes of Aqua. But you've got to say, look at Clayster, Enable, Attack Zuma, all 4 of them outslaying right now, all 4 of them going positive. This is a one-sided affair right now.
As one-sided as they come, and we saw when FaZe got beat this badly in game 1, the knockout punch from Optic Gaming was never recovered from. Will Rise Nation have the versatility, the ability mentally to come back into this after getting stomped? Can you even make this game respectable is the question at this point. They're going to break the 240 mark. They can end it almost perfectly here as they stay inside and continue the rest of the time. It's now on Rise Nation to flood in and try to get the break. They're ultimately able to do so, but now just 10 points away from a just colossal stomping from FaZe.
Yeah, they're not going to close it out on the graveyard, but just to appreciate exactly what Enable is doing. 18 and 9, he's got 2 minutes and 20 on the hill. That's more than the whole Rise Nation combined. We've got Fellow on 6 seconds, for goodness sake. This is just showing a complete outclassing of skill.
You feel okay talking about Enable as a superstar where he's putting up numbers like this?
I couldn't have dreamed for anything better after that quote. This is what I want to see.
This is incredible stuff, but inside still it's going to be Aqua and Rise trying to hold off this game 1, but it almost just seems like it's inevitable, right? It's surely too much of a comeback. I know that we've seen some insane ones, and on this map, But Rise Nation, so much work to do, and as 2 drop, you're going to need God mode from the rest. They're not able to do it, so you should see a break coming in momentarily. Here it is. No!
Wow.
Vicento turns, burns, takes out Enable, and goes to the 3-seamer. There's a ground pound from Zuma, landing on top of his head, and now you need 4 points until this is closed out. It's Fast and Fnatic inside the Hardpoint. Ultimately, they can't close it out, and you do break the 100-point mark, so that's something to be positive for Rise. You got 100 points.
I mean, 100 points is a consolation prize right now. Central rooftops, that's going to go another double for Enable.
Oh,
Talking
Marty.
of doubles, he's got a 2.0 KD as he's finally put down there. But you look at that. Look at FaZe. This is a team which is hungry to get their chance back at Optic Gaming. But across the board there, you've got Clayster, Enable, Attached, Zuma, all, you know, hidden positive kill deaths, all getting in the hill. No one slacking off. That is a team which is firing on all cylinders.
And that was the big question I sort of had coming into this, and the reason I felt good about Rise is, will they bounce back? Will you see FaZe be able to turn it around after the stomping they received early this morning? And God, they give as good as they take. That game 1, just a phenomenal performance, and standing out, like you said, 23-12 for Enable, over 2 minutes in the hard point. I mean, everybody having a solid game, but yeah, Enable certainly the one that stood out for me on Saturday and Sunday for this team.
The quote that I said, you know, Enable, he doesn't really have those standout maps. He's not the one that I really highlight. We just spoke about him for about 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's good to see that he's not only just kind of turned up in the, you know, the early parts of the tournament. This is a loser bracket final, and right now he's dominating. He's looking hot going into this. Not talking about his ginger hair either. He's looking good in the loser bracket final.
Oh, I wish I had red hair.
I don't know how it would look on you. I mean,
hair. I'd look like a crazy psychopath if I had red hair. But just making sure we've got the squads ready to go. Looks like they're going to be staying on the same sides here as we prepare for Scorch, Search, and Destroy. So now, do you think can Rise recover from that? I mean, I know you made it slightly more respectable in the sense that you broke 100 points, but
breakout's a map where that can happen. We both know it. You can get punished. You said it before. You said, I think it was off camera, you were saying teams can really punish another team because of, you know, their rotations, outslaying, and it showed there. And even the fact that Rise Nation got into it a bit back, they were having that, but it was too late. It was too late. Can Rise come back from this? Yes, I think they can, but I don't think they can go 2-0 down. They can't go 2-0 down and reverse sweep FaZe. It doesn't happen for me that way. They need map number 2.
Yeah, they've got to come up here, and they have had some strong Search and Destroy performances. You have a lot of Search and Destroy, studs in your team, in my opinion. Aqua can be amazing. Felony comes from an S&D background. He can be a shot caller, but typically the guy making the calls for this team is Vicento. Vicento is the leader. He's the one that's going to be making the calls each round in Search and Destroy, and when he's on point, when he's playing well, this team becomes a completely different monster. If my eyes were on Enable in the first game, my eyes are on Vicento here for Rise Nation in game 2.
He needs to turn up. He needs to get his team back into this as well. And doing so, I'm just going to quickly cycle through so we can get this game underway. Teams are on the right track, and now. So I think I was holding that one up.
I didn't even know you were in the game.
I just saw some
I don't know
stages.
how I didn't know, because we watched the first minute from your perspective.
Well, you know what? I should just be out of it. Get out of this one. Focus on the other.
Maybe I'll let you drive a game later, buddy.
Honestly, you do such a great job, Maven. Just.
I didn't have to at Atlanta. It was the first event I hadn't had to drive. It was kind of nice. It was relaxing. I just got to enjoy the action instead of my brain. Sometimes it's funny, as a caster, if you haven't actually done it and tried to cast the game, hold a conversation, talk about both teams, all the players, and actually stare at the minimap and drive the controls, it is very overwhelming at times. But right now I'm having fun. It's nice to hop back in the driver's seat. It is. Brian Saint, thank you. You took over at Atlanta and did a marvelous job. You've got to deal with me for the next 2 matches.
Maven is in control. Whether you like it or not, he has the controller in his hands, and he's going to guide you through this one. FaZe Clan, though. Now 1-0 up. Clayster, one thing I like about it is every time he hears that crowd kind of get pumped, he's right there with him. You know, whether it's a fist bump back or a high five or whatever it is, he seems to be one that really feeds off that.
I think he feeds off the crowd more than maybe any player. I think this team in general does, and he's been probably the most vocal one in complaining about when he's not on the main stage. If this is at an MLG event and he ends up on a side station, he always wants to be on the main stage because I think he knows that. He feeds off it. He likes the fans getting behind him. He likes the pressure, and there are people like that. You know, the more pressure there is, the better you perform. That's one hell of a commodity to have.
Yeah, I was the complete opposite. You put me on that main stage, Jack Rumble.
Yeah,
I like to be at home in my bedroom playing some Call of Duty.
Jack is the same exact way. If you saw him play on the main stage there for the All-Star game during Stage 2, it was one of the more embarrassing results that I've ever seen. It's funny, I played on a main stage or two in my day back in 1944, but no, it was a long, long time ago. This is back when MLG events had like 40 teams. I was in Seattle. Oh, I almost got thrown out of the event by Sundance because I was the guy standing up, screaming expletives at the opposition, and I was warned that if I did it again, I was gone.
You were that guy?
Oh, yes. Yes, I was almost removed from a venue several times.
Well,
but I had a hell of a lot of fun.
Well, you've gone from being nearly thrown out to basically guiding us through every single game.
It's somehow, I'm not a potty mouth up here. I don't know how I get through it. But let's see if there were any differences. So we saw what Clayster went with the overdrive in the Hardpoint, not FTL jump. FTL jump's going to be coming out for the search and destroy, so him and Aqua will be balancing the same act there. As we get ready and see if it's all this, I keep using this expression, but when you beat someone that bad in game one, it's like Mike Tyson comes up and just whops you. And then do you get back up, though?
How? How do you get back up after such a beating like that? It takes a lot of courage, not the courage you're thinking of. But Rise Nation, I think they've got the experience behind them.
We got too much of that courage. We need less of that courage.
Rise Nation, who's the player that really kind of, I mean, you said Facento. He's the one that gets them back into this.
Without question. Scorch in particular, I don't know. We've seen Clayster use the snipe here and Aqua. They actually had, it was on throwback search and destroy yesterday.
Yeah.
That was one of the more fun sniper duels I've seen in a while. They were going at each other kind of across bike path, back lemon to the back boss.
Okay.
They were having a great duel, each getting each other a few times. It was really fun to watch. I don't know that we'll see it here, but I really, really hope that we do. I'm going to check real quick. Clayster in the V4 for now. Aqua also going to be going with the MV4. So it doesn't look like sniping to break it off the rip, but you do take a look. Breakout 250 to 101. Yes, that score is correct.
That could have been a lot worse. That could have been, 250 to 50 at one point. Rise, they got a 100-point club, out the 100-point club, should I say, of the consolation. However, Aqua, he's going to be a bomb carrier now.
In some places, 101 is great. 101 Dalmatians, fantastic movie. I waited in line with my parents. But that was a lot more like 101 Ls as they were demolished there, and everybody dead already. It's going to be Aqua to 1v3 very early, gone, ripped, destroyed. FaZe comes through and wrecks them.
That's number 102. That's another L right there. Oh, that's the complete opposite of what they've probably been speaking for like 5 minutes. Come on, boys, we're back into this search and destroy, and then that.
This is it's almost exactly what I saw with Optic FaZe earlier. When they started the search and destroy, Optic flew at them. There was so much confidence from the game one. There was no fear as they just rolled through them. That's sort of what you saw here. 2 kills for Clayster, 2 kills for Zuma. Let's start off with Zuma and see what he's able to do with the break. That is bump his teammate, knock it onto the wall run. They're flying. They're just going in. Attached already found one. Opening kill coming in from the grenade.
Wow.
And this is just, they're bullying them right now. Look how far up Zuma is just flying into the opposition spawn, basically, at this point. I don't even know how you go about making a play. It looks like one's going to wrap around the flank. Zuma ultimately should have an engagement here momentarily, I think.
Zuma's got so much intel because the bomb's gone down. He knows B's clear. No one was around A there. Zuma is going to pick up one. However, back in the middle, that's going to be your final kill. Phase 2, Rise 0. Again, a clean-cut round.
Fantastic stuff there, and I just don't know. I mean, I know you played. I don't know if it was professionally or how high you aspired to be, but you've competed in Call of Duty. I always like hearing, former players, former coaches, what's going through your mind when something like this is happening.
I mean, when you not only you just kind of took such a beating off a team, you're 2-0 down. You need one player, one person just to step up as that leader, and I think it's keeping your players calm because when you're 2-0 down, you can act frantic. You can do things that you shouldn't normally do. You can try and make hero plays. They need to keep to their basics. They need to play their own game. And we've got 4 talented players for Rise, but right now, only one has a couple of kills to their name, and with 60 seconds left on the clock, round number 3, it looks like it's FaZe again.
Well, now we've got our overlay in, so you guys will be able to follow the action there. That is correct. FaZe with the 2-0 lead right now. Facento, though, you said I wanted a big match out of him, and this could be the biggest of rounds. It would be an ace, and he'd have to pull off a 1v3, trying to peek up over the top. He sees where the bomb is located. And now, wow. Nice. Oh, I was about to say nice shots. It's not an easy gunfight to take. His cover used by Zuma.
And look at that.
Still hasn't done it.
FaZe just kind of regrouping. get in as a pack, and that's what they've done so well throughout the whole series. Clace is 4-0, Zuma's 5-0. Naval hasn't even picked up a kill. He's just chilling right now, but he's done enough work.
And that's what I was saying before this, too. Clay's kind of been their superstar in Search and Destroy, and you're seeing a bit of it right now. Vicento can't connect on any shots. Not the melee either. 3-0. A steamroll still for FaZe.
And I mean, even down to the little things right there. You know, that very last kill where Vicento maybe could have picked one up, but the way he slid towards his teammate, it just dragged him right into the action, and it made it a 2v1. Just smart, intelligent play from all these players here on FaZe. They have got Rise's number right now.
All right, well, hey, you get to pick. Clayster or Zuma? Neither has died.
Zuma. He's 5-0. He's getting towards that reactive armor. He's already backed himself a Scarab as well. However, either way, they're looking like they're both pushing through the middle.
Let's see how they plan the attack here, inching their way forward. The most forward position is going to be Enable right now. They've controlled mid-map, but it could be an early flank from Vicento. I got to switch. The timing could end up being perfect. There it is. First blood coming through, but Enable, though, picking up one, getting his first kill. He drops almost immediately, and now it's going to be Attach and Zuma that are trying to hunt. Vicento is either going to get shot in the back or have the best timing in the world. What? They're right next to each other. They're right next to each other.
They are teammates.
Oh my God! I saw it's because the red, red for FaZe. I was so confused.
You know what? I was right with you. I was right with you
because
until
you know it shows the white arrow on there. I saw red. I'm thinking FaZe. Oh, that's incredible. Way to go, Maeve.
Zuma is 5-0.
Yeah, I knew that was going to get me at some point with the arrows. Oh,
I have to hold my hands up. I was waiting for the same, and then I saw two others lurking around.
Oh, that's incredible.
But Zuma, he's left in a 1v3. He's 5-0. He's 25 seconds. Surely can't do this. I think he's just almost waiting for that. He's playing for streaks right now.
Let's see if he can find
the bomb is miles away. He can't do anything right now.
Yeah, yet to die, like you said, just building towards streaks. See if he can get an easy kill. Able to tag him. Tries to back out. Does he get chased? The answer is yes. They're both flying in on him. No, he still is able to find it. Finally will die. And that's what you need, just a round on the board for Rise Nation. They didn't shoot each other as teammates, thankfully, even though I was cheering for it dramatically.
It doesn't happen.
FaZe is yellow, Maven. Yellow.
Senso and Fellow there combining, though. Just to put the first round on the board for Rise Nation. And they will go back on the attack. Aqua 0-4. Let's give him a little bit of love, see what he can do right now. Can he turn this game around? MV4 in hand.
I almost dropped my controller. Trying to get a simple water here. Somehow I've gone into third person, which I've never even done before. We should use that more frequently. I need like an assistant that can pour me water during these rounds.
I think what it is, we're obviously MG Pass used to observing. Maybe you've lost it. You've lost that. You've lost that observer skill.
I almost spilled an entire bottle of water on myself in the process too.
Looney and Fellow against Enable and Zuma. 2v2 here in round number 5. 60 seconds left on that clock.
I'm falling apart.
Looney with the. Oh, hello. A little bit of a window, sneak peek.
And let's take a look at the POV. I want to see what Zuma's looking at. So Zuma is just tucked away in a corner. And
oh my!
That ends up being the perfect corner two-piece for Zuma. I can see his angle. I was just thinking, if they wrap that side, it looks like he's got it cut off pretty well. He sure does. Maybe I made up for my third-person blunder a tiny bit.
You got it.
So take this controller from me. I'm hurting myself.
We got third-person team kills going down, but you caught the action. That's all that matters.
Oh dear God.
And Zuma right now he's having the game that he needs to. 8-1. So, he's 1 kill away from that reactive armor, I believe. Clace has already got his FTL jump. The Scarab's available. FaZe, though, they're looking like they're pushing for the same kind of map as map number 1.
It's going to be Attach and Zuma, your two aggressive players trying to lead the way. I believe a jammer connected, though, and you can't get away. Vicento able to find the first kill. Attach, though, still in this close corner. I don't know if they realize that 2 crossed. Well, the answer is yes, they do. And he's going to try to get away. Doesn't get shot. Oh, he does get shot in the back, but not enough to take him down. Enables mid-map in front with Bomb. They're trying to find an opening of sorts here. But moving up on the other side is Clayster. He's got FTL jump to work with as well. Trying to buddy up with Attach. The bait and switch doesn't exactly work. Can Attach finish the kill? They know he's weak. But hasn't been able to close it out yet.
Finds one in the corner. 1 versus 1 now. Enable. Could he get the 1
nice
versus
job.
2? 5-1. Enable. We spoke about him all series long. I couldn't have been more wrong, Maven.
Yeah, and here is the clutch. Tags up the weak player, wins the close gunfight there. And was that an E-Rad coming through? I couldn't tell if it was an E-Rad or a K-Bar, but if that's an E-Rad, that's one hell of a gunfight win, because at that range, you know how quickly you can drop to the strong SMG. All right, let's go. Oh, God, Aqua.
Give it to Aqua. We need to see something. We need to see something from him.
You can see how much he's worked towards that FTL jump.
One thing in this game, you're not rewarded just by time here. You've got to perform. That grenade's going to tag him up, 4 hit markers. There you go, 2 kills going inside of FaZe as well. Now all down to Aqua to stay in the game. Finds the
On
first.
the board.
2 more. Can he find it? Can he keep his team in the game?
He's about to clutch. Look at this play. Never mind. He jumps on top of his head in the corner, and FaZe Clan gets it done. Clayster on his feet, rocking and rolling his FaZe. They cannot be stopped.
Zuma smiling like a Cheshire cat there. He is so happy with his performance, and rightly so. Absolutely bombing Rise out of this. I mean, 2-0. I said they needed the win. I said if they are going to push this, they cannot go 2-0 down. FaZe look fierce right now.
Yeah, you thought that was a fun game. Wait till I'm going to make us watch the entire uplink in third person.
Please. Please, no.
Never been done before.
I tell you what, there's a first time for everything. It could be the greatest thing ever.
Clayster, 9-3. Zuma, 8-3. Big performances from FaZe. And this is, if you watch the Optic FaZe Winners Bracket Final, I swear to God, this is like almost identical for me. I think FaZe did a little bit of a better job battling back in the search. I think it might have been 6-3 final score. I can't remember what it went down to. But it's just a big hit at first. They couldn't fight back. It seems like that's what we're seeing here. Let me make sure I get into Codcaster, and we've got the teams prepared to go.
I have cycled through 2. I think it's just up to the players to rightfully pick their teams. And we'll be going into throwback.
It's funny because I think, the logos, I believe the top were switched at the beginning too, and that's probably the colors as well. I threw everybody off by not making FaZe red.
That's,
I didn't know what other color to make Rise. It's
I mean,
like
you're
white
right.
or black.
They have yellow in there.
You saw Clayster's hat? There's a spattering of yellow. Not a...
That is one bright yellow jacket.
It's disgusting. You should see the number of tweets I get. It's never like, oh, Maven, great cast. You're wonderful to enjoy listening to. It's more like your jacket is ugly. You look like a bird. You're a bottle of mustard. That's all.
You can just reel them off because you've had so many.
Oh, I got probably 100 mentions today just about this. None about anything else.
Not about your talent.
Right. I'm okay with it. I just like to interact with people, and if this is going to promote it, I'll keep wearing it. It's like 3 sizes too big. But all right, now going forward, FaZe crushing. Do they shut it down to the uplink? Is this where it ends? We are going to be going to throwback. Can Rise do anything right now, or have they run out of gas?
I think.
See yellow. Look at it right there.
Oh, I see a slither. And the 2 little yellow dots.
Yep.
It's yellow. They're basically yellow. The boys in yellow.
It's like a little tiny bit on the collar as well.
But in answer to your question, can Rise bounce back? For me, I just think FaZe, they're too pumped up. The way those 2 maps went, I cannot see Rise taking the uplink.
And you remember what I said before this, that I thought from this series we would be able to tell if we were going to get a good final. Like if it was going to be interesting, if they were on point, if one of these teams really stood out. Right now with the way FaZe is playing, God, I cannot wait. If that is the matchup, it looks like they would play Optic very, very tough. They're on point. It looks like they bounced back from the earlier bashing, but I don't know. Rise, not done with this yet.
Definitely not done. FaZe, they're looking hot for sure. However, at this moment in time, I think they finish this in 3. They get super confident. They go into the grand final if they can do. And if they can go into the grand final off a 3-0 victory, I think we could see a super, super grand final. If this goes 3-2, they let 2 maps slip or something like that, we may see Optic dominate again. But all I want, like we said before, is a super, super close grand final, whatever it may be. And I think if FaZe 3-0 at this, they're going to go into that grand final ready for Optic Gaming.
I mean, that's certainly how it's looking. Can they get there quickly? That's what you want, right? You want to be at your peak performance, getting into the grand final, ready to go is what you're looking for. If they can take this third map, it's a quick, it's less than, 45-minute match. You're ready to hop into it. There's a quick break. You let Optic warm up, and FaZe is ready to go. But I don't know, man. I just feel like Rise has got to have a little bit of gas left in the tank. I know they've been trying to fight through the losers bracket. They've done one hell of a job. Do they have enough, though? I don't feel like it, but we'll have to wait and see.
That's it. These guys, yes, they're professional players. They do this for a living. They know what it takes. But when it comes to the day, when you're on that stage, you're 2-0 down against a team like FaZe. You played, what, 4 or 5 series to get here? You put everything into every single one of those series. Where do you find it from? Where is that kind of last burst of energy? Hopefully, Rise is somewhere deep down there, and they can pull it up. Like you said, Facento, I reckon it's on maybe Facento. I want to see Aqua back to his best. We saw him doing some fantastic stuff against the likes of Splyce, Infused, wiping them out. But no, not right now.
All right, well, just about to get loaded in. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, and I understand. I wonder why. I heard in my ear for a second that the team names were swapped. It's just it was in the rig draft. We have team identity turned off, so we don't see the team names. Now, I was so confused. I was like, what did I mess up? And well, it was in the rig draft, so that was probably a little bit confusing. But we are good now. All right, so we have to start with Rise. We got to see if they can make this comeback happen. We got 5 seconds on the clock. Who are you feeling? Who do you want me to go with?
Let's go with Aqua. He's a bit of a respawn beast at times. I say at times he's always a beast, but right now he hasn't found anything, and we're going to get some team kills. I mean, we didn't see it in the S&D, but we're seeing it here because we will get a restart for some reason or another.
Doesn't look like they were able to load back in here.
Yeah. I mean, Clayster, he's running with it. He doesn't care.
He's
like,
trying to make plays.
Yo,
right.
I'm taking this win.
I haven't heard the whistle. There's the 1-point throw.
GG, game over.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the series, guys. We've wrapped up our losers bracket final on a technicality as Clayster makes the heads-up play and takes it home. That reminds me, you're like watching a football game and there's a sack. Everyone thinks the ball is dead, and just that one guy picks it up and runs it home.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not how it works in Call of Duty.
However, if you're watching from Europe, if you're playing a game of football, someone takes an early free kick. It's like the goalie sat there.
I used the wrong word there. American egg ball. Is that what it is?
It's American rugby.
American rugby. Okay.
But no, it will be restarted. You can see that Rise will collect their thoughts. They'll get back into it. But again, now this is do or die for them. This is grand final or you're out. Top 3. Don't get me wrong. I think Rise have done well to get here after obviously Atlanta. I think they know deep down that they can push that top 3 consistently. You know, let's look at the teams that have maybe not made it. We're looking at United, who won MLG Atlanta. We're looking at Envious, EG. You know, these North American giants that have come kind of so far, such a prolific team. You know, you got the likes of Splyce, Reserve Red Reserve. I'm never going to get used to that.
I've said Orbit, I would say at least 10 times this weekend.
Yeah.
It just hasn't, I don't know, it hasn't hit me yet. You come in with Orbit at the beginning of the game, and it just sort of sticks with you for a little while. We'll get there, though. It's been nice to see them with Red Reserve. Unfortunately, the performance, not what you would expect. And you got to think, I mean, I joked around with Zero a little bit when he was on the analysis desk, basically asking him, you know, if there was a team change, who's it going to be on your squad? Just kidding. I didn't really think that he was going to end up answering that one, but he said
it was a
myself.
hesitation.
He's like, it would be me. At first he said Bance, and I was very confused. I think he misunderstood my question.
I mean, Zero would love to see him with Bance. Good friends outside of the game, and I think that's what makes some teams so great. Nicely loading into, obviously, 2 great teams, Rise and FaZe, but it's only looking like one team coming out the other side at the moment. FaZe, they are 2-0 up. You can see that Rise, that, you know, this is like an insight to their team talk. What's going down here? We can't hear it, of course. But they look ready.
Yep, just waiting on the class creation to be done, and we'll be getting right into it. Sorry, guys, for the delay. Not sure what the restart was about, but maybe that's a chance. You know, you get 3 minutes there where you're FaZe and you saw them talking to each other. Maybe you figure out what's going wrong. This is a very, very resilient team, but you've got to muster something here. Got to bring it together. Try to swing this back in your favor. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, they definitely need to change something. But for Sensu there, giving his team talk, going down. A lot of nodding of the heads from Rise. They know what they need to do. You know, your Vegas champions. And this is a team, like you said, you know, Looney replaced Nagafen, that is, and this is a team which really can push that top 3 consistently, I feel. Facento has, you know, had some fantastic individual performances. Aqua seems to be finding his feet now as well. And let's not forget, you know, this Rise roster has battled through the loser bracket. They have played game after game. I can see just to my left as well, Optic Gaming still warming up. Having a bit of a team talk going down. They're ready.
You got to think. I mean, unless something happened drastic in the past 2 hours that has thrown them completely off their game. They looked. It's like they, there were some people saying maybe they're not in their, kind of final boss mode where like everyone's scared of them. They're scared to face them when you match up with them. If anyone's going to choke, it happens against Optic. It seemed like maybe they were a little bit vulnerable for just a moment in time. And now, just like that, they turn it into another gear, and they look like the best team in the game. It just seems like it happened in a matter of a week, really.
After that Optic FaZe game that we saw today, I would be petrified against going up against Optic. They look on fire. However, Optic will have to wait. We're going into game number 3 here, 2-0 to FaZe. Can they finish it out in 3? We'll wait and see. It's Uplink throwback.
Well, Facento will be pushing top mid, a bit tagged up, still alive and trying to make plays. Finally, will end up falling here. Let me get X-Ray back on for you guys. That would be helpful. Able to win one gunfight. They've got it pushed up here by Lemon, 2 Grandmas.
That's
this
a big
could
kill.
be an opening score here, Momo.
Yeah, big kill there from Zuma. He's going to find another, and this opens the gap for Enable. He can push with his squad. Is he going to go for a safe one? I think he will. It falls. It goes in. I don't know what falls means, but it certainly went in. It scored 1 point, and FaZe Clan starting as they mean to go off. 45 seconds. The points are on the board.
Nice job getting one in early. But that's been the talk of this series, right? They've been able to get it done at the very beginning of each game. And it just has been Rise not able to rebound. FaZe wants to shut it down here. Can they do it is the question. Team shot on point. Can they finish the final kill behind Bust? And Nate not able to do so. Felony actually able to answer back. And he's on a 4 streak in and around the Optic base, just being a complete thorn in the side of FaZe as the kills continue to come through. He has 1 pushing bowling to his right, 1 back base. He only has 24 bullets to work with. A good guy to toss the drone to, as he's not going to be able to be gun up much longer here. But it'll end with a grenade, a 2-piece from Enable, all 4 dead, and that is just a perfect defensive stand from your FaZe Clan.
Guys, get your pen and paper out because you need to take notes of how FaZe are playing right now. They're able to defend, they can attack on the break as well. And here we have Enable charging around. He's going to find one to his left, but not even needed. Attach takes him out. 1 below Grannies, and this, ladies and gentlemen, it seems clean cut. However, the drone just kind of got thrown right up the field. I thought for a second they were going to convert, and that's where the drone was. He's miles away.
Well, look where Zuma is, by the way. This is the Arise base. He's having a dandy time, and now they finally push through. They find him able to get the kill, but Clayster should surely have a dunk. There it is, 3-0 FaZe Clan. 1 more week in the base. I don't know what 1 bullet that was. He was tagged, but it goes through the tent and takes him out. I believe he got eyes on 1 more in the back. That's Felony. Not going to win that gunfight against Clay's NV4. Facento, would you like some too, sir? 19 bullets left. Wall bang through the fence. 5 streak for Clayster. 5 streak for Attach. The dynamic duo keeps it going, and this is going to be full streaks. Oh no! That was going to be so close to the Warden if he got that dunk through. But the points get in. 5-0 FaZe. Rise Nation, they're down for the count. They can do nothing.
Right there as well. I've not seen this for a while, but 2 players of FaZe. We had Clay and Zuma at points run out of ammo, for goodness sake. To have that kind of streak, to go on that absolute tear. Attach and Enable combined. Only Felony can stop it. Clayton's the one with the drone. The kills are coming in. He gets another one on the board. We're 3 minutes in, and it is one-sided as ever. FaZe Clan are looking hot.
This is absolute insanity. As soon as you think the streaks are done, I was going to say, you got Zuma going on a 4 streak of his own, but finally shut down, and maybe you'll be able to slow the pace here. You got 6 points total for FaZe, 3 coming from Enable, 3 coming from Clayster, as FaZe set up camp there at the Rise Nation base. I want to ask you what Rise could do to swing this series in their favor, but I don't know that there's an answer.
They need a miracle right now. Oh, Enable is the second time. The crowd goes wild every single time. He is turning up in the Hardpoint. He's turning up in the respawn games. Enable has ridden, oh my goodness, 16-5 right now. Fully streaked out, 7-0. FaZe Clan dominating.
It's like they've got extra lead in their bullets. They're doing more damage. Something is wrong here. This is just such a lopsided affair, and we've had many of this weekend, but I just don't remember the top North American teams beating each other this badly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a FaZe Clan that can make a game in that grand final. They take this momentum into it. We're going to have one hell of a grand final on our hands. However, there's around 6 minutes separating them from being there. 45 seconds left in the first half. 7-0 is the scoreline. Enable is 17-6 right now.
his series has been absurd. He was, what, 22-13 or 22-12, something like that in the first game. He has a solid search and destroy, but that one really led by Clayster and Zuma. And then he comes out here, he's triple positive, just going off. There's your superstar, buddy. You wanted him, you got him.
I feel like I'm going to see something later where it's my quote and then the scoreboards of every single map. And then,
God, Zuma! The ground pound, the shots.
It's not even one player going off right now. You know, Zuma's putting up 16 and 8. The score streaks haven't even come into play yet, Maven.
Yeah, 7-0 advantage. You got to think you're able to shut down a couple of pushes, really, from Rise in the second half when you have so many streaks to work with. I mean, I'm looking to my left and I see Jack and Bryce are on their phones because I believe that they've realized this might be over.
I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm always one for an underdog, but that thing is over. 7-0. You know what? It's the payloads. It's the score streaks that are about to come in. I feel like this could even get worse for Rise Nation.
And if you're a Rise fan, I apologize. I know I've spent a lot of time on with FaZe throughout the course of this uplink, but they were literally the entire offense. 7-0 and streaks for days from these teams. The flank is going to be unable, but it looks like they could have a push finally. Well, I was going to say Looney and crew were pushing up. Looney has found a couple of kills. One more in front as he tags up Attach. The drone is here, but all he's going to be able to do is reset his armor as he just doesn't have a play to make. There's nades flying in from all around. He doesn't have any help, but he's gone.
Yeah, score streaks. Attach. He's coming in with the Trinity rocket. That's going to pick up one. Vicento's going to answer back. Can they convert? That's the problem right now is, Rise, they had that kind of reset this first 45 seconds, maybe a bit of a stabilization for the squad, but can they convert these kills into points?
So far, no.
More score streaks. You can hear it raining fire, Maven. Oh my goodness. FaZe are looking hot. However, Felony, he's on a 4-kill streak of his own. He's 18 and 18 if his squad can pick it up alongside, and maybe, just maybe, we can see something.
I mean, they would need they see flawless play. I mean, you would say FaZe was basically perfect in that first half. You've already got a minute 15 on the clock, and you haven't really resembled any. You had one almost offensive push, but still weren't able to pick it up. Zuma does have one right below him, as you'll see on X-Ray, and one to his left that'll pick him up. It's just going to be Attached left now on defense. This is a good opportunity for points to come in for Rise, but Attached says, no, sir.
No, sir. Melee to the back of the head, picks up the drone, resets it. Is there anything that Attached cannot do right now? Enables utilizing, you know, those payloads. This doesn't even surprise me. I'm not even getting hyped because actually that went in for a 1, just to point out. But he's just playing the perfect game right now.
And speaking of perfect, Attach about to have the major call out with a 7 streak, but he gets shut down. 6 will be the tally. Everybody, I mean, Clayster I think was 17-18, or maybe like -1 or something at the hard point, and not exactly going off here, but you don't need him to right now. He's got some plays around the objective. His team has been crushing. This is exactly what the leader, the veteran in Clayster, needs. This is the astounding performance that you expect from your side. Everybody finally shut down as Vicento was able to get it done at home. My Rise Nation pick, you know, I had it right against Infused. I could not have been more incorrect for this one.
I was right there with you, Maven, and I expected better of Rise. I thought they would come out here fighting after a strong loser bracket run, maybe, but just maybe they ran out of gas, they ran out of steam. But with 2 minutes left, if you're a FaZe fan, you must be absolutely ecstatic and confident going into the grand final. If they can finalize this, which they should, you're looking good.
Zuma was able to pick up a couple kills there in the Rise base before ultimately falling to Aqua here. And I just don't even know what's going through their heads. I mean, they're still playing, they're still battling, but at this point, you just don't have a ton of time on the clock. It's 2 minutes. Looney trying to toss it in for yards. Is there anybody there? It was Vicento that might be able to make the play. Not able to do so, so it's going to be drone, caught, and reset. Clay! Clay!
Clay doesn't even care.
He tried to throw it out twice.
Do you know what? I mean, Clay's 15 and 20. You look at just Clay right now, and you probably think he's pretty even this score, or maybe a little. But it's just not, you know, there's only so many kills available. We got Enable, positive 10. Zuma, positive 12. Attach, positive 8. It is, you cannot.
Oh, God, to add insult to injury. the interception comes through.
I want to see Enable because I reckon there's more boasting going on sooner or later because he's the one that seems to be riding this wave. Clayster as well.
I told you, man, if he starts out well and he is playing well, he is a force to be reckoned with.
He's a beast.
And that's exactly what you've seen. But Attach is the one with the 6 streak going. He's going insane. Enable finds kill. That's all 4 dead. Get it in here. Let's put it through. I want my streaks. Attach 6 streak with the dunk, and the kill still coming in. One more FTL jump. I don't care. I'm still up, still gunning, but finally will drop. But that's another full set of streaks for Attach. A drone in hand for Clayster. 45 seconds on the clock. You are going to be seeing an Optic Gaming FaZe Clan Grand Final.
I think Clayster thinks he's playing a different mode there, just running around with the drone thing, just having some fun, but no, score streaks are going to come in to finalize this game, 35 seconds. I mean, you've got payloads available, you've got streaks available. FaZe do not need them. It has all been about the raw gun skill, the pure teamwork. They have closed this game out in 3. FaZe kind of looking fantastic.
Now, I mean, we can shift focus. I know you're going to hear from Analysis. Their thoughts on this series is that's actually hilarious. I used to talk about when I used to watch a lot of the scrims. This is very early in the game. Attach would always kill Enable with his score streaks. All the time when I would watch scrims, I just saw the kill feed. He gets him with the Trinity Rocket. Oh, Enable. You saw one last salute. Let it tick. FaZe Clan does it. Clay's on his feet, baby.
That's what FaZe need. That is just what FaZe need going into the grand final. I feel like standing up and putting a salute myself after how many I've seen.
I love those gestures, by the way.
Yeah. It's the best one where you just do your opponent dirty and you just look down at that body and you go, good night.
Well, you can see the respect these guys got for each other.
Restez avec moi, messieurs. Stay with me, both of you. Alors oui, comment poser une question sans être trop douloureux c'est un moment qui est forcément dur dans une carrière quand on a envie d'aller aussi loin. Maintenant, c'est quand même une meilleure performance que ce qu'ils ont fait la semaine dernière. You did a tough tournament last week, and this is a third place for you today. You must be happy about that.
Oh yeah, definitely proud that we bounced back after Atlanta. Played a good tournament, just had some tough losses against FaZe. I think that's probably the only team we lost to this tournament actually. So just gotta go look at the VODs like they did, and we'll bounce back.
Comme il dit, heureux après le tournoi qui s'est quand même mal passé la semaine dernière. Forcément, on sent que c'est difficile. J'aimerais quand même qu'on leur fasse un peu d'applaudissements pour cette équipe. S'il vous plaît, les Rise Nation qui finissent sur ce podium. Bon, il y a une espèce de confiance. On s'est un peu amusé, limite un peu d'entraînement, je dirais. It looks like you were a little bit training your skill, like trying to chase everyone. You were alone in that game. You must be happy to now reach the last final.
Yeah, this is the best placement we've had in about 16 months, but we're not happy with it. We want that first place. We want that rematch against Optic Gaming. This is my 3rd ESWC Finals. I love the crowd here, so I'm really excited.
Ah, j'aime ça, il a envie d'aller chercher le titre de champion du monde. C'est la 3e fois qu'il fait une finale, il a envie d'y retourner. Il est très excité d'aller affronter les Optic Gaming pour la 2e fois. On les applaudit encore une fois, s'il vous plaît, les FaZe. On les retrouve tout à l'heure, hein. Vous restez avec nous, la grande finale c'est dans quelques instants. Avant on passe à du Just Dance et juste après c'est Call of Duty. Je vous dis à tout de suite.
I didn't understand any of that, but Just Dance. But that was fun. You know, they've done a great job here. We're ready to go. Losers bracket is done. Losers bracket final is done, and now it is time for the grand final. It's Optic. It's FaZe. Momo, it was a pleasure, but we got to toss it over to the Analysis to break down that one.
All right, thank you very much. It was a really good watch seeing FaZe's warm-up.
Yeah, that was the best way to describe it right there. Just tweeted. That was a tough series to watch strictly because from the second the Hardpoint started to the moment the Uplink ended, it was FaZe dominating that entire series.
Yeah, I think realistically, as soon as we saw that Hardpoint go down, I'll be honest with you, I kind of zoned out. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just wait for the grand final now. We'll just see how that one goes. Rise, wherefore art thou? That was not the Rise that won earlier. Either that or Optic and FaZe are just another level. Like, that's the only explanation I really have, is they are just better than everybody else by a factor.
I mean, you're right. We were talking about it. We said, you know, Rise are coming off a game already played. You'd think they would have been hot. Going into that, they didn't even look like a team from the get-go, like you said. Not a single bit of chemistry between them whatsoever. Didn't look like anything flowed. I mean, I'd have compared them to an amateur European team at that point, at the way that they played then. It was absolutely shocking to see. And then you take a look at FaZe, for example. I highlighted Clayster, but at that point, every single person on FaZe was having a great game. You look at Attach, he went on an 8 streak towards the end of that Uplink. Enable, who's been really impressive this whole weekend. I've been watching Enable, especially the game against Envious, I casted with Maven. He went absolutely off in that one. So many players on FaZe to look out for, but in my eyes personally, the green wall is far too strong for this FaZe team.
It's interesting, speaking of the green wall, because Formal was actually here during that game, and I was talking to him during the Hardpoint. I think one of the first things he said, he goes, they didn't play like that against us. that was not the team we played.
Yeah, and that was a quick 3-0 there for Optic. So if Optic 3-0'd, then obviously FaZe now with one. The stage has now been set. The big thing for Rise Nation, yes, you get a top 3 here, but I think you begin to show your strengths again as a lineup.
I think it's a relief more than anything else. You're like, yeah, we did great, and then we didn't. And then we just did awful. Did really bad. And you kind of like, is that just like the first event they did okay, or is there actually going to be a Rise team in contention this year? Yes, they are in contention, but unless Optic and FaZe drop a level or two, or they rise to meet it, no pun intended.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For me, Rise is just this really inconsistent team. They're either winning events at the start of the year or the end of the year, and then they get really high placings, and then they drop out like top 16. And it's like, when are they going to find the consistency?
Yeah, but who isn't at the moment? United, it was 5 days ago they won a championship.
No, there's been many teams that have had that battle. I know for a fact Rise didn't get the practice they wanted to have going into that Atlanta event, so it didn't surprise me to see them not do well.
They haven't had any more, though. They've had no more practice.
It's not that, but I think some other stuff going on, obviously, in their own lives has now, they've been pushing forward as a team. They've got some great communication between them. Obviously, these guys are all friends. I think they'll bounce back.
I mean, I want to ask you, Courage, since he's obviously, the expert in the American scene.
Don't call him that.
I'm sorry, I'm stroking his ego a little bit. Just a little bit.
I'm actually the North American, European, and
idiot.
APAC.
Jester. Child's entertainer.
I have to ask you the question, though. Rise Nation, where do you place them as a team in North America? Are they top 3, top 6?
In events in Europe, I think they're top 3. In events in North America, I think they're top 4. When I say that is because when Luminosity...
Because they came top 3?
No, because when Luminosity has Saints, I think Luminosity's better. When Luminosity doesn't have Saints, I think Rise Nation is better. That's my breakdown difference there between those two teams. So
maybe would have owned that. They would have just gone their top 3 in Europe because they're top 3 in Europe. You try to make excuses for it.
No, I'm saying of North American teams. Obviously, yes, they place top 3 here for good reason. But I'm saying if Luminosity has Saints here, they don't place in the top 3.
That's okay. I'm just messing with you, Jack. I know you're very sensitive. You just woke up.
Do it a lot. I didn't even get to sleep.
Why not?
Because there was an interview that happened in the room, so I had to get up and leave. That was my midday nap that I take it.
That explains why you're so grouchy.
I'm good.
That's okay. All right. Well, Jack's sleeping habits aside, it is time for the grand final here at ESWC. And by time, I mean an hour break. We have got a little wait for the main stage here, but we will see you then. We'll, of course, tweet out. We will tell you exactly when CWL Paris resumes. See ya in a little while.
wizard, what do you see as you twist the tiles beneath our feet? What do you see? Wizard, what do you see?
came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this fight. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now.
A man who on every occasion has given the best that he has.
I'll be right beside you.
wizard, what do you see as you twist the tiles beneath our feet? What do you see?
came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL Paris, here live at ESWC. It is time, finally, for the grand final. It is going to be Optic versus FaZe, two of the biggest names in Call of Duty history. And to bring you all the action, my name is Bryce, and to break this game down, I am joined this time by Momo and Tun. All right, let's get into this first of all. And I think it's worth laying a bit of background for everyone at home. Optic played FaZe in the winner bracket final. It was a knockout for FaZe. They went down. It was not an easy game for them. May have been an easy game for Optic. A lot of questions were asked. Are FaZe going to bounce back? The answer, yes, in devastating fashion. So much so that Formal remarked that it is not the same team we played just a little while ago. So the question remains to be asked. Who wins this one? Optic or FaZe? Now they look a little bit better.
Oh, it's all on the line. I mean, for FaZe to win, they've got to win 2 best-of-5s. You know, they can't just come out here, win 3 maps. It's going to be very, very hard for them to do. But FaZe, they looked absolutely lights out going into that, previous series. And Optic Gaming, I'm not going to say that they're cold because it hasn't affected them so far. They swept aside FaZe. It's going to be tough, but I don't see this being the same game we saw in the winner bracket final.
I think it's going to be a lot closer, but I think the break between the losers bracket final and this grand final is really going to help out Optic. FaZe were hot. I am real hot coming off that performance against Rise.
They could have kept warm during Just Dance.
I mean, if they were in the crowd with me and Phil dancing, then they would have kept themselves warm. We weren't the only ones, by the way.
I was there.
Yeah, it was just us.
I think it's worth pointing out for me, very early on in this tournament, I thought Optic Gaming, they started to look like the favorites. By the time EU United were knocked out, we said, yeah, I think they're winning this. And I think a lot of people agreed with them as well. Winner bracket final came, winner bracket final went. And I think pretty much most people tweeted saying, yeah, all right, Optic's won another one.
Yeah, I think everyone was sort of asking the question whether they were definitely the best team here because FaZe were looking just, well, maybe not as good, but looking really strong either way. When they came up against each other, as we've seen, we did see a pretty one-sided game, especially in the Hardpoint. But now I think both teams have had a couple, well, Optic have had one game today, FaZe have had a couple. So, both teams are warmed up there at their optimum. That main stage, I think both teams feed off it as well, especially, the crowd is starting to get a little bit loud. We haven't really seen much of the crowd this weekend until today when FaZe and Rise are playing each other, and they love that FaZe crowd, and they will really playing up to them. If they can get hyped off that, if they can push on, we can probably have a good game here, but I think it's going to be a tall order for FaZe at this moment, the way Optic are playing.
I think the most accurate prediction I can give here, and the one that's most likely to come true, is this will not be the same game as the winner bracket final.
Absolutely.
I can see this being closer. I can see it being more of a game. Whether or not it can actually be pushed to a second best-of-5, I'm going to remain doubtful. To be perfectly honest, reverse sweeping a team is not easy. Reverse sweeping an Optic team in this kind of form, considerably harder. For FaZe to do this would take a superhuman effort. It would be unbelievable for them to be able to not only win the first best-of-5, but somehow go the distance and win the second.
I've not even started thinking about that second best-of-5. If FaZe can push it to that, I'm already impressed. But there's certain individuals on FaZe, the one that comes to mind is Clayster. You said superhuman. I mean, the guy, he likes to rip a shirt or two, and he's the one for me that needs to kind of step up.
Is he the one for you? Is he, Phil?
I mean, we're in the city of love. I mean,
is love in the air?
He's on stage right now. I might check that a little bit later. But on a serious note, Clayster for me.
Can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. Heart to your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go. Can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. See your heart to your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go. Can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. See your heart to your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go. Can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. You see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. We fell out of love like shooting stars, came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. You see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you. I'll be right beside you.
We're back. You probably missed us, but we're ready for the grand final. Optic versus FaZe. Sorry for the downtime. There was a network outage apparently in the district, but we're here and ready to go.
We're back. That's all that matters. FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming, they're still ready to go. They've been warming up on the main stage. It didn't affect their ability to play Call of Duty, hopefully, but there's been a new superstar that has now approached the Call of Duty scene. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to announce now this is my last time casting with English Maven, as I now found a new true love, which is the Italian Maven.
For those of you that switched over to the Italian stream, thank you. My phone literally went from 45% to I think it's at like 15 now, because this Italian doppelganger that apparently looks like me wears wigs and dons pink glasses. My mentions, that is the most, my phone was freezing. Like, so scrolling.
I honestly, I'm joking, but I'm also kind of serious. The guy looked like he was having a blast.
He did,
Adam tweeted you saying, pack your bags. Your time at MLG is done.
I got roasted too much in that. My confidence is gone. This is going to be the worst cast that I ever give now.
Well,
I'm going to try and do it in Italian.
You're good. You still have the yellow jacket. That's all that matters. We're just waiting for players to get set up on the stage. As you know, we'll do our little French-English interviews with the players, hear their thoughts, and then we'll get into the match. Just to catch everyone up to speed on where we currently stand, FaZe are coming from the losers bracket. They will have to win 2 best-of-5s to secure this championship victory, while Optic Gaming just need to win 1 because they have yet to drop a series this weekend.
And this particular roster, I know FaZe did it twice in AW. Once it was the Columbus Open, which was done when it was the Ake Sensor roster back then. Then it was done at, season 3, I believe. They came back in 2 best-of-7s to beat Optic with this current FaZe roster. So if there is literally any team in the world that can come back and pull off to what seems to be the impossible, it's this FaZe team.
Well, you can hear the crowd a little bit in the background now. I'm seeing the main stage get all prepared. It has begun, folks. This grand final going to be one to remember. It's been so long since these two teams have matched up in a scenario like this. One thing I know for sure, FaZe, they need to play how they did in that losers bracket final versus Rise. They lost 3-0 to Optic earlier. Then they just smoked Rise in their second series. So which FaZe are we going to see? We'll have to find out.
I'm so excited. Like I feel like the slight delay. You know, we had the break. The network goes down. I just get more and more hype, more pumped for this match. Optic FaZe grand final. So much on the line. We're talking about $100,000 pro points when you're looking towards Dallas. Obviously, these two teams are pretty darn set for Dallas and onward for the Global Pro League. But you know, I know there's been some hiccups this weekend. But for those of you that stuck with us, thank you. It's been a blast, and I'm hyped, man. This is gonna be awesome.
One final series here from this event, potentially 2 if FaZe Clan can take it to that second best-of-5. Either way, remember, the CWL continues when we get back. More of the online 2Ks with that prize pool still established. Then the CWL Dallas Open March 17th through the 19th. More information has come out in the APAC region about the CWL Sydney Open, the first one of the 2 down there. And then just a couple short months away, we start with that Season 1 of the Global Pro League. A few short months after that, Anaheim in the relegations for Stage 2 of the Global Pro League, and then at the end of it all, the Call of Duty World League Championships again for $1.5 million.
Just a hair over $3 million on the line in what, just under a 3-month span?
Yep, $4 million
Insane.
across the whole year. It's going to be an absolute blast. We're just waiting now on the main stage to begin their interviews and introductions of the 2 teams. I mean, you guys know them. They've been rosters now for so dang long. 2 years this rivalry's been going on for now. It's too good.
I wish that Italian Maven was actually casting here somewhere. I mean, it wouldn't make sense with the network being down.
The picture
I would have joined him immediately.
Oh, 100%. That would have been legendary. There, I hear him now on the main stage. Maven, is this going to go to a second best-of-5, or is this one done? Is this one just Optic going to smoke him here?
I would have said Optic smokes them until I saw FaZe versus Rise. But now, with the kind of the 2 hours to cool down, I have no idea. Whoever comes into the series hottest, man, I have no idea.
It's going to be good. I was talking to a few of the pro players. They have split thoughts, too. Some saying if FaZe play exactly how you said in that losers bracket final, again now in the grand final, they see it going at least a second best-of-5. But if Optic play just as well as they have this whole weekend, there's really no doubt that they should take this championship.
It's 2 sides to this. FaZe obviously wants to prove that the earlier 3-0 was not how it should have gone. And then Optic, I mean, you poke the bear, right? People felt like maybe this Optic team couldn't do it anymore. Now they've proved they're back. They're as bad as ever, and they are just crushing through people.
I'm so excited. This ESWC crowd is now all set up and ready to go. I've been hearing so much about this in years past. Obviously, some major French influences there. Now retired from competitive Call of Duty, but But still, there is a nice large presence here for the grand final, which is always good to see. It's been a pleasure meeting so many people here throughout the venue.
Oh, yeah, it's been amazing.
Eating a lot of bread here in Paris. They treated it very seriously. I think they're now introducing Jonas onto the stage, the French caster.
Yeah, they come out like they were
Why
on
don't
the
we do
stage.
that?
I don't know. Well, one, we don't have a stage over here, but I would like to do that. I can
Next,
use the exercise.
Dallas. We'll set it up.
That's true.
We'll have,
Adam,
if
from
you're
MLG,
watching.
if you're watching, yes, we would like some sort of, we need someone to announce us coming onto the stage. Puckett, if you feel like doing it, or someone a little more eccentric that can bring us out.
Let us know.
I'd like to do that.
We're ready.
How do you feel, though?
I
Still,
feel
whoever's coming out hot, though? I mean, for the actual match.
Oh, I feel about myself. I feel great, but for the match itself.
You look fantastic.
Thank you. You look even better. Nice, and I think we're both a little bit nice and sweaty after how warm it is. Your head is looking, I mean, perfect today.
I got it powdered up. So.
You did. You asked if we had enough time for you to run back to the makeup woman, get that all fixed.
Well, usually we have, like, since the way this is set up, since there's multiple games, like basically, you know, there's a makeup woman for kind of everybody, all the different stages. So you got to travel back a little bit. Usually, the way I get sweaty and shiny with my bald head, there's someone like standing right off to the right a couple feet that comes to me and
every 3 minutes
dabs me down every few minutes. But I've got to hike a little bit. So if this goes 2 best of 5s, you're just going to be dripping. You're seeing makeup running down my face. It's not going to look good.
I think my favorite part of the weekend was when there was a Reddit thread put up about looking into your own safety and health. Here we go, though. The team's coming in, and Clayster already. He's ready. Attach looks serious.
Clysters,
I'm ready.
Attach, Zuma, Enable. Vous les connaissez maintenant, ils sont venus, ils sont un peu chez eux. Et on les a vus conquérants tout à l'heure. Est-ce qu'ils sont prêts à franchir le cap et à prendre leur revanche? Je vous rappelle qu'ils avaient déjà perdu 3-0 dans le winner bracket. Are you ready for the revenge?
Yeah, of course. It's grand finals time. Who could ask for more than Optic versus FaZe?
Oh là là, il est chaud, comme il dit. Bien sûr qu'on est prêt. Qui peut demander de mieux que FaZe contre Optic? J'aimerais que le public français fasse un max de bruit. Allez! FaZe Gaming, thank you. Merci. Allez vous installer. Voilà, merci. Dites donc, vous êtes avec nous. Vous aussi, vous voulez du beau sport, de l'e-sport sur cette scène. Je vais maintenant accueillir ceux qui sont indétrônables. L'un d'entre eux a donc 5 titres ESWC, 4 titres pardon, à son palmarès, peut-être le 5e dans quelques instants. Applaudissements pour les Optic Gaming! On retrouve Scum, Karma, Crysis, Crimsix, et Formal. Alors, messieurs, vous êtes peut-être les hommes à abattre. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts face aux FaZe qui ont fait une très belle performance dans le loser bracket? Are you ready to beat FaZe? They've done a very big final in the loser bracket.
I mean, yeah, we're ready to beat them. We just got to play well. It's going to be a great series. They're a great team, and I think that it's going to be enjoyable to watch. So.
Oh là là, à chaque fois il a les bons termes, mais bien sûr qu'on va le faire, on est prêt, je pense que ça va être super agréable à voir. Je voudrais qu'on les applaudisse bien fort, ce sont des monstres à côté de moi, les Optic Gaming! Let's go! C'est marrant parce que j'ai comme l'impression qu'avec les matchs qu'on a eu aujourd'hui, vous avez été assez indécis dans le choix de votre favori. Est-ce que vous êtes peut-être plus pour les FaZe ou plus pour les Optiques? Et j'ai envie de savoir dans le public.
All right, buddy, it is time. Pre-game interviews have been done. They're all going to be loading into the match, and
they're just too nice to each other.
I'm excited. Yeah, ooh la la!
I want to see FaZe and Optic go out there, talk some major trash, get the storylines flowing, make our jobs easier as casters, get those content pieces for the league, but it just doesn't happen.
I know.
These guys are friends in and out of game. I saw Scum complimenting Attach with his new biceps he has from at the gym.
We'll see some salutes, though, I think.
Oh, that was Enable in the losers bracket final.
We'll see Karma back just in Atlanta. There's going to be some salutes. We're going to see a little bit of trash talk. I think things get chippy, especially if we go to a second best of 5.
What does chippy mean? I've never heard that.
Chippy? Yeah, back and forth, yelling at each other, screaming, shooting bodies.
Definitely just made that up.
You've never heard it? Getting chippy? I think it's a real thing.
I like, you know what? You're so confident in it that I'll believe it. My fault for not knowing that word.
Like I made you, think Central Mediterranean time was a thing yesterday?
I'm sorry that I trust my roommate. I've just been calling it Paris time. I said that China didn't use the time zones that we do. Nope. Don't know how any of that works. I've just come. We've had some delirious casts this weekend.
Oh, I think I'm finally through the jet lag though. I slept pretty well throughout the course of the weekend. We're feeling fresh, and then we fly back tomorrow morning. It's right to get back to New York, but excited to get rocking and ready for MLG Dallas, which is basically around the corner. But before that, we have what could be one of the best grand finals of all time. I know we've been waiting for this for a long time. I almost feel like the winners bracket final disappointed in some ways because it was so lopsided.
As well as the loser bracket final.
Yeah, that's
Both
true.
were completely
one-sided.
Maven, this is the end of a crazy 4-week stretch for myself and a lot of these players, especially the ones from Europe, because we had the CWL London Gfinity event in which Orbit took that one 3 weeks ago. Then we had a week off, went down to Atlanta,
Yep.
took place at that event. You and I were both present there, and then immediately we get home, do our laundry, and then fly out here to Paris. It's been 3 out of 4 weekends of Call of Duty.
Can't wait to take the
Crazy
entire
stuff.
day off work.
Just relax.
Hang out at home, play some video games, chill.
That's the number one thing. Yes, I love Call of Duty, but it'll be nice to sleep. It'll be nice to sleep in my own bed, but I cannot complain. Dallas can't come soon enough. For now, though, we have to focus on this series. Guys, put your predictions in the chat. I can't see it, but I want to know who you guys think is going to win. These two fan bases so large. One of the players that's been doing a great job of building his own fan base has been attached. This guy, he's way funnier than he puts on to a lot of people.
Well,
He seems shy at times, but Dylan is far from that.
That piece from, what was it, Vegas, when they had him out like on the construction site?
Dude.
Hysterical. Now, he is a very talented guy, and I think once he is done playing, which won't be anytime soon, I believe he's 19, right? So
20, I think.
20? Okay,
Yeah.
I would see him
Pretty sure
having...
that card just said 20.
Oh, I didn't look at it.
but-
And him having an on-camera
no, it
presence
definitely
at some
shows-
point.
it
Okay,
shows
21.
all the
All right, well, it was in front of me, okay? But I see him having an on-camera presence at some point. Like, he's just very charismatic. Great. And speaking of another charismatic individual, Zuma, those two paired together, high-flying, in your face, they will be the difference makers in this game if they get hot.
And this has really been the first weekend where we've seen FaZe experiment a little bit more with the submachine guns. They had their certain play style that they thought would work. Yes, it did at times, but other times it really fell short. Well, we've now seen Attach experiment with a little bit, not every single map.
I like a little experimentation.
Hey, yeah, for sure. There are some times where it is very, very useful. And Optic Gaming on the same front. We know their 2 NV4 setup that they have. Team at 23.
I was talking to the guys outside about the map rotations. We're going to see if I remember these correctly, but I believe it's going to be throwback hardpoint to kick things off, retaliation, search and destroy, frost uplink, then going to breakout hardpoint, ending in scorch S&D.
Look at you, buddy.
Yeah, I was talking about the map, see how they felt. You know, Optic and FaZe have both been very good at breakout. That's their favorite hardpoint. They like how you can punish teams on that particular map. I expect that to be a battle. When I think about hardpoint, there's like 2 different, I almost split them in 4. Throwback and Scorch sort of play a similar way to me, and Retaliation and Breakout kind of play away.
Okay.
It's going to be exciting to see how these go, because you get one from each pairing. But there's Scump, the king, the best player on the planet. They need him to play that way.
You know, I talked to the GOAT, the TV superstar, and leader of Team Envious, JCap, about his thoughts on this series. And he said, you know, I think FaZe, if they play the way they do in the losers bracket final, will take this first series 3-1. But then Optic Gaming will do what they do best. Typically, they never lose to a team twice in a row in an event. He thinks they would then take the second series with a quick 3-0 victory. Potentially.
Well, that's what's so interesting about this, because typically the winner's bracket final is your final a lot of times in double elimination, because so rarely do teams come back and bring you through both. But a big part of this, if they're going to shut down FaZe, is going to be formal. He was phenomenal in Atlanta, would have been the MVP. You could talk about him in that conversation again this weekend. He's taken over more of a leadership role in the squad. I was talking to him, and he was telling me just like in every outside the game and inside the game, because there were some doubts, there were some confidence issues with some of the players. You know, they weren't performing well. It's been a pretty big dry spell for them, but now that he's taken over more of that leadership role, they seem to be playing very well, specifically in Search and Destroy.
And that was an example right there of a team that knows a roster change probably isn't the best idea. Let's just change something up within ourselves. Maybe we refocus how we approach the game, and an example of that is changing your vocal leadership, your in-game leader, who's going to be the one calling the shots.
Change an owner. I mean, maybe it's Hector's time to go. I'm kidding,
You're
Hector.
starting this
I love you.
weird battle.
He was
with
taking
Hector.
a few shots at me, just giving them back. Now, Hector's one of my favorite guys in the community, and he's got one of the best
Probably doesn't feel
organizations.
the same about you.
And they are ready to make plays here. Crim 6. This would be back to back to back to back to back ESWCs for him.
Yeah,
I think I got it right.
I was counting there for a second.
That was
in
a
row.
bit much, but 5 in a row.
Insane.
Is it 4, Brycey? Brycey's showing me 4. He's 1 point. So it's 5. Okay, so this would be 5. Yes.
I got confused there for a second, but no, this would be his 5th in a row. Is there anything that's even? Is there anyone that's ever been close to that in a tournament that's done something like that?
In Call of Duty, for a specific event? I mean, not that I can think of.
No.
That's outrageous.
Yeah. Every single year, the guy comes back looking stronger than ever. Here we go into the rig draft for map number 1. FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming. It will be throwback. as we take a look at what these players will wind up selecting. No surprise there, as Scump does go with that reactive armor to be the final one for the side of Optic to pick his payload there.
And it looks like we are going to see overdrive for both between Formal and Clay. We've seen FTL jump mixed in regardless of the game mode. I think we'll see them both. Well, Clayster will likely switch to FTL jump and search and destroy. Curious to see where Formal goes. He's usually stuck with overdrive. But that's honestly been probably the ability I've had my eyes on the most, just because it's a little bit fresh, a little bit new. We've seen it used in a lot of creative ways this weekend.
Aqua, one of them with that play in Uplink, jumping forward, immediately grabbing the drone, going for the one, kind of put things out of reach, made it a 2-possession game in those final 30 seconds. It's crafty stuff like that I think we'll begin to see more and more as FTL jump continues to become more of a prominent payload in competitive Call of Duty. If you're just tuning in now, you probably saw all the stuff going on with the internet and this and that and the memes on Twitter.
We are ready!
That sums it up. That sums it up right there. I like
I
what
went
you
from
said.
a 10 to a 2 there.
What I love is that you said you got over the jet lag. Meanwhile, I know today you've had like 7 doses of caffeine.
I've had a lot of drinks.
No, I think that's a sign that you're not over the jet lag yet.
You know what?
Or maybe
you don't feel tired.
Maybe you just want to go to 11 right off the break.
Into your veins.
You just want to go to 11 right off the break of this series.
Yes, let's do that.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of yelling right now. There's your map fly through. Oh boy, this one will definitely be a treat. If I have one wish, it is that this is a close series. Please,
I like treats.
Please do not be like the winner's bracket final or the loser's bracket final.
Yeah, right.
Teams, let's keep this one close. Some down-to-the-wire plays. Maven, who will we watch off the break of this one?
I'm going with Scump. I want to kick it off with him, arguably the best player in the game. They need him to be huge, and I think he can do it here. I've got a lot of hope in him, but honestly, across the board, just look at the names of these 8 players when we get in. It's insane. If for any reason you are new to Call of Duty, because I'm sure on Twitter right now, Reddit, it's blowing up. You're hopping into the action.
Yeah.
These are 8 of the winningest and most talented players in the history of Call of Duty. Let's get it going.
This crowd is getting heated on up, and it's for good reason. It's the top 2 organizations in overall following in competitive Call of Duty going at it now. And off the break, it's Scump losing that first engagement to his counterpart on FaZe Clan. That's Attach.
And it's all going the way of FaZe early on. It's 3 kills coming in for Clay, Attach, and Zuma is able to get the early pressure and control of top mid, and continuing to push this Clayster as he lines up too. The third push of reloading. Oh, I was about to say, you missed the first couple of bullets there in Clayster. I thought for a second he was getting it.
If we're getting that hyped here, I got to be the one that provide some sort of analysis.
Yeah, you 100% are doing the analysis. I'm going to be yelling a ton.
All right, well, we do see FaZe with a great break on this map. Not only do they spawn at the far side, they do get the spawns now for this next barn Hardpoint. Another 3-kill chain in that feed. Karma last alive, and they know exactly where he's at. That's a quick cleanup for FaZe. They're outslaying and out-positioning Optic Gaming at the moment as all 4 players are now positive.
And I do want to talk about Enable. In the Game 1 Hardpoint, the first, he ends up going, I think it's something like 3 minutes he gets in the Hardpoint. No, 2.5 minutes, and he goes double positive. He's been a monster, man.
Clayster already 8-2 in this map. He's single-handedly held down that field side. Do the players of FaZe spawn up behind bar? No, they do not. So Optic Gaming have a timing window here. They've got to hit this hard point out right now. As you can see, the rest of the players moving on in, and I'm not sure if I think we just had a connection issue on our end.
I don't know. I am not sure if it is the district internet issue or the
Yeah, we dropped. I don't know exactly if that was everybody.
Well, we're going to find out if we are still alive. I'm not sure if that was just the match or if that is somewhere worldwide. Worldwide, I said, in Paris here. Sorry, the internet did not go down across the globe.
There would be a lot more news there. Yeah, there definitely would. We'll go ahead and get back up on in a potential lobby if it is there.
Okay, I think it just got created. That's actually formal.
That's definitely
not the main lobby.
Definitely not the lobby you want to be in. So we'll get updates for you guys. Unfortunate circumstance there.
I just want Optic versus FaZe.
Yeah, my heart hurts.
Game 5, round 11.
Series 2.
Scump versus Clayster. You know it's coming. We've been teased for hours.
There's been a lot of jokes, but this might actually come down to a dance competition.
Seriously, get them all 4 on stage. I should not even start because I'm not a dancer.
No. You're definitely not. We'll keep refreshing this, see exactly what the admins decide
There's
on here.
There's an 87% chance we're not even live.
No.
If the match went down?
No, we should be fine.
Oh, maybe we are.
Yeah, we should be okay. We'll find out.
I'm so pumped for this match.
I know, and it was starting off already with FaZe on such a strong foot. You saw Optic then pushing on in. Biggest takeaways from our first minute and a half of the grand final, though, was FaZe looking like they did in that losers bracket final.
They look strong. They got a strong break. See that what stood out in the FaZe series versus Rise and the Optic series versus FaZe today, the big 3-0s, from the get-go, they slammed the other team. Just the opening break went in the team's favor, and they didn't look back. I know it's not everything, but FaZe started out very well. They opened big. Not sure if they could have kept it going. We'll have to find out, but it's got to be a little bit frustrating as you had a decent start.
You definitely did right there. So we're just waiting for official word on how exactly this will all play on out for your grand finals. Appreciate your patience in this one. Obviously, first the greater internet issue across half of Paris, from what I'm understanding, that wound up going down, and now potentially this with getting us back into this lobby. I do think play has stopped on the main stage, so we're not missing anything at the moment as we wait to hear some official information.
All right, so apparently I just got confirmation that we are indeed live. Hello. We are waiting on a reset, basically, for the network just on the stage. I believe that was the issue, and we're going to get it going again. I don't know if it overheated, what the case may be, but we'll be back. Thank you, honestly, each and every one of you watching. I know it's frustrating. Trust me. For us, it is as well. All we want is this incredible final to begin. We're going to get there. We're going to get through it. I don't care if it's 4 in the morning, Paris time. Brycey cares. I can see him nodding his head. He wouldn't be thrilled, but I'm staying here. I'm in for the long haul. I don't care if I miss my flight. That would be actually a real problem.
Don't worry. We're still, I think, 13 hours away from that happening, so we've got some time to work with if this does. And either way, it only gets better for the North American time. People waking up.
That's actually that's a good point. We were talking about the hour break earlier when we're waiting for the main stage, and I didn't mind it for 2 reasons, because obviously both teams get to reset and then you can hop in. I know it would have been kind of crazy with how hot FaZe was after that series just to go right into game 1. I feel like they might have just blown the doors off of Optic, but you get a little time in between. It's fair. Everyone's ready to go. But at this point, the biggest positive is, yes, North America. Rise and shine. Get your bacon, sausage, eggs, ham, toast, orange juice. Get it all.
I think now you're just making yourself hungry. I could eat. I could eat. You could at most times. I definitely have noticed that.
Good.
I'm just ready for this one to begin. There's really nothing else to say. We're just waiting for the players to go ahead and get this all set back up. Keep checking if we do see a server pop up there.
I'll try to back in, but it's probably going to take a minute here just to get it reset.
That's not the correct thing to click.
Oh,
there you go. That's the
option.
option.
To play online. Just get a couple
there
games.
You go.
Okay.
Okay.
It is up. All right.
We do have a lobby going, so we should have this one back underway quite soon. Shouldn't have to change anything else. I mean, it's pretty simple, though. FaZe, you've obviously got to feel a little bit frustrated after that. You have a perfect start to that game. You're up 43-2. Yes, Optic looked like they were about to retake control of at least the hard point there for a brief moment. But either way, you just got to keep yourselves in check, right? If you're FaZe, don't let this tilt you. Don't let this make you that frustrated that you lose focus on the game. Just get back in and keep going as a team.
And I know it's interesting because you would think with the veterans on this team, it would not be something that would phase them. But I know at times you've seen on Twitter, Clay and them, like it's small things with, before a game, they kind of go off and get frustrated. You just have to be mentally tough here. Don't let it bother you.
Yep.
Don't let it phase you. Just be ready to hop into the game and get going again. If you had the hot start, you can do it again. If it's on your mind, just thinking about like, hey, we got screwed. Hey, there's an issue. I'm worried about that happening.
Yeah, they can't have that mindset at all. Either way, though, biggest takeaway for you, I've asked a few of the casters, is the first time we've now really been together from the European scene, NA scene, everything you've seen this weekend. What are you looking at?
Oh, all right. Let's just talk what biggest surprises. Yeah, I guess I should keep hitting refresh here. For the most part, I don't know if it's a surprise, but I think it stands out to me is one, Cloud9.
Yep.
I just don't. I don't even know if it's a bad event thing anymore. If it's just the team needs to change. There seems to be some kind of issue there, as they have another just bomb. On the other side, Infused, what I considered
good.
2 weeks ago, I would have said without question, you're going to put me on trial, perjury. I could go to prison. I would have said Red Reserve, Splyce, they're your tier 1, Team Infused, Elevate, and then probably your tier 2, and then you can talk a little bit about Epsilon, Fnatic, the other guys. Infused, for some reason, they play North American top teams tougher, and it's been incredibly impressive. It's another top 8 for them, down to top 4, actually, right?
Yep.
That stands out for me the single most from EU, and now it's a big battle when you're talking about Team 3G, Fnatic, and Epsilon trying to fight for that final spot to get into the league. It's going to be awesome to watch it play out.
Do you see a lobby now popping up? I believe I was just told that we will be starting at 0-0 again.
I
as
assume
you
that
would
would probably
expect,
be the case, yeah.
very early on in that game. Unfortunate circumstance, but if there's any team that can wind up matching that same break-off, it would be the boys of FaZe Clan. As we now get into the lobby and all prepared to go back into this game. Again, we appreciate your patience
We're going to cast for an hour before we get to the match, so hey, it's warming up.
Yeah.
Just like the players.
You look much taller than me on camera. When
I
you do
actually
that.
sit up?
Yeah.
Lucky for you, I'm usually like a hunchback.
Yeah. I'm doing my best to make this look even, but I was not blessed with 6'2" height. 6'3"?
6'3".
6'3", yeah.
On a good day.
I'm 5'8". That's why when I cast with Maven and we're standing, I stand in a box.
So does Matt. So does Momo.
Matt and Momo.
Puck and I are the only two vertically gifted.
Vertically. I'm horizontally gifted.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. But, guys, thanks again for your patience and bearing with us here before we hop in. I mean, at this point, we've covered the matchup. We've covered the road here. We've covered the road for the 2017 CWL.
The potential roster speculations, who we thought did well this weekend. I'm really pulling at strings here for where I could bring us next.
Well, I see everyone on the correct team, everyone in the lobby. I'm hoping we're just seconds away from starting this and pumped up and ready to go. But again, guys, on Twitter, let us know your thoughts with regards to the match, where you think it's going to go, who's going to take it. Do we see a second best of 5? Who are your standout players? Okay, well, we can do that. Just as we're grasping at straws here, let me know kind of key player matchup from both teams. Maybe we can talk. Yeah, let's talk series.
Clayster is one and Formal is the other. I talked about in the Rise series how it was Clayster versus Aqua, those two main ARs. And it was just Clayster getting the better of Aqua in almost every scenario. Aqua had an electric weekend up to that point, and then just kind of fell flat in that series. But that was just all 4 members of FaZe doing well, as Vicento said. There was really no stopping them, and he commended them on their great play. But now, last weekend, we saw Formal, who was a monster throughout the entire weekend.
I know I said that Scump was the best player on the planet earlier, but
Yeah.
I honestly, truly feel, and I know I'm going to take heat for this, but I think right now Formal's the best player in the game. I do, and if he plays like that in this final.
He shows it a lot of times, so you can just tell he kind of got burned out
Oh,
towards the
yeah.
end.
End of Sunday, he was not. Like it was Karma and Krim carrying the load.
Yep.
I think he was fried for sure.
What's the difference between last Sunday and this one? I think Optic had probably played
30 less
maps to get to this point, and they're even in a better scenario. It's what happens when you win and don't lose early on.
My key player matchup, I mean, they have a history going way, way back, spanning a ton of titles. It's Enable Formal. That's a matchup I waited for in Call of Duty when I first got involved, and it's exciting to see it on this stage. These guys on the two top teams in the world, 2 biggest organizations. But the main reason, usually Enable's not the go-to guy when you talk about the breakout player for FaZe. You know, you hear Clayster all the time. You hear Attach. You know Zuma can erupt as well. But Enable's been a monster. Friday, he struggled. Saturday and Sunday, he has been a beast.
Yeah.
He was double positive in both I think actually triple positive in the Uplink versus Rise Nation, double positive in the Hardpoint, getting it done on the objective. And this is a guy that feeds a ton. I know Clayster feeds off of emotion and hype. Enable almost feeds off of doing well, if that makes sense. Like if he starts out well, he's just a different player.
We actually kind of felt bad earlier because we were talking so much in that uplink of FaZe Optic that we saw in the winners bracket final of how important the Camba was for Enable, how important it was for him to make that play.
He was getting roasted.
And he was having a monster game up to that point.
Yeah.
And then it was like, he just needs to make this, and then the misuse of camo basically dies instantly. Optic win based off that.
Well, I talked to Enable and Karma a little bit about that outside. It's cold outside, but it gets really warm in the building. So typically during breaks, everyone kind of hops outside and we're just chatting. And I was busting on
I like
Enable.
how you had to explain that.
Busting on Enable. Well, I was like, why are you outside? Well, it's nice and cool out there. You stop sweating. It's beautiful in Paris. It's cold. But talking to Enable, and he was frustrated with the camo use. And then immediately after, I kind of talked to him about that and said, you need to improve that because the plays didn't look great.
Yes.
I talked to Karma about it. And, there are some people that aren't the biggest fan of specialists and the way they can change the momentum of the game. But Karma was talking about how there is a big skill gap with using them. Like he feels he was the best at using Heatwave when it comes to the last title. He thinks he's very good at using camo here. And you've seen, if he is going to be your camo player, Enable on the other side, which of them plays better will absolutely decide some maps, like without question, because it's such a big specialist. It's so strong.
I believe we're about to get another update on exactly where we have to go here, as I just saw FaZe and crew all exit that lobby for a brief second, so we'll see exactly what we need to do as we get prepared to get into this one.
At this point, If you watch a sitcom in North America, it's what, 22 minutes, 30-minute show with commercials. We've basically done a Maven and Jack's period of sitcom at this point. We're going to have a solid,
that would be the lowest
solid
rated
20,
show on TV.
20 to 30 minutes of you and I just chatting up here. So again, thanks guys for bearing with us. This is not always the easiest thing in the business when you're on air talent, when something goes wrong and you just have to chat.
I think
tell
my favorite
stories,
part is when
break it down.
You're basically just doing this for 35 minutes and then someone quotes one line about how stupid you are and spreads it all over.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm in the clear.
You're good?
Because I will sometimes be roasted a little bit for, being a little bit unprofessional, having some fun sometimes, which I like to have fun. I do. But now that I've seen Italian Maven,
you're set.
I'm in the clear. I don't
basically
pick sunglasses, don't wear hats.
Apparently,
I'm all right forever now.
Dropping all sorts of words over there. It was getting intense.
Very informative. But as Hector said, he is more analytical than I am, even though they hadn't got into the match, which could also be accurate.
And also, does Hector understand Italian?
No, probably not a lick of it.
So, I don't know where the basis of that was. Maybe Hector's a very successful person. Maybe he has studied Italian at one point in his life.
I wouldn't be shocked.
He's
He's a man of many trades, and that's the owner of Optic Gaming we're talking about, who's watching at home, I'm sure, intensely waiting for this one to begin. I know we're all ready to get started here. Just waiting on the players to join back in. We are still in a lobby, so I think we're good. Uh-oh.
You literally couldn't have jinxed that more. You could not have jinxed that more.
That was at the exact end of my sentence. It dropped at the exact end of my sentence.
Yep. That couldn't have been worse timing for you there. We'll see exactly where we stand. Unfortunately, not getting too many updates on our end from the main stage of the current time frame of this one. Hopefully quite quickly.
But we're having a hell of a time.
I'm having fun.
The tension's just building.
Yeah, this is how you build storylines.
It's like, it's like you're sitting at dinner, right?
Yeah.
And they take 60 to 90 minutes to get it to us. You get hungrier and hungrier for that steak.
Yeah.
It gets more and more appealing.
And then once it gets there, it's overcooked. That's what happens.
Yeah, right. We wait for this finally as a hot 3-0.
Yeah, it's just done. Everyone's out of the venue in 30 minutes. Now, hopefully that's far from the case. I was just told it will be a few minutes. So, Maven, at this point, what do you want to talk about? Paris?
What have we explored in Paris? I haven't explored Paris at all. We did see Michael Phelps. That was cool.
We did.
We've eaten a lot of bread. You went to the Eiffel Tower. We've watched
I haven't found my wife yet.
Watched a ton of Call of Duty. You're never going to find a wife because you're unmarriable.
Okay.
More than
Thanks
likely
for that.
not a word.
It's all right. You already hurt my feelings enough.
Well, let's get back to we can talk a little bit about what surprised us from this weekend. I know you kind of asked me what was big. I talked about Cloud9, talked about Infused. Can we actually talk a little bit about Fnatic and what was going so right for them in Search and Destroy? Did you get to watch them a little bit?
Wuskin was what was going right for them in Search and Destroy.
Remember, Scraps blew up last year.
Yep.
His twin brother then comes in. We also found out that Campbell, if you've seen him cast this weekend, doesn't exactly understand what twin means because he thought they were born on different days or years. But when you talk about them, when he came in, every single brother duo I've ever watched has been at least solid outside of Momo and Rel. So you have to think. I thought that he would probably be a rather strong player. I hadn't really seen him a lot. And then I still saw moments of brilliance. And then I'm watching a Search and Destroy, and he's 9-1. 16-2. I was like, holy hell. You don't drop numbers like 16-2 unless you're great. And the fact that he has such little LAN experience, I'm very excited to see where Fnatic goes for a couple of reasons. One, fan of the brand, love Fnatic.
Definitely.
Back in Call of Duty, which is really, really exciting. Tommy, one of my favorite all-time players, one of the all-time greats in EU. To see them do well has been exceptional. Now, do I think their cap is probably top 8 internationally at an event? Yes. I don't know if they'll go much past that, but I think you got to be pretty darn satisfied with that.
I think what I like about that team, too, is they have a great leader, as you mentioned, in Tommy, and it's going to be a fantastic learning experience for those younger players. Another thing to point out as well, Wuskin had so much pressure on him when joining this team. Yes, because of the leadership role in Tommy and how basically everyone would love that opportunity. But the big thing as well was there was a couple-week period where that team was scrimming with Swanee, and people thought that was going to be the lineup. Sonny B, Scraps, Tommy, and Swanee. And then when it was announced that Swanee wouldn't be attending events for a little bit more time, Wuskin then took that position, and people were questioning, is it the right spot? You're going from Swanee, one of the most experienced players in Europe. He's done basically everything.
It's the next
across
generation's chance
the
now,
globe.
man.
Exactly, and now Wuskin fills that role, and so far he's done quite well.
The rest of my life is going to be committed to trying to get Swanee behind the camera with me.
Yeah?
I would love to work
Is he
with
my
him.
replacement?
No, he'll always be right in your own heart, right here. He'll always be right here.
That was so genuine. That was really...
Exactly.
That was really so... I felt the love right there, for real. And I know on the inside you would replace me with Swanee in a second, like I would replace you. Maven is making that gesture because we are in the rig draft now. My goodness. Please, COD gods. Please, based Vaughn. Please, based
Bobby.
Make this a thing.
Oh, sweet Lord. We are ready to go.
I'm scared to even touch the controller.
Can someone give me a clock on how long we just filled? No, honestly, like how long? It had to have been a solid half hour of us two chatting. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but that was fun, man. We had a good time. It's good that we're roommates, and we have a nice banter together. We talk a lot. Obviously, we work together. We live together. We're buddies. Solid 25 minutes, I'm hearing. So
that's a network TV show of two men on camera, one with a bald head, the other one overweight, and extremely hairy. And there we go.
They're getting hyped up.
They're getting the crowd.
I hear them. I'm ready.
Dude, the thing I'm most upset about is we did all these pre-series stretches. You were doing your stretches. I was doing tricep.
I tore
tricep
something
dips.
for sure.
I was doing push-ups. All that to get my heart rate going, ready to go. And now I feel like we need to do another wave of them.
I'm still juiced up. I'm ready.
Still good.
I've had
between all the caffeine.
I'm gonna be fine.
You're basically seeing the
no
future.
food. It's just been water and caffeine. I'm flying. I'm ready.
We need a doctor.
Yeah, no, that might be true. After I don't know. Do they have doctors here? I'm not really entirely sure, but there you go. They're laughing. I mean, at this point, what else do you do? They just want to play, man. Is there a scum chant?
Laughing. Oh,
Optic chant.
I think it's "Let's go Optic" in French. But with that, I mean it's English, but with a French accent. There's no difference, actually.
Did Jonas start that?
I think he did.
No, it's all right.
He very well could have. Jonas in France is
we're
like
loading in. We're loading into
is
the map.
like the president.
Oh, please.
There's a face up chant.
Oh, please.
I think it's going to work. Oh, God, I just jinxed it, didn't I?
35, 34,
28.
I'm not going to count the whole way. It just skipped 4 seconds. I was like, all right. All right, look how dialed in they are. You got Enable, Zuma, Attach, Clayster, ready to go. FaZe Optic in the CWL Paris event hosted by ESWC. $100,000 on the line here for the grand final. And I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to roll.
Let's get into it, baby. Off the break of our first time we saw this, it was all FaZe going up early. Can they do it again? We'll follow Scump because it's only right. Let's get into game number 1. It's throwback Hardpoint.
Can FaZe get the similar break? This time he learned his lesson, right? This time he waits. It was Attached that got the better of it.
Oh!
The catch to the face of Scumpy, and the outcome of that 1v1 is the same outcome.
And again, FaZe with a solid break. Enable this time, starting this one off 2. And oh, what beautiful challenge from Attach. They're basically having the exact same break. They push for lemon control. FaZe out to a 16-0 lead off the start of this one.
Attach just soaking up time. Let's hop over to Enable because he's coming up spotted. Bike Path should be behind a couple of players mid-map. Hello to Scumpy. One was underneath him, I believe. Is he able to win that? Nope. Caught reloading for the time being, but so far, so good for FaZe. Finally, you got some points coming on the board for Optic Gaming. Let's hop back a little closer to the action. That's going to be Enable here. Flying through for Optic is going to be Scump, who started a bit slow, but there he's able to find a kill. We've got 5 seconds when we rotate back to Park.
Scum tries to challenge that player, but he was so weak that it was basically just one bullet from Attached to clean him on up. You see everyone from Optic Gaming near middle map. Formal's going to have to wait for his teammates, and now the charge will begin. How do these engagements go? Clayster actually jumps out of the map for a second, and Karma punishes him there. As it does look like right now the kill feed majority green with the 2-piece there from Crim. This should secure the break as they just have to take out Attach. And there it is by Scump.
And you got a 5 streak combined for the side of Optic right now before Formal drops. You have the spawns at back barn to get things going. Wrapping through middle is Karma. He's actually behind a couple of players, which is allowing him to make a play. You saw on X-Ray there was one going through, I believe, back to Grandma, so it should be Formal engaging in a moment. He actually already picked up the kill. He shoots faster than my thumb.
Let's go ahead and see this engagement now coming in from Formal again. He's the one that does cut down the players of FaZe. So 32 to 34, Optic Gaming have clawed back into things. And again, we talked about which Formal will we see in the grand finals. It is The strong start for him that many Optic Gaming fans wanted to see. He's now at 8-3, just shy of triple positive.
Well, there's a bit of a split coming out here. It's number 3 on the minimap, which is Scump coming from the other side. I don't think he's been prepared for this. It's Scump able to enter the hard point and now rack up some time. Nice skills coming through, but he's the only one. Everybody else drops for his team. They should be collapsing on him momentarily. Can the King go huge? No, he will drop. And several streaks actually came in on FaZe, but both players end up dropping.
Now, I do want to point out the one time we really did see Optic Gaming and FaZe play this map in the past, it was a 1-push difference between these two squads. It came down to the wire. It was on that baseball field hardpoint. And again, it's remaining true in this one so far. 6 seconds separating these two teams. The slaying extremely even at the moment. I do think for right now, Optic Gaming should be able to push back in unless Clayster can go for a third. Not going to happen there, but he bought enough time for his team to charge back in.
And now Enable, who I highlighted before this, who's had a monster weekend, starting a bit slow. 4-7 right now, shot just a bit off. Is that Trim 6 taking him out? Attacks are there to trade. Find a second as well. Now, well, I was gonna say pick up maybe the final 5 seconds, but let's hop over to Enable, who is now set up top mid window for the rotation.
I think 10 of 60 seconds was earned right there between those teams. They just kept fighting back and forth, contests so evenly matched. The score now tied on up. Optic Gaming looking for a potential break now as Formal is 13-6. He's continuing to light up the kill feed at the break of this map.
He ends up falling finally to attach. A couple line up in front of Scump, but ultimately will fall. You see the spawn coming in for Optic. It's going to be mid by the bike path. First engagement, Formal. Doesn't miss a bullet. Finds a kill there onto Enable. Scump and Krem also coming through. And now they're set up. But look where the spawn is. It's on blue side of the map. And who's here? None other than Karma, ready to shut them down. Nice shots. Nice slide. Zuma cut down.
Sliding so good and powerful on Infinite Warfare. Karma showing it off right there. Should have another kill. Optic Gaming will look to get the rest of the scrap time. They'll earn back another lead now as this keeps slipping back and forth. As we reset towards middle map, biggest things you could see between these two squads off the break of this one. Formal 15-8, an electric start from him.
Hi, Zuma.
Zuma just sitting in the window, doesn't see Karma next to him, and wins another gunfight there. He's now on a 4 streak.
Karma going off right now, going to be racking up the time as well, watching the mid-cross there from the barn side of the map. You also have, I think, a Scump aggressive inside the window. Let's look at his POV for a second. You can see him making it so no one can even get close to the hard point. I want to transition right back to Karma because he has the 4 streak and likely a 5th pushing out in front. But look at the stretch you have going. 4 streak for Karma, 5 streak for Karma, 6 streak for Karma as he continues to explode.
1 kill away from the bombardment. He should have the kill right in front of him there. High Enable. There is fully streaked out Karma now. It's a combined 14 streak for Optic Gaming.
Did he see him?
As they get all 60 seconds of that middle hill. A flawless hold. As Karma really didn't even have anybody challenge him for the majority of that time.
I thought he got eyes on Clayster there in the back, but the prone Clayster not going to be able to be spotted. Now, who is that? It's a Krim that's going to be at the back line, trying to get the spawn for his team. But look at the minimax chat. Everybody else going to be hitting courtyard. He's trying to stay alive. This should be at least an early hold for side of FaZe clan.
And FaZe know exactly where all of Optic are pushing from. You can see how these red arrows are now shifting over. It's just tough because I think they've got a little bit closer than they were expecting. It's already 3 players charged towards that backside. Nice job by Zuma, though, to hold off the push. The duo when it attaches there as well. We talked about these two when they heat up. They are such a dynamic duo in the Call of Duty scene. Right now, Zuma, a little bit of a slow start. Enable right there with him as well. Both players combined negative, what, 16 at the moment?
Yeah, they need to get it going. And on the other side, it's Karma winning gunfight after gunfight. Right behind him is Formal, 19-12. Trying to rack up time here, getting pressured. Nade out, trying to hold him back. Assist, kill, locks it down for the moment with 10 seconds left. Let's take a look at the minimap as we're going to start to wrap towards bike path. And who's flanking all the way around?
Do we now begin to see Karma use these streaks? Obviously at bike path, there's really no cover from that bombardment. Wouldn't surprise me if he decides to bring it on up. There's a free kill on attach as the timing works in his favor. He's going to go ahead and begin to challenge. They know where this player in the hard point is. Karma soars on through, wins that engagement as well, and earns the active camo.
Nice job on the pinch there as he pushes the whole way around. It's Clayster now trying to deal with Formal as he's hopping back and forth. We saw him in a similar position last time at this hard point. He needs some help to push this out. The Optic Gaming lead starting to mount a little bit here, Jack. What does FaZe got to do to get a break? Remember last time there was like no time. It was 10 seconds or so, right, that they were able to actually get.
And remember, the worry here as well is look at the tools about to be available for Optic Gaming. Yes, you have the full streaks of Karma, Scump about to have his reactive armor. You've got Karma already with camo. You expect Formal to have overdrive. They're a 2-piece kill with the Scarab. 163 to 118. Optic Gaming are now coming to life.
Well, again, the person in the key spot to make a play for the next hardpoint is going to be Karma, at least when talking about the side of Optic Gaming. Last time it was the flank around there for Bike Path. Now he's set up in the corner here to deal with any kind of pressure from Blue. First engagement, trying to stay alive. He has camo to work with in the ops too. Doesn't need it. First one down. The grenades do come through, and it's a 3 streak from Scump. Oh, what does Formal use here? Formal actually is going to overdrive just to get back in the fight.
Yep, and this is why he does this obviously all the time at Hardpoint. It's the best way to do it. It helps you re-supplement the push back towards the hill as fast as possible, but FaZe have the setup they want to. Streaks now coming on in, and this is where it can get dicey. Attach getting chased down by this Trinity Rocket. He dodges both. Near that back fence area, some crafty movement from him. 1 streak now down, 2 payloads used by Optic Gaming, and so far, FaZe are holding quite strong.
Attach doing wonders in the back. He's got a couple of kills. There's another here. He realized he pushed the back, trying to stay alive and find the final kill. There it is, lines it up. Attach, you monster. 3 streak, gets shut down at 4. Clayster's gonna fall with him. And that is everybody really falling from FaZe Clan.
I will say, for that scenario of what we just saw, you get 2 payloads used by Optic Gaming, you get a streak that comes in, and you basically end up plus 10 on that hard point. I feel like that's the best case that could have happened for FaZe with little to no cover near that baseball side. Crim6 now 20 and 18. Look at the slang from Optic Gaming. +6 from Karma, +10 from Formal, +5 from Scump, and Crim narrowly positive as well. I mean, this is just looking tough for FaZe to win, especially with what Karma still has at his disposal.
Yeah, let's check, see what he's actually used here. As soon as Enable drops, we'll swap over. So he still has
Scarab.
1 to work with and the Scarab. Camo, 2 in his favor. There's 20 seconds left here. He's waiting for his teammates, wisely playing a close corner. He knows he can't just hop in the hard point, but he's going to be picked off regardless.
Does actually get shot in the back. I think these kills should, for the most part, go in favor of FaZe. They know where the final person is. That's Crim6 getting cut down, but look, they actually push so far out. They send 3 to middle map that Optic get a split spawn. 2 near baseball, 2 near the market area. Do FaZe have any idea at the moment? You can see those red arrows focusing their attention towards the back of the map. There's only 1 player here. It is going to be Scump. Karma trying to push towards this hill. Scump's getting pushed out by Lime, and he somehow snaps onto Enable to stay alive in this backside of the map. Gets a 2nd kill as well. How does he do it?
I have no idea. And that's, I don't want to call it a favorable spawn. They pushed up so far that it ends up splitting. It works out for the moment for Optic Gaming, but you can see, so 7 players crowded around this back barn, and everyone trying to get control. The 200-point mark has been broke by Optic Gaming. We've got 30 seconds remaining here as Scump continues to terrorize FaZe Clan up close and personal. That grenade, you think, right into his face, but he's able to dodge and stay alive for the time being. Now there's 2 in front, finds one of them, can't slide and find the second there, Jack.
Zuma does what he can to challenge to at least try to keep this contest in. One thing to take note of now, Optic Gaming should get to about 230 seconds of the 250 to win this game. FaZe have to start playing for the scrap time. They can no longer give up these hills. You've got 2 payloads still ready to go for FaZe Clan, but right now this is looking like Optic Gaming's game to win.
It certainly is, especially I go to 3 players in a row on FaZe that lose one-on-one gunfights. Those are the ones you have to win in rotation, but now it's going to be Scarab out for Attach. That's dropped immediately. He's tagged up by a nade in the corner. I think his teammate's body just fell on top of him as well. Just doing what he can. Centurion's still available, and he is just dead. You peek weak like that, you're going to be punished, and it's Formal inside, racking up the streaks and racking up time.
Formal shot right now, so crispy. 35 and 24 on another 4 streak. Clayster, bye-bye, my friend. Do not challenge Formal when he has the NV4 in this position. Optic looking to close it out here. 245 to 181. There goes Clayster. That was the last chance. OG will take nap number 1. As you can see, Scump and Formal, the duo, pop up out of their seats.
It was close for a long time. We had a ton of lead changes, but ultimately, the slaying prowess of Optic Gaming too much, the streaks too much. You saw them come out from Formal, you saw them come out from Karma, and there was that moment where you mentioned all of the abilities really teeing up for Optic. That's when it's sort of, you really start to see the separation.
Yeah, that's where the difference really was made. You could see some frustration on Clay's face there as Optic just purely outslayed throughout that entire map. And when you're not matching the kills that they do, they typically punish their opponents. I mean, adding that up quickly, I think it's 25 kills difference in positive 25 for Optic.
Formal 38 and 24, a minute and a half, 8 defends. Those are MVP type numbers. That's insane stuff.
Most certainly is. And now Optic Gaming are 2 maps away from being crowned the ESWC CWL Paris Open champions. Let's make sure we get Codcaster all set up, Maven.
Oh, yeah.
So we can hop right into game number 2.
I'm trying. It's changing eventually.
Should be good to go here
Looks
soon.
like they're staying sides. Keep an eye on it, though, as sometimes they like to surprise me.
Will do. Retaliation S&D will be up next. Both of these teams do use snipers in their search and destroy setup. Again, we talk about how we've seen some experimentation from both of these teams with the ERAD, especially in search and destroy at times. This map absolutely has a role for it. Really, every weapon can excel in certain areas in this map, which is why I love Retaliation so much.
Retaliation is a phenomenal map. Yeah, it's really close range and personal inside a hotel hallway. Everywhere else, you're kind of looking at battles at range. Who are you feeling is a stronger S&D team going into this one, though? Did you see anything specifically on this map? Did you get a chance to cast either of these teams? They did something particularly well?
Nothing that I can take off the top of my head right away. I will say from Optic Gaming's look in the last couple of weeks, I would say Search and Destroy, I favor them overall. But what I will say from the side of FaZe is they know how important this map win is right here. When they got 3-0'd by Optic earlier, they obviously lose in that Game 3 uplink, which was so close, but Crimsix's overdrive play is what secures that earlier series for OG. FaZe coming into S&D right now need to pull out some tricks to bring this series back to a 1-1 scoreline.
You got to think, if you have 2 series to try and fight back in. If you go down 2-0 in this one, basically you've got to think it's done. But they've come back from such insane scenarios that you can never count them out. Didn't they? Okay, oh God, this is going back, but I'm going to make a possible Maven quote, or it could be accurate. I think when they came back from the 2 best-of-7s at Season 3 AW, they also were the first team to come back down 3-0 in a best-of-7 and rip off 4 games. Because I remember talking about that was the first reverse sweep I thought in the game in a best-of-7, which not entirely sure is true. But the comeback capacity, the ability of this team, the way they can swing it when they get hot. You got to think in the best of 5, they go down 2-0. I still don't count them out. Not until it's done. When the nail's in the coffin and the fat lady sings, I will say it's over. But not yet, big boy.
All right. I like how you put that one. You basically just had an argument with yourself right there.
I 100% blacked out during that final last 45 seconds.
I just sat there and was like, hey, I think we've just seen our first ever Maven quote on stream.
Yeah, I have no idea what I just said.
It's okay. One thing I do have an idea of is what we're going to be seeing for game number 2, Retaliation, Search and Destroy. There's a look at the A site where the NV4 reigns supreme alongside maybe a sniper presence from that back bus side. Those curb areas and inside hallway, the ERAD completely smokes the competition when going for that top patio control. And then near lower street, the grenade spots that Optic Gaming use in basically every single offensive round alongside the heavy K-bar presence is what you need to get those bombs planted. Maven, you asked my predictions and my thoughts. I want to ask yours now. Search and Destroy. Where do you see these 2 teams?
Oh, gosh, I agree with you that I think Optic Gaming, since, Formal sort of took over a lead role in this particular map and mode, he's talked to us a lot about it. They have improved greatly from what we saw in Black Ops 3. I'm going Optic. I was almost going to change my mind again mid-sentence, but I'm going Optic.
Okay.
I think they have what it takes to take it here, especially with the momentum from that first series, or from that first match.
Well, let's see if you have the right call. We're watching Formal 38-24, a minute and a half of the objective at 8 defends, leading his team in basically every single category. Monster performance from him. Can he match it now in Search and Destroy?
He's going to be playing towards this top terrace. Bit of a whirlwind there as he's trying to get shots in 1 at range. Scump, though, finds your opening kill. Trying to wallbang the door. I think he almost killed attached to the back wall.
First blood for Optic. Bomb planted right away. This is what I'm talking about. Those lower nade spots. FaZe no, not to challenge towards that arch area. As Zuma's just looking for whatever he can do to try to help his teammate, which is enable push down that outer street. Formal's ready, though. I mean, he's not missing shots. Glacier does have the sniper, but in a 1 versus 4, that is not the weapon you want to have.
I want to switch to Clay to see if he can pull off the 1v3, but the sniper needs to be running right into the path of Formal, and that's 3 kills. He was the hot shot there in Game 1. Looks to be continuing it here in Game 2 as he picks up 3 big ones.
Here it is again from Formal. 38-24, as I mentioned in map 1. Continues to stay hot as we get into Game 2. And Optic do what they always do on offense. You send 2 towards patio, you send 2 towards lower street, you nade out that arch side. If someone wants to push it from FaZe, they're basically 1 shot. But they don't decide to that time. They try to play around a pick, but the aggression from Optic pays off.
Well, I'm going to stick with him for now because he started out 3-0. You can see already 150 off the Scarab, almost halfway to that overdrive. It's Hotel Hallway. is going to be the push. You see that number 7 on the main map to his right. It's attached, one of the best in the business at close range, and there it is. Opens things up with the first kill. Can't find the second. Enable your bomb carrier now stuck in a 2v3 with his buddy Clay. You can see the bunch of Optic Gaming just
I
stacked
actually
on
think
top
they're
of each other
standing
in
on
hotel.
top of each other's heads.
Right?
And look, Optic are trying to figure out what they've exactly pushed through. Enable just had perfect timing, which I don't think Optic Gaming are ready for this. He sneaks past one. Unfortunately, during this, his window of opportunity has really dissipated as now he's stuck in this 1 versus 2. Looking to see where he exactly can plant this objective as well as time ticks down.
He's been playing out of his mind. Can he clutch up with 35 seconds in a 1v2 as he takes a little nap there behind the bar? Looking for Scump and Formal, taking his time. His timing might work out for him perfectly with the bomb. He's got to do it right away.
Yeah.
Perfectly
gosh.
to not very well
I mean,
at all.
5 seconds.
Actually,
Oh, they stop. They actually do
stop,
stop. So he will be able to get away with this one. And I don't think they're going to see him. So they know he went towards his side, but he could be in bike shop. He could have gone top bedroom window. He could have gone top patio. I would probably the least expect him to be behind a white van.
That's a van. That you cannot run through the van.
You can't run through a van.
Yeah, Optic van again. A little bit of a different scenario as it headbutts.
They just always seem
Enable.
to have one explodes and kills the enemy. That time the van, I think, drives itself a foot forward to block Enable from running
Well,
away.
It was the right idea for Enable to try and get out of Dodge, but Dodge. They make vans.
I really need to get away from you for a little bit.
I'm fine with that.
I really need to.
Round 3 coming up next. Courtesy of the...
How many times have you said something and we've just completely just diverted away from it because we have nowhere to go with it in the series?
I'm having fun, man. I love casting with you, buddy.
Oh, me too. Greatest love story
of all time. Optic Gaming on the prowl right now. It's Crim6 finding the first kill, your bomb carrier. Scump, Crim6 finding all the kills. Scump should find the next. He's pre-firing the corner, grenade in the back. Hasn't found it yet. Let's go over to Crim6 because he's found 2 of these kills. Might be the third, but they're cut down in the back. 4 up, 4 down. Optic rolling in game 2.
I mean, that just looked easy in that round. Formal again. Hits the shots that he needs to. Azuma tries to charge forward. Either way, Crim6 had him in the sights if he went any other way there. 3-0. I mean, OG are just a step ahead of FaZe right now in this S&D.
They absolutely are. It's going to be offense now for FaZe. You have a combined 3 kills. You're averaging 1 a round. What can they change? Or is it just Optics too good, too hot right now?
I think it's a mix of both. Again, Optic just keep making different plays happen, unorthodox type stuff. Right now, they leave Formal top hotel hallway, but now look at the minimap. The rest of the players just decide, you know what? Let's just get active wherever we want to go. This time, we're just going to decide to push right on through B. And I don't know if Enable and Crew have any idea this happening. Now they're sending players on back because they've definitely gotten worried. Scump with a second kill. I mean, you're right now, if you're FaZe, you're 3-15. 3-16. Jesus.
I'm thinking back to Ghost Champs with, God, what was it? It was Envy. I'm trying to think the team they blew out. Then it was 6-0 and they got 2 total kills. Apathy got 2.
Yeah.
It was Strictly Business at the time, I believe.
But
I remember I casted it and it was a 6-0 and it was 2 total kills on one side. It was just so lopsided that I was just chuckling the entire time.
I mean, this is for Crim6's 5th straight ESWC title. I believe would it be his 30th major LAN victory?
I don't know. I remember having a conversation of him and Aches being tied, and now it seems like he's just so far out in front. It's no longer a conversation. The first blood, though, does come in from Attach. Formal doesn't have the angle there to trade that out, but he's going to win that versus Zuma. And those are those one-on-ones that, if you're Zuma, you feel confident about taking.
Yep.
But it's just Formal on the other end of it.
Formal sees Enable challenge towards the lower straight. Nice shots by Enable with the NB4, though. As Attach will put Scump in a 1 versus 3.
Scump, though, we'll get back to him. Can he get away? Not able to, and that is finally a round on the board for FaZe. Something to work with, maybe something to fight back with. But I remember it was when they played earlier today, Optic jumped out to a 3-0 lead. I believe the final score was 6-3. So FaZe started to get something going, started to get a few rounds, but they were so far behind when it came to Specialist that Optic was just able to close it out. Like, it wasn't a contest.
Yeah, I believe it might have gone towards 6-4 maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I think you said it the best way there. When the payloads do come into play, things could swing, and the 2 players closest are both on Optic Gaming in Scump and Formal. Formal, again, 1 kill off earning that one. And Clayster with first blood with the sniper.
He peeks inside Hotel Hallway.
He knows where Formal plays. So, you know what? This is what I love about Clay. He'll just, his teammates will trust him to make something like this happen. He hits a crazy shot, and there now completely changes up how this round will play on out.
Well, let's just take a look at the Scarab real quick, see how Scump's opting to use his. It gets dropped. We'll go back over to the offense. Clay, with you, that's not exactly what you want to scope in on.
One peeks of bedroom by Scump. That's 2 now for Clay. 3 now dead for Optic Gaming, and now FaZe are beginning to show up on the main stage.
Krem 6 now to 1v4. This has been the first dominant round for FaZe as they are steamrolling here. A lot of work to do for Clay. 30 seconds on the clock.
A lot of work to do for Clay?
Oh, sorry, for Krem. For Krem.
So it's like, all Clay has to do is plant the bomb. He's got 3 teammates up with him.
He's able to do that as he picks up the first 2 snipes. You know, I still have those snipes on the mind.
Of course you do. They're beautiful, aren't they? 2 players challenging. There you go. That's how it's done. FaZe 2 rounds in a row, keeping this one close.
See if they can continue to come back here. And those are the kind of rounds you need. When they get the big specialist advantage, like no deaths there, no kills for Optic, that's exactly what you've got to do.
That is what you got to do. Those payloads, the advantage you get, definitely key as we continue on through to round 7. Does Clayster bring out the sniper again? I do want to quickly check.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, back to the K-bar. And it's looking like FaZe might get aggressive towards this lower street. And Optic, they just immediately send 3 players towards B, a perfect read from them. Sublime counter. Shouldn't really say read there. There's nothing to read.
Well, let's see. It might be Krem if they decide to push through. That's going to get the aggression, but it looks for now just a passive, well, aggressive defense onto B, really. Bomb being planted now by Karma. Starting to work his way closer to that camo. I'm going to go back over to Krem because he might be able to find one underneath. You see on X-ray, that's going to be Clayster, which he doesn't check the underneath route. So this might be a disgusting flank from Clay. Is it hasn't been called out that he's in this position at all.
Well, with that first streak coming in, Scump actually gets 2 onto Zuma and Enable. Goes back for Clayster and nearly actually kills him off here. He'll challenge a third. Scump now going for the ace. Formals there for the help. 5-2. Optic Gaming regain control.
Big round there. Just to kind of, slow the bleeding a little bit. You lost 2 rounds, but they close it out behind Scump's Trinity Rocket coming in big in this one. Nice shots by Formal. On to attach there at the bomb site. You know, we've seen some 2-5 comebacks in our day. It just doesn't feel good in this one with how lopsided some of these rounds have been.
No, and the team that does the 2-5 comebacks is typically Optic Gaming. Shout out to, I believe that was Panda. And who's the other team that they 2-5 came back on?
I can't remember, but I know that, they had several throughout the course of it. I want to check, let's look at Attaches angle, actually. Well, Karma rips his head off as soon as I tried to cross over. Clayster has pushed mid-map. Zuma playing on the bomb site as well. They've tied this up at a 3-3, Jack.
Karma's there again.
This is probably done unless Clay can use the magic of FTL jump to pull off the 1v3 here in round 8.
The last hope for FaZe in this one. Yes, he does have the payload, but maybe not the one he wants to have in a scenario like this. And he still has to plant the bomb. This is, not only do FaZe need now a potential reverse sweep if they lose this map, but they would need it with a second best of 5. Odds going so far against him. Zuma's 0-7. This is just looking grim.
And that's, I mean, what can you say about Zuma? 0-7. I mean, he is either the catalyst in Search and Destroy, or he's losing all those early engagements. You're at least going to get the plant here. You can see on the minimap, hunting like wolves right now as Optic Gaming, as they're going to be on the prowl. He's spotted on the cross, puts a couple bullets into Carmen, has to back out. He's getting chased. He's got him in front, tries to turn, can't get it done. That's going to be reactive armor from Scump. Karma's on the defuse, 6-2, 2-0 series lead. Optic looks unbeatable right now.
They really do look on point. That's now a 5-0 map count versus FaZe this weekend. I don't know what Formal's yelling to the other team, but it probably isn't very nice.
You got to think maybe a little bit chippy.
Stop.
Chippy. It's
Stop.
a real thing, I swear.
Where did this come from? We need to talk about this after the stream.
It's something.
Yeah, it is something.
Made up my own phrases, Jack.
Don't worry, I've done that before.
Many times.
Yep, easy. Rest in peace. We'll take a look at your scoreboard here.
We killed that quickly.
Yeah, I think I was a part of that. 9-2 from Scump. The kinetic armor, the perfect tool to close out that one.
I think I did see it might be a little bit of a break here between matches. Yep. We'll see if the analysis has something to say about this one shortly, but maybe a bit of a bathroom break. You know, it's a high-pressure situation. You were sitting around a little bit for the teams. But 6-2, like what can FaZe do? What miracle do you need? Yeah. Clayster, I remember when they were down big, back to season 3, he was getting so hyped, this big speed, something to play behind. But when you don't have like any big play moments, like nothing to sort of get the adrenaline going, where do you summon that strength? It's hard to just like artificially create that.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's also disheartening for them because about 7 hours ago they were in this exact same spot, down 2-0 to Optic Gaming, and it didn't work out for them then. You got to think what makes you think they're going to do it now?
All right, well, we got a little break in the series here before we hop into Game 3 and see if Optic is able to close it out in the grand final here at CWL Paris. For the time being, I want to hear what Brycey and the crew thinks on the couch.
Thank you very much. Yes, small break, and obviously the cast is going to need a little break themselves. Been going for almost an hour now, but don't worry, we will be getting back into that game very shortly. But before we do, we're going to cover Map 1 and 2. Momo, Ton, let's go over Map 1 first of all.
I mean, which bit of Map 1? I mean, we had a little bit of an issue at the start, but we got over it. FaZe looked good at the start of both hard points, and for me, that's where they needed to kick it off. I said at the start, if they're going to take this series or going to push it to a second one, they need to win that hard point.
Yeah.
I just think it was a little bit too much for them. Damon, Karma, he just kind of started heating up around 2-3 minutes in, got score streaks, the payloads kind of came in. It just went from bad to worse for FaZe. And for me, Optic, they look like they're getting close to being back to, you know, that feared Optic gaming.
Yeah, the Optic era. That's the kind of...
I honestly think that first hard point, with FaZe having that lead at the beginning, obviously before the issue came in, that... I know obviously we don't want to try and talk about it because this wasn't actually part of the actual map that
Didn't they start off fairly well on the second one?
They did, not as well. But I think not necessarily the result that, you know, happened in the second time they started around. That's going to be a real put downer, though. I
don't want to put too much credence in that. Like, yes, they were up, but they also went up the second time. Optic really came back into it. They were very, very powerful.
Oh, yeah, I know.
When they went through.
They were the better team.
But imagine you're up there and you're playing. You've got a really good lead. They were well set up as well. I mean, you know, I'm not discrediting Optic at all. I mean, they came back and did very, very well. But for me, I think you're in that situation. That happens. That's going to be such a buzzkill. You know, I mean, it's.
Look, I played GBs with Phil.
I carried. And Phil is the one you pointed out your GB squad.
And a guy called Gingy, right?
Yeah.
I know disappointment in GBs and in COD.
Right.
I get where they're coming from, but you can regain. These guys are veterans. I think it's going to be fine. It was 40 points. I don't want to put too much credence in it. I think it's too much of an excuse, Tana, if I'm honest with you. Optic are the better squad. They've showed they're the better squad.
Oh, yeah. As I said, I'm not taking anything away. I'm not taking anything away from Optic whatsoever.
Well, I feel like you are. And I'm going to stand up for the green wall.
Oh, would you now?
Tony's
What
just
a
against
surprise.
the green wall.
Why
like,
do
he's
you
such
hate
a hater.
Optic, Ton?
I just don't get why he does it.
Yeah. I don't know why. He's just so biased.
He's
it's
like,
really hard to deal with.
During the breaks, he's doing his phase up, and I'm like, come on, be serious, you know.
Can you be unbiased
it's
for
just
1 minute?
unprofessional.
We're trying to get into this game. Anyway.
Are we done?
Yeah. Optic, yeah, they did look the better team. I thought their rotation was on point. It kind of helps when they're winning the majority of gunfights going through. Like, the rotation, both teams kind of knew how to rotate and they were going for the rotations, but once Optic started to really get motoring, FaZe just weren't winning the rotation kills. It was that simple. You have a 50-50 gunfight. If you lose that 80% of the time, it's just never going to go well for you.
I mean, there was a moment at Baseball Hill where Attach was really going off and sort of getting in a position for his team to maybe work on that map. But yeah, as I said, Optic just too powerful in the end. The S&D was pretty much, nearly a massacre. They looked really good at the start. Yeah.
Again, I said before the series came in, I said, if Optic start off hot, I think FaZe is going to seriously struggle.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's doing the same thing again. FaZe, you know, they're now on the main stage, just sitting there. They've got the same feelings going on. This is the same stuff happening. This wouldn't surprise me to be a 3-0, but we see the game is pretty much ready to start. So, I'm going to hand it back over for map 3 to Courage and Maven.
Fantastic stuff, gentlemen, and we are ready to kick it off here for the uplink. We're going to be headed to Frost, and you got everything telling me Optic closes it here.
Yep.
How do you not? With the way they've been playing?
Couldn't agree more. It's a little anticlimactic. That would mean that if they do win this 3-0, that would mean our winner's bracket final was a 3-0 sweep, loser's bracket final was a 3-0 sweep, grand final was a 3-0 sweep. Can't remember the last time that's happened. Optic Gaming, I just saw someone tweet me saying, They think that they're perfect right now in the winners bracket and maps at 11-0. Overall, this weekend, a 20-3 map count. That's ridiculous.
Have no means of confirming that via my brain.
Here's the way to put it. They 3-0 Envy to start.
Okay.
They 3-0 FaZe in winners bracket final. They're 2-0 now. So what was that second series in between to get them to the winners bracket final? Do you remember?
No.
That's a no. That is a no.
No, I do not.
But that's fine. You know what? We've talked a lot. We've said a bunch of things. And now we're ready to get into game 3.
I'm having fun, buddy. Let's close this one out. Or FaZe. They bring it back.
Please.
One of the greatest comebacks in the history of Call of Duty.
Do they want me to go hop on the controller? I'm a free agent.
No one in the world wants that. You're a thumbless monster.
First you say I'm never going to find a wife.
Oh, I think that's true.
Now you just said that I'm a thumbless monster that no one wants to watch play. Is there anything else you want to say?
No.
You got it all out?
I believe I did get it all out. But seriously, with the way those first 2 maps were, this would have to be one of the most insane comebacks because they just weren't close.
No, it just wasn't at all. We're ready to go, though, for game number 3. Let's get into it. FaZe Clan, your tournament hopes lie here. You must reverse sweep Optic Gaming, the squad that has yet to drop a map in the championship winners bracket, and you need to win 3 in a row right now to reset the bracket.
Clayster picks up 1 here, trying to find a second at Cliffs. He's got a teammate there,
you go.
Attach. He picks up both. 4 down. Maybe this is what you need, boys. Get it going. FaZe searching for energy, searching for just the depth here to bring it through. Is the interception? No. 1 point on the board as FaZe strikes first.
That's a good start for the Red Militia as they go ahead and get those points on the board. And why is it possible? Because they just get 4 kills right middle map right away. Simple as that. And they follow up with a quick 1-point play. Attach trying to keep this pressure away from his base. But I do think for right now, Optic Gaming will grab this drone unless Clayster has something he can do across the map. We are watching Scump, who's pushing on up, but he needs to rotate back and help his teammate in middle to get some drone control.
Yeah, they need something. He's getting flanked too, so it's going to go nowhere. And I know that they, when I say they, Optic, aren't the biggest fans of this particular map and mode. I don't know if it's due to losing it several times or just not a fan of the play style. I know Formal said to me one issue he has with it, unlike something like Breakout Hardpoint, where you're able to punish people big time for making mistakes, he said you can make huge mistakes here and it just doesn't hurt you because I guess because you spawn right up there.
Yeah,
on
you spawn on your portal on
you're
basically both sides.
Yeah, you're able to recover from just about anything. But let's see, who's going to be the first to make a big mistake that may cost you? I thought the drone might fly off for a moment there, but Karma does stay up, slides behind a second. There's a third, the reload's on, close range and personal. Karma finds 3 and just stays on.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
Clayster fell off, he chased him and fell off the map.
Bye-bye, Clay.
I'll count that as an ace for Karma, wiping the whole team.
Yeah, that likely is an ace. The 1-point toss, the interception's there, the toss though good, and the kills keep on going. He's 275 off of streaks, but finally gets cut down, but that was just monstrous plays from Karma.
It's just what Karma does for this Optic Gaming team. It's little spurts like that. It might not be the best stats overall throughout the entire game, but plays like that are what help Optic Gaming become a championship caliber team yet again.
Couldn't agree with you more, but we are tied up at 1-1. Maybe a game that's going to go the distance. Yes, the hipfire does connect, but it's the L trigger of Scump that keeps it going. Now you have it in hands of Formal. We're playing outside of Robo Bay. It's going towards Ridge, and he's just keeping it on the edge of the map as he's finding kills. There's one coming around. Attached. Good luck with that gunfight. You got 2 Optic Gaming members there. 1 left. Zuma, you're the only man up. Now they're going to get forward. This should be for points.
This should be a dunk.
They're already slaying inside the base. This has got to be a dunk.
He's going to wait. They should wait.
Get back to mid-map. It's
Nice.
Scump that's back to mid-map, so now they're likely going to put it through. He doesn't get there in time, but the dunk's still going in.
And now FaZe actually get 3 kills. Crimsix on the trail. This should be enough to force FaZe to go any. I believe he falls up the map now. Attached with 2. And this could potentially be a dunk for FaZe. Instead, probably himself for 1.
Oh, he doesn't get it off! He doesn't get it off!
Oh, no.
That's got to be a 1-pointer there. I don't know if he just took an extra second to line it up or what the case is, but now you get Enable dying in the back of the base. They're not able to really slow down the Optic counterattack, and there's 3 pushing outside Ridge. They want nothing to do with your more standard push. It's still on the map is Karma. Play after play. going huge here in the grand
and look where the
final.
rest of FaZe is. They're all the way in middle map. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
this will
eventually.
be a dunk for Karma. 5-1 now. Optic Gaming in the lead.
This is insane stuff, just from a movement standpoint, overall skill, something you're not going to see your average player ever able to pull off at home. Magical stuff from Karma as he continues to be so damn impressive. But now it's the counterattack. Clay in front. Enable through.
There you go.
2 quick points, and you're only trailing by 2. This is back and forth as it gets, buddy.
Nice job by FaZe to immediately answer the dunk of their own. Attached trying to clear this outer lane. We've seen a lot of presence from FaZe so far on this side of the map. Really, both teams have pushed towards Cliff a little bit more than you expect. As Clayster is playing towards his top sub side, he actually did see Crim6, both players just missing each other, as the timing is a little bit off right there for both teams. Nice job by Clay to at least clear out middle map, but again, he's going to be the lead blocker now with this drone moving up.
Yeah, he's pushing forward. There's one to beat in the back. You have to come out gun up there. You have to assume somebody might be playing it back helipad. I know it's easier for us as we can see the mini-map, but just not ready at all for him to be in that position. Everybody now dropping on the side of FaZe. You cleared out base. You cleared out mid. Crim6 K-Bar is disgusting to witness.
They might be able to get here in time. Dude, I mean, Enable's got to rush a drone right now. Nope, it does actually reset in that time window. We'll go into the half with Optic Gaming up by 2. They are now 5 minutes away from a championship title, their first major title in Infinite Warfare.
How sick were those 2 series of plays by Karma, just flirting with death on the edge?
Yeah, and it's why Optic Gaming have this lead. He's literally all 3 of the 5 points.
Unbelievable stuff. There's some chants starting in the crowd as you're just 5 minutes away from Optic potentially being your CWL Paris champions. But, you know, as much as we were highlighting the plays from Karma, a reason he was able to do that was the mid-map control of Crim. He's 20 and 10 here. You saw how accurate his K-Bar shot was, and here it continues in the second half.
It's funny to see how every player in Optic Gaming has had a moment of brilliance. You have Formal in map 1 at 38 and 24. Karma and Scump, the duo in the last map to take that map for OG and S&D, and now it's Crim at 22 and 10. He's over double positive right now. Everyone a shining star for OG in this grand final.
And that's a very tough gunfight you see for Clayster. As set up middle is Karma. He's using the ERAD to perfection. Attached trying to counter back here. Loses one, not able to finish the kill, and now it might be pressure coming forward from Optic Gaming. As Karma's trying to lead the way to the 3 streak, making a 4 streak, 14 and 13, 3 points to go. Enable set up in the back, but Scump does get it off. 6-3 advantage, and now 2 possession advantage.
And you know how important these possessions can be. Now 2 different pushes that FaZe must make and get a score on if they want to come back, and now they've only got 4 minutes to work with. So far inside 2, barely any drone control for the boys of the Red Militia as they keep trying to push on up without having any kills in their favor. Clayster doing what he can to stay alive middle map. There's 3, potentially 4. No, Crim6 with a nice reaction time to cut him down there.
Yeah, Crim6 has just been a monster. 24 and 14, leading all players by a darn wide margin. And really, I mean, when you take a look at it, it's not the biggest slaying edge. Yes, I mean, Crim6 has a huge part of it, but it's a reason it's come so close. Is you've been hanging. Well, actually, you know, Zuma's having a really, really rough final.
Yep.
Now, when you look at it, 11 and 18, 12 and 18, but he started out so negative. But here's the overdrive, and there's the dunk. 8-3, 3:15 away from a 3-0 win over FaZe. 2 of them in a day.
Yeah, I believe that'll put Optic now at a 9-1 map count in the last 3 series versus FaZe, or something like along those lines. It's actually nuts how dominant they've been in these last 2 tournaments against FaZe Clan. As right now, OG just looking like the better team. And after all the times that FaZe beat Optic on LAN, it's insane to now see the story flip.
It really is. You know, we've both been casting for a couple of years now, and seeing this grow to be one of the best rivalries in all of esports, it's been truly a treat. But right now, it's just Optic Gaming asserting their dominance here.
Even in the times that FaZe was beating Optic over and over, is this the most one-sided we've seen this matchup between these 2 teams?
Oh, yeah.
With
this,
the most
like
recent
today?
Today and Atlanta?
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're talking about what has been one of the most dominant tournament runs of a team. If what you're telling me is accurate with that 20 and 3 map count, that's just incredible stuff. That's worldly stuff.
Yeah, it'll put them at 21 and 3 if they take this map here with a 10-3 lead. Now they're just beginning to turn up even more. Crim6 31 and 15 on a 4 streak, far and away leading the slaying of this one.
This is another dunk. Easily.
32 and 15, a 5 streak. Salutes now coming in from Karma. I'm looking at all different screens. Optic know the scenario they put themselves in. Now they just must hold on for 1 minute and 45 more seconds.
Karma, everybody's going off. Like you said, Formal Game 1 was a monster. Krim now 33 and 16. Camo, Jukes, Dunk, Melee, still alive. This is insane. This is like a new level of Optic. Like, who is going to touch them if they can stay in this peak form? That's what happens when you have 4 of the best players in the world play back-to-back lands. You remember in AW, what was it, 3 weekends in a row they won? There's no downtime, and they just keep getting better and better over those stretches. Krim, I switched off him when he died. I think that was 30 seconds ago. He's already found 4 kills. He might break 40.
40 in Uplink, an insane number to hit. They've completely blown open the floodgates. This has been a dominant performance from Optic Gaming. Tell your friends, folks, they are back and looking better than ever before.
They need to apologize.
6-0 map count versus FaZe. They 3-0 Envy earlier on in the bracket. That's a statement if you ask me.
It is one hell of a statement. You doubted them. I know there were people that did after a couple poor performances. But God, what more can you say about this performance? One of the best I've seen at an event.
Do you think with Optic Gaming as an organization just a couple months ago, people were saying that of their teams they have, the COD team was like the 4th best?
I joked about that after the CS team won. And
now they're back.
I'm eating my words. Give him 40. He tags him up, doesn't finish it. Surely, no, not able to do it yet with 15 seconds left. There's nothing left to talk about. Optic Gaming has done
my God.
3-0 as Formal kills the entire team in the base, baby. This is sick stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is over. Optic Gaming are your CWL Paris Open champions in dominating fashion.
What a grand final. What a Sunday. Let's hear what the players have to say.
Niveau de jeu. Come back, please. Kleister, il part énervé. J'imagine après la première manche qui aurait été très difficile. Je vais récupérer... Bon, alors, Zuma ou Kleister. Kleister veut quand même prendre la parole. J'imagine que c'est un moment qui est difficile. It must be pretty hard. They did it like in the 3 maps. The first map was so hard. I know that you're playing with some technical issues, very hard to handle, but at the end, they did on the 3 maps.
I mean, Optic's a really good team. I think it's a lot of bullshit what happened that first map, but you know, it is what it is. You know, it happens, technical issues, whatever. They play better than us. Good job. Congrats to them.
Voilà, malgré les problèmes techniques, comme il le dit, ils ont été meilleurs. Non, stay with us on the podium, please. Applaudissements une dernière fois, s'il vous plaît, pour cette équipe des FaZe. S'il vous plaît. Alors de l'autre côté, j'ai la force tranquille, j'ai un regard apaisé d'un scump conquérant, heureux d'être sur le toit du monde. You did it again, I'd say. What else to say? Could you hear that audience with you?
I mean, yeah, the crowd was electric. Thank you guys. You guys make it awesome to play here every single year. Thank you guys. This is our 3rd win at ESWC in a row, so it feels pretty good to win here again.
Et ouais, 3e ESWC d'affilée pour eux, c'est incroyable. Un petit mot sur cette performance. Vous n'avez pas perdu une map de tout le tournoi. J'imagine que ça vous donne une confiance énorme pour la suite. You have no loss, any map. Any map. Could you realize that? And you must be very confident for all the tournaments coming.
Yeah, I said it before our 3rd map started up. I was like, I don't want to jinx it, guys, but we are 1 map away from going flawless in winners bracket. So it was a really good feat. We did really well, played amazing this tournament. I'm proud of the team.
Comme il dit, en fait, ils en ont même parlé. Ils ont dit, allez, venez, on s'amuse un petit peu. Non, je veux absolument qu'on gagne, que ce soit 3-0 et qu'on marche un peu sur tout le monde. On a bien senti qu'ils étaient au-dessus aujourd'hui. On peut les applaudir bien fort, les Optic Gaming, champions de cette ESWC. Je vais demander maintenant à nos officiels. Il y a Sylvain Maillard.
So that was accurate. Undefeated in winners bracket.
Yep.
I don't even know what to compare that to. I mean, I'm sure maybe it's happened in other esports.
sports in general, but that's just it's an insane run, bud.
I think the thing to remember too is that the teams they face absolutely strong. You got to say though, you see the emotion on FaZe. It's tough to have an interview right after a tough loss like that. Obviously, not a pretty way to start that series with the certain tech issues going on. I feel
Clay seemed to be a fan of that. No, he's frustrated, and rightfully so. But it's not. It's one of those things, nothing you can do about it. It's just a frustrating situation, and, my heart's with him. But I don't know how much that would have changed it. Optic looks so good. I don't think that one instance is going to be a differential in the series.
This was Optic Gaming on a greater level throughout the entire weekend. I believe a 21-3 map count. I could see on the main stage they're beginning to go through the whole trophy presentation, so I'm sure we'll take a look into that as things begin to develop over there. Things to take away from this, Optic, that'll help them majorly in the pro point battle when trying to close in. Maybe potentially after that they take back the first seed.
Yeah, I'll have to see.
We'll have to see exactly there.
Joe, Merck, DeLuca, or Alex Penn, one of you guys over at MLG, tweet those out. Let us know where everyone's standing now, because this is insane, man. It's just been impressive. I doubted Optic at one point. I just thought there was something going on chemistry-wise. Didn't seem to be working out. They just said, no, you are wrong.
Second last week and now a first this week. Again, the trophies coming out, the medals being delivered to the players. There's Rise Nation again. They finished third this weekend. A nice job by them to bounce back after a frustrating CWL Atlanta Open performance. And the American flag flies high above Europe.
God, that is beautiful.
As I'm excited to go back to the USA.
We got our 6-hour flight tomorrow.
Oh, it's 8 hours. Oh. Here you see Optic Gaming now getting their medals. Formal without a hat on. It's about as rare as him going negative in a match.
Beautiful hair.
Please, he's got a loving girlfriend. I'm sure he's not interested in you.
And Krem, 5-time ESWC champion. Unbelievable.
It's insane to see Optic Gaming now back on top, but one thing I'm even more excited for is the continued FaZe OG storyline that we will now see as time goes on. We didn't see it once in Black Ops 3, already now in Infinite Warfare, what, 3 times?
Yeah. It's been reborn.
It makes me a happy person.
And, it's funny. How do you even view it right now? There seemed to be some sort of mental block right now for in the past with Optic when it came to FaZe. I mean, that wall has been destroyed if there ever was one.
Jay Perrier, Director of Brand Development at the Call of Duty World League, presenting the checks to the teams. Optic Gaming takes home the majority there, $40,000 again. Your CWL Paris Open champions, Optic Gaming.
Beautiful shots here of the guys. They've got to be so happy to get this done. And you got to remember last week, right? This win has to feel special after the losers bracket run they went through last week with so many. They've done it now in both brackets, right?
Yes.
They had to do that crazy run with 30 or so maps. Now the flawless run through winners bracket, the smile on all their faces. That is beautiful, beautiful stuff.
There it is. As the teams now will take their photo with the crowd. Just so you all at home know, we will be hearing from Optic Gaming. We'll have a press conference after this here on the caster stage. As we'll hear from the players themselves, I'll be able to pick the brain of all the different guys. Typically, Formal doesn't like interviews. Oh, I'm asking him questions.
You're going to have to force him to in this situation. It's just too good of a story with these back-to-back events. Too good of a run.
Can someone Photoshop me in this picture? Because I won't be there.
This is a great picture of all the teams.
I will like it. They do it every single ESWC. I'm not sure what the face is that Scump is making. Okay, now he's smiling.
The I won.
That makes sense. And there you go. Again, congratulations to the top 3 teams. And there it sums it up. The North American flag still there flying around in the venue. North American flag, that's the U.S. flag. I don't know what I'm saying. I need to sleep.
It's been a day. It has been a day.
There's a send-off on the main stage. Maven, a pleasure as always to cast that one with you. I think the thing I'm most upset about is 3-0 winners bracket final, 3-0 losers bracket final, 3-0 grand final.
Hey, it's been fun though.
It has been.
It has been a great time, and again, guys, that is it
for CWL Paris from us for the grand final, but we do have coming up after a quick break, there's going to be an interview, a press conference with the players to hear their thoughts on this historic run through the winner's bracket and another victory here for Optic Gaming. Stay tuned for after the break. Or
This
hang out with us
This is
longer.
that break.
The break.
Smile. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the end of the CWL Paris Open. This is something we've been doing at the end of every CWL event this year in Infinite Warfare. It's a press conference with our winners. Before we first take questions from the crowd, obviously congratulations Optic Gaming. Your first major title in what seems like about 6 months. I believe MLG Orlando back in Black Ops 3 was the last time we saw you guys take home the title. To set the stage for everybody at home, Optic Gaming just eliminated FaZe Clan to take home that championship. A perfect winners bracket map record at a 12-0 map count. They take down the likes of Envy. They beat FaZe twice as well. An incredible performance throughout the weekend, which I believe overall was a 21-3 map count if you include the groups. Pretty dominant there. So as we get into things first, we're going to start with the media. I know we have members of the media from all different outlets here. Be sure to introduce yourself. I'll repeat the question so everyone on stream can hear it, and then any of the players can answer. They've got 2 mics here to share, so Krim and Seth, this isn't all about you. Be sure everyone can answer here. First question from the crowd. Let's begin. When did you realize you were on the break of making this miraculous run? What was it that made you guys realize you were on the break of this incredible performance this weekend?
Honestly, just all the hard work and effort we put into our practice. I mean, it was coming soon. I mean, we've been putting a lot of time in, and when our team puts time in, it's really scary because we're so individually talented, and whenever we're all working as a unit, I mean, there's not a lot of teams that could beat us on our best day.
I think it was the 1v1 Damon one versus Panda Gaming at Atlanta. That was
not even this event.
Not even this event. I mean, it's been back-to-back weekends, so I mean, if you count it. Oh, you don't have it? No, I'm done.
I was going to say, it's been, like you said, 6 months since we last won, and I think our confidence recently has been a little, questioned. And I think at Atlanta, when we went through that loser bracket run, we kind of, found ourselves again and, got our confidence back. So going into this event, I feel like we all were expected, all 4 of us knew we could win and knew that we should win as long as we played like we did on Sunday at Atlanta. But I think it's great that we're, back together in good form.
Yeah, you guys definitely are back on top. Great first question there as we continue from the media. So the question is, in order to mentally prepare yourself for a tournament like this, with all the pressure, obviously, everything you guys have amounted with up to this point over these last 6 months, what do you guys do? What do you tell each other coming into an event like this?
Going into an event like this where, I mean, Ian has won every single event that's ever been held by ESWC. And this was our second one as a full team, as us 4, third for those 3 together. But we just, like I said, we put in a lot of hard work and really good practice. So, we weren't getting on just going through the motions, playing maps. We actually worked on things and got better, whether it was a hill or an uplink throw or an S&D hold or a retake. We put in max effort in every category, and I mean, it showed at Atlanta and it showed here.
I think one of the huge reasons was we looked at the game more seriously. Before in Black Ops 3 and in AW, we were just winning off of pure talent, communication. But before these 2 first events, if we found a head glitch or if we found a route or something like that, it was someone would find it, tell everyone else, and that's that was a huge determining factor on like, you know, our experience as a team and, you know, our movement as a team and stuff like that. So something I also want to add though is we've been teaming for like 2 years, but I feel like now with how we played these last 2 tournaments, we have found like our groove in terms of, you know, communication and not, you know, we weren't sure if we were supposed to be hyped or calm. And then, I don't know, we found something in between, and I think it's working out perfectly.
It definitely looks that way with the map count you guys put up this weekend. Again, the media, next question. So the question comes in with the restart in map number 1. Obviously, FaZe come off to a great break there. Unfortunately, the tech issue does happen. We restarted. What did you guys say between then? What was the mindset there and how that all broke down?
Thank God. I mean, we went down 43-2, so I mean, it was a bad start for us, obviously. And right when that happened, we used it as a positive. First of all, we were like, oh, they are completely demoralized. I mean, we didn't do it, obviously. It wasn't on our behalf that the system crashed, but we weren't displeased with it. We were like, all right, we got to restart. And honestly, we were just like, you know, just go into it again with the same intensity. We won a couple more gunfights off the break of the map, which helped us out a lot. And yeah, then we just carried through with momentum from then on out.
Yeah, the thing is, being in FaZe's shoes, what they were thinking, knowing they had to beat us in 2 best-of-5s, which is a really tough feat, it's a really, you know, steep mountain to climb. And you're thinking to yourselves and you're telling your team, take this first map off of, I guess, us, whoever's coming through winner's bracket, and they can carry that momentum throughout the whole series. So I was telling my team, like, we win first map, it's over. Like, we'll just stop them right there. But that disconnect, after they came out really hot, and they had, like, that, they were seeing that hope as a team, and that happens, I bet they just hit a mental standstill going through that whole break, and it just made the rest of the series that much easier on us.
I'm not sure if we lost a single hard point this entire weekend. And, you know, I was saying after the second map, I was like, you know, I know they're going to complain about it. And it's like that's like a good reason to complain about. And, you know, it really sucks for FaZe. But after the second map, I was like, man, I want to play first map again. I want to beat them again and then show that, you know, even though you guys got that good break, like we're still going to win that game.
Sign of someone who wants to prove the true champion that they are. As you'd expect, another question from the media. This is for Crim6. How do you feel after winning 5 straight ESWC championships?
You know, it feels good. It feels good. I tend to not really like think about it too much about ESWC, and I mean that's nothing against them, but it's just like, you know, this event's just practice, and you know, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I always enjoy coming here. Love the French fans. So
It's it must be nice to have a $10,000 winnings each for practice. That's good stuff for the boys of Optic Gaming. One final question from the media. Send this one off. No, I'm Maven. I'm not Maven. What?
oh my God.
This is a question from Maven. I don't know who let him in here. That's for formal. Why is Maven your favorite caster?
The rest of the options just aren't that great, so it's
Okay, dude. Like, I'm sitting right here. You have to know. I'm just kidding. Matt and I always go back and forth. One final question again. Basically, the question is, do you think that this disconnect in map 1, do you think it affects the look at how you guys won this tournament? Will it put an asterisk above this one, or did you guys win this one fair and square?
We didn't drop a map in winner's bracket. I mean, that's just saying, as bluntly as I can, one map is not going to determine how good we played at this tournament. Even if they win first map, I still think we're going to 3-1 them. Like, honestly, it wouldn't have mattered. We were the better team. We played better today, and we really showed that we were, you know, the champions.
Yeah. I just want to say, look at the second and the third map. I mean, you can't really argue against numbers. So, I mean, they weren't close games. First game was pretty close, but
Yeah, I feel like we could have played it 10 times in a row and won every time, honestly. And that's a crazy thing to say for throwback Hardpoint.
Well,
The worst Hardpoint.
I'm going to say thank you to the media for the questions. One final note I do want to bring up. Krim, prior to us doing this press conference, he said you wanted to roast somebody. You mentioned you wanted to roast Hector. Did you want to?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Hector. He said we're a bunch of big babies and we can't go to Paris or overseas by ourselves. And he thought we weren't going to make it.
We made it.
We made it. We won. Now I'm coming back and I'm roasting you.
Strong words from Crew 6 there. Great job. Congratulations again to Optic Gaming, winning $40,000 and taking home the title of CWL Paris Open champions. That is going to do it for our press conference here. Thank you again for all joining us. We'll see you at the CWL Dallas Open, March 17th through the 19th.